Chapter 261. Everything is ready. Meow. The calico cat rolled on the ground, exposing its soft belly, seemingly trying to win the favor of Ming-Su by being cute. When Ming-Su saw this, he completely ignored the calico cat's whining favor behavior. Its mother knew how to ambush and attack him, which posed a little threat to him. Now, this calico cat has a body size similar to its mother, but when facing a guy who is far inferior to it, it only scratched its back, which is really a bit disappointing. Even so, he still has the nerve to ask for favor. The calico cat saw that Ming-Su didn't want to pay attention to him, so he rolled on the ground twice, and then stood up pitifully, stretched his body, and meowed twice. Ming-Su looked at Luo Shinchan on the side, and felt even more speechless. This stupid cat still knows how to attack. And you are such a big zombie. How can you just stand in the corner with a suitcase? Your cup is burned, and your brain can only process single-threaded processing. If you are asked to carry a bag, you can't do anything else? If you think about it carefully, it seems that this is really possible. After giving the handbag to Luo Shinchan showed a dazed look, holding the handbag tightly, and looked like she would never lose it. Ming-Su stretched out his hand, and the calico cat saw Ming-Su stretching out his hand, and immediately jumped up and came into Ming-Su's arms. Ming-Su looked at the calico cat and felt something strange. Compared with the first generation, the second generation of zombie animals has improved their intelligence very quickly, and their growth rate has also accelerated a lot. But they lack a lot of practical experience, and they are far inferior to the first generation in fighting. It's a bit like the difference between a domestic cat and a wild cat. Or maybe not the difference between the first and second generations. But in short, the second generation is indeed much smarter than the first generation. The first generation can't understand human language, but the second generation can. Looking at the two broken watermelons in front of them, the other excellent employees fell silent for a moment. They were not shocked by Ming-Su's bloody methods. After all, it has been 3 months since the end of the world. Those bloody scenes are deeply engraved in their minds. For this scene of a strong hand splitting a skull, it can only be said to be a small matter. What really made them speechless was, there was actually a spy. This, for a moment, everyone felt a little bit unbelievable and incredible. There were some small episodes. These two guys were not the chosen ones, but the scum in the Doomsday camp. I believe everyone has heard of these scums. I won't go into details about them here. Ming-Su stretched out his hand. Su Jinjin beside him immediately handed Ming-Su a stack of tissues to wipe his hands. Ming-Su acted as if he had dealt with a trivial matter, and said calmly, "But these guys are really hateful. Zombies just had their brains damaged by the zombie virus, and became cruel and inhumane. So for some zombies, in addition to killing them, Ming-Su will also recruit them appropriately to serve as death squads to contribute to mankind. And those apocalyptic scums, needless to say, exploit their kind and are cruel and inhumane. Because of their existence, Ming-Su, the dictator, the big capitalists, the big entrepreneurs and philanthropists all seem very amiable and have become the conscience of the industry. It seems that these people must be given a taste of fists. Don't think that you can do whatever you want when the apocalypse comes. In the entire apocalypse, there is only one person who can do whatever he wants. In the same world with these insects, how can you restore the new order of the apocalypse and live a perfect life? Attack. You must hit hard." Ming-Su's expression was not good, but after seeing the elites of the group, his face suddenly changed. He really learned the unique skills of Sichuan and Shu. "Don't worry. Everyone present is the elite of our group. These things have nothing to do with you. Next, I will start to teach. I will give you the Outstanding Employee Award for the first quarter, an opportunity for you to become superpowers." After saying that, before these outstanding employees could react, Ming-Su said loudly, "Of course, there are also some of you who have superpowers, Tong Yuanzai, Lian Qiuyue, Shi Wenfu, etc. But next, you will have a second superpower, a superpower that is completely different from the one you have." After hearing Ming-Su's words, the employees present were in an uproar, and their eyes suddenly lit up, and it could even be said that they emitted strange rays of light. Very excited? They work hard in the company, in addition to maintaining a higher social status and better economic conditions, isn't it for one day, to obtain superhuman power? Now, Chairman Ming can really realize their wishes, naturally. Everyone is smiling and surprised. What to do next? Is there any special ceremony? For example, The orifice opening ceremony, the spiritual vein ceremony, and the like? Isn't it written like this in novels? For this situation, Meng Su's answer is, within a month, the medicine will be distributed, and after injecting the medicine, you will be able to become the corresponding superpowers. Choose the 4 types of spirit, speed, strength, and physique, and choose the superpower you want to be. Meng Su waved his hand and said to them, "What era is it now? Are you still taking traditional evolution crystals to become a superpower?" Meng Su previously invested in Modula and completed the task after getting Fu Changfeng's investment. He was rewarded with 3 types of evolution potion formulas, speed, strength, and physique. Meng Su took a look and found that the main ingredients were the corresponding evolution crystals. In addition, some other drugs were added to complete a batch of evolution potions. Before Meng Su set out last time, he gave it to the biological laboratory. They can now make it at any time, and it has been tested and is very safe. The stability of the evolution potion is much safer than swallowing the evolution crystal directly. There may be some risks after swallowing directly. If you have a weak constitution, you may turn into a zombie on the spot. The evolution potion is different. Even if it fails, it will only be metabolized and excreted from the body with urine. It will not have much impact on the human body. And more importantly, taking this evolution potion can free Meng Su. And Meng Su will no longer have to watch over him. I only need to follow the simple process of sending orders to the biological laboratory to complete the evolution potion and distribute it. It is suitable for Meng Su to do other things. After hearing Meng Su's words, everyone was very excited. Great, I didn't expect that I would become a superpower one day. Potion? Our company is really awesome. Such a potion can be developed. My goodness, it seems that in a short time, zombie virus vaccine can be developed. The biological laboratory has been recruiting people. I heard that you can't get in without a professor's qualifications now. Chairman Meng is great, no need to say more. Even excellent employees have gossipy hearts. Meng Su did not manage such chattering too much. After all, they were just company employees, not a place like the army that required strong discipline. They could chat if they wanted to. And Meng Su liked to hear such words of praising himself behind his back. Okay, let's all return to work. Meng Su smiled silently and waited. After seeing that everyone's excitement had passed, he smiled and said, starting from this month, your salary will increase by 1,500 per month. In the future, each month's advanced and outstanding employees will have their salary increased by 1,500 credit points, and will be commended once. Hearing Meng Su's new announcement, although it was not as enviable as becoming a superpower, it was also very refreshing. And I couldn't help but cheer. Woohoo! Great! In this atmosphere, everyone left Peace Square happily, and their faith in Peace Order Group and Meng Su deepened. After all, in the end-time environment, how many companies can do this? After they left, Meng Su also saw Shen Xiaohao and Wang Yong not far away, as well as the 8 team members behind them. Seeing Meng Su's gaze cast over, Wang Yong immediately said in a sonorous and powerful voice, report to Director Meng, Order Guard Security Company, Special Operations Team 1 has been assembled. The 8 team members behind him were all armed, wearing special combat uniforms with the words Peace Order printed on them, holding imitation firearms produced by the mechanical laboratory, commonly known as the Dream 1 assault rifle. Standing there was a feeling of being an elite who had fought 100 battles. Reporting to Mr. Meng, Special Operations Team 1 is the company's most elite human special operations team, engaged in special operations. And all members are born as superpowers, and are natural superpowers. Shen Xiaozhao came to Meng Su's side and reported to Meng Su, among them, 5 are retired soldiers, and the remaining 3 are military enthusiasts. After the friendly introduction of General Wang of the security zone, they have participated in many battles against zombies, and have killed several mutant zombies. After hearing Shen Xiaozhao's report, Meng Su nodded. To be honest, standing still does give you a bit of an elite feeling. But Meng Su also knew that it was impossible for him to have a very strong army, compared with the special forces and those elite special police. It was still a little worse. It could only be said that it could reach the passing line. It was actually quite good to reach the passing line. Very good. Meng Su nodded, glanced at Su Zhenzhen, and said to Su Zhenzhen, go to the warehouse next to the mechanical laboratory, and ask the employees guarding the warehouse to go with you to move out the 9 boxes marked with red heart. Su Zhenzhen, who was slacking off, suddenly heard Meng Su's call, and immediately stood up, indicating that he understood clearly. Got it. Then, he immediately trotted all the way to move the boxes. I agree with your performance. Meng Su looked at the security company soldiers in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, spoke softly, and looked very kind. This made Shen Zhaozhao, Wang Yong, and the other 8 employees feel like spring breeze. Just when Shen Zhaozhao was about to say something, he suddenly saw Chairman Meng Su in front of him suddenly change his demeanor. Suddenly, murderous aura. An invisible murderous aura was released from Meng Su's body. Like a sleeping beast, it woke up in an instant, making people dare not look directly at it. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The members of the Special Operations Team 1 began to breathe deeply and rapidly. Their muscles tensed, and every cell was filled with a sense of impending danger. The originally peaceful peace square became extremely oppressive at this moment, and the murderous intent permeated the air like a substance, instantly frightening everyone. What was going on? Was Mr. Ming going to attack us? Everyone felt the powerful aura of Meng Su, and they couldn't help but want to retreat. But they still pushed back with their faith, gritting their teeth and persisting, vowing to never retreat. Meng Su's eyes were very sharp. He looked around and saw that all the team members were in an indescribable situation, including Wang Yong. There was only one exception, Shen Zhaozhao. Shen Zhaozhao stood there as if nothing had happened, just looking at Meng Su with fear, and she didn't seem to be affected much. Mr. Ming's eyes suddenly became so scary. Shen Zhaozhao didn't feel this invisible murderous aura, but she was also keenly aware of Meng Su's changes. She couldn't help shrinking her neck and began to think about whether she had secretly eaten the group's snacks in the past few days. After all, it is stealing snacks to put it mildly, and it is stealing company finances to put it seriously. That's not right. Snacks in the tea room. Aren't they for you to eat? This is not stealing. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaozhao straightened his back immediately and became tough. But after seeing Meng Su, he softened again. Seeing Shen Zhaozhao like this, Meng Su seemed to feel the value of the Charlotte ability owner. If Shen Zhaozhao hadn't appeared, and if he had tempered himself, it seemed that he might have become such a strong person. Okay, I've tested you all, and you all did well. You didn't fall to the ground because of being scared. Meng Su nodded, waved his hand, and took back the invisible murderous aura. Everyone felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Meng Su raised his voice and said, Shen Zhaozhao, are you interested in gaining some experience and joining the frontline combat sequence? Frontline combat sequence? After hearing these words, Shen Zhaozhao immediately shook his head. I won't go. If you want me to be a war correspondent, I can go out and report twice, but I don't want to really participate in the combat. Hearing Shen Zhaozhao's words, Meng Su did not force it. Well, let her be. I can only say that a powerful female warrior seems to have been ruined by myself. But it doesn't matter. The company doesn't lack such a fighting force. The company now relies on brains to fight. I have remembered all 9 of you. You can go to the biological laboratory to get 9 doses of evolution potion. Although you are all superpowers, you will not refuse if you have a second superpower. Later, I will assign you the company's top secret, intelligent weapons. Meng Su said to them very seriously, there is only one weapon. Don't lose it. I'll make it clear in advance, if the mission fails, and you are in danger, in the most critical situation, if both the person and the gun are alive, you will get first-class merit. If the person survives but the gun is destroyed, you will get second-class merit. If the person dies, but the gun survives, you will get third-class merit. Don't think about dying for the company. The most important thing is to bring the gun back alive. If you can't bring it back, then destroy it on the spot, and never leave it to anyone. Hearing Meng Su's words, everyone's spirits suddenly perked up, and they immediately stood at attention, and said in unison, understood. There were only 9 people, but it was like a roar from the mountains. At this moment, Su Xinjin had brought several zombie employees, and brought the guns over. Seeing this, Meng Su said immediately, after the distribution, you will follow me to Shengfeng branch and Moda office to carry out the mission. The mission situation is difficult. If anyone wants to quit, you can quit now. If not, then we will distribute smart weapons. After that, Meng Su waited for a while, and seeing that no one quit, he nodded with satisfaction, and then began to distribute these red-hard smart assault rifles. Although these guns are very advanced, Meng Su does not need them. He himself has his own aiming function. Moreover, the real strong ones can crack heads with their hands. Everything is ready. I will go to the safe zone later, and communicate with the director. Then I can continue to go to Shumfeng branch and deal with the affairs of the branch before returning. Mengsu pondered, but thought of his cheap apprentice. Forget it. If I can catch up, I will meet her in Iching. If I can't catch up, let her come to Shumfeng to see me. Looking at her performance, it should be easy for her to cross Zhangde City, which has no chosen ones. Chapter 262. I'm going to chop someone up. I'll be back soon. Mengsu's life is very busy. After all, as the boss of a company currently ranked in the top 3 in the world, most likely the first, Mengsu is really too busy. Mengsu, who holds absolute control, has to inspect various departments and study new strategies, and also participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the opening of Hope Junior High School invested by Peace Order. Yeah, Mengsu is participating in the school's opening ceremony and ribbon-cutting ceremony. After all, Mengsu is also idle and has nothing to do. Mengsu had thought things were simple before. He thought his company was still the same makeshift team as before. He could set off with a simple word. He could drive the Maybach 62s he picked up from Shumfeng City and borrowed to have a race of speed and passion. And he would be invincible in Nanjiang province. What should the company do now? First, it is to bring 100 pots of pea shooters over. They are loading them on the truck. These 100 pots of pea shooters account for half of the total number of pea shooters produced by the company. It is a big project. In addition, we also need to wait for the safe zone to gather. There are more than 100 people in the safe zone who are leaving. These more than 100 people are not just sent on business trips. They will stay in Shumfeng City for a long time. It can even be said that they will stay in Shumfeng City in the future. So they naturally carry a lot of resources. In addition, the rescue corps of the safe zone will also send a 1,000-man force to Shumfeng. Today, the rescue corps of the safe zone has expanded to 4 corps, with a total of 200,000 people. The size of the legion is 50,000 people, and the 5th legion is currently being expanded. In addition, there are many invitations from the safe zone. For example, the Chamber of Commerce was established, and Mengsu was invited to be the president. There are a lot of miscellaneous things. Mengsu experienced the real life of rich people for the first time. In this regard, Mengsu, the chairman of 5 Stars, commented, "It's a bit stupid. The reconstruction work after the end of the world has begun, and he is still doing these nonsense. It's better to shovel a piece of soil to build a new defense line." Respected leaders, teachers, dear classmates, hello everyone. I am Lu Xiang from Class 3, Grade 1. I am very happy to speak here on behalf of all the teachers and students in the school. First of all, I would like to express my highest gratitude to Chairman Meng. Thank you for your selfless care for all the teachers and students in our school. The student representative on the stage gave an impassioned speech, making Mengsu suddenly see the strongest post-80s person on the earth, and he felt that he could never repay Chairman Meng's kindness in his lifetime. In this regard, Mengsu's evaluation is, "That's enough." I guess many students are scolding themselves in their hearts. After all, students are playful by nature. Few students want to go to school. Only after graduation will they cherish the beauty of school and the carefree time. Soon, after the student representative finished his speech, the principal sitting next to Mengsu had a red face and seemed to want to stand up and give a speech. When Mengsu saw this, he immediately moved his body. Seeing this, the principal sat down again and said to Mengsu humbly and respectfully, "Mr. Meng, do you have anything to say? Stop talking nonsense." Mengsu grabbed the microphone, jumped onto the podium, and then tore the ribbon apart with a tug of his hand, saying, "Don't do face-saving projects. In today's environment, doing practical things is more important than anything else. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. It's time to eat. Let's disperse and eat." After that, Mengsu announced the end of the lecture. Give the child a chance to perform. So Mengsu could tolerate the child to finish speaking. And the child didn't speak for long. Only 3 or 4 minutes. "You, the principal of BYD, also want to speak? You must speak for 17 or 18 minutes. This is the most annoying situation." In this regard, the principal naturally did not dare to have any opinions, and immediately ordered the canteen to serve food. The canteen is provided by the safe zone. Although there is a shortage of food at present, it will definitely not let the school be short of weight. Of course, with Mengsu in charge today, the canteen's dishes are naturally rich to the extreme. Mengsu's seat was arranged at the front. Eating at the same table with Mengsu were Zhang Wenqi and 2 other children Ming-Su didn't know. As for the principal and others, Ming-Su asked them to eat at other tables. The other 2 unfamiliar students were a little in awe of Ming-Su, and they felt a little uncomfortable sitting there. But Zhang Wenqi was not so afraid of Ming-Su now, and instead blinked at Ming-Su with interest. "Why didn't you eat with the crew today?" Ming-Su asked with interest. After hearing what Ming-Su said, Zhang Wenqi said depressedly, "Uncle Ming, school starts today, and my father asked me to come back to class first. During the holidays, I will use my spare time to reshoot all the scenes." Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." But at this moment, Zhang Wenqi suddenly winked at Ming-Su softly and said, "Uncle Ming, do you want to eat chicken legs?" Ming-Su glanced at the chicken legs on Zhang Wenqi's plate, and couldn't help but smile with relief, saying, "I don't eat it. This child is really polite. The future of the Peace Order group is here." After hearing Ming-Su's words, Zhang Wenqi's eyes immediately lit up, and then she picked up the chopsticks and took away the chicken leg from Ming-Su's plate. "Thank you, Uncle." "Ming-Su?" Ming-Su was amused, and immediately planned to return the favor, so he said to Zhang Wenqi, "Chi-Chi, do you want to eat fried fish fillet?" "I do." "Thank you, Uncle." Zhang Wenqi's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded politely to Ming-Su, and then she smiled and took away the fried fish fillet from Ming-Su's plate. Seeing this, Ming-Su was also happy. "Okay, you are in great spirits, and you have the same style as I did back then." Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction. Anyway, he didn't have to eat, and it was good for the child to grow up. In addition, Ming-Su felt that Zhang Wenqi's appetite was a bit amazing, and she might have awakened her superpowers. Eat more. Ming-Su also wanted to see the level of the new generation of young superpowers. According to the iterative environment, each generation should be stronger than the previous one. Zhang Wenqi, who is 1.5 generation, should be much stronger than the first generation of superpowers. Just when Ming-Su was very pleased, a guy who looked like he was dressed in a suit came over with a smile and flattered Ming-Su. "Mr. Ming, I dare to ask you to come this afternoon." Ming-Su looked up. "If you want to do business, go to the relevant department of my company." "Who asked you to come here?" Ming-Su snorted coldly, then took a look at his schedule, and suddenly felt a little irritated. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. That's not right. Being the chairman of a company is not my character. I am just the chairman of the board, and I have 100% control. It doesn't mean I have to do everything myself. Screw the schedule, the Chamber of Commerce, the meeting, the signature. Whoever wants to go can go. I will drive my beloved Maybach, take the special forces and some pea shooters to Shanfeng. As for the subsequent manpower allocation, I will wait until they are ready and go there in one go. Can't they come by themselves? If not, I will go back to pick them up. Thinking of this, Ming-Su instantly had a feeling of fish entering the sea, birds flying in the sky, unfettered by cages and nets. He really made himself uncomfortable. After thinking this through, Ming-Su immediately stood up, ignoring the guy in a suit and tie next to him, and smiled at Zhang Wenqi and the other 2 students who were eating at the same table with him. "Eat well, study hard, and after completing your studies, remember to come to work at Peace Order and change the world." "Okay, Uncle Ming. For the chicken legs and fried fish fillets, I promise to complete the task," Zhang Wenqi said cheerfully, while the other 2 students were a little restrained, but also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ming-Su smiled and walked away. He came to the outside of the school, to his Maybach, and opened the door. Qi Liu was sitting in the passenger seat, and Jiang Xiaqiu was in the driver's seat. As for Luo Xinchan, she was driven to the back seat, with a look of indignation on her face. Seeing this, Ming-Su couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Why are you 2 here? Where did you go before?" "I took the employees of the security company to Wuyang City for a stroll. There was a big problem there. Lu Song couldn't solve it, so he asked us to help at a price of 30 million. We sent out 3 ground cleaning teams and a violent terrorist mobile team. All of them died. So Sister Liao and I went together." Jiang Xiaqiu stretched and said to Ming-Su calmly, "After we went there, we found that it was a 2nd-level zombie. It was quite tricky. After killing 3 employees of the violent terrorist mobile team, we killed him. After that," Jiang Xiaqiu stretched out her pale and delicate hand, and an evolution gem appeared in her palm. "Look, I brought this back to you." Seeing what Jiang Xiaqiu held in his hand, Ming-Su couldn't help but feel very surprised. "You guys can do it. Although 3 members of the terrorist mobile team died, but compared to this evolution gem, everything is worth it. Not bad, very good. This evolution gem can provide 0.5 breakthrough points, although it is a little less, but it is actually not bad. Meng-Su originally had 0.3 breakthrough points, and now he only needs 0.2, which will make up for it. Thinking of this, Meng-Su swallowed it directly without any hesitation. After seeing Meng-Su eat the evolution gem, Jiang Xiaoqiu's calm face showed a little pride, then pointed to Luo Xinchan in the back row, and asked Meng-Su, "Okay, Su, who is she? How come she can't even speak? She's just like those idiots outside, stupid." After hearing Jiang Xiaoqiu's evaluation of her, Luo Xinchan was obviously very indignant. She bared her teeth and claws, showing her little tiger teeth, as if she wanted to resist this evaluation, but she talked for a long time, and didn't say a word, which seemed to confirm Jiang Xiaoqiu's evaluation. Seeing Luo Xinchan like this, Qi Liu smiled. A heartfelt smile. Finally, she saw a fool who was not as good as herself. Very happy. Although there were many fools in the company. To Qi Liu, those fools were just fools, and they were not qualified to communicate with Qi Liu. Only Luo Xinchan in front of her could be regarded as a zombie like her. However, Li Xiang and others' intelligence level had improved, and they could basically understand human language. But it would still take some time to learn to speak human language. As the chosen ones in their lifetime, now that they have regained some consciousness after being transformed into zombies, how do they view their past memories? In fact, for Meng-Su, there is not much change. The loyalty displayed in the system background is still there, and they are very satisfied with the group. It can be said that their loyalty is higher than Meng-Su's. For their past memories, it seems that they have the same view as Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liu. There are some memory fragments, but they have a very calm attitude towards the past memories, as if those past memories are not their own at all. Hee hee. Meng-Su smiled softly, and then said to Jiang Xiaoqiu, "This is Luo Xinchan, a famous movie star. Don't get me wrong. We are all family." "Because they are family?" I asked. Qi Liu understands this principle, and Meng-Su naturally understands it too. So why did he say that? He was just pretending to be stupid. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoqiu curled his lips, but didn't say anything else. He immediately said, "Next. Where are we going?" "Go to Shifeng. Take the 2 of us with you." After hearing Jiang Xiaoqiu's words, Meng-Su originally wanted to say that the head office couldn't be left empty. But thinking about the more than 3,000 employees who are guarding the order at the head office, plus the safe zone, there is no problem. At worst, Li Xiang can be transferred back to ensure the balance of high-end combat power. Thinking of this, Meng-Su nodded immediately, and then said, "Okay, let's go." "Go now. Go now." After a brief exchange, Jiang Xiaoqiu nodded, and then pulled up a mysterious locker on the left side of the vehicle without hesitation, and took out a pair of sunglasses from the locker. "Meng-Su?" Meng-Su was surprised and asked, "How do you know this car has sunglasses?" "This is my family's car, my third uncle's." Jiang Xiaoqiu said calmly, seemingly without any emotional fluctuations. He likes to do some arrogant things. Grandpa scolded him many times for this, but since his car appeared in Shifeng, it was probably caused by his uncle. Listening to Jiang Xiaoqiu's serious storytelling, Meng-Su felt a little strange, but still said, "In this case, I killed your uncle, and avenged your third uncle. This car is his reward." In a few words, it seemed to tell a very scary story. Jiang Xiaoqiu nodded, and had no objection. After all, Jianshan Group belonged to Meng-Su. It was just a car. What could it matter? Meng-Su calmly sat in the back seat. Luo Xinchan on the side stared at Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liu with a vigilant look, and she herself was closer to Meng-Su. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoqiu did not comment and drove calmly. Assist +1. The vehicle was driving, and it had been registered in the safe zone. It was confirmed that the Maybach belonged to Meng-Su, so it had a smooth journey. After driving for a distance, passing through the safe area, arriving at a dangerous area, the car suddenly stopped, and Meng-Su also felt a strong mental force radiating unscrupulously towards the car. This mental force was somewhat familiar. Seeing this, Meng-Su recalled it briefly. The breath of the Magic City. The mental force he sensed in the Magic City. What's the matter? I let you go in the Magic City, and you are still so arrogant that you followed me here. Right? Stop the car. Meng-Su frowned, and said immediately, "I'm going to chop someone up. I'll be back soon." Chapter 263. I almost thought you were the protagonist. The Maybach stopped steadily, and Ming-Su jumped out of the car like a swan out of a cage, and rushed towards the direction of the Spirit Value at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Only a residual image was left on the spot. The other three people in the car didn't feel anything. Luo Xinchan was even eager to try and plan to get out of the car to help Ming-Su. It's not that Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu didn't want to help, but because they knew Ming-Su would definitely win. And Luo Xinchan was not worried that Ming-Su couldn't win, but wanted to take this opportunity to have another bite of food. After Ming-Su left, Jiang Xiaqiu turned around and looked at Luo Xinchan, who looked confused and ignorant but seemed to be able to eat, and said calmly, "From now on, I will teach you how to speak. You keep saying ABA ABA. What a disgrace. You are really embarrassing us. ABA ABA?" Hearing this, Luo Xinchan tilted her head, not quite understanding what the person in front of her meant. Although the person in front of her seemed stronger than her, Luo Xinchan felt that she might not lose to her if they really fought, and she didn't know what she meant. What's the point of not wasting time? Is it time to eat your evolution crystal? Luo Xinchan pouted, said nothing, just said ABA ABA. Yes, after all, she can't talk. Outside the Maybach, Ming-Su had already picked up the short blade and attacked decisively. The white suitcase containing the exoskeleton magnetic power armor was still in the Maybach, and Ming-Su would not open the multifunctional lightsaber casually. Although Ming-Su's company has now mastered the means to charge the exoskeleton magnetic armor, the charging effect is not ideal. Just like the empty power of a mobile phone, it will run out of energy in a short time. So Ming-Su had the idea of not using it if possible, and regarded this thing as a trump card. I can only say that the extraterrestrial civilization is really good people. I am already over 30 years old, but still think this thing is useful, and it can be used up to 40 points. As for short blades, there are as many as you want. After all, many construction waste materials are exposed. With a little processing, they can be knives that can be called divine weapons in ancient times. I don't feel bad if it breaks. Ming-Su's figure is like a ghost, and he quickly rushed towards the source of the powerful mental power. Ming-Su's speed was extremely fast. It could be said that he passed by like a whirlwind. Each jump was full of strength and agility. After determining the direction, he jumped directly into the third floor of a residential building. He broke into the room through the window, and glass fragments flew everywhere. After entering the room, Ming-Su looked around and saw a red-eyed zombie huddled in the corner of the balcony with a very surprised expression. What the hell? Without any hesitation, he looked at the red-eyed zombie in front of him, and even the skill of observing words and expressions was not used. He slashed it with a knife. The blade drew a shining arc in the air, and when the knife came into contact with the zombie's body, a dull sound was made. Then, the zombie's head was easily cut off and rolled to the side. Blood gushed out from the broken end, splashing all over the surrounding ground. The whole process was clean and neat, without any drag. The head was cut off with one knife. The bright red blood was like a string of beautiful beads, dripping slowly along the sharp blade, and finally splashing on the cold ground. Ming-Su put away the knife indifferently. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and then he sneered, "Controlling zombies. Right." Ming-Su had already found the spiritual clues of the person who controlled the zombie by following the zombie whose head was chopped off by a knife. The next second, Ming-Su's figure disappeared from the spot, and he rushed away like a hurricane again. It's over. My strongest zombie. Is he dead just like that? In a coffee shop about 1,500 meters away from the zombie Ming-Su killed with a knife, a petite figure let out a cry, as if a toy was taken apart by someone, and her eyes were full of mist, as if she might burst into tears at any time. But along with the mist in her eyes, there was still a trace of fear in the pupils of this petite figure. After all, controlling zombies is an immersive experience. Just now, Ming-Su beheaded the zombie with a knife. For this petite figure, it was no less than seeing Ming-Su behead her with her own eyes. Horrible. Terrible. This is how she felt. But this is also good. At least it shows that the master is very skilled. The petite figure thought in her heart. The only one who could possess such mental power and control zombies to eavesdrop was Feng Aoyan and Zhang Yuqing. The zombie that Ming-Su had just killed was a super strong zombie that Zhang Yuqing had finally obtained in Wuyong City. Zhang Yuqing had gone through many hardships to tame it. She didn't expect that it would be killed so easily today. For a moment, Zhang Yuqing was full of frustration. Forget it. Let's die. Zhang Yuqing shook her head, stood up, patted the dust on her dress with her hands, twisted her feet, looked at the wound on her ankle, kneaded it a little, and just stood up. She suddenly felt a strong pressure coming. This pressure was extremely terrifying. In an instant, Zhang Yuqing's hands and feet became cold and her heart palpitated. Her heart was pounding, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. What was going on? Why did she feel this way? Zhang Yuqing felt as if she was going crazy. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. There was a great danger coming towards her. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in her ears. The wall, glass windows, and door in front of her instantly shattered like tofu. The huge sound was like the roar of a god, which made her eardrums hurt. In this environment, Zhang Yuqing felt particularly terrified. At the moment when the glass windows, walls and doors were all broken, a sharp blade suddenly attacked from outside the door. The sharp blade filled with murderous intent immediately made Zhang Yuqing feel as if she was facing death. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing also recognized the knife and immediately shouted, "Master, spare my life." As the voice was shouted, the sharp blade filled with murderous intent stopped 30 centimeters above Zhang Yuqing's head, almost splitting Zhang Yuqing in half, like splitting a watermelon. Huh? The owner of the sharp blade uttered a sound of surprise. Meng Su looked at the little girl in front of him. She was wearing a white dress, which was covered with dust and blood. Her body fell weakly and helplessly in a pile of gravel. Her eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Tears slid down her dirty little face. Her mouth trembled slightly. It seemed that she had used up all her strength to shout that sentence just now. She looked scared. "Are you Zhang Yuqing?" Meng Su squatted down, looking at this pitiful little girl suspicious. "Then why do you always peek at me?" After saying that, he started to observe the girl's words and expressions at this moment, and began to check on the little girl's situation at the same time. Name, Zhang Yuqing. Occupation, psychic student. Level, 25-6. A 25 level psychic. You won't know until you see it, but you'll be shocked. Zhang Yuqing's psychic level is so high. It can be said that she is the person with the highest psychic level that Meng Su has ever seen. So far, all the chosen ones that Meng Su has seen had no higher level than her. What's going on? Is she really the girl of destiny, Feng Yaoqian? After seeing Meng Su stop, Zhang Yuqing smiled tremblingly and said to Meng Su weakly, "Isn't this wanting to see where the master is? I didn't know the master was here before, I was wrong." After saying that, Zhang Yuqing showed an expression of "I am guilty." Seeing this, Meng Su was speechless, and then said, "When did I accept you as my apprentice? How come you have such a random master? The level of the superpower is so high. He can be accepted as a beast of burden. But this little girl looks a little arrogant, and may not obey discipline. She needs to be disciplined first. And don't be so willful. It would be fine if I didn't say it, but if she still acts so willfully after I said it, then don't blame Meng Su for taking action. Meng Su doesn't indulge naughty children." Hearing Meng Su's question, Zhang Yuqing blinked her eyes and pretended to be dumb and said, "Huh? Master, don't you recognize your disciple? Then I will become your disciple again." After that, Zhang Yuqing immediately knelt down, ignoring the dust around her, and kowtowed to Meng Su 3 times, "Master, please accept my kowtow." That guy kowtowed so loudly, Zhang Yuqing's forehead was even slightly blue. Seeing this scene, Meng Su put away the sharp blade, waved his sleeves, and said to Zhang Yuqing with a stern face, "I don't accept disciples." Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Yuqing was stunned. But before she could react, Meng Su sighed, "But seeing that you are talented, you can just call me teacher from now on." Meng Su felt that he spoke a bit like a character in a fantasy novel. Weird. Awkward. It doesn't sound like something a modern person would say. Alas, it's not easy to find someone to work for you. But Zhang Yuqing heard this, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately had a sense of déjà vu, and kowtowed to Meng Su 3 times. This time, not only were there bruises, but there were also some skin breaks. She looked pitiful. "I don't know if it will have an impact on the future, and whether it will leave scars." Meng Su, although he felt that this was a bit nonsense, nodded his head, and then asked Zhang Yuqing curiously, "Okay, get up. Tell me about your ability. I am very curious about your ability. Mostly it is mental, possession type. But this is just Meng Su's guess." and he still needs to get accurate information from Zhang Yuqing. After hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Yuqing immediately got up from the ground, and then wiped the small scratch on her forehead casually, and said nonchalantly, reporting to the teacher, "My ability is a bit special, which is to turn mental power into silk." Through, Zhang Yuqing may be still young, and does not understand the truth of the treacherous human heart, so she told all her experiences. Zhang Yuqing is from Nandu. Both of her parents are researchers. Their life is pretty good. They belong to a middle-class family. Zhang Yuqing's awakening of her superpowers was very early. She had awakened her superpowers a week before the end of the world and became a superpower user. However, her superpowers at that time were only experienced when she was sleeping in her dreams. She experienced the perspectives of other creatures in her dreams and found it novel and interesting. Later, on the night before the official outbreak, she even experienced the moment when a certain artist in the peninsula region twitched all over and turned into a zombie. When she mentioned it to the people around her, they all thought it was just a dream and didn't take it seriously. Later, after the end of the world, her supernatural powers began to gradually increase, and she was able to control zombies to a certain extent. But later, an accident occurred. When Nandu was in chaos, she saw the Nandu army attack, using missiles, bombing a zombie with a green face and fangs. The zombie was blown to pieces, but before dying, it happened to meet Zhang Yuqing, who was passing by, and bit Zhang Yuqing fiercely. Then, Zhang Yuqing had a high fever for a day. During the high fever, Zhang Yuqing had a dream. In the dream, she seemed to be fighting with another light ball for something, but the other party did not win, and when she woke up, her mental strength was greatly improved. But the wound on her ankle has never recovered, I don't know why. And after being bitten, Zhang Yuqing found that the ordinary zombies would not pay attention to her, only the mutant zombies, the special zombies, could see her difference and chase her. Because she couldn't find her parents, Zhang Yuqing started to wander around aimlessly. Before she knew it, she wandered to Zhangde City, Heqing City and Shumfeng City. Then she was discovered by some local chosen ones. She was overjoyed. Then she met the commandos in the Zhangde City safety zone, and finally met Lu Jiangming. That was the whole process. As for Zhang Yuqing's real ability, Ming Su listened and found that Zhang Yuqing might be an all-round player. She had everything. Dreamers, mind control of zombies, possession. He even has mental shock waves. He is a complete mental talent. But his strongest skill is still possession. He can possess his spirit on zombies, and use zombies as carriers, and even launch mental shock waves. If it weren't for the fact that her parents didn't turn into zombies at the first time of the apocalypse, but were still alive and well, and protected by the military, Ming Su would have thought she was the real protagonist. After all, she has all-round mental abilities, and she was bitten by a strange green-faced fang zombie. But she was fine, and instead devoured the other party's spirit, and made rapid progress. However, through Zhang Yuqing's words, Ming Su did learn a lot of new information, especially the information about Nandu. To be honest, if it is divided according to other countries, Nandu is very far away from Heqing, more than 200 kilometers, but this is the East country, more than 200 kilometers, is it far? And Nandu is only more than 300 kilometers away from the Magic City. That's right, it seems that Nandu can't be let go. Ming Su thought, when Shumfeng, Zhangde, Heqing are connected, when developing eastward, we can also develop Nandu. After reading it, Ming Su saw Zhang Yuqing looking at him expectantly, as if speaking with her eyes, saying something like, "Teacher, take me, I also want to go to the dungeon." When Ming Su saw Zhang Yuqing, he suddenly thought of something that was most suitable for Zhang Yuqing. Point small. Items after Neuron Technology. Item nickname, Neural Interaction Mature Exploration Robot. Price, 3 million credit points or 300 points. Purchase limit, 5. Neural technology has not yet been broken through. But Zhang Yuqing, it seems to be a natural neural interaction mature exploration robot driver. Thinking of this, Ming Su smiled gently, and said to Zhang Yuqing, "Yuqing, come with me. I will take you to Shumfeng to eat lollipops." Zhang Yuqing heard this, and couldn't help but complain in her heart, "Teacher, I'm a junior high school student. I don't eat lollipops." But on the surface, Zhang Yuqing still looked like a good baby, showing Ming Su's starry eyes of admiration, and nodded heavily, "Yeah, I like lollipops the most. I want green apple flavor." Chapter 264. A large wave of zombies is coming. The Maybach was moving along, and this time there was another little figure in the car, whose name was Zhang Yuqing. Zhang Yuqing was simply a curious baby, even more curious than Luo Xinchuan, looking around, seemingly riding in a Maybach 62S for the first time, and was extremely excited. Meng Su understood this. After all, when he found this undamaged luxury car in Shunfeng City, he was also ecstatic, especially when the car key was still in the car. But rather than looking at the luxury car, Zhang Yuqing was actually looking at the other two passengers and the driver in the car. That is, Jiang Xiaqiu, Qi Liya and Luo Xinchuan. Zhang Yuqing was really curious about these three people, and her eyes were darting around. She had actually seen Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liya, but only glanced at them from a distance. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liya were on the front line of Wuyang City during this period, commanding the terrorist mobile team and the ground cleaning team to fight and make money. Zhang Yuqing's main contact was in Qiuyu. As a person with spiritual abilities, Zhang Yuqing could easily tell that these three were not human. Zhang Yuqing looked left and right in the car, and there was only one thought in her mind. Teacher, how many girlfriends do you have? She was sitting next to Luo Xinchuan. Luo Xinchuan didn't know what happened in the car. She became like a little bun, with puffy cheeks and looked very angry. Zhang Yuqing looked at Luo Xinchuan's face and felt that she looked familiar. But soon, she seemed to recognize Luo Xinchuan's figure. She froze in her place, and her heart began to pound. This seems to be... Zhang Yuqing was delighted all of a sudden. I didn't expect that the master was also a star chaser. First, it was in Qiuyu's master's wife, and now it's this Miss Luo Xinchuan's TSK. Alas, I am worried. I have too many master's wives. I will have to give several gifts during the holidays in the future. Zhang Yuqing thought so in her heart, feeling a little helpless, and felt that her wallet was bleeding. But Zhang Yuqing's thinking was indeed a bit far-fetched, and the other people present didn't have much feeling for Zhang Yuqing. After all, Zhang Yuqing is too young. They also know Meng Su. They won't do anything to a child. The yellow-haired girl, whose hair hasn't even grown out yet, is not worthy of competing with them. The vehicle drove all the way to the company. Arriving at the company, Meng Su came to the laboratory very calmly, and prepared to take some pea shooters away. The plan is to take away 100 pea shooters, so they are still preparing these 100 pea shooters. Meng Dong. It's been a long time since we last met. Adela looked a little old, with a look that was not what she should have at her age. It seemed that she had exhausted herself for the experiment. This state made Meng Su both somewhat satisfied and somewhat embarrassed. Then he said to Adela with concern, "You can take a rest. Take care of your health is the most important thing." After all, if Adela died of exhaustion, then the company would lose an important talent. This is a very unwise thing to do. Hearing Meng Su's concern, Adela felt a little warm in her heart. But she still shook her head and said seriously, "I'm fine." However, the research and development of the pea shooter is going smoothly. But the vampire vine and the Mordekaiser plant mecha have encountered some bottlenecks and have not yet been broken through. So I dared to let the group of people in the basement participate in some research. Among them, a researcher named Liang and the Japanese researcher put forward some key opinions. After saying this, Adela looked at Meng Su cautiously, and she felt a little uneasy. After all, the group of people in the basement all worked for the Sky Patrol and the Chosen in the Magic City, and were the result of the infiltration of extraterrestrial civilizations. After being captured by Meng Su, they were used as slaves to strengthen the number of the violent terrorist mobile team, that is, to turn ordinary zombies into new members of the violent terrorist mobile team. Those people lost all conscience in the Magic City, and were determined to be loyal to the extraterrestrial civilization. Some hoped that the extraterrestrial civilization would forgive them after their arrival, and some placed their hopes on the advanced technology of the extraterrestrial civilization, but in any case, the difference between them and the Chosen is that they were just not genetically enhanced. After all, for extraterrestrial civilizations, it is really unnecessary to give scientific researchers combat power. The reason why Adela was worried was that she had used these people to perform some operations without permission. Therefore, Adela was a little uneasy, afraid of being blamed by Meng Su. After hearing this, Meng Su did not have any opinions. He waved his hand casually and said, "It doesn't matter. They are trapped wherever they are. They are idle. It would be great if I could provide you with some ideas. Of course, we must carefully distinguish their suggestions. After all, no one knows what they are thinking. If they do something wrong, it will be troublesome." After hearing Meng Su's words, Adela breathed a sigh of relief and smiled immediately. "Okay. You can also take a proper vacation, and let others handle these things. You don't need to work so hard. Ming-Su smiled lightly, and then said, "What about the pea shooter? Are they all ready?" "Mr. Ming, they have been loaded." After hearing this, Adela immediately became serious and said to Ming-Su very seriously, "But only 37 pots are prepared at present. You know, after the pea shooter is cultivated, most of them are planted in the rose bushes along the way to prevent possible enemies from sneaking in. We don't have many free pea shooters." 37 pots? Ming-Su was quite satisfied with this number, and immediately said, "Then load them all and get ready to go. I plan to go to Shunfeng City now." "Ah?" After hearing the news from Ming-Su, Adela did not react much, but Su Jinjin, who appeared in Ming-Su's sight with Adela, seemed particularly surprised, as if she could not believe her ears. "Mr. Ming, are you leaving now? Does Mr. N know about it? Do you need me to inform Mr. N? It can be seen that Su Jinjin seems to have a particularly good relationship with Enchiu now. She has been working hard these days, but I feel relieved to leave the rear to her," Ming-Su said with a smile. "Enchiu has been very busy recently. She has attended all the meetings that Ming-Su was not convenient to attend, and even had to instruct the filming of movies and guest star in some roles. She can be said to be Ming-Su's good wife. As for Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, basically, we can't expect them to handle any internal company affairs. We can only expect them to be supervisors, supervise the work of the terrorist mobile team, and fire the dying zombie employees in time. Mr. Ming, the pea shooters have been loaded into an armored truck modified by Mr. Hua from the mechanical laboratory. It is equipped with some greenhouses. The 2 people in charge of this project in my department are also ready to go to Shunfeng City with the truck." Adela didn't care about Enchiu. After hearing Ming-Su's instructions, she said immediately, "The vehicle is parked on the left side of our laboratory. I will order them to follow your vehicle to Shunfeng City. Lu Yao, you go to the car and take charge to prevent any mistakes." Ming-Su did not hesitate and began to give orders and commands. "Call the members of the Red Heart Commando. Give them 2 armored vehicles, and prepare to set off with me. The formation at that time will be my Maybach, a large truck loaded with pea shooters, 2 armored vehicles." "Yes." Su Jinjin quickly put away her thoughts, and after receiving Ming-Su's order, she immediately went to do it. At the same time, Su Jinjin also sighed in her heart. Chairman Ming is indeed the best leader in the end-time environment. Su Jinjin is a superpower who has survived in the end time for more than a month, and knows the dangers of the end time. After joining the peace order, she also began to enter the secretariat, handled some affairs with Enchiu, and met many survivors outside. Among the survivor forces of all sizes outside, most of the members can be said to be consumables of the survivor leaders. For such opening the way behavior, the leaders of those survivor forces will let the survivors, who have just joined the camp, go in front and walk through the mines for them. It is very rare for a chairman like Ming-Su to take the initiative to walk in front. Not to mention the end of the world. Even before the end of the world, such an existence is very rare. Thinking of this, Su Jinjin, who went to make the call, couldn't help but look back at Ming-Su. In her perspective, Ming-Su looked a little radiant. The kindness of Chairman Ming-Su, I can't repay it in my lifetime. Su Jinjin clenched her fists and vowed that she must work hard until her death, and fully realize her life value in the peace order group. With this thought in mind, Su Jinjin took a vigorous step. Soon, the 8 soldiers assigned with the Red Heart Intelligent Assault Rifle and Wang Yang received orders from the Secretariat and the President's office. The 9 of them immediately got ready and attacked quickly. According to the requirements of the President's office, 2 armored vehicles drove out. One of them was a gift from the safe zone, and the other was the first armored vehicle copied by the Peace Order Group's mechanical laboratory based on the gift. In many places, it was very insufficient. After all, the staffing of the Peace Order Group could not be compared with the original military factory that produced armored vehicles. But in terms of defense, it was quite decent, and equipped with firepower support. Everything is ready. Soon, a Maybach sped out of the company gate, followed by a large truck with the words Peace and Order painted on it, and behind the truck were 2 majestic armored vehicles. With this configuration, they passed through the safety line set up by the Heching City Safety Zone in such a mighty manner, and drove into unknown risks. Heading to the far distance, Shunfeng City, it was dark. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the ruins. The once prosperous city was now only a ruin occupied by zombies. The high-rise buildings on the corners were no longer as majestic as they used to be. The glass curtain walls were shattered. reflecting the bloody sunset. On the street, crows were calling one after another. They were surrounding the rotting corpses, greedily pecking at the last traces of life. In this environment, several vehicles rolled over the dust and dead leaves on the ground, passing through the street, startling a flock of crows. The condition of these crows was not good. Soon, the vehicle stopped, and the crows around scattered. On the vehicle, Lenny opened the door and looked at the surrounding streets. A strange emotion lingered in his heart. Where are all the zombies around? Lenny felt particularly horrified and strange. This area was one he had never set foot in. It was already at the northernmost end of Shumfeng City. Going further north was another city, Yuyuan City. He originally intended to investigate the situation here and make plans for the subsequent recovery of this place. But after entering this place, Lin Yi found that there was no zombie, which made Lin Yi feel particularly strange. After all, this was not the hunting ground of the zombie leopard. Even if it was the hunting territory of the ferocious zombie leopard, how could it possibly eat all the zombies here? Even if it ate them all, there would be traces. How come there is no trace at all? Moreover, Lin Yi's desire to avoid disaster told him that something very dangerous would happen in the city under his feet. He had a thought in his heart of run. Run. This thought made Lin Yi feel particularly scared. Combined with the current situation, he had already vaguely guessed what would happen in the future. A zombie tide. It is definitely a zombie tide. In the northern Yuyuan City, a super zombie tide is brewing. So much so that all the zombies in the northern border of Shumfeng City are attracted there. And the one who can pose such a great threat to me is definitely not just that simple. The scale of the zombie tide may be as large as 1,000,000. Damn it! Lin Yi took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then returned to the car, saying to the other team members around him, "You continue to explore, and go to the surrounding Zhongliu City and Dongtian City to see the zombie situation there. As for Yuyuan City, don't go there, lest there be any problems." Yes! The team members around looked at each other, and then began to go to the other two cities around to check the situation without hesitation. Lin Yi's hands were shaking, and after lighting a cigarette for himself, he tried to take a deep breath, and then his eyes became firm. If he hadn't joined the peace order group, Lin Yi would have run away by now. But now that he has joined the peace order group, he will take it as his responsibility to restore peace. Although seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster has clearly told him there are dangers here. But Lin Yi knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, and he would go to the tiger mountain. This time, I won't leave. After smoking a cigarette, Lin Yi's eyes became firm, and he drove the car without hesitation towards the direction of the branch building. He had to go back to inform the headquarters that a large-scale zombie tide might occur, and at the same time, he had to actively mobilize the branch's manpower to defend their homeland together. What's wrong with 1,000,000 zombies? The peace order group and the safe zone may not be unsolvable. The most troublesome thing about zombies is that they hide everywhere. If they appear together, using the bombardment of modern technology, they can definitely be wiped out in large numbers. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes became more determined. So Lin Yi drove all the way at lightning speed, and finally rushed back to the company 2 hours later. As soon as he got back to the company, he saw a Maybach parked at the door, and Meng Su's figure appeared in it. Coincidentally, Lin Yi and Meng Su arrived here at the same time. Mr. Meng. After seeing Meng Su, Lin Yi was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed, and hurriedly said, "I have an emergency report. A large wave of zombies is coming from Yuyuan City." Meng Su sat in the car all night, and was a little bored. After hearing Lin Yi's words, he frowned and said with disdain, "Big wave? How big can it be? I am not interested in women. This kind of large wave of zombies will be handled normally. No need to report. Lin Yi? Not this big wave. It's a critical moment. Can you stop making vulgar jokes?" Chapter 265 Rebirth. I have a Doomsday Zoo. It turned out to be a large wave of zombies, not a large wave of zombies. Meng Su felt a little regretful, but regarding the rumor of this news, Meng Su was not too nervous. 1,000,000 zombies? It is possible, after all. If the zombies in several surrounding cities were really gathered together, then the number would definitely exceed 1,000,000, and it would not just be a few million, but more likely 3 or 4 million. But what kind of situation can trigger such a zombie tide? A natural zombie tide is possible, but according to the research and analysis report of the Peace Order Group Biological Laboratory and the Heching City Safety Zone Zombie Research Special Group, such a zombie tide will form naturally at least 3 or 4 years after the end of the world. The zombies lack the energy needed by their bodies, and spontaneously connect together, and start to move in the same direction. If a zombie tide can be triggered at this stage, then it can only be triggered by the special brainwave signals of the mental mutant zombies, or by a superpower with extremely strong mental value. But there are only a few thousand at most. The human limit is estimated to be 20,000 to 30,000 zombies. A zombie tide of millions of people should not appear at this time. Thinking of this, Ming-Su felt that there must be something fishy about this matter. Perhaps it is related to the Chosen Ones. After all, these Chosen Ones have not come to trouble him for a long time. They must be holding it back. This matter is probably caused by them. Hiss. Ming-Su took a breath of cold air and clenched his fists, feeling very unhappy. These Chosen Ones are just like rats in the sewer, irritating, and they give me eye drops every day. The reason why he didn't take a breath of cold air was because it would cause global warming. If he took a breath, it wouldn't happen. Ming-Su, ambassador for curbing global warming. 10 people who moved Blue Star. Tears came to my eyes. After hearing Ming-Su's words, Lin Yi seemed to have found his backbone, and felt more at ease. After all, with Ming-Su in front of him, Lin Yi felt that even if there were trillions of zombies, Chairman Ming could easily wipe them out. Give orders. Get these pea shooters ready. Ming-Su did not hesitate, and began to give pre-war orders. Have you investigated the surrounding situation? Are there no zombies in Shunfeng City now? That's not the case. After hearing this, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, and said to Ming-Su, only the zombies in Beiyuan district have been cleared. The zombies in the center of Shunfeng City are still there, and the zombie leopard you marked before is still there. Hearing this, Ming-Su was a little disappointed. He thought the Chosen One had done a good deed, and helped him clear out all the zombies in Shunfeng City. After all, Shunfeng City is such a big city. If all the zombies were cleared out, they would have a strong strategic depth, and could fully fight against the upcoming zombie craze. Okay, I understand. Ming-Su nodded, and then said, immediately passed this message to the Haching City Security Zone, and asked them to send people as appropriate. After all, Shunfeng City is definitely not the opponent's target. The opponent's target is definitely Haching City. Instead of starting a war in the base camp, it is better to maintain a relatively broad strategic depth. Although Haching City is not as good as Shunfeng City in terms of economy and culture, Haching City is now the base camp of the security zone, and many things have begun to be put into production in an orderly manner. In this case, if the zombie tide can be stopped in Shunfeng City, it will be a good idea for both the company and the safe zone. The only problem is that it is a bit cruel to Shunfeng City. But there is nothing we can do about it. Yes. Lin Yi nodded seriously. There is a radio station inside the branch, which can be used to contact the head office in Haching City. So he immediately walked towards the company building. At this moment, many employees in the branch looked straight in the direction of Ming-Su, with complicated expressions in their eyes, mainly because of the 2 armored vehicles parked behind Ming-Su, and the fully armed Red Heart commandos on the armored vehicles. The elite team filled with murderous aura made everyone feel safe, but also inexplicably a little timid. Perhaps they were frightened by the murderous aura on them. When Yuan listened to the whole process from the side, he also had a very serious expression and shouted to the employees around him, everyone, work harder. Move everything down first, and follow my instructions for the specific arrangements. When Yuan was naturally familiar with the pea shooter, for the next defense gap, he needed the assistance of this group of pea shooters. At the same time, he also heard about the zombie craze that might appear in the future, so he naturally had to resist it well. Under Wen Yuan's command, many uniformed employees around took the initiative to move these strange-looking pea shooters. For the employees of Shunfeng branch, these pea shooters are a bit scary. They look completely different from ordinary peas, and they are scary just looking at them. Humans always have an inexplicable sense of fear for unknown things, and for some familiar things. If something strange and unfamiliar suddenly breaks out, the sense of fear will become more and more intense. There is an adjective that says, happy beans. Uncanny valley effect. It is similar to this situation. These pea shooters covered themselves with leaves, seemingly fell into a deep sleep. Their heads shrank like animals, while the porters, who came to carry them, carefully carried these pea shooters. Sweat beads oozed from their foreheads, dribbled down their chins, soaking their work clothes. There are many differences between the employees of Haching Peace and Order Group and Shunfeng Peace and Order Group. The employees of Haching headquarters seem to be more knowledgeable, while the employees of Shunfeng are more down to earth. After all, most of the employees in Shunfeng City were transferred from Jianshan Group, and the number of employees in the scientific research department of Jianshan Group is not large. It is mainly some factories that have more manpower, so they have quite a lot of experience in some infrastructure work. Seeing them start to move the pea shooter, 2 biological laboratory staff members assigned to this place immediately stepped forward, carefully directing the situation, and doing a good job of handing over the pea shooter. While taking advantage of this time, when Yuan had come up and said to Ming Su carefully, "Mr. Ming, about the zombie tide." "Don't worry," Ming Su said calmly. "I will find out the truth. Even if there is such a zombie tide, it will take some time to accumulate the number of zombies. Just strengthen the vigilance recently. If the situation is really not optimistic, I will arrange for you to evacuate in advance." Ming Su's words were like a shot of carditonic, injected into Wen Yuan's heart, making Wen Yuan feel extra at ease and immediately full of energy. When Wen Yuan was about to say something, Ming Su calmly made a plan. He took out a tablet-like display, turned his head, and looked at the assembled Red Heart Commando, and immediately said, "There are still a few employees of Jianshan Group who have not been rescued. I will leave it to you. If you find zombies on the scene, just shoot them directly." "Yes." Wang Yong immediately took the order seriously. After taking the tablet, he was shocked. "Mr. Ming, those who have not moved for a long time are most likely zombies. If they are all zombies, shoot them all. If they are found to be humans, it depends on the situation. If the situation is not right, they can be killed." Ming Su gave them high authority, and at the same time looked at Wang Yong meaningfully. "As for those who move, most of them are humans." "Yes." After accepting the task, Wang Yong immediately turned around and issued combat orders to the fully armed Red Heart Commando. After the Red Heart Commando received the order and drove away in an armored vehicle quickly, Zhang Yuqing on the side looked at Ming Su pitifully. Her eyes widened, and she blinked at Ming Su. "Teacher, I want to go too. Let me go. I'm very capable." Seeing Zhang Yuqing's excitement, Ming Su patted her shoulder very seriously and said to Zhang Yuqing, "Don't worry. I have other uses for your pig brain." Hearing have other uses. After that, Zhang Yuqing's eyes lit up immediately. But she quickly reacted and was a little unhappy. "I'm not a pig brain. You are not an ordinary pig brain, but a small fragrant pig brain," Ming Su casually perfunctorily said to Zhang Yuqing, and then asked, "How far can you control the zombies to go?" "Teacher, if I want, I can even sit here and control the zombies to go to Nandu." Zhang Yuqing raised her little head proudly and said to Ming Su, "It's just that the farther the distance, the weaker the mental power transmission, and the slower the operation speed. In short, the farther the distance, the higher the delay. Playing games with high latency is really fatal. If Zhang Yuqing really controls the zombies to go to Nandu, then the latency will basically be several dozen minutes, which is very uncomfortable. The command sent out in 1 second can only be received by the zombies after a few minutes and then move. But it's okay." Ming Su nodded, very satisfied. "I'll go out and catch a zombie for you later. You control the zombie to go north. Go to Yuan City to see the situation there, and find a way to sneak in. It's such a short distance, it should be okay." "Right." Hearing Ming Su's words, Zhang Yuqing immediately showed a reluctant expression. "Why don't you take me there, master? High latency, it's uncomfortable. Think about it. A bottle of water appears in front of you, you want to take a sip of the water, but the operation needs 3 minutes to start, and you can't control any situation that occurs within these 3 minutes. Who can stand such a situation?" This is why Zhang Yuqing always stays at a distance from the zombies when controlling them, just to reduce the delay. "You are a little pig-brained, you have to obey orders," Ming Su said calmly, "and this is also a way to temper your spirit. Stay well, don't run around. After this mission is completed, I will give you a big robot to play with." "Okay." Zhang Yuqing nodded reluctantly, indicating that she understood. Seeing this, Ming Su turned around and took Qi Liao, Jiang Xiaqiu and Luo Xinchan to the Maybach, and shouted to Wen Yuan, "I'm going out for a walk, and I'll be back soon. Just work normally. Don't let this matter affect your mentality." After saying that, he sat in the co-pilot seat, and Jiang Xiaqiu took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat, and the Maybach drove away. Zhang Yuqing looked at Ming Su's figure walking away, stretched her body, and suddenly thought of something. She frowned, and then showed a hateful look. Wait a minute. Isn't the little fragrant pig also a pig? Shunfeng City, Ziyang County. The night was heavy. Several zombies dragged their heavy steps, wandering aimlessly like manipulated puppets. Their eyes were empty. Their faces were distorted, and they let out creepy roars. The vehicles on the street were scattered around in disorder, and the broken shop windows reflected the incomplete moon. And those once bustling windows were now only messy displays and faded advertisements. The air was still filled with a faint stench of decay. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and the sound of broken glass around became more and more obvious. It seemed that something was sweeping across the street. The zombies on the street, like puppets, also lost their lives in the sound of crackling bones. Ziyang County is located at the western end of Shunfeng City. It is a county town in the remote suburbs, but the county town is home to the largest wildlife world in the entire Nanjiang province. So tourists come and go in an endless stream. However, today, this place has become a paradise for zombie beasts. Moo at the end of the street. There was a terrifying, strange cow cry. And at the same time, there was a chewing sound. As far as the eye could see, there was only a huge zombie yak with sinister gray eyes biting hard on the corpse of a zombie that had just been trampled to death. Its teeth sank deeply into the flesh of the zombie, making a creepy sound. The bison had no light of life in its eyes, only greed for corpses and desire for blood. Its rough skin showed a sickly luster under the streetlight. As it chewed, blood slowly flowed from the corners of its mouth, dripping onto the cold concrete floor, forming patches of dark red. The zombie corpse was not big for a zombie yak that was 3 or 4 meters in size. It was eaten clean in a short time. Just as it was about to eat the next zombie corpse, it suddenly felt a murderous intent. It looked up and saw a small man with an unhappy face staring at it. The little girl was a girl, very delicate, like a porcelain doll. Beside the girl, there were 3 other figures, one of whom was tall, one looked elegant, and the other was a young man, who looked sunny and cheerful. The sunny and cheerful boy was overjoyed when he saw the huge zombie yak in front of him. He smiled and said, "We have arrived at the zombie wildlife world. Family members, why didn't anyone tell me when we came here that there are other zombie animals besides zombie leopards?" Ming-Su arrived in the vicinity half an hour ago. After arriving in the vicinity, he found a zombie sheep nearby, and then killed it with a knife. After that, he parked the Maybach in a safer place and chose to walk. He ran into the second zombie animal head-on. Moo! The zombie yak was obviously angered by Ming-Su's indifferent attitude. The next second, it did not hesitate to launch a death stampede charge at Ming-Su. However, just as he started to charge, he saw the small girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, disappear. The next second, Luo Shinchan appeared on the left side of the zombie yak and punched it directly, knocking the zombie yak to the ground in an instant, splashing dust on the roadside. Moo! The zombie yak struggled to get up from the ruins, and at the moment it got up, it saw Ming-Su holding a pistol in his hand. The zombie yak didn't feel any great danger. After all, it had seen this thing before. Although it heard when it was shot, it didn't have much impact on itself. However, at the moment when the zombie yak stood up, Ming-Su pulled the trigger. In a flash, a laser had penetrated its huge body, and the zombie yak fell down in an instant. Ming-Su calmly blew the laser from the muzzle. Stupid cow. Times have changed. Now we use laser guns. Ming-Su put away the gun coldly, turned off the switch of the laser gun he got from the assassin Kong Liang, and put it back. This gun is much more powerful than the insect killer. It's just right. When I'm too lazy to kill people, I can use it to shoot some enemies, dig out the evolution crystals or evolution gems in its brain, and find out if there are any other zombie animals around. This wild animal world has become a wild zombie world. It is estimated that there are definitely more than just leopards. Since we are here, let's kill all the zombie animals in one go. Just as Ming-Su made this thought, small gold-plated characters suddenly flashed in front of him. A perfect life naturally requires rich and colorful experiences. You are now a tycoon. It's time to enjoy the life that rich people enjoy. Build a private zoo, collect some magical creatures that belong only to you, and enjoy a perfect life. Trigger task: build a private zoo. Task requirements, as the title says, have at least 20 rare species. Task rewards: credit points plus 50 million, points plus 50, Breakthrough points +2, ability. The strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Mengsu? Ah? Mengsu was stunned. No, what am I sending? Is this a private zoo? Those worth hundreds of billions don't even do it. Rebirth. I have a zoo in the end times? Mengsu couldn't complain, because at this moment, he suddenly realized something more important. Go back and rescue it, see if this yak can survive? Chapter 266. Will we eat beef today? The zombie yak will not survive. This is what Mengsu thought after rescuing the zombie yak for 3 full seconds. After all, a hole was burned through its body by the laser, and it even smelled a bit burnt. There is no way, it seems that it really cannot be saved. Heartache. Mengsu now regrets a little, regrets why he shot so early. No, he cannot regret. Instead of wasting time on himself, it is better to blame others. It is all the system's fault. Why did you issue the task so late? If you had issued it half a day earlier, or even 2 hours earlier, not only would this yak not have to die, but the zombie sheep that he saw when he just got off the car would not have to die. System. System, what can I say about you? Alas. But from a side angle, this gun is quite powerful. I really don't know why this magic weapon was given to Kong Liang. The extraterrestrial civilization is so hysterical that it is going to make a desperate bet? Mengsu sighed deeply. If this laser gun was given to the first generation of Nanjiang Siming Tianhe at the beginning, I guess I would have suffered a lot. And now it is given to Kong Liang, it is given to myself. In this regard, Mengsu can only say that good people have a peaceful life. But why does Mengsu feel that this extraterrestrial civilization is a bit too shabby? It's just an exoskeleton magnetic power mecha. Is it necessary to be so desperate? If you don't know, you might think it's the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. This thing can be mass-produced by the Peace Order group after 4 or 5 years of development, or even 3 or 4 years. This extraterrestrial civilization is not good either. Other extraterrestrial civilizations are all water droplets and two-dimensional foils. Why do you pull it when it comes to your turn? Mengsu shook his head, thinking that there might be something else strange about this matter. Based on the situation of the Chosen One, maybe it is the manifestation of a single individual of extraterrestrial civilization. In general, it is that company employees misappropriated company resources, and then there was a loophole. But no matter what, Mengsu responded with a normal heart. What else can I do? If you have the guts, let them come over. Anyway, Mengsu was already lying flat. The other party's goal was to treat Blue Star as a large harvesting field, and harvest a wave. In this environment, what was Mengsu afraid of? At worst, he would die. It was no big deal. Mengsu's mental state was very stable. As for Mengsu's behavior of killing yaks, and then sending people to rescue them, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu were no longer surprised, and said that Mengsu was like this. And the newcomer Luo Xinchan widened her eyes, seemingly not understanding what Mengsu meant. There was only one question that she was very concerned about. Which was, would she still eat beef tonight? Luo Xinchan's face was full of entanglement and desire. She was really weak, pitiful, and a big eater. Xiao Luo, don't stand there stupidly. Let's go! Suddenly, Mengsu's call brought Luo Xinchan back to reality from her entanglement. Luo Xinchan stuttered subconsciously, Come! 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 After that, she hurriedly followed Mengsu's pace, like a little wild cat, and left the zombie yak. After hearing Luo Xinchan speak, Mengsu was a little surprised. Can you speak? ABA? Luo Xinchan heard this, turned her head, looked at Mengsu, and was puzzled. Can I speak? No, I can't speak. Seeing Luo Xinchan like this, Mengsu couldn't help but smiled and nodded, and didn't go into the topic further. It seems that high-level zombies will slowly recover their language functions after staying with humans for a long time. Yes, after all, zombies used to be humans, and they can recall their past memories, so they can naturally slowly relearn the language they once mastered. Mengsu continued to move forward. According to the mission description, the target's lair was still in the original animal world. The leopard was an animal bred independently by Shenfeng City Wildlife World. It was born here. Therefore, it has a deep affection for its original zoo lair. So after regaining some of its wildness, it still regards the animal world as its home. After going out hunting, it will come back. Therefore, Mengsu does not need to look for this zombie leopard everywhere. He only needs to go to the zoo and wait for it. Sit back and wait for the rabbit. Plan through. Mengsu immediately started to move forward, following the evil map to continue navigating, walking to the wildlife world. I have to say, the environment of this wildlife world is quite good. It can be said to be one of the best zoos Meng-Su has visited. How many zoos has Meng-Su been to? This is the second one. The first one is Hiching City Zoo. Compared to the small broken zoo of Hiching City Zoo, this zoo is very good, which makes Meng-Su feel comfortable. However, you can occasionally see zombies, and some animals, with their bellies ripped open on the road, which makes Meng-Su feel a little sad. This leopard is so abominable. How can it kill small animals so cruelly? Especially these animals, which are protected by the state. Meng-Su pointed at an animal that could no longer be identified, and said indignantly, "It's so abominable. If they were all killed, how can you collect 20 rare animals? You can't say that mice, cats, dogs and other animals are rare animals, right? As for the leopard, it can't be left alive, because the mission has requirements." So, Meng-Su was very angry. He was very opposed to this kind of casual killing of small animals. Jiang Xiaqiu, Qi Liya and Luo Xinchan looked at Meng-Su at the same time, with a strange expression. In their eyes, Meng-Su seemed to be an extreme animal protection organization. Even a little crazy. It was you who just killed the zombie yak, right? How could you say such a thing? Weird, brainless. Luo Xinchan seemed to understand, but looking at the dead animals around, which could even be said to be some rotten animals, she showed a rather regretful expression on her face. It's so rotten. It's not delicious. Luo Xinchan was in a tangled mood, feeling very sorry, and a kind of pain in her flesh. The iron gate of the zoo was rusty, and there was no life in the whole zoo. There was only the sound of the wind whistling in the empty space, as if recalling the dead creatures. The area where the animals originally lived is now deserted, with only some rotten corpses and bones of animals left. Seeing these bones, Meng-Su was so angry that his teeth itched. These should have been my mission targets. What a pity. Meng-Su felt very sad, and could not help but sigh deeply, and then walked further inside with big strides. The one who shared the same sentiment as Meng-Su was Luo Xinchan. However, her pity was not quite the same as Meng-Su's. She was sorry that so many animals died without her having eaten them. What a pity. What a pity. The foodie thought so. However, although there should be no other dangers except the zombie leopard, Meng-Su was still cautious and searched carefully to prevent any danger. The zoo was dead silent under the night. No sound was heard, and even with Meng-Su being so cautious, he successfully found the lair of the zombie leopard. As soon as he got close, Meng-Su smelled a scent, an irresistible strong smell of blood. "We're here." Meng-Su exhaled, looking around. The damp smell of soul and the faint smell of blood were intertwined, and when he looked carefully, dark red bloodstains came into view, and the coagulated bloodstains emitted a cold luster in the dimness. The ground was littered with animal and human bones, and deep claw marks were left in the surrounding soil, which seemed to contain the despair of the living before death. After seeing the situation around him, Meng-Su couldn't help but smile, and then said to the three women, "It seems that he really didn't come back." The leopard went out hunting at night, which was a good time for Meng-Su to ambush him. "Okay, everyone, spread out, and prepare for an ambush." Meng-Su made a gesture, indicating that everyone should start preparing to ambush the zombie leopard. "Yeah." Qi Liang nodded silently, while Jiang Xiaqiu on the other side turned his eyes, and said to Meng-Su with a smile, Su, let me use the insect killer." "Oh, you're smart now?" Hearing Jiang Xiaqiu's words, Meng-Su couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and then threw the biological weapon insect killer out without hesitation, and said to Jiang Xiaqiu, "Here? What is the difference between humans and animals? Humans can use tools. Qi Liao and Luo Xinchan obviously don't have the technical level, and haven't learned to use the tools. As for Meng-Su, the insect killer is actually useless. With a laser pistol, the power of the insect killer is not very suitable for Meng-Su." Version update. After seeing Jiang Xiaqiu get the insect killer, Qi Liya showed an annoyed look. "Why didn't I think of it? Xiaqiu is still smart." Luo Xinchan looked suspicious. "What is this? Why do you need this? Can this thing be eaten? It looks like a bug. It doesn't taste good." After sending out the insect killer, Meng-Su thought about it, and took off his clothes on his own initiative. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaqiu became shy, while Qi Liu looked over generously. Luo Xinchan looked like she didn't understand anything. "Su, don't do that kind of thing at this critical moment of an ambush. Jiang Xiaqiu blushed and whispered, "Let's talk about it when we get back." After hearing Jiang Xiaqiu's words, Ming Su didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only silently take off the short-sleeve protective suit he had worn before, and said, "Who will be the vanguard? This protective suit is quite valuable, and wearing it can reduce some damage." Ming Su didn't expect Jiang Xiaqiu to have shown shy behavior. This is a misunderstanding. Seeing Ming Su like this, Jiang Xiaqiu suddenly became cold, and looked like he wanted to kill everything. Kill! 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 Jiang Xiaqiu was eager to fight. But Luo Xinchen still looked puzzled, and had no idea what they were talking about. Weird. Forget it, let's consider whether we can eat beef tonight. Luo Xinchen was worried. As expected, this protective suit was directly allocated to Qi Liu. After all, among the people present, only Qi Liu and Ming Su were fighting head-on. Qi Liu refused several times, wanting Ming Su to continue wearing it. But Ming Su calmly raised the white suitcase, indicating that he had a stronger one. Seeing this, Qi Liu accepted the t-shirt for protection, and changed clothes in front of Ming Su. After changing clothes, the four of them began to hide, quietly waiting for the leopard to come. It felt like hunting. They continued to lurk like this, until the sky gradually began to light up. Under the light, the panoramic view of the zoo appeared, with overgrown grass, dried up lakes, and only a few hungry wild pigeons searching for food. In this situation, a zombie leopard dragged its heavy steps and slowly walked from the deserted street. Although its body still retained the outline of a leopard, it had long been corroded and discolored, and the white bones were vaguely visible among the rotten meat. It suddenly picked up a huge corpse, and the heavy weight made the zombie leopard's back slightly bent. The head of the corpse shook weakly, and every swing brought a burst of blood rain. This huge corpse, it seems, came from a ferocious mutant zombie. But at this moment, the zombie has lost its mobility, and can only be carried by the zombie leopard as food. The former high-rise buildings have been eroded by time, and have become desolate ruins. The zombie leopard shuttled between the broken walls, looking for its own territory. When he returned to the vicinity of the territory, he suddenly realized something, and threw the corpse to the ground. The stench spread instantly, but the zombie leopard seemed to be indifferent to it. He just paid attention to the surroundings, and let out a low roar. Roar! He seemed to have realized something. He was nearby, and smelled a strange smell. It was alert and looked around, as if it wanted to find the owner of the strange smell. Suddenly, the zombie leopard seemed to sense some danger. The next second, a beam of light rushed out of the nest, and attacked the zombie leopard. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The laser beam drew a clear track in the air, and everything around was illuminated. The dust and gravel on the ruins were penetrated by the light, emitting a faint light. The zombie leopard roared. Its eyes glowed green, and it immediately leaped, barely jumping over the dazzling laser. Roar! The zombie leopard was very angry, and the ground beside it had been pierced. The leopard roared, opened its bloody mouth in an instant, and then suddenly jumped up, like a black lightning, breaking the silence of the early morning. At this moment, Qi Liu had already moved out, fearless, holding a huge kitchen knife, and slashing towards him. Hiss! The zombie leopard stretched out its claws, and grabbed Qi Liu. There was only a clang sound, and the sword and claws collided, making a clanging sound. Every collision was terrifying. The zombie leopard's eyes shone with wild red light, and it seemed to sense the taste of its prey, and attacked more and more frantically. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, Jiang Xiaqiu appeared in the feeding passage on the upper floor of the zoo and fired several shots. Several bullets instantly hit the leopard, but the body of the zombie leopard seemed to be cast in steel. The bullets fell on it like powerless raindrops, sparking a series of black sparks, but could not cause substantial damage to it. However, the zombie leopard was obviously deformed by the huge impact force, and its attack method was a little strange. No damage does not mean no impact. While the zombie leopard was in pain, Luo Xinchen had already come to the side of the zombie leopard. At this moment, she no longer had the silly look of a foodie, but her eyes were calm, with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Without hesitation, Luo Xinchen stretched out her slender fingers, like a dagger, and actually inserted them directly into the body of the zombie leopard, which even the insect-killing bullets could not penetrate, and then with a strong pull, she actually grabbed a piece of meat out. Roar! The zombie leopard roared angrily again, glaring at the three figures around him. Only the zombie leopard can't speak. If it could speak, then what it wanted to say most at this moment should not be Dingjin save me, but 3 against 1, do you have any shame? As for why it is not the previous sentence, it is because he is not a snow leopard. Whether it is Qi Liao, Jiang Xiaqiu or Luo Xinchan, even if they fight against the zombie leopard alone, their strength is almost the same. The zombie leopard is just slightly better. Now 3 against 1. Naturally the zombie leopard has no way to resist, and can only roar wantonly, trying to scare the 3 away with the roar. All the energy of the zombie leopard was tied up by the 3 people. When he had no time to take care of other things, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air behind him, holding a strange pistol in his hand, and pointed directly at the zombie leopard from behind. The person who came was Ming Su. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis lingered in the heart of the zombie leopard. The next second, Ming Su pulled the trigger. The cold light of the laser gun flashed, and a beam of light condensed-like substance shot out from the muzzle. The laser instantly hit the back of its head, and a deafening roar broke out. Its body stiffened at the moment of being hit, and then a burnt smell spread. Black blood and rotten meat splattered, and a burnt smell mixed with death, and the smell of a burned circuit spread all around. Black smoke began to rise from the body of the zombie leopard. Its movements became slow and mechanical, as if every muscle and every joint had been severely damaged by the laser. Finally, after a painful twitch, the zombie leopard fell to the ground and stopped moving. Dust flew, and the grass and trees swayed. This zombie leopard is dead. Ming Su looked at Qi Liao. Although Qi Liao, who was in the position of tank, had no expression on her face at the moment. She had 3 scratches on her chest. Fortunately, she had a protective suit. However, even so, the protective suit was already severely damaged, and it would probably be torn apart if it was hit again. This product from an extraterrestrial civilization is not good either. Ming Su shook his head, expressing doubts about the quality control of alien technology, and at the same time felt that his move was a bit invincible. He flashed directly behind someone, and then shot with a laser gun. Oh my god, who can resist this? The kitten in the zoo has been killed. The nightmare of the residents of Shangfeng City has been solved by you. Ming Su, you are really good. Ming Su, you are awesome. I am proud of you, but you killed a kitten like this. It's a bit too much. Task completed. Task evaluation, well done. Task rewards. Credit points plus 1 million, points plus 100, Shangfeng City Prestige plus 300, complete laboratory optional X1. After seeing the gilded small words of the system, Ming Su couldn't help but want to complain. Damn you, wasn't your mission to kill him? You're still picking on me now? That's too much. Ming Su shook his head, looked at the zombie that the zombie leopard brought back. It was a mutant zombie. Okay, you also gave me a top evolution crystal. Ming Su yawned, walked forward casually, stomped on the zombie's head, smoothed it, took out the evolution crystal skillfully, put it in his pocket, said to Jiang Xiaqiu, Qi Liao and Luo Xinchan, the combat mission has been successfully completed, we can leave here. After that, Ming Su suddenly thought of something, slapped his head, no, I can't leave. Look around here, what if there are other zombie animals that haven't been eaten by the zombie leopards? I still need to open a zoo. Qi Liao, Jiang Xiaqiu didn't have anything to say, while Luo Xinchan's face was a little tangled. That? Are you going to eat beef today? The meat is piled there, it's a waste if you don't eat it. Chapter 267 You are a little too extreme. The sky is blue, life is dark. Lula sat in the open space, breathing heavily, holding a coarse-grained bun that looked like a kind of coarse grain kneaded from weeds and coarse grains in his hand, biting it in small bites, not knowing when this kind of life will end. There is no way, since the end of the world, he has been living in darkness. Quick! Quick, Lulu! The lower-ranking officer, take action! Prepare to assemble. Today's goal is to explore the inventory of Walmart supermarket in the east of the city. According to the intelligence, there are not many zombies there. You can try to attack and seize supplies. Prepare, prepare. The surrounding urging voices rang around Lulu. Lulu could only tiredly put the coarse-grained bun into his pocket, reluctantly holding a homemade mace, standing up with little strength, looking around, like a vengeful spirit. He embarked on the journey. This area is ruled by an organization called the Salvation Army. As the name suggests, this organization wants to save the world under the banner of saving the world. However, what exactly is the Salvation Army? Everyone knows it. There are basically no positive characters with this name. And the same is true for the organization in Shangfeng City. that calls itself the Salvation Army. They enslave and drive ordinary survivors. In name, the Salvation Army is a family. But in fact, they treat them differently. They give their core members some weapons and ammunition, while those survivors who join halfway and are coerced like themselves become miscellaneous troops and fight with some cold weapons. The so-called combat is actually just collecting supplies for them. Of course, the Savior Army has a strict system. It does not mean that they are just asked to go out to collect supplies. Every time they collect supplies, there will be a small team of the Savior Army to monitor them. The main collectors are actually the official members of the Savior Army, and their role is to lure away the zombies or stay behind at critical moments. Such days are extremely gloomy. Even if they are lucky enough to survive once or twice, they will die sooner or later in the endless subsequent tasks. Thinking of this, Lulu couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. This was already his 4th time to carry out a mission. Alas. Lulu sighed deeply, feeling exhausted. A member of the Salvation Army saw Lulu sighing, frowned, raised his gun unceremoniously, pointed at Lulu and said unceremoniously, "Why are you sighing?" "No, nothing." Lulu shrank his neck, and quickly admitted his defeat, not daring to argue with the other party. After all, the other party had real weapons in his hands. Since the Chosen One made trouble, some guns were left on the streets, and were picked up by some survivors. But the Salvation Army was different. I don't know what role the Chosen One played when he backstabbed the Shunfeng City safety zone. They actually took the entire arsenal directly. Therefore, the firepower of the Salvation Army is even stronger than that of the Safety Zone Self-Rescue Corps remaining in Shunfeng City. This naturally made the Salvation Army the overlord of the east of Shunfeng City. And it was quite unscrupulous. But the wheels rolled, and the vehicle moved forward. And recently, no one knew what had happened. The Salvation Army's work of collecting supplies outside became more and more frequent. And even the focus of the entire organization began to move eastward. Even if something happened to the former Jianshan group in the west of Shunfeng City, it seemed a little indifferent. This didn't make Lulu say anything. After all, the Salvation Army had only been established for about a month. Generally speaking, it could only be said to be a grassroots team. Not so rigorous. The vehicle stopped after reaching a certain safe position. People got out of the vehicle obediently. With Lulu, there were 7 survivors, who were also holding sticks and had skinny bodies. They looked skinny, and some of them hadn't eaten enough for several months. The reason why Lulu could eat this kind of steamed bun made of wild grass and coarse grain flour was because he had experienced 4 missions, and was promoted to a junior officer in the Salvation Army's miscellaneous battalion. The nominal subordinates around him couldn't even get this coarse grain steamed bun, so they were so skinny and skinny. Behind them, there was a team of 12 fully armed men. It seemed that the numbers of the two sides were extremely unequal. "Lu, take your team and set off." Like a gangster, the team leader, whose face was completely covered with cloth and sunglasses, gave Lulu orders in a very cold manner. Lulu was distressed, but on the surface, he could only respectfully say, "Yes." He wanted to deliberately lure the zombies over and explode with these people. But he knew that it would be futile, because the gun-wielding members of the Salvation Army behind him would shoot him to death immediately. Then get on the car and leave calmly. This kind of thing has happened before. The Salvation Army has sufficient and complete experience in disaster prevention. Lulu stared at the Walmart supermarket in front of him, and a strange state appeared in Lulu's eyes. He didn't know why, but Lulu felt that the Walmart in front of him today was a little unusual. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up!" Listening to the urging behind him, Lulu had no choice but to follow the other survivors with a very ugly face and move towards Walmart like a bereaved mother. Behind them, there were several guns pointed at them. They crossed the street carefully, and to their surprise, there was not a single zombie around the Walmart supermarket. Not even a corpse. There was just a lot of blood on the ground. They had not been attacked all the way. What was the reason? Could it be that the beasts of the Savior Army had a change of heart and set people to clean up in advance? Lulu was thinking wildly in his mind. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. He would never believe that the beasts of the Savior Army would have a change of heart and do such a thing. So, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy. Whatever, the worst that can happen is death. If I can lead a powerful zombie to those beasts before I die, I will win. Lulu gritted his teeth in his heart and walked forward with big strides. When the other team members saw the scene, they were all shocked and followed Lulu's steps as if they had found a backbone. After all, In such a helpless situation, if a big boss who looks full of confidence can appear, everyone will naturally follow his steps and think that he can lead them to survive. Soon, Lula rushed into the Walmart shopping supermarket. In the third month of the apocalypse, supermarkets have always been a gathering place for zombies. Because all the survivors wanted to collect supplies, the first thing they thought of was the supermarket. So they rushed here like crazy. After arriving here, they naturally found that this place had been occupied by zombies long ago, and thus became the food for the new round of zombies. As for why the original zombies occupied this place, naturally, they were attracted by the earlier survivors. Lula took a deep breath and walked towards Walmart nervously. He looked at the cowardly team members behind him, and his expression was complicated for a moment. Especially there was a man in his 50s, who looked about the same age as his father. Lula couldn't bear to let them walk in front of him and explore the way for him. After all, if he did that, what would be the difference between him and the beasts of the Savior Army? I'll go first. After entering, if there are any zombies, you can just run away by yourselves. Although it's dangerous every time you encounter zombies, this is also our opportunity. Many people took advantage of the chaotic situation of encountering zombies to escape from the control of the Savior Army. Lula spoke to the people behind him earnestly, and his words felt like a last will. Listening to Lula's words, others were so nervous that they didn't know what to say and could only nod randomly. As for this, Lula could only take a deep breath and dive in. But the imagined zombies did not appear. Although the interior of the supermarket was very chaotic, it seemed to have suffered a great impact. There was not a single zombie inside, not even a corpse, only blood all over the floor. Ah! When Lula saw the scene, he was greatly shocked, and didn't know what was going on. Why? Where did all the zombies go? After all, Lula had been struggling in the apocalypse for so long, and he still had some ability to investigate. He looked at the blood on the ground, and was sure that these zombies did not leave on their own initiative, but were dragged away after being killed. This, Lula felt very strange, and he looked along the bloodstains, feeling very uneasy. However, no matter how uneasy he was, his current task was to collect supplies. He only needed to make sure that there were no zombies inside, and he could go back safely. Lula breathed a sigh of relief, waved to the back, and after making sure that others had come in, he took the lead and walked at the front. At the entrance of the first floor, there are kitchen waste and bathroom supplies. If you want to get food, you still have to go upstairs. As for the fruit area, the fresh food area, etc., there is no need to look at them. It has been 3 months, and they have been broken. Unless you go to the cold storage. The situation in the cold storage is not much better. After all, there is no electricity. In this environment, Lula gradually relaxed. Maybe some superpowered person passed by here, was entangled by these zombies, and was a little irritated, and killed them all in anger? With this idea, Lula was somewhat relaxed and happy, but he was still a little cautious. After all, no one knows if a zombie will suddenly jump out from the corner. However, just when he turned the corner, suddenly a black shadow rushed over like a cheetah, covered his mouth with one hand, and quickly dragged Lula into the corner. Woo woo woo! Lula was instantly startled. Although he felt a little relieved before, his mind was still highly concentrated, but when the black shadow jumped out just now, he didn't react at all, and was directly pulled over. The mace in his hand was also broken off and taken away in an instant. He wanted to struggle, but found that the person who took him away was very strong, and he could not resist at all. Lula, don't make a sound. While struggling, Lula suddenly heard his own name. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly calmed down. Looking around, he immediately saw several fully armed elite special warfare soldiers, who looked murderous. They squatted on the ground. Their eyes were sharp and murderous. Special forces? People in the safe zone? At this moment, Lula had these two thoughts in his mind. But soon, he saw the 4 characters peace and order written on the bulletproof vest. Never heard of it. In front of him, there was a calm man in his 30s, who looked at him seriously and said to him, "Your name is Lula. You work for Fanyuan Building Materials Company under Jianshan Group. And you are a safety officer at a construction site. Right?" The man who covered his mouth gradually loosened his restraint and released him. At this moment, Lula was still a little frightened, but after hearing the correct information, he nodded seriously, It's me. Are you sent by the country to wipe out the Salvation Army? I guess so. We have cooperated with the Huching City Self-Rescue Committee. We are the Red Heart Commando of the Order Guard Company of the Peace Order Group. The calm man who questioned Lula said to Lula calmly, I am the Deputy Manager of the External Operations Department of the Order Guard Company, and also the Captain of the Red Heart Commando. My name is Wang Yong. After that, before Lula could reply, Wang Yong continued, Jianshan Group was officially merged into our company a month ago. Jianshan Group Chairman Ms. Jiang Xiaqiu is now the Vice President of the Peace Order Group. Our Chairman Meng Shumeng said that the employees of Jianshan Group are the employees of our Peace Order Group. Our company wants to ensure the safety of its employees. So we are sent to rescue you. The Salvation Army you just mentioned. Are they the ones who controlled you and made you cannon fodder before? Wang Yong said a lot of words. But Lula still understood. After all, he had gone through 9 years of compulsory education. And Lulu was not stupid. After hearing Wang Yong's words, Lula felt mixed emotions in an instant, and felt a little tearful. I'm sorry, company. I kept scolding you before. But I didn't expect you to be so friendly to workers. The Jiang family is full of bastards. Except for Jiang Xiaqiu, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. You really have a good eye for heroes. Lula thought silently in his heart. And his mood now really seemed to have won the lottery, which was a bit difficult to describe. But, that's right, those Savior Army members are worse than beasts. Lula did not hesitate, and told Wang Yong about the situation of the Savior Army. He had already carried out 4 missions in the Savior Army, so he had a relatively clear understanding of the situation of the Savior Army, and had a stronger understanding than the average cannon fodder, and was considered an elite cannon fodder, so the information he knew was more specific than the average cannon fodder. For example, he knew how the Savior Army was organized, how many people were in a team, what would happen on average each time a mission was carried out, and what the main structure of the Savior Army was. Lula spoke about these things as if he was talking about his own home, and he was familiar with them. However, he was stopped halfway through. Wait a minute. You come with us and invite the survivors outside to come over, so that they won't run around. Wang Yong raised his hand and said, although we have simply cleaned up this supermarket, there may be some omissions in some places, so as to avoid any problems. Okay. Lula suddenly realized and nodded quickly. After Lula nodded, Wang Yong suddenly made a few gestures to the other team members behind him. The other team members immediately understood and began to split into 2 teams. One team of 2 people followed Lulu to integrate the other survivors. The other team, which had 10 people, had quietly passed through the freight channel of Walmart and headed outside, deciding to launch a special operation against the Salvation Army team. We are saved. When Lulu appeared in front of the other survivors, he immediately showed a happy expression. When he was about to say something to these survivors who looked a little terrified, he heard several screams from outside. Ah! Ouch! The voice was quite loud, and even some gunshots were heard. After hearing this voice, Wang Yong's face suddenly darkened, and then he said without hesitation, Stop talking nonsense, get out quickly, get ready to get in the car and leave. The screams would attract the zombies that had not been cleared around. These zombies are not important, but to eliminate them, some means are needed. And the gunshots were fired just now, which would only cause some chain reactions. So we must leave before the zombies react. Let's see the specific situation. Their Red Heart Commando completed the mission in Shunfeng City smoothly. However, this Salvation Army frequently appeared in their information. It seems that this group of people is not a good group. We must report it. With this thought in mind, Wang Ying protected the survivors, who were used as cannon fodder by the Salvation Army, and quickly boarded the vehicle that originally belonged to the Salvation Army. Then he drove quickly. Suddenly, an armored vehicle appeared in front of them to lead the way. Roar! The zombies on the streets were awakened by the screams, and immediately ran out, but their first target was obviously the armored vehicle leading the way ahead. But a single zombie was no match for the armored vehicle, and was soon crushed by the armored vehicle, and was directly crushed into a meat paste. The survivors in the car were a little confused. They sat in the car, looking at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Lulu, wanting to know something from Lulu. But Lulu may not know more than them. He knows nothing except the company named Peace Order. In this regard, he can only hope for one thing. This Peace Order group is a more conscientious organization. It will not treat them as cannon fodder, like the Salvation Army. If it is the same as the Salvation Army, then they are just walking from one abyss to another hell. There is no difference between the two. However, the weapons and equipment of the Peace Order group are much better than those of the shitty Salvation Army. Their quality should be higher. Right? The hunting plan was a great success. In such a large area, the zombie leopard did not eat all the animals. After all, no matter how powerful the zombie leopard was, it was only one. After the initial frenzy of slaughter, the rest slowly came. After all, the zombie leopards knew that they could not kill all the fish. Meng Su was holding a mutant otter in his hand, feeling extremely satisfied. This mutant otter was obviously not mutated to the extreme. It was still a little ferocious. It kept baring its teeth and claws at Meng Su, not caring at all about the skin on the back of its neck that Meng Su had lifted. Seeing this, Meng Su frowned. You dared to be mean to me, right? So without saying anything, he took out the evolution crystal of the yak and shook it in front of the mutant otter. All of a sudden, the mutant otter's attention was attracted. Seeing this, Meng Su sneered, and without hesitation, he threw the mutant otter to Luo Xinchan, who immediately grabbed it. Meng Su looked around and found a cage that seemed to be a squirrel or a parrot in the animal world. Then he put the mutant otter in it again, and said, "You can hold the evolution crystal of the yak outside the cage to entice it, but don't give it to it. Understand?" Meng Su wanted it to see it but not eat it. Humph! Dare to be mean to me? If you were not useful to keep it, I would have turned you into an evolution crystal long ago. Meng Su had a general impression of otters. He preferred cute little animals, such as red pandas. Otters were not that cute. However, looking at the progress of the 120th task, Meng Su was somewhat satisfied. Nowadays, otters have become rare animals, so nothing is impossible. After dealing with this terrifying man-eating leopard, Meng Su had nothing else to do here. He was going back to Shunfeng Branch to deal with this otter. As for how to deal with the otters, to be honest, Meng Su has a headache. Taking the current situation of Shunfeng Branch as an example, if the otters escape, the consequences will be disastrous. Maybe we need to find an opportunity to bring them back to Hiching headquarters, and let the headquarter take care of them. Although in Meng Su's memory, the headquarter is also a stinking dog basket, but Meng Su has to admit that, with the restoration of order in Hiching City, the value of Peace Order Group is constantly rising, especially the biological laboratory, which now has all kinds of materials, and even some dangerous items are powered by electricity, lasers, and various defense methods, which can be said to be impregnable. Hiching City is just a small third or fourth tier city. But if this small third or fourth tier city can be integrated in the current environment, then the energy it can generate cannot be underestimated. In any case, it is much stronger than the current crippled first tier city Shunfeng City. If the otter is placed in Hiching, Meng Su will feel that it is perfect. However, looking at the otter struggling in the cage, Meng Su frowned. And then a murderous intent was released instantly, and his mental power began to flood the otter. The next second, the mutant otter felt as if the sky had collapsed, and fell straight into the cage. Not dead, but it was easy for Meng Su to make him unable to scream for a day or two. After all, the mutation degree of this mutant otter was not high, far from the level of zombie elephants and zombie leopards. It was more like being extremely hungry and eating a lot of zombie flesh and blood, which was almost the same as the mutant zombies of level 5 or 6. With such strength, if it encountered Meng Su, it would naturally be easily controlled by Meng Su. Go home. Meng Su waved his hand and took the lead to the corner where the Maybach was parked. Luo Xinchan said nothing, and excitedly followed Meng Su with the otter in her arms. Apparently she had some misunderstandings, thinking that the otter was to be caught and eaten. Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liu seemed somewhat happy, as if they were already very happy to follow Meng Su. They did not encounter any living creatures on the way, and the otter was able to survive in the territory of the zombie leopard, which meant that its ability to escape was also among the best. Unfortunately, he met the last conscience of Nanjiang province, Meng Su. It is destined to be unable to escape from Meng Su's palm. The Maybach started to go on the road soon, which was in sharp contrast with the ruins all around. In fact, driving among the ruins, the damage to the vehicle was also quite large. At least Meng Su's Maybach was already full of scratches. This was definitely not a problem of Jiang Xiaoqiu's poor driving skills, but the road surface. Well, there was also the reason that Jiang Xiaoqiu drove eclectically. But it was not a big problem. Driving all the way, There were no cars on the road. Jiang Xiaqiu even drove the car directly to 200, like a streak of lightning, driving directly towards the branch building. Bang! On the way, many zombies died in the collision of Maybach. Ming Su had only one comment: Jiang Xiaqiu was too kind, and could not bear to see the suffering of the world, so he sent them to reincarnate in another world in time. When approaching the building, Jiang Xiaqiu also slowed down the car, with a look of reluctance on his face. For this kind of speeding behavior, if it were in peacetime, it would be extremely inappropriate. This is an act of treating the lives of oneself, passengers and passers-by as a joke, and it must be resolutely resisted. But now, it's a little different. The passengers are all superhumans, and the passers-by are all zombie creatures. This is no joke. After the vehicle stopped steadily, Ming Su saw that in the past night, a new defense line was set up nearby, and it was isolated by barbed wire. The speed was quite fast. However, building a defense line here is not very useful. We should defend against the enemy thousands of miles away, not at our doorstep. As soon as Ming Su got off the car, an employee wearing the uniform of Jianshan Group stepped forward and said to Ming Su, "Mr. Ming, you are back." "Yes." Ming Su nodded, seeing that the other parties seemed a little awkward standing here, as if he was waiting for him on purpose. He immediately said, "Do you have any news here?" "Mr. Ming, the Red Heart Commando has brought back 39 former employees and 104 survivors during this period. It has been put into production. But they have important information about the Salvation Army." "Salvation Army?" After hearing this name, Ming Su was stunned. What is this Heba? It sounds pretty awesome. This name sounds very grand. But he looks a bit like a villain. Ming Su nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." Then he strode away. Soon, after arriving inside the company, Ming Su calmly sat in the office on the top floor, waiting for the employees' reports. Because of Ming Su's visit, Wen Yuan, Lin Yi and Wang Yong are all here at the moment. In addition, there is also a former Jianshan Group employee named Lu Le, and another captured Salvation Army military school. Luo Xinchan stood in the corner, holding the otter's cage, while Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu stood on the left and right of Ming Su, looking like left and right guardians, full of murderous intent. "I have dealt with the zombie leopard. We can go to Ziyang County now." Because of the zombie leopard, there are almost no high-level zombies in Ziyang County. It is a relatively safe area. Ming Su sat in the boss chair. His eyes were stern. He looked at Lu Le and another prisoner, and finally looked at Wang Yong, and said, "Tell me, what's the situation?" Seeing Ming Su looking at him, Wang Yong did not dare to hide anything, and immediately said, "Mr. Ming, when we were on a mission, we encountered a group of gunmen. They called themselves the Salvation Army." Wang Yong told everything he saw and said, "Regarding the Salvation Army, they have a complete range of weapons." Wang Yong relied on his agility and went to the Salvation Army camp and wandered around. He even saw tanks there. It can only be said that they are very likely to have an arsenal, but the level of their members is somewhat unsightly. It can almost be said that they have no tactics at all. It would not be out of place in the African melee environment. That is not right. With their level of weapons, they should be able to crush the African region. The leader of the Salvation Army is named Zhang Qi. He was said to be an employee of a milk tea shop before the end of the world. He was generous and had great prestige. After the end of the world, he rose rapidly and founded the Salvation Army. The number of the Salvation Army is about 3,000 formal members, and the cannon fodder survivors will probably maintain about 1,500, which is half of the formal members of the Salvation Army. The reason why cannon fodder is less than formal members is that in the current environment, cannon fodder is easy to obtain. And if there are too many cannon fodder, then once they rebel, the formal members may not be able to suppress them. I can only say that I am a bit cautious about this team. 5,000 people. This number is indeed quite strong, and it is considered to be a relatively powerful organization in the end times. And they are not only recruiting 5,000 people, but they are deliberately restraining themselves. They actually have some connections with the chosen ones. Let's talk about it. After capturing them, how should we deal with this group of Savior Army? Ming Su was very calm, and had no idea of what to do if he couldn't beat the Savior Army. Can't beat the Savior Army? Haha, how is it possible? Let's not talk about the current strength of the Peace Order group. Even if it is not strong enough, Ming Su can mobilize people. I believe Lu Song will never allow an organization like the Salvation Army to appear under his rule. Therefore, there is only one ending for the Salvation Army. The difference is whether it is destroyed by its own peace order group or by Lu Song's safe zone. Ah? Lu was a little surprised after hearing Ming Su's words. Hasn't the battle started yet? Are they already thinking about how to deal with these people after the war? This is too arrogant. Lu was dumbfounded. He looked at Wang Yong, who brought him back, and Wen Yuan, who was friendly, wanting to see what these two people thought. After hearing Ming Su's words, Wang Yong and Wen Yuan nodded at the same time, seeming to agree with Ming Su's idea. And Wang Yong said directly, Mr. Ming, I personally think that they should all be shot to serve as a warning to others. If people who do such things are not killed, how can we deter Shen Feng? Wang Yong said righteously, and they must be executed in public. The leader should be either Ling Qi or beheaded. The lawful punishment. He acted like a military general who was not good at speaking. Wen Yuan nodded seriously upon hearing this, and said, the ancients said that severe punishments should be used in troubled times. And it should be so. Why not let them build a monument to the victims of the end of the world, and then execute them in front of the victims? Ming Su heard what they said, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. You are a little too extreme. Ming Su felt a little scared. After all, according to Ming Su's own idea, he was sent to a biological laboratory to test some newly produced drugs, or to become a target of some new weapons to see the effect. He was still more gentle, and they were too extreme. Ming Su thought to himself. He was really a kind person. Chapter 268 UN Cities Million Corps Tied. Conscript the number of order guards, conduct certain combat training, must have a clean family background, no bad records, retired military personnel are preferred. After determining the handling method, under the astonished eyes of Lu and the captured Salvation Army member, Ming Su announced a new plan. For other construction, it remains the same, no need to pay attention. For the so-called Salvation Army's combat readiness, Heching will be responsible. For Shunfeng branch, it is mainly civil engineering talents. After all, Jianshan Group was transformed from an entity company, and most of the original employees were related to the entity, especially real estate. Therefore, letting them build fortifications can be regarded as a specialization. Letting them take charge of the war against the Salvation Army is possible, but it will take more time. Letting the safe zone send troops, while you use the zombie army of the Order Guard to attack, is easy and relaxed. The biggest loss, probably, is the pension paid after the zombie employees die. Even Ming Su feels that, as long as he cooperates, there is no need for the safe zone to take action. For Ming Su, the biggest role of the safe zone is actually only one, that is, to take in the survivors nearby and properly settle them. However, among the words between Lu and the captured member of the Salvation Army, there was one sentence that caught Ming Su's attention. The Salvation Army was moving eastward, and all its attention was focused on Haiyu City in the east. They wanted to directly develop in the neighboring Haiyu City and give up Shinfeng's city. This news, which seemed insignificant to Lu and the captured member of the Salvation Army, and was just mentioned casually, made Ming Su feel that the zombie tide gathering in the north was real. The storm is coming. Ming Su took a deep breath, and then looked around. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Lu, who was ignored by Ming Su, gritted his teeth and bowed to Ming Su. Mr. Ming, I want to join the Order Guard and fight for peace and order. His words were full of determination, as if he wanted to destroy the Salvation Army in his dreams. After hearing Lu Li's words, Ming Su was a little surprised. He glanced at Lu and saw that his face was ordinary, but his will moved Ming Su and made Ming Su very satisfied. Then he said, very good. Your courage is commendable. I am very pleased. Put him in the reserve cadre. Wang Yong, I will hand him over to you for training. Work hard and strive to make him a talent as soon as possible. Ming Su encouraged. Wang Yong was a little surprised when he heard Ming Su's words. Reserve cadres. It sounds like nothing special. But each reserve cadre is the captain of a certain commando team in the future, and is also a candidate to be injected with evolutionary drugs and become a superpower. Usually, some veterans with combat experience or naturally awakened superpowers are selected. I didn't expect Lu to be included in it, which really surprised Wang Yong. Lu was very happy in his heart, although he didn't know what it was. As the name suggests, his future prospects are great, definitely better than being in the Salvation Army. With this thought, Lu and Wang Yong had already left the top office and prepared to go to the training. After Lu and Wang Yong left, The captured member of the Salvation Army saw this scene and showed an expectant expression on his face. He quickly said to Ming Su, "Mr. Ming. Mr. Ming, I have long wanted to surrender. To be honest, I have always been working hard in the Salvation Army. In fact, I have always wanted to be a maintainer of order and a guardian of peace. Name, Fong Min. Occupation, thief. Murderer. Gang leader. Level 10. Level 8. Level 4. From the words and expressions, he had the exact information of the other party. After seeing the other party's information, Ming Su just laughed. Do you think this is a recycling plant? Recycling waste every day? Although I did recycle some garbage, I used some of it. But garbage can be divided into useful, decomposable and non-decomposable garbage. The one in front of me is definitely useless garbage. You want to recycle useless garbage? Get lost." Seeing this, Ming Su waved his hand in disgust and said casually, "Why is he still here? Drag him away and kill him." It seemed that he was not talking about a human being, but a bug that kept buzzing in his ear. The safe zone will conduct some labor reform on these prisoners, such as carrying zombie corpses. The peace order group does not need it, because Ming Su has a higher level of free labor, zombies. Yes. Lenny nodded on the side. And then he did it without hesitation. Under the horrified eyes of the Salvation Army members, he directly broke his neck. And then he went out neatly like dragging a dead dog, and no longer disturbed Ming Su's meeting. After Lin Yi dragged the corpse away, Ming Su looked at Wen Yuan and asked, "Where is my disciple? Are you talking about Zhang Yuqing?" Wen Yuan was surprised to hear Ming Su call Zhang Yuqing like that, and said quickly, "She is in the underground safe house. We followed your instructions, and caught a mutant zombie with relatively good strength. We let Zhang Yuqing control it to walk outside. We have been walking all night. Mr. Ming, I haven't congratulated you on accepting a disciple yet. It seems that Miss Yuqing's future prospects are limitless." While reporting his work, Wen Yuan instantly turned into a boasting party and gave a wave of praise. But this is not an outrageous boast. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zhang Yuqing does have a promising future, not to mention her identity as Ming Su's disciple. Just look at her spiritual value. If there was no Ming Su who defied the heavens, Zhang Yuqing would definitely be the best person in the current Hiching and Shunfeng areas. Ming Su heard Wen Yuan's words and shook his head. He said casually, "If she gets into trouble in the future, it would be a blessing if she doesn't report my name." Ming Su said casually, and then looked at Luo Xinchan, who was staring at the otter in the corner, as if she was thinking about how to eat it. He said immediately, "I have a great use for that otter. I will send an elite team to guard it. Don't let it run away, and don't let it cause any casualties. After the reinforcements from Hiching City arrive, I will have someone take it back to Hiching. After that," Ming Su said, "during this period, if you find any rare animals, remember to notify me, no matter if it is a zombie-like mutant animal or not. When you encounter such an animal, don't act rashly. Any animal that can withstand the zombie process is selected from thousands of people. Each one is stronger than those mutant zombies, and some are even more powerful than special zombies. Just notify me, and I will capture them alive." After hearing Ming Su's words, Wen Yuan nodded. But he was still curious, so he subconsciously asked one more question. "I understand. But Mr. Ming, what are you looking for these zombie animals for? Are you going to invest in research in the biological laboratory? Using animals for experiments is an old tradition in the laboratory. In the current apocalyptic environment, those zombie animals should be more valuable for scientific research. Each zombie animal, maybe one or even several papers can be written that are worthy of being published in the world's top journals." After hearing Wen Yuan's question, Ming Su did not hide anything, and said to Wen Yuan very honestly, "No, I want to open a zoo inside the company and sell tickets to make money. A private zoo, but it does not mean that only you can visit it. This private may mean that it is privately owned. When it is built, you can also take it out for the public to visit and collect ticket fees. It should be able to make a lot of money in a day." Ming Su thought to himself, feeling that he was a real business genius. After hearing Ming Su's words, Wen Yuan's brain was unable to wrap its head around it for a moment, and his brain suddenly crashed. "Ah? Move zoo? This?" Wen Yuan never expected that. It was the end of the world, and Mr. Ming was still going to build a zoo. For a moment, he was speechless, not knowing what to say. In this regard, Wen Yuan only wanted to say, Mr. Ming did the right thing. He should build a zoo, and tell these zombie animals who has the final say on Blue Star. Only in this way, raising the virus-infected animals in captivity, can it mean that we humans have truly defeated the virus. Listening to Wen Yuan's respectful voice, Meng Su was also a little confused. Ah? Is that so? Well, it's just a mission. Meng Su shook his head, without saying anything more, took the otter from Luo Xinchan's hand, and handed it to Wen Yuan, and said, "Take me to see the situation over there with Zhang Yuqing. Xia Qiu, Li Yao, you count the number of violent terrorist mobile teams from Shengfeng, and prepare to ambush around the Salvation Army. One team comes out, kill one team." "Yes." Qi Liyao nodded, and left immediately, while Jiang Xiaqiu looked at Luo Xinchan, who had the otter taken away, and immediately felt relieved, and followed him. "With such a stupid look, you are no match. Go back and pack up, become a younger brother, and deal with Qiu together." After Qi Liyao and Jiang Xiaqiu left, Meng Su also followed Wen Yuan and walked downstairs together. This time, Luo Xinchan did not move, which was very rare. She was very angry, and wanted to eat beef. The yak that was killed before was wasted. Roar! 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 The roars of zombies were everywhere, and waves of zombies slowly wandered on the road. They were ragged, and their faces were marked with signs of corruption, which reflected their empty eyes. Although they moved slowly, they were determined to make people feel terrified. It seems that their behavior is random. But if you look at it from a god's perspective, the direction they are moving is very obvious, and they are all moving in the same direction. From the map, it can be seen that the direction they are moving is the northern barrier of Nanjiang Province, Yiyuan City, located between a mountain range and a swamp. Among the zombies in this continuous group, there is a very special zombie, who is stretching his neck to look left and right, looking around in surprise, and is quite amazed. Wow! So many zombies. If they all rush over, unless the Monkey King comes, they will all die. Zhang Yuqing sighed in her heart. This zombie was naturally the one controlled by Zhang Yuqing. Although the delay was very high, it was enough to just move forward mechanically. These zombies were numb. Ordinary unconscious zombies. Even if I accidentally controlled the zombies and bumped into them, they would not feel anything strange, and they would not even react. Zhang Yuqing had only been on the move for one night, and she caught up with the zombie army that had set out a few days ago. The reason is very simple. Technology is the ladder of progress. The zombie controlled by Zhang Yuqing was transported all the way here in the vehicle of the Peace Order Group. After being transported to the border of Beiyuan District, Zhang Yuqing was allowed to control it. After traveling all the way, it finally met up with these zombie teams. The number of these zombies is too numerous to count with the naked eye. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of them. Zhang Yuqing doesn't know what they are doing, but just follow them. Along the way, Zhang Yuqing also felt the presence of many mutant zombies. But this is normal. After all, with such a large base, mutant zombies will always appear. Soon, from night to day, at noon, Zhang Yuqing was bored and controlled the zombies to travel more than 10 kilometers, and finally arrived at an urban area. The situation in the urban area of Yiyuan City was very bad. The streets were very scattered. Occasionally, there were a few cars parked in a mess, but no one cared. The storefronts on the street were dilapidated, and the windows were broken. The zombies were unaware of all this. They just moved mechanically, as if something was guiding them. Zhang Yuqing also controlled the zombies to follow. But when she controlled the zombies to pass this street, she immediately saw an endless zombie frenzy in front of her. Looking around, it was all heads. There were more people in the scenic area than when she went out for a holiday. There were many people in the scenic area, but at least they could move around. But there were so many zombies here that they couldn't move around, and they all stood there still. Hiss! Zhang Yuqing took a breath of cold air, feeling a little creepy. Just as she was about to control the zombies to move forward and explore what was happening in Yiyuan City, she suddenly felt a strong mental force coming, and Zhang Yuqing immediately looked in the direction of the mental force. But I only saw, in a tall building, a zombie was looking towards me. Although they were far apart, but the moment their eyes met, Zhang Yuqing immediately felt that this mental power turned into substance, and directly took away her control over the zombie. Zhang Yuqing's sight instantly became dark. Buzz! There was a ringing in her ears. Zhang Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes from the chair, and supported her forehead with her hand, feeling a headache. Fuck, what kind of damn zombie king has such a strong mental power? After she opened her eyes, she was startled, because standing in front of her was her teacher and the general manager of the branch, Wen Yuan. Seeing Zhang Yuqing like this, Meng Su directly handed over a bottle of mineral water and asked Zhang Yuqing, "How is it?" "See you, teacher." Zhang Yuqing took the water from Meng Su and said seriously, "I have checked it out. There is indeed a zombie tide in Yuan City. There are a lot of zombies. It is estimated that zombies from surrounding counties and districts are being recruited. The number is definitely more than 1 million. And I have a major discovery. In the border area, there is a zombie with terrifying mental power who is calling these ordinary zombies over. The mental power of that zombie is too strong. After just one encounter, the zombies I controlled were taken away by him." At this point, Zhang Yuqing was a little indignant. Hearing this, Meng Su frowned. The apocalypse has just entered its 4th month. And such a powerful, special spiritual zombie has appeared? Perhaps there is something else hidden in it. Huh? Meng Su exhaled, said to Zhang Yuqing, "Thank you for your hard work," and then turned to Wen Yuan and ordered, "Let Hiching City prepare quickly. The biological laboratory suspends all experimental links and strives to build a mechanized terrorist mobile team and pea shooters." Pea shooters? The more the better. Each pea shooter is equivalent to a machine gun that automatically aims and shoots. If possible, Meng Su hopes that the next stage will be a real Plants vs. Zombies. Chapter 269 Break the Turtle Shell. After confirming the zombie tide in Yuan City, the entire Shanfeng City began to take action. For 3 consecutive days, Meng Su was in command at the rear. All the survivors were temporarily requisitioned by the Peace Order Group, and began to move to the Beiyuan district of Shanfeng City in a rhythmic manner, where they set up defensive fortifications to ensure that they could stop the zombie tide from advancing. The role of these fortifications is better than nothing after all. The other side is zombies. Not modern armies, without tanks and other things, and the fortifications are not very useful for them in this regard. On the other hand, some special fortifications are very useful. That is, in some streets, various building materials, debris and other garbage are piled up to form a wall. That's right. A wall is piled up. Although the wall made of these remaining garbage looks like it will collapse after a few kicks. Most zombies will choose to take a detour if they don't see humans. Then you only need to open an entrance and let all the zombies squeeze in at one entrance. Then things will be much easier. However, the garbage wall is still a little weak. If there is enough time, it is better to use a traditional wall. Therefore, after the garbage wall on each street, a new traditional wall is still being built to ensure that the street is impassable with 2 layers of protection, so that all zombies can only squeeze together. In this way, even if there are millions of zombies, only a part of them will be faced each time. And with the continuous advance, it is easy to cause a stampede, which will be easy to deal with at that time. As for the reinforcements from Hiching City, the speed is surprisingly slow. Meng Su thought. Miracle Walker is still brushing the wild. Whether Heba will come or not. Do you really expect me to be in the front? Meng Su thought in his heart. But he didn't intervene, urging them to go to war or anything like that. After all, laymen shouldn't guide experts. In history, there were many ignorant guys who insisted on giving orders beyond their level and started micromanaging. What was the final result? I can only say that those who understand will understand. From the Qin, Han, Sui and Tang dynasties to the Tang, Song, Yuan and Ming dynasties, countless countries have been destroyed because of this. Although Meng Su is here, the company will not go bankrupt because of his chaotic command. But if the loss is heavy, Meng Su cannot escape the blame. Alas. Meng Su shook his head, took a look at the tasks for the former Jianshan Group employees, and found that only the last 7 people were left. 5 of them were in the base camp of the Salvation Army. The other 2 went farther away. Somehow, they went to Zhongliu City, west of Shifeng City. The Qixin Special Operations Commando and a terrorist mobile team have been ordered to go to Zhongliu City to bring the people back. The mission results should not disappoint Meng Su. It seems that I still need to do it myself for the remaining 5 people. Meng Su sighed. After all, the reward for this mission is particularly generous. Not to mention the 1.8 billion. Just talking about the breakthrough point of the legendary mission, Meng Su will definitely get it. In front of Meng Su, the biological researcher who came from Hiching City was reporting to Meng Su. Mr. Meng, the pea shooter has been planted to the front, and after experiments, it has been perfectly integrated into the environment. Very good, I'll trouble you in this regard. Ming-Su nodded, looked at the researcher in front of him named Su-Han, who was about 40 years old, and was extremely satisfied. If Xingfeng City sets up a research institute, you will be the first general manager. Yes, Mr. Ming. This biological researcher was neither humble nor arrogant. After all, in the peaceful era before the end of the world, he was one of the heads of a pharmaceutical company. And he was also considered a leader. What is Wen Yuan doing today? After hearing Ming-Su's words, Su-Han thought for a moment and said, General Manager Wen has been at the forefront of the project, doing engineering design. Ming-Su was very satisfied when he heard this. It can only be said that the end of the world has come, and the civil engineering people have turned over. As the largest civil engineer in Hiqing City, now that he has come to the first-class civil engineering company in Nanjiang province, he is naturally more powerful and begins to build infrastructure crazily. Moreover, the current infrastructure is different from the previous one. In the past, we worked for the boss, and we had to strive for perfection to avoid any safety accidents after living for 7 or 8 years, so the construction speed was much slower. But it is different now. Now we work for ourselves. If the project is not done well, after the zombie craze comes, everyone will die. And more importantly, the current construction does not need to strive for perfection, but it is enough to be usable. There is no need to build some very strong buildings, which will make it more troublesome to dismantle them after winning the battle. After all, these things are just temporary fortifications, and their continued existence is not conducive to development. It just needs to be usable, and not collapse for a while. Therefore, under this requirement, the construction on the front line was very fast, changing every day. In just 3 days, many streets in Beiyuan district had been closed by the Peace Order Group. Very good. Which team has been monitoring the Salvation Army recently? Ming-Su nodded approvingly, and then asked, How is the performance? Mr. Ming, I don't know much about this, Su-Han said in a low voice. After all, he was just a technical post, and these things were not his responsibility. Ming-Su suddenly understood what he said, and then he chuckled and said, Okay, you go back to work first. Keep going. I'm rooting for you. Su-Han left. After Su-Han left, Ming-Su immediately called a female employee from the former Jianshan Group Secretariat and began to ask about the situation there. Wen Yuan, Lin Yi, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu were not there, and there was only Luo Xinchan by his side. But she was stupid and dumb, and he couldn't get any information out of her. So Ming-Su could only randomly grab someone to question. The staff of the Secretariat naturally knew about this news, and immediately told Ming-Su the news. During these 3 days, the terrorist mobile team led by Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu hunted the Salvation Army. On the first day, they killed nearly 100 Salvation Army soldiers. On the second day, the Salvation Army sent a large force to sweep, but they could not find the location of Qi Liu and Jiang Xiaqiu at all. On the third day, they began to retreat. Only a few superpowers appeared to explore the surrounding situation. Then, they were killed by the terrorist mobile team again. After all, every member of the violent terrorist squad is a mutant zombie. Even those zombies, who had undergone alien transformation in the Magic City, took the evolution crystals under Ming-Su's instruction and became mutant zombies. Therefore, those superpowered people are no match for the mutant zombies, and will only become new mutant zombies, and then be recruited by Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu, and join the violent terrorist squad. The violent terrorist squad consists of 10 mutant zombies in one team. At present, Jiang Xiaqiu has added a reorganized violent terrorist squad. In this environment, the Savior Army is now silent, without any movement, and is probably still discussing countermeasures. Ming-Su nodded his head, feeling a little tricky. After all, being a coward is still difficult to deal with. Ming-Su exhaled, glanced at the blushing female secretary in front of him, and thought about it carefully. He felt that he was too restrained. Where did the omnipotent Ming-Su go? The other side wants to be a coward. Right? Then I will break the turtle shell and make him unable to be this bastard. I understand. You go to work. Ming-Su nodded slightly. As the strongest superpower in this area and even in the whole East country, is his maximum benefit to be able to roam in the tide of millions of corpses, or to confront the Savior Army head-on? No. Ming-Su was going to use his extraordinary individual abilities. He charged into the Salvation Army alone, rescued 5 people, and left calmly. He gave the Salvation Army leader Zhang Qi a little shock as an extraordinary person. With this thought in mind, Meng Su did not hesitate, stepped out directly, and immediately disappeared in the room. When Luo Xinchan, who was hiding in the corner, saw Meng Su suddenly disappear, she immediately poked her head out like a cat and looked around. He disappeared again. Luo Xinchan was very surprised by Meng Su's sudden disappearance and tried to smell the smell, wanting to see where Meng Su had gone. After all, she was also a second-level zombie stalker, whose main feature was speed. For Meng Su's unheard of speed, Luo Xinchan also wanted to learn it. If she could learn it, she would rather not eat beef. Just like that, Luo Xinchan crouched slightly, sniffed the smell around, and then directly jumped down from the 9th floor and rushed towards Meng Su. In the safe house next door, Zhang Yuqing was still lying on the chair with her eyes closed, seemingly controlling other zombies to go to Yuan City to check the current situation of the zombie tide. Meng Su chose to set off alone. After all, the fewer people there are, the more secretive their whereabouts will be. Although Meng Su is strong, he is still quite wary of some of the weapons of the Salvation Army. He is far from being as powerful as Superman in movies and TV series, and being able to ignore hot weapons. So he should be more cautious. What if he is forced to the last resort and is killed by several atomic bombs? Well, although the Salvation Army does not have atomic bombs, what if the Salvation Army is lucky enough to have a powerful missile? So it is better to be cautious. Without 98% certainty, you cannot act rashly. With this thought, Meng Su walked out of the company building very casually, took a look at the cars parked outside, drove a Wuling Hongguang, and then walked towards the camp of the Salvation Army openly. Although Meng Su was driving very fast now, he would be stupid not to drive if he had a car. Why did he have to do it when he could save effort? Meng Su said he didn't quite understand. But he still got on the Wuling Hongguang and drove away at lightning speed. The zombies around the Peace Order Shunfeng branch were naturally cleared out early. And the speed of the cleanup was very fast, because the chosen ones had been cleaned up. And this time Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu led the team personally. And there was no logistical pressure. And many zombies had been called away. So the speed of the Peace Order branch was even faster than the safe zone. And Meng Su naturally had no obstacles. However, when we left the vicinity of the branch office, there were quite a few zombies. When those zombies met Meng Su, they were all here to send him off, so there was no big impact. Not long after, Meng Su arrived near the Salvation Army camp. Under the setting sun, a military camp stood alone on the barren land. The broken walls were mottled, and the solemnity of the past could still be vaguely seen. In the camp, the metal shell of the armored vehicle reflected a cold light under the setting sun, but that light was a bit lonely and desolate. On the rusty sentry post, the shadows of the Salvation Army members were stretched out long, and their eyes were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Rows of temporary tents were built in a disorderly manner, and discarded weapons and protective equipment were scattered at the door. Intermittent radio communications came from the tents, and the conversations of the Salvation Army members. These sounds echoed in the empty camp, which seemed a bit weird. This camp was built very well. But Meng Su knew that this camp was not built by the Salvation Army, but was once part of the Shunfeng City Safety Zone. It was a place built by the Shunfeng City Safety Zone. These Salvation Army members were taking their bags and moving in. The sentry had a good view, and basically everything in front of him could be seen at a glance. But Meng Su was not a simple person. He just looked at the Savior Army member on the sentry calmly, and a golden light flashed between his eyes. In an instant, Meng Su's mental power moved towards the Savior Army member, causing the Savior Army member to feel dizzy and fall down. Bang! With a slight sound, the Savior Army on the sentry fell straight down. On the horse's back, Meng Su turned into a black shadow, and instantly came to the sentry post. He turned over and walked over without even looking at the member of the Salvation Army. Soon, a series of noisy voices came from behind Meng Su. Oh my god! What happened to you? Lao Xiao? Why did you fall down? Did you get heat stroke? It's not hot today. Are you sick? After all, it was a makeshift team. The fall of the Salvation Army member surnamed Zhao attracted the attention of everyone around him. Meng Su stepped in and walked in and out as if there was no one around. There were 5 Jianshan Group employees. 4 of them were together, and only one of them was in a strange position. Meng Su decided to find the one in the strange position first, and take the other 4 away in the last wave. In case he was exposed, he would not be implicated. Following the task panel, Meng Su saw a group of unscrupulous, sloppy, and idle Salvation Army members in front of him. Seeing this, Meng Su calmly stopped in front of them, looked at their figures, and asked casually, "Stop. I want to ask you something." After seeing Meng Su, the captain was stunned at first, then glanced at Meng Su, and immediately said angrily, "Who the hell are you? How can a miscellaneous brand appear here?" After that, he held up the butt of the gun, intending to teach Meng Su a lesson. Meng Su was very casual. Golden light flashed across his eyes. His mental power was wildly opened. He attacked all the Savior Army soldiers in front of him with overwhelming force. They immediately had a splitting headache and screamed. The next moment, Meng Su attacked directly. He grabbed the captain and asked calmly, "Can you answer my question now?" "Yes, yes." Although the captain also had a splitting headache, his heart was pounding with fear at this moment. He nodded with a pale face, "Master. What do you want to tell me? Where is this?" Meng Su didn't think much. He drew a sketch in front of him and pointed to two places and asked, "What about this place?" The captain heard this and carefully identified them. After recognizing them, he said cautiously, "The front? The front is Marshal Zhang's headquarters, and the back is the camp of the 3rd Battalion of the Miscellaneous Army." "Huh?" After hearing this, Meng Su was a little surprised. The lone one is actually in the headquarters. After saying that, Meng Su shook his head, and with a twist, he directly broke the captain's neck, and then looked at the other team members, who were given strong mental power by him. After shaking his head, he found a member of the Salvation Army, who was about the same size as himself, stripped him of his clothes, and put on his own clothes. Mental shock waves cannot be used indiscriminately, and it is already the limit to deal with this group of people. Meng Su yawned, thought about it, and took off the captain's armband again, and put it on himself. "Okay, now we can set off to the headquarters, which should save a lot of trouble." Chapter 270. These two people look normal, and they are not mentally ill. After changing their clothes, Meng Su had a smooth journey. No one stopped him, and no one dared to stop him. Anyone who blocked Meng Su's progress was killed. It seems that there is no need for a head-on confrontation. Just kill each other. If I come here every day, and come here for a few more days, won't this Salvation Army collapse on its own? Meng Su thought as he walked towards the headquarters. He felt that he seemed to have underestimated his current strength. "I miscalculated. I thought the Salvation Army was also an organization similar to the Chosen Ones. Although the members there were somewhat abstract and disliked each other, most of them were fearless and brave, mainly because surrender would cause self-destruction. Therefore, although the Chosen Ones looked very fragile, once they were united to form a truly unified organization, it would be quite a headache for Meng Su. And the Salvation Army in front of him was obviously a group of chickens and dogs who took advantage of the defeat of the local safe zone and started their business with good luck. What could they be capable of? With this thought in mind, Meng Su stepped more steadily, with a rather unscrupulous aura, and felt like Sun Wukong going to heaven for the first time. He wanted to hit anyone he saw with a stick. Under this circumstance, Meng Su was naturally unimpeded. What also puzzled Meng Su was that he could not meet anyone behind him. And he did not meet anyone even when he sent his spirit out. It was strange. With this thought in mind, Meng Su continued to move forward. Finally, after turning 2 corners, he felt a large number of figures appearing in front of him. It was not quite accurate to say that there were a large number of people. There were probably only a dozen people, but they were equipped with 3 machine guns. After Meng Su appeared, a nearly hoarse voice suddenly shouted from a person who seemed to be a team leader, "The target appears. Shoot!" His voice was a little nervous, and his eyes were full of fear. It was obvious that he had seen something a long time ago. Except for the captain. Some other members did not show any special emotions. Some seemed to be just carrying out ordinary actions, with crazy expressions, and seemed to want to shoot Meng Su in front of them into a sieve. Duh. The flames were spitting wildly, and the bullets whizzed through the air and attacked Meng Su. The smell of gunpowder and gunpowder filled the whole place, making people feel a murderous intent. The bullets whizzed in, and the sound of breaking through the air was sharp and piercing. But Meng Su remained motionless. His body seemed to be integrated with the earth, steady and unshakable. At the critical moment, he smiled gently, and a burst of momentum suddenly appeared in his body, and the whole person was like a dragon and snake awakened, and a strong power emerged from all his limbs. At the same time, Ming Su calmly pressed the button of the white briefcase. Although he was not afraid, it still hurt. In an instant, Ming Su's figure was covered by a huge exoskeleton magnetic mecha. The outer shell of the mecha reflected the cold light in the war, and each armor plate was engraved with the fine lines of future technology. What's going on? What is he wearing? Don't panic. It's just a toy for kids. Shoot him to death. The Savior Army team was in an uproar, and there was some commotion about Ming Su's change. But it was quickly suppressed, and they focused on shooting. Ding dong. Ding dong. The bullets hit Ming Su's mecha like a violent storm, making a crisp sound, just like water drops hitting some steel plates, making a crisp sound. Seeing this, Ming Su slowly raised his arm, and the magnetic mecha moved accordingly, making a low and powerful mechanical roar. Electromagnetic start. As Ming Su activated the electromagnetic function, 3 streams of metal rainstorms were like a drop in the ocean, all falling into his palm. The bullets drew silver-white arcs in the air, as if playing a relaxing piece of music for him. The current environment has been detected to be under serious attack. The electromagnetic protection function has been activated. The current energy is rapidly decreasing. Please pay attention. Ming Su ignored the machine gun bullets around him, and marched forward in the hail of bullets. The members of the Savior Army around him were stunned. There was not only horror in their eyes, but also awe and fear of Ming Su. What's going on? Are they aliens? This, what's going on? Oh my god, Carmine is here to fight. After seeing Ming Su's situation, there was a commotion within the Savior Army. When Ming Su saw this, there was no hesitation at all. The arm he raised did not fall at all. The bright and pure blue beam was rapidly condensing. The moment the electromagnetic cannon fired, the entire space seems to be solidified. The artillery cannon of the electromagnetic gun shows a deep blue. It seems to be able to devour all the light. With the gathering of energy, the surface of the cannon can start a faint blue light. That light jumps like a current, full of instability. A deafening roar broke through the silence, as if the air was trembling. A dazzling beam rushed out of the palm of Ming Su. It has an indescribable power. Cover the sky, leave a hot afterglow. That light beam is like a bouquet of lit arrows. Point directly at the sky, fast speed, blink is fleeting. Almost only in the moment, it penetrated the chest of 10 Savior members, treating the almost eye-catching blue light. Boom! After a roar, the entire temporary position has been destroyed, and the bodies of these Savior members, it can even be said to be broken, full of electromagnetic. Even the 3 machine guns have been affected by the electromagnetic cannon, and have become somewhat useless. What a pity. Ming Su felt a little sorry, after all. The 3 machine guns and the other weapons are still quite valuable. But since the exoskeleton magnetic-powered mecha has been activated, then we should attack with one go. When he thought of this, a flash of arc flashed across Ming Su's eyes hidden under the helmet. The next second, a powerful electromagnetic suddenly shot out from his palm, and Ming Su actually floated up directly, as if he flew directly, gliding towards the front. The target, directly to the headquarters of the Salvation Army. How can he be so strong? In the headquarters of the Salvation Army, the leader of the Salvation Army, Zhang Qi, looked at the content on the screen in astonishment. His eyes were full of fear, but this fear only flashed by, and immediately said in a muffled voice, "Strengthen the defense, you must intercept him, don't let him come over. Gather my troops. Take out all the rockets, don't worry about the family, just bomb him to death." Zhang Qi said sternly to the 2 guys in front of him, who looked like military advisors. These 2 guys are famous military fans, and have known Zhang Qi for a long time. But their actual combat level can only be said to be on paper. After hearing Zhang Qi's words, the 2 of them naturally did not dare to delay at all, and hurriedly continued to mobilize the surrounding troops to encircle Ming Su. Ming Su's position was somewhat unexpected. When they found him, it could be said that he was disconnected from the beginning and the end, and it was impossible to send all the members to resist. The micromanagement work carried out by Zhang Qi in a panic was very similar to sending waves after waves. After the military advisor left, Zhang Qi took a deep breath and felt a little tired. He had to focus all his energy on the military, and he couldn't be distracted. Suddenly, Zhang Qi said to the corner, "Will he really run out of energy?" There was no one in the direction he was facing. Only a pot of green plants, and some of the leaves were yellow. But after a moment, a voice came from there, "Yes." The next second, a person appeared out of thin air at the location of the leaves. Perhaps, it didn't appear out of thin air. If he had been standing there, No one would have noticed him. He seemed to have blended into the environment. Although he heard what the man said, Zhang Qi was still a little impatient. He immediately said to the man, "You clearly said that the mecha would not be a problem. I only needed to send 3 teams to kill him. Look, there are several teams. He is coming here now. If I die, you will not live. You chosen ones. Don't even think about staying in Shanfeng." Zhang Qi was full of complaints. He seemed to be threatening the man, but he looked like a threatened weasel. Extremely uneasy. "Don't worry. That is the armor given to Tian Siming by my lord. Tian Siming took this armor to Hiching to suppress the rebellion. But he died here. The armor was lost in Hiching." The man said calmly, "The place where the armor is charged is still in Shanfeng Tian Siming's residence. Tian Siming's residence is nearby. If Meng Su was charging in Tian Siming's residence, how could you not notice it? In my opinion, Meng Su's energy has been almost exhausted. Those so-called soldiers can be sent out. If one group dies, another group will be replaced. What's the big deal? 3-legged toads are hard to find. And there are not many people with 2 legs. How many people in your cannon fodder camp want to become regulars?" Listening to the man's words, Zhang Qi thought for a while and said, "Can't he recharge himself?" "Humph." The man smiled lightly and then said confidently, "My lord gave me a divine object, and Meng Su was just lucky. It's a bit difficult to drive it. How can he recharge it? Don't worry about it." Hearing this, Zhang Qi was silent for a moment and gritted his teeth. "Okay, I'll do as you say and fight." But when Zhang Qi finished speaking, he suddenly heard a roar and screams coming from outside. Bang! The flames outside the window flickered, like a strange flower, blooming to its fullest in an instant. The light shone in all directions, accompanied by flames and thick smoke, jumping wantonly and ruthlessly devouring the surrounding air. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept the surroundings. This kind of attack should kill it. Looking at the aftermath of the explosion outside, Zhang Qi was extremely satisfied. This was one of the more powerful weapons he got after the chaos in Shanfeng City's safety zone, anti-tank missiles. Just a moment ago, at least 5 missiles were launched. Although it was not launched by a missile launcher, but a rocket launcher. Its power was not low. How could my lord's sacred object be destroyed so easily? The chosen one in the corner stood up and said seriously, "Get ready for battle. His energy should be exhausted." The chosen one praised my lord very much. Okay. Although Zhang Qi did not believe in this lord, the chosen ones helped him a lot after all. So he would not refute anything in person. There were some sporadic gunshots in my ears, thick smoke filled the air, and in this smoke, there were also many members of the Salvation Army coming from all directions to join the battle. In the thick fog, the dazzling blue arcs pierced through it like lightning. The blue arc circled and danced like a dragon, full of destructive beauty, and soon there was a smell of burning in the air, mixed with gun smoke. Seeing such a horrible scene, Zhang Qi was stunned, somewhat uneasy, suppressing the fear in his heart, and said uncertainly to the chosen one beside him, "Can his energy really be consumed?" The chosen one vowed, "Don't worry, it's just the last aftermath. As long as you continue to invest in troops, you can lose at most 1/3. And then you can use up his energy." Okay. Zhang Qi nodded, quickly returned to a safe position, and continued to watch the battle. Isn't the energy going to run out? How can there still be some? Wait a little longer, soon. It's been 5 minutes, my guards are going to be wiped out. It's just the last gasp of a dying force, it will be gone soon, relax. Isn't it? Is the quality so good? About 7 minutes later, the chosen one hesitated for a moment. And in the thick smoke, the battle seemed to be over. The smoke stirred up by the explosion was dissipating. What Zhang Qi saw was an armored figure reflecting a dazzling metallic luster in the sun. And Meng Su's figure was made to look indestructible. The ruins on the battlefield seemed to tell of a fierce battle. But Meng Su's face did not show any tension or fatigue left by the battle. On the contrary, his eyes were calm and deep, as if everything was under control. The next second, Meng Su's wrist flipped slightly, and a slight click sound came from the joints of the mecha, followed by a flash of light. And the mecha on his body began to shrink rapidly and began to transform into a white briefcase again. Energy consumption 100%. Energy is insufficient. The power of the external defense system of the power armor is lost by 7% in this operation. Please repair it in time. The mechanical sound of the exoskeleton magnetic power armor came to his ears without any emotion. Meng Su shook his head, feeling that this overwhelming attack is just like this before. Ming Su was not sure about his ability. Now that he put on the armor and experienced it, the power of this ordinary missile is not bad. If he didn't wear the armor, it could cause some damage to himself, but the damage was not great. If 5 or 6 missiles were fired at the same time, he would probably be slightly injured, but after being injured, he would definitely kill everyone present. As for the more advanced thermobaric bombs, I should also have the same fate as all living beings. Damn it. Without the ability to withstand nuclear bombs, the outside world is still too dangerous for me. Ming Su clenched his fists, feeling that the outside world was full of dangers. What if 100,000 atomic bombs exploded above his head? Wouldn't he be dead without a burial place? At this moment, Ming Su suddenly heard a cheer from the 2 people in front of him. Look! Is he out of energy? Haha. He has no energy. He has always been showing off his mecha ability. Now that he has no mecha, we should be able to take him down if we go together. Hearing this, Ming Su looked up in a very strange way. Name, Zhang Qi. Name, Qi Zhangqin. These 2 people look normal. Are they not mentally ill? Who said that I have no ability if I don't wear a mecha? Ming Su shook his head, a little confused. But these 2 people came at the right time. Zhang Qi, the leader of the Salvation Army, his own assassination target, is also a level 13 mutant, probably about the same level as Lin Yi now. Qi Zhangqin, former employee of Jianshan Group, one of the company's senior executives. But how come this Qi Zhangqin is a chosen one? Bad luck, kill him. Ming Su shook his head, looked at the 2 guys who seemed to attack him, and showed a kind smile. And Zhang Qi has already started to pull out his gun. Chapter 271, 1,080 million in hand. Bang! A gunshot sounded instantly, and the bullet hit Ming Su's forehead like a gust of wind. Headshot. Zhang Qi smiled. His ability is accurate shooting. Whether it is shooting or projecting, as long as he wants to hit, he can have a 90% chance of hitting the target, and for stationary targets, the hit rate is as high as 100%. No one can survive a headshot. Even if they are superpowers, they are mortals, and a bullet can kill them on the spot. Even those superpowers with thick skin and flesh or those with abnormal recovery ability, if they are hit in such a critical part, they will definitely die. However, Zhang Qi's smile gradually disappeared. The bullet did hit Ming Su accurately. But Ming Su did not fall down. He just stood there quietly. The bullet just now seemed to have just brushed his forehead lightly. A white mark appeared on his forehead. And it was not even red. Good shooting skills. Ming Su praised, and felt that this shooting skill could be compared with his own, according to the rules of the turn-based game. Your turn is over. And now it's my turn. After that, Ming Su did not hesitate at all, and directly raised the laser pistol, without even aiming, and pulled the trigger at Zhang Qi. A laser shot out instantly, without warning, and without any time to react. The laser instantly hit Zhang Qi's head. Zhang Qi's expression froze instantly, and then a dull explosion spread in the air. Boom! Zhang Qi's body fell instantly. Blood and brains slowly spread on the cold ground. His face was full of confusion and disbelief. He had no idea why he died. Ming Su blew on the muzzle of the laser pistol, and was extremely satisfied. This gun has never let me down. Compared with the fire axe and some strange things back then, my current weapons are really getting more and more awesome. It really saves trouble. This laser gun and exoskeleton magnetic power armor can make up for the shortcomings of his lack of long-range attack means, and can make him better at long-range attacks. With this thought, Ming Su suddenly looked at the guy in front of him, and suddenly realized, sorry, I forgot there is another person here. Tell me, how do you want to die? Qi Jingqin's eyes were full of horror. He never expected that Ming Su's firepower would be so fierce. How could he have a laser pistol? How many chosen colleagues came forward to send him weapons and equipment? Could it be that my lord is the transport captain? With this thought, Qi Zhangqin felt that it was better to keep the Green Mountains, so that there would be no shortage of firewood. So he did not hesitate. And with a thump, he knelt on his knees, directly in front of Ming Su, and said to Ming Su sincerely, Boss Ming, I heard that you have inherited Jianshan Group. Welcome all old employees of Jianshan Group. I am also an old employee of Jianshan Group. I am the person in charge of the sales department. I was deceived by this son of a bitch Zhang Qi before, so I was forced to be an accomplice for a while. But I am still loyal to Jianshan Group. I am willing to join your army to make up for the mistakes I made during this period. My sincerity is known to heaven and earth. Besides, I am also a superpower. Please give me a chance. Boss Ming. Qi Zhengqin looked like he regretted his decision. Although Qi Zhengqin didn't know why Meng Su had been looking for former employees of Jianshan Group. It was appropriate. After all, he was an employee of Jianshan Group before joining the call of my lord. The other party should not know his identity. Once he sneaked into Meng Su Group, he would be able to destroy them from the inside. Just like what he did in the safe zone. Indeed. Meng Su nodded. And then came to Qi Zhengqin. And said to Qi Zhengqin, actually, I don't care about these. In our group, the capable ones are promoted, and the mediocre ones are demoted. If you have talent, come. But when I was killing people outside before, I heard you say something. That the charging equipment is in Tianhe's former residence. Where is Tianhe's former residence? Meng Su's spirit value was so strong. And the distance between the two sides was only a dozen meters. Meng Su heard it clearly. Although Meng Su had asked the biological laboratory and the mechanical laboratory to cooperate, and actually figured out a way to use power-generating dogtail grass and various technologies to charge the exoskeleton magnetic power armor. But non-original chargers still have some risks. Although it is fine for now. What if it explodes while charging in the future? So if there is an authentic charger, you still have to use an authentic charger. After hearing Meng Su's words, Qi Zhengqin's eyes froze, and he was a little stunned. So, his words were heard? Thinking of this, Qi Zhengqin did not hesitate, and jumped up from his kneeling position. He did not choose to attack Meng Su, but chose to turn around and lie down in the surrounding ruins. His ability is to blend into the environment. Although he will still be there, his presence will be greatly reduced, as if he is invisible and does not exist here at all. He did not choose to sneak attack Meng Su. After all, he is not stupid. Bullets cannot penetrate Meng Su's defense. His attack power is naturally not as good as bullets. Not to mention speed. The only thing he can show is his ability. So Qi Zhengqin chose to hide without hesitation. Oh! Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel happy. And then he said, hide? Tell me, why do you want to hide? I've already said that I won't hold you accountable. Just come out. After that, Meng Su chuckled, and without hesitation used his mental power to lock Qi Zhengqin, and immediately showed a subtle smile. There's no point in hiding here. After that, Meng Su suddenly launched a mental shock wave. Meng Su's mental power was like a real storm, sweeping in unexpectedly. Hiding in the ruins, Qi Zhengqin, feeling uneasy, only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. And then an endless pressure surged towards him. This force was invisible but extremely strong, as if it could tear the soul apart and tightly bind his consciousness in this bondage. Not good. Qi Zhengqin cried out in his heart. And the next second, his forehead was throbbing, and the pain was like a needle, coming in waves, almost swallowing him up. He didn't find me. He didn't find me. Qi Zhengqin gritted his teeth, and still had some illusions in his heart, thinking that it was just Meng Su's indiscriminate attack, and tried to resist this invasion. But his mental power was like a tide, surging, making him unable to resist. Qi Zhengqin's body was trembling invisibly, every inch of muscle, every nerve was screaming with pain. His heart was in chaos, like a small boat hit by huge waves, and it felt like it could capsize at any time. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Qi Zhengqin tried his best to hold it, not letting himself scream. Seeing this scene, Meng Su didn't know what to say for a moment. I can see you. What are you holding back? Meng Su felt a little strange, so he stopped the mental shock wave and walked straight over. Qi Zhengqin was persevering, and when he saw Meng Su's mental shock wave stop, he breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes with difficulty and tried to see the surrounding situation, but suddenly saw Meng Su walking straight towards him. Ah! Qi Zhengqin was stunned when he saw the scene, but he didn't dare to move, for fear of being discovered by Meng Su. At the same time, he was silently muttering in his heart, he can't find me. He can't find me. However, his wish did not come true. Meng Su came to him coldly, and then picked him up. No. What are you doing here? Do you think my buddy can't see you? This sentence instantly made Qi Zhengqin feel incredible, and his brain was frozen, and he couldn't think. He saw me? Why could he see me? Impossible, impossible. Qi Zhengqin just felt that this world was too complicated, and he didn't know what was going on. When Meng Su saw this, he shook his head, and then said, tell me, where is Tianhe's former residence? Impossible. Qi Xingqin's eyes instantly turned red, and he grinned, seemingly a little mentally unsound. Come and die with me. He originally pretended to surrender, in order to infiltrate the peace order group, and give Meng Su a big surprise. Now that his identity has been exposed, what's the point of hiding? After hearing his voice, Meng Su could not help but be alerted, and then, without hesitation, he turned into a hero, grabbed Qi Xingqin's 2 arms, and tore them apart with force. Instantly, a bloody rain fell from the sky. This former Jianshan group executive named Qi Xingqin disappeared here forever. In response, Meng Su's expression was a little strange, quite a bit like, "That's it?" What Qi Xingqin said before was scary. Meng Su thought he had some trump card, so he tore him apart quickly, but nothing happened. What's going on? Are you trying to scare people? Meng Su didn't quite understand, but it didn't matter. Since this guy has become a beast, it's inevitable that he should clean up his mess. Jianshan group can't keep such a person. Huh? Meng Su looked around, and saw that the headquarters had become a ruin. Then he patted his skin and continued his journey to the cannon fodder camp without hesitation. After all, the other 4 employees of Jianshan group were still there. However, based on Qi Xingqin's behavior, Meng Su also felt that the remaining 4 needed to be checked. Although they were in the cannon fodder camp, who knew if they were guards of the cannon fodder camp? If that was the case, it would be better to kill them. With this mentality, Meng Su quickly arrived at the cannon fodder camp. Perhaps because he killed people too quickly, or perhaps because the information transmission was not well developed. When Meng Su arrived at the cannon fodder camp had not received the news of the explosion of the headquarters, and was still acting as usual. After seeing Meng Su coming from afar, the several members of the Salvation Army in charge of the sentry did not dare to be careless and saluted quickly. "Hello. Sir." "Yes." Meng Su nodded. He had just made a big fuss at the Salvation Army headquarters, and killed many senior members of the Salvation Army. So he changed his armband. I didn't expect that this armband was quite effective. Seeing this, Meng Su casually said, "Password." After hearing Meng Su's password, the 2 sentinels were stunned. They were a little puzzled as to why this was being done today. Didn't these officers treat this as nothing? However, although they thought so in their hearts, one of them immediately said flatteringly, "Happiness as vast as the East Sea." After that, another sentry immediately said, "Reply to the order." "I don't know. Is it a long life?" Meng Su answered very honestly. He was about to reach out and press the 2 sentinels to death, and then use happiness as vast as the East Sea. When he used this command to test other people, he suddenly saw the 2 sentinels flatteringly, "Sir, you remembered it wrong. The reply order is to eat melon tonight." "Which idiot set the reply order?" Meng Su chuckled, and then said, "I need to find a few people now. Gao Xian, Hao Fan, Sui Zhenyang, Wang Jiadao. They are here, right? They are all former employees of Jianshan Group." One of the sentinels did not dare to answer the previous question, but in response to the latter inquiry, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. I will go find them now." After that, he went straight ahead, leaving only the other sentry to serve Meng Su. As for Meng Su being an imposter, the 2 sentinels had never thought about this. After all, Meng Su had come here in a swaggering manner. Apart from being covered in blood, there was nothing suspicious about him. And there was no warning. How could such an imposter appear in our Salvation Army? Faced with such a cooperative sentinel, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Although he could also charge in, there were too many people here. If he charged in and caused chaos, it would be bad if a few people died. If there is a murderer among these 4, it doesn't matter. If the dead person has a clean family background, then I will deduct money. Since I am regarded as a superior, then I will exercise the authority of a superior. Meng Su felt at ease. About 10 minutes later, 4 figures were brought out. 3 of them looked skinny, and only one was well-dressed and looked well-fed. As soon as he arrived, the guy who looked well-fed and well-clothed came forward and took the initiative to talk to Meng Su and approached him. "Hello, sir. I am Sui Zhenyang, the warden of the 3rd prison area of the pig camp. I feel a little strange to see you. Are you the new superpower? What is your name?" "Meng Su," Meng Su said calmly, after taking a look with his observing words and expressions. He stretched out his hand and directly pinched Sui Zhenyang's neck. With a little force, he directly broke his neck. "You are very disappointing." Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Sui Zhenyang didn't know what crime he had committed. The smile on his face had not disappeared. After killing this man, Meng Su ignored the two surprised sentinels, but looked at the other three people with terrified expressions, and said calmly, "I am the head of the peace order group. My name is Meng Su. My partner is Jian Xiaqiu. She handed over Jianshan Group to me a few days ago. So you are all my employees now. Understand?" After that, in front of Meng Su, small gilded characters appeared. "Congratulations, Meng Su. With your own efforts, you have successfully made all the Shunfeng employees of Jianshan Group come to your command. And your strength has greatly increased. You have obtained the available funds of Jianshan Group, credit points plus 1.08 billion. The road to legend has been completed. You have given countless courage. Is this Meng Su's strength? This is too strong. Who can tell you from Einstein now? The second stage of the road to legend is completed, and the third stage will start in 14 days. Obtain stage mission rewards. Breakthrough points plus 2, credit points plus 30 million, anti-gravity device research blueprint X1, legendary talent search card X1. Current total credit points, 1.17359 billion. Seeing this, Meng Su was overjoyed. Mission completed, take off. Own assets, more than 1 billion. Chapter 272 What? Single-handedly destroyed the Salvation Army? 1 billion. 1 billion. You can't spend it all in your lifetime. Meng Su hummed a line softly, and his mood was naturally very good. Facing Meng Su like this, the other three employees from Jianshan Group looked at each other, feeling a little nervous and terrified. What's going on? What kind of doomsday monster is this? Why did he call us over? Why did he kill Sui Zhenyang in front of us? The two guards were also caught off guard. They looked at Sui Zhenyang, whose neck was broken, and then looked at Meng Su, who was in a very good mood and humming a little song. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. The sentry who went to report the four people asked Meng Su cautiously, "Captain, sir, what are you doing?" "Oh, yes, I forgot about you too. Sorry." Meng Su remembered when he saw him, and then he slapped out with a palm, with great force and power. Before the sentry could react, he had already smashed his head with a palm, sending his soul back to his hometown. "Ah!" The other sentry was so scared that he quickly pulled the trigger at Meng Su. There was only a gunshot, and the bullet hit Meng Su's body, as if it hit something steel, and was directly bounced to the side. And Meng Su walked over very calmly, and slapped him again, killing him directly. Meng Su's current strength is not an exaggeration to call him a little Superman. However, according to the situation, his current level is only at the stage of exploding the street, and he doesn't know when he can explode the star. Meng Su thought in his heart. In his opinion, his extraordinary road is far away. It is estimated that by the time he can really achieve physical explosion, the Peace Order group will have developed into a star destroyer. Okay, follow me. Forget it. Let's stay here. There are too many people in the Salvation Army cannon fodder camp. If we leave it alone, there may be some trouble. Meng Su muttered to himself, and changed his previous idea of taking the three away. Wang Jiadao, Gao Xian, Hao Fan. I will temporarily appoint the three of you as disaster relief specialists, responsible for integrating this cannon fodder camp. And don't make any mistakes. In the blink of an eye, these three former Jianshan Group employees have been promoted to disaster relief specialists. Although I don't know what level this position is, but it seems to be inexplicably safe? The three thought. Take me to see where the Salvation Army members guarding this cannon fodder camp are. Soon, Meng Su's voice appeared in their ears. After thinking of Sui Zhenyang's fate, the three hurriedly nodded and bowed, and immediately took Meng Su inside, and walked towards the cannon fodder camp excitedly. There are two main reasons why they did this. On the one hand, it was because they were afraid of Meng Su. On the other hand, we can take revenge. They were in the cannon fodder camp before, and their lives were not human. Now they can be proud of themselves, and fight back by taking advantage of others' power. Naturally, they are a little impatient. Hello. Sir, enemy attack, enemy attack. Quickly notify the headquarters. The headquarters can't be contacted. The whole cannon fodder camp was in chaos, all in chaos. Meng Su's existence was like that countryman. Where he saw someone, he would wave his hand casually to let the other person go back, or he would directly pull the trigger of the laser pistol, and shoot a laser to cut the person in half. No one knows what Meng Su's killing principle is. It seems that he just kills people at will. Beside him, there are 3 people who seem to be from the cannon fodder camp. They are like lackeys, leading the way for Meng Su. However, gradually, the general members of the cannon fodder camp also found that most of those killed by Meng Su were members of the Salvation Army, who were originally guarding them, and only some were the cannon fodder of their cannon fodder camp. Moreover, those cannon fodder killed by Meng Su were all notorious people with bad reputations. They were very arrogant on weekdays, and many of them even had killed people before entering the cannon fodder camp. In this way, this person seems to have the power to distinguish good from evil, so he did this, suppressed everything. The cannon fodder camp was in chaos for about half an hour, and was soon calmed down by Meng Su. After calming down the riot in the cannon fodder camp, Meng Su immediately began to temporarily appoint leaders, let them temporarily lead the cannon fodder camp, station there, and distribute food, and appease these people. As for Meng Su himself, he wanted to take advantage of this time, go out and kill a few more middle and high-level members of the Salvation Army, try to make the Salvation Army even more leaderless, and have no idea what happened. Also, use this opportunity to capture a few zombies, and make them our own, then let them go back to deliver the letter, and quickly come to take over the Savior Army. With this idea in mind, Meng Su once again rushed into the chaotic Savior Army, and launched a killing operation. Trucks loaded with supplies came in from the south one after another, driving into the area of Shumfeng City, and the soldiers with live ammunition were also ready to go, riding military vehicles to Shumfeng City, preparing to garrison. The rescuers sent this time were the First Corps under the Nanjiang Province Self-Rescue Committee, the elite among the elite. All of them were old soldiers who had trained day and night in peacetime, and participated in combat missions many times after the end of the world, and there was not a single new soldier recruited after the end of the world. The original plan was for 500 people, but now 3,000 people came at once, and the speed was very fast. The results were discussed almost last night, and the people arrived in Shumfeng City this afternoon. In addition to the 3,000 good guys from the army, the Nanjiang Province Self-Rescue Committee also sent more than 500 support personnel. These 500 people did not participate in the battle, but were responsible for logistics construction. The Nanjiang Province Self-Rescue Committee, that is, the Heching City Safety Zone. Originally, they claimed to be the Heching City Self-Rescue Committee. Now that all 9 cities in Nanjiang Province have fallen, only Heching City has saved itself. So Lu Song believes that he can also bear the name of the Nanjiang Province Self-Rescue Committee. Welcome, welcome. When Yuan dressed up to entertain the distinguished guests from afar, with a bright smile on his face. After all, for Wen Yuan, the appearance of the safe zone meant that the pressure on his shoulders could be reduced a lot. Originally, Chairman Meng Su was supposed to meet them, but Chairman Meng went out for a crazy time again and lost contact. So Wen Yuan could only entertain the guests from the safe zone temporarily. However, these people in the safe zone naturally knew Meng Su, so they were not surprised that Meng Su did not come. On the contrary, they thought Meng Su was a man who could do great things. In a critical moment, why do we still have to do all this mess? The most important thing is to invest in construction as soon as possible. If there are really millions of zombies, once we can't resist them, we'll all be finished. Mr. Meng Su is indeed worthy of being the world's #1 extraordinary person, the chairman of the strongest company, and we admire him. Song Yufan, deputy representative of the Nanjiang Provincial Self-Rescue Committee in Shumfeng City, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He never expected that the crazy-looking Mr. Meng he met a few months ago could now achieve such a feat. He is really strong. Thinking of this, Song Yufan didn't know for a moment whether his decision to go to the safe zone was correct. If he had followed Meng Su to establish the peace order group, it would seem to be easier. This thought flashed through Song Yufan's mind. But soon Song Yufan's thoughts became firm, and he didn't continue to think about this problem. Whether he was in the safe zone or the peace order group, he was working hard to restore the peaceful order. It's the same everywhere, so there is no need to think so much. There are advantages to the peace order group, and there are advantages to the safe zone. The path you choose should be as fast as an arrow, and you should never look back. So, Song Yufan calmed down immediately, and then asked the amiable Wen Yuan in front of him in a serious manner, "Thank you, General Manager 1. I will contact you about the resettlement of the disaster victims. But what we want to know now is, where is the location of the Salvation Army?" They had naturally heard of the Salvation Army when the Shafeng City Safety Zone fell. The last piece of news was about the Salvation Army. The reason why the Savior Army was not dealt with before was because they were farther away from Shunfeng City, and the chosen ones in Wuyang City were causing quite a stir. So the more serious of the two evils should be dealt with first. As for the Savior Army, we can only deal with it after dealing with the Wuyang City issue. However, who would have thought that a Yuan City would actually have such a strong zombie tide? So their defense focus shifted northward and came here to defend. However, since they are here, they naturally have to greet the Savior Army here. 3,000 people are just the vanguard. The final result of the discussion in the safe zone is, within a week, the entire First Corps will be dispatched. The number of people reaches more than 20,000. They will defeat the Savior Army in one fell swoop and resist the zombies. Of course, the most difficult is the Savior Army. Although the zombies are numerous, most of them are ordinary zombies without thinking, without tactics, and lack of long-range attack methods. Carbon-based creatures, flesh and blood, can they defeat missiles? But the Savior Army is different. Although the Savior Army is small in number, they also got the legacy of the Shunfeng City safe zone. In other words, they also have missiles. After hearing Song Yufan's question, Wen Yuan naturally had no objection. When he was about to tell the whole situation, he suddenly saw an employee coming hurriedly and said to Wen Yuan, "General Manager, we met Chairman Ming's messenger on the road, and he brought back a letter with Chairman Ming's signature and exclusive seal. The paper material is also in line with Chairman Ming's habits." After hearing the employee's words, Wen Yuan immediately took the letter and carefully checked it. Wen Yuan confirmed once again that everything was correct before checking the contents. Although Song Yufan and the other officials sent by the Security Zone Committee were somewhat curious, they could only suppress their curiosity and wait for the result. When Wen Yuan saw the letter, his first reaction was shock, because the contents of the letter made Wen Yuan unbelievable. There was only one sentence on it. "The Salvation Army has been destroyed. Come and take over quickly." This simple sentence made Wen Yuan feel a little shocked. But soon, Wen Yuan reacted and showed an expression that should be so. Yes, this is the chairman's move, so it should be gentle and relaxed. With this thought, Wen Yuan adjusted his mentality, looked up at Song Yufan, who was waiting for news in front of him, and couldn't help but smile gently, and said to Song Yufan, "It just so happens that the order sent by the messenger sent by Director Ming has arrived, which is about the Salvation Army." Song Yufan listened carefully after hearing this. "Please speak." Ming Su is the world's #1 extraordinary person, and the information he has found out is definitely top-notch and useful. Seeing Song Yufan's serious look, Wen Yuan immediately said, "Director Ming said that he has eliminated the Salvation Army. Let us take over quickly." Song Yufan? Other Hiching City Security Zone officials present? Ah? Did I hear it wrong just now? Eliminated the Salvation Army? For a moment, Song Yufan was a little stunned. The Salvation Army, but has more than 3,000 members, and according to the information they had obtained in the telegram before, the Salvation Army has tanks, missile tubes, and other weapons, and almost all of these 3,000 people are equipped with guns. This configuration, even if you look at the whole country, it is a first-line force, not to mention that they have a lot of superpower teams. Such a powerful gathering place of Doomsday scum was actually wiped out by Ming Su? Song Yufan still couldn't believe it, and then subconsciously said, did the violent terrorist mobile team also take action? I don't know how many people Mr. Ming brought with him, and what were the casualties. No. Wen Yuan shook his head, and said calmly, except for the 2 teams of 20 people who monitored the entry and exit of the Salvation Army, Chairman Ming went out alone this time. Ming Su, did he single-handedly wipe out the entire Salvation Army? As soon as this news came out, Song Yufan couldn't sit still. He felt that Wen Yuan was joking. But Wen Yuan had no time to joke with Song Yufan. He paused, and then said to the members of the safe zone present very seriously, "It just so happens that the equipment of the Salvation Army is complete. If you don't mind, you can choose to station there. We will fight a combination of punches in the east and the west, and clean up all the zombies in Shunfeng City as quickly as possible, so that Shunfeng City will become more harmonious. This will be more conducive to mobilizing resources to resist the zombie tide in a Yuan City. The most important thing now is the zombie tide in a Yuan City." Mr. Ming's disciples. Miss Jing is now constantly gathering intelligence. According to our current intelligence, the zombie tide will break out in a month at the earliest, and in 3 months at the latest. We don't have much time. Hearing Wen Yuan's words, Song Yufan also became serious, and then nodded and said, "Okay, we will set off now. Shangfeng City cannot be destroyed so wantonly. Our offensive against Wuyang City has turned from offense to defense," General Liu said. "Next we will go north with all our strength, and open up the Xingfenghicheng area as soon as possible, and completely conquer Shangfeng and the two cities of Zhangde." Chapter 273, dealing with a mess, sudden change. After the news was notified, Meng Su named everyone one by one, making the Salvation Army a mess. In itself, the Salvation Army was not a whole, and no one was willing to obey anyone else, but there was Zhang Qi, who was the leader of the group, forcing everyone to unite together. Now Zhang Qi could not be contacted, mostly he was dead, so naturally no one was willing to obey anyone else, and a big internal melee started. And some high-level people wanted to take the opportunity to take the team away, and find a safe place in the countryside to rule the country. After all, in the environment of the outbreak of the zombie virus and the end of the world, it is better to live a self-sufficient life in the countryside than to live in fear in the big city. However, their idea is just a luxury. It is not easy for someone to gather all the scum in Shangfeng City together. How could Meng Su allow them to leave like this? So without any hesitation, anyone who wanted to leave was killed by Meng Su one by one. Meng Su was cold and ruthless, just like a primary school student who had turned evil. He was completely crazy. Facing Meng Su, who had such great power, the cannon fodder imprisoned here were extremely excited, especially the 3 employees of Jianshan Group, who felt a little dreamy. What's going on? We are the slaves who have risen from the dead and are singing? We don't have to be cannon fodder anymore? No. The cannon fodder with clearer ideas are very alert, thinking that this may be a major force's conquest of the Salvation Army. If they can't do anything, they will definitely become another type of cannon fodder in the new force. So, they have unpredictable thoughts in their minds. Some of them are eager to try, and intend to show their value to Meng Su. But for Meng Su, it doesn't matter. What he really cared about was the geniuses in the Salvation Army. But after watching for a long time, he found that the Salvation Army was not ambitious, and did not develop talents at all, and did not even care about them. This made Meng Su speechless. So he could only patrol the cannon fodder camp to find talents, who were used as cannon fodder. More than 1,000 cannon fodders. It should be possible to pick one out of 1,000, and select a few who can contribute to the company. Right? Meng Su thought in his heart. In the cannon fodder camp, Hu Jiqing felt a little complicated. He huddled in a corner and watched the situation outside with cold eyes. Although he didn't say a word, he was still quite concerned about the comments outside. Listening to the outside news about Meng Su, Hu Jiqing was thinking about what would happen next. In recent months, Hu Jiqing has indeed experienced dramatic changes again and again. Zombie crisis, rescue from the safe zone, destruction of the safe zone, establishment of the Salvation Army, demise of the Salvation Army. Hu Jiqing has experienced all these things. In fact, he is the director of the respiratory department of Shangfeng First Hospital. Shangfeng First Hospital is a well-known hospital in the country. He is also an academician of the Academy of Engineering, specializing in respiratory medicine and critical care medicine. He has rich clinical experience and a deep theoretical foundation. On the first day of the apocalypse, he was picked up by Shangfeng Safe Zone to preside over vaccine research. Shangfeng Safe Zone also planned to escort him to the imperial capital to gather the talents of the whole country to develop a zombie virus vaccine as soon as possible. However, the idea was good, but unfortunately, the person in charge of Jianshan Group named Jiang Jing turned against them, and Shangfeng Safety Zone was destroyed. Hu Jiqing also hid in the chaos, and was forced to enter the cannon fodder camp of the Salvation Army. Fortunately, he performed 2 missions without dying. When he was about to perform the 3rd time, he encountered the scene of the destruction of the Salvation Army. However, Hu Jiqing did not go straight over, wanting to express his identity to the new force that destroyed the Salvation Army. When the safety zone was destroyed, he also wanted to reveal his identity in this way, and make a living in the Salvation Army. At least, he would not be a cannon fodder and die. But when he saw a well-known biologist in the circle go to the leader of the Salvation Army, Zhang Qi, to reveal his identity, he was tortured to death by Zhang Qi with a grin, and declared that the Salvation Army did not need such a person. From then on, Hu Jiqing did not dare to reveal his identity casually. Hu Jiqing felt vaguely that these people seemed to be searching for some biological and medical people, and put them to death. This situation naturally made Hu Jiqing very cautious. Especially this Mr. Ming Shuman claimed to be the successor of Jianshan Group. And the 3 officers he appointed were all former employees of Jianshan Group. Ordinary survivors do not know how Jianshan Group fell. But it does not mean that he does not know. Let's just wait and see the situation, Hu Jiqing thought to himself. But just when Hu Jiqing decided to wait for the situation to become clear, he suddenly saw someone trying to gather them together, which instantly made Hu Jiqing uneasy. Soon, the cannon fodder of the cannon fodder camp were gathered together on the square, where the Salvation Army once commanded and assigned tasks. Meng Su stood on the stage, looking at the dense crowd, and it was a little hard to tell what was going on. However, according to the management, he still had to say some polite words. Next is the first collective recruitment of you by our peace order group. If there are those with excellent professional abilities, you can. Meng Su talked freely on the stage. But Hu Jiqing stood in the last few rows, and could not see Meng Su's figure at all. He could only see a small dot moving on the stage, which seemed to be saying something. But he could not hear a word. The voices passed down from the stage one by one, like ripples, and soon reached Hu Jiqing's ears. Although the words were not Meng Su's original sentences, the meaning was the same. Peace order group? Sincerely recruiting talents? After hearing this, Hu Jiqing was a little hesitant. If he had heard this before entering the Salvation Army's cannon fodder camp, he would have stepped out. But now he is much more cautious. After all, no one knows what will happen next. And no one has heard of the name Peace Order. Chairman Meng said that he came from Heqing, and he has already made an agreement with the security zone. The Heqing security zone will send someone to take over as soon. If you don't apply for the Peace Order group, don't worry about being left behind. Someone from the Heqing security zone will take us away. Really? The security zone. To be honest, I'm a little scared of the security zone now. After all, we had our last incident in the security zone. And there have been so many things going on inside the security zone. It doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is death. We are cannon fodder in this shitty army. Even if we move to another place to continue being cannon fodder, we can still enjoy a few days of peace. In response to Meng Su's words, the cannon fodder camp below had a heated discussion. In response to Meng Su's words, everyone was eager to move, and many brave people came up to sign up. As a result, Meng Su screened them one by one. Most of them did not meet Meng Su's recruitment standards. Only a few of them made Meng Su reluctantly satisfied and were recruited. But Meng Su did not believe that there were only so many talents here. So without hesitation, Meng Su selected 20 people in a row, and then stepped out one by one, and began to select them. To be honest, this sense of déjà vu was a bit strong. But Meng Su didn't care. Of course, they could refuse after being selected. But Meng Su believed that they would not refuse. Therefore, under Meng Su's fire eyes and golden pupils, anyone with a professional level of more than 15 was selected. As for scientific research practitioners, those above level 10 would be selected by Meng Su, no matter what profession. Even if it is a salesperson, a level of 15 is already a top salesperson. And the Peace Order group also needs such talents. However, talents above level 15 are still a bit rare. After searching for a long time, Meng Su only transferred 3 people. One is a tailor, one is a barber, and the other is a teacher. Although it seems that they have nothing to do with scientific research, these professions are closely related to life, and are also needed by the group. After all, the group is not only about scientific research, but also about life. Just like this, Meng Su looked at each batch of members casually, and thought that it would be like this, but he didn't expect that when the last 3 batches came, he encountered a big surprise. Name, Hu Jiqing. Occupation, respiratory disease expert, doctor, biologist. Level 25, level 19, level 20. Looking at this line of handwriting, Meng Su's eyes lit up. Oh my god, level 25. The last person to reach level 25 was Hu Guangqing, an expert in mechanical dynamics. Why are all of you so hardworking and studious? Meng Su was very satisfied, and his eyes looking at Hu Jiqing were full of passion. Hu Jiqing was relatively young, only in his early 40s, and after seeing Meng Su's eyes, he felt a chill, and was quite frightened. What did he want to do? Hu Jiqing was startled, and just when Hu Jiqing wanted to say something, Meng Su, who was originally sitting on the high platform, suddenly stood up and looked back, and a strong aura was released. The strong aura immediately spread around, And Hu Jiqing, who was about to speak, trembled in his heart. This powerful momentum, full of murderous intent, in Hu Jiqing's eyes, was like a large number of bloodthirsty zombies appeared in front of him, one after another, like a tide. It was really terrifying. Hu Jiqing took a breath of cold air, and just when he was about to say it was so terrifying, he heard someone talking next to him. Ming. Mr. Ming, what's wrong with you? Someone is coming. Ming Su shook his head, and then laughed softly. I thought it was an opponent or enemy, but I didn't expect it to be a safe zone army. It came very quickly. Hearing Ming Su's words, everyone present was stunned. Safe zone? This strange yet familiar name made everyone a little dazed. Although Ming Su had mentioned him in his speech just now, the safe zone appeared again, still making everyone feel as if they were in another world. Okay. Ming Su shook his head and said casually, Hu Jiqing, medical scientist, I will give you a separate medical laboratory. You can choose to follow me. After that, Ming Su stood up and did not say anything else to Hu Jiqing, but his eyes were sharp and energetic. Now that the safe zone is here, I can relax. Next, I can use the 2 breakthrough points together, so that my physical strength can break through 36 points. When Hu Jiqing saw this, he didn't know what to say for a moment, but after pondering for a moment, he seemed to think of something, and was stunned. How did he know his name? Could it be that he had known me for a long time? Thinking of this, Hu Jiqing felt that there was really no need for him to hide, and with the name of the safe zone appearing, Hu Jiqing felt that he might be able to tell the chairman Ming Shumeng in front of him about the matter. About the zombie virus. Shanfeng City has a first-class virus research laboratory in China. After the end of the world, Hu Jiqing naturally worked there for a while. He has his own theory about zombie viruses and vaccine development. Everything will have to wait until he sees the army in the safe zone. Beiyuan District, the peace order group is mobilizing. Planting here, it's good. An employee in work clothes planted a pea shooter on a street with a wide view in Beiyuan District. He couldn't help but sigh that he had chosen a good location, and at the same time he was a little confused. Planting this weird thing, is it really useful? He felt very strange about these strange peas, and didn't know what they were for. He is a local employee of Shanfeng, and has never seen a pea shooter, or rather, the pea shooters he has seen don't look like this. He looked up, and saw trucks appearing one after another in front of him. Many old employees from Heching began to carry pots of peas. Their faces were full of confidence, which made him very confused. What is the use of this thing? Why do General Manager 1 and Deputy General Manager Lin look like they are sure of victory? Not only him, but many local employees in Shanfeng City think it is a bit outrageous. Although they have heard about the pea shooter, no one thinks it is true. After all, pea shooter is just a game. How can it be real? If anyone really believes it, it will only add to the jokes. But it doesn't matter to him. After all, being able to find such a job in the end of the world is already a good thing for him. But just when he was about to move the next pot of flowers, he suddenly heard an urgent horn in the distance. Buzz! The sudden loud horn startled everyone present. And then a hurried voice was heard. Quickly set up the defense line. The entire Beiyuan district was in a panic, and many order guards in combat uniforms came and went in a hurry, as if something big had happened. Seeing this, the employee who was carrying the pea shooter could not help but look at each other with the people next to him. What happened? Is there a zombie attack? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, the pea shooter he had just planted straightened his lazy waist and became wild and dangerous. Employee. So there really is a pea shooter? Chapter 274, Pea Shooter vs. Miss Zombies. Wait. At this moment, some people have heard the familiar BGM of Plants vs. Zombies. What happened? Why are all the emergency alarms going off? I don't know. I really don't know. There should be a large number of zombies coming. Let's go first. Go to the shelter first. Accompanied by the sound of the bustling crowd, everyone went to the shelter to avoid the enemies that might come. As for the frontline management, Lin Wen Yuan's expression was particularly serious. Wen Yuan had returned to the company building earlier, entertained guests from the safe zone, and naturally came back with the assistant sent by the head office. But he did not expect that as soon as he returned, he encountered a piece of news that shocked him. The scouts ahead have observed a large number of zombies rushing towards Shanfeng City. Has the zombie tide started in advance? Wen Yuan smacked his lips and couldn't believe he had heard such a news. How could this happen? Yuqing didn't send back any news about the movement of the zombie tide in Yiyuan City. I have sent a message to all the personnel in the rear, and also collected further evidence from Zhang Yiqing. Lenny took a deep breath, and his expression seemed a little nervous. If it is really a zombie tide, then we must stop them here to buy time for the follow-up. With their current fortifications, if there is really a zombie tide of 1 million, Lenny doesn't think he can stop the zombies here, but he can still delay for a while, so that the rear can make adequate preparations. In this way, it will be enough. Yes. Wen Yuan's heart sank, and he nodded solemnly, and then asked, how far is the corpse tide? About 15 kilometers, Lenny said. After hearing Lenny's words, Wen Yuan couldn't help but feel speechless. 15 kilometers. Then why are you in a hurry to evacuate and stay? Using this time, I think we should arrange all the pea shooters, and at the same time organize all the current armed forces to carry out a strong resistance. 15 kilometers? For a car, it is only a matter of 20 minutes, or even 10 minutes. But for the huge zombie tide, it would take at least 40 minutes to arrive. After all, the zombies in the zombie tide are tireless energy machines. As long as they can run to death, they will run to death. During this period of time, every second counts. Soon, Wen Yuan began to command the work, mainly commanding the temporary digging of traps. After all, he did not understand military affairs, so he could only entrust it to a team leader commander of the order guard and the officer in the safe zone. Soon, all the arrangements were almost done, and Wen Yuan was a little nervous. He took a deep breath, looked around, and said, all the pea shooters are ready. But unfortunately, the incident happened in a hurry, and there are only more than 100 pea shooters. However, more than 70 members of the terrorist mobile team are already in place. In addition, there are 300 people in the safe zone and 50 people in our 5 special operations teams. The Red Heart Commando is also coming here. Next, everything depends on how long we can hold on. Lenny also nodded seriously. His ability to avoid disasters told him that danger was coming. This danger is getting closer and closer. Lenny took a deep breath, tightly grasped a submachine gun, and looked at the guard. He quickly moved forward with the other soldiers who were guarding the order. He came to the front passage and looked at the scene in front of him. He was a little afraid. What surprised Lenny was that a thick fog rose in front of him. A cold breath kept seeping out of the thick fog, which gave people a chilling feeling. It was as if something terrible was approaching. What the hell? How could there be fog in the middle of the day? It was normal in the morning. Lenny was shocked, and the people around him were also in an uproar. If there is fog, how should they shoot? Although modern technology allows soldiers to aim and shoot in extreme environments, it requires preparation in advance, and even so, visibility will be greatly reduced. Damn it! Wen Yuan's face darkened, and he wanted to get some blowers to blow away the fog. Roar! Roar! In the thick fog, there were faint and creepy roars, which made everyone feel very familiar, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. It seemed to be far away, but because of the heavy fog, no one could figure out where the zombies had gone, so they had no idea whether they had reached the range. Would random shooting arouse the zombies' alert frenzy, wasting bullets and detonating the zombie tide in advance? Lenny asked in a low voice. What should we do? The military commander of the safe zone beside Lenny was also a little nervous when he heard this, and said, General Manager Lin, I think, beep beep beep. Before the military commander finished speaking, he heard a strange sound echoing around him. This sound was very strange, unheard of, unseen. What sound? For a moment, Lin Yi and the military commander were both stunned, looking around for the source of the sound. Soon, everyone found out where the sound came from. Is it the pea shooter? Many people have heard the sound of the pea shooter in Hiching City before, but this time, the sound was different from before. This time more than 100 pea shooters fired peas at the same time, and the speed was very fast. Even the peas felt a kind of excitement that seemed to be bloodthirsty. The pea shooter has started to spray. Toot, toot, toot. The heavy spitting sound of the pea shooter sounded. Pea bullets poured out like a rainstorm, cutting through the fog, shooting at the possible zombies in the fog. The fog was diffused like a ghost. Peas drew sharp arcs in the air. No one could see what was in the fog and what happened. But after the peas were shot, the sound like fireworks proved this point, and the zombies hit in the fog seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. Their bodies instantly lost balance and fell on the wet soil, making a dull sound. Those who were lucky enough not to be hit still dragged their heavy bodies, struggled desperately towards the direction of the pea shooter, and they let out low and terrifying groans from the depths of their throats. The pea shooter kept spitting out peas, and became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and the peas he spit out seemed to be endless. Roar! The roar in the thick fog became more and more obvious, and at this moment, when Yuan immediately made a decision, and said to the people around him, "In the open area, the range of the pea shooter is about 500 meters, the enemy is approaching, get ready to shoot." Accompanied by Yuan's confirmation, soon, heavy artillery bombarded. Boom boom! The shells drew a twisted trajectory in the air, and rushed into the crowd of zombies, whose number could not be seen clearly in the thick fog, which was a desperate roar, and a symphony of death. With a roar, the fire instantly engulfed everything. The thick fog was instantly dyed red, the shock wave of the explosion made the surrounding air seem to become scorching, the sharp screams of the zombies intertwined with the explosion, several broken limbs and arms flew in the air, the diffused smoke and bloody smell instantly filled every corner. The blood mist attacked. Roar! The shells were fierce, but for the zombies, this could not shake them at all. Controlled by the virus, the brilliant brain could not react, one after another, stepping on the bodies of other zombies, one after another. Even, many zombies did not die under the artillery fire of the Legion and the peas of the pea shooter, but died under the trampling of their companions. The violent terrorist mobile team also began to be alert. They did not rush over foolishly, but quietly guarded on both sides, waiting for the mutant zombies that might approach. The thick fog in front has turned into various gray and black colors, and the visibility is even lower. Facing this situation, Lin Yi took a deep breath, ignoring the rumbling sound of artillery fire in his ears, thinking in his heart, "Our artillery fire is not very sufficient. I hope we can hold on until the arrival of reinforcements." Insufficient artillery fire. The number of zombies is unknown. They could only do so. At points, I want to add the breakthrough points to the physical value. Ming-Su sat in the small room, rubbing his hands excitedly, waiting for this time to hit points. Breakthrough successful. Your current physical value is 36 points. With the success of the breakthrough, other large paragraphs of gilded small words appeared in front of Ming-Su. You have discovered the secret of physical evolution. You can currently choose 2 of the following 4 blessings. Longevity. You will have a lifespan of more than 500 years and become an immortal species. As the saying goes, a 1,000-year-old turtle lives 10,000 years. Choose this, you will become half a turtle. Do Zong Strongman. So terrifying. Do Zong Strongman can walk in the air without the help of wings and other flying props. And you, my friend, if you choose this, you can use your powerful physical strength to briefly stand in the air for 2 seconds at a height of less than 5 meters above the ground. Every time you use it, it is like a jack being added to your body. The power of boiling sheep. It is rumored that the Emperor Boiling Sheep of Qingqing Grassland can wield a 10,000-ton hammer to fight. The power of boiling sheep can greatly enhance your strength. Of course, if you want to reach the strength of Emperor Boiling Sheep, you still need some strengthening. The art of Tom Cat's immortal clone. It is rumored that there is an immortal spirit cat on the other side of the ocean. Even if it is cut in half, it can be restored to its original state as long as it is reconnected in a short time. If you choose this, you will have a perverted recovery ability. And you are not afraid of being cut in half. Ming-Su. It still tastes familiar. But there is an extra 3-second stand in the air. To be honest, if I could really be like a Do Zong master, it would be great. But there is a limit of 3 seconds. And it is limited to 5 meters from the ground. You want to use the law of causality, right? Ming-Su did not hesitate, and immediately said, I want to be Fiangyang. No, I want to choose the power of Fianxiandi and Tom Cat's immortality technique. The choice was successful. As the 4 words appeared, Ming-Su immediately felt a warm feeling on his body, and at this moment, he felt that the power of his whole body was expanding. Ming-Su opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, his aura was as majestic and tall as the building of the Peace Order group, reaching into the sky. His palms were as lifelike and vivid as sculptures and stone carvings. As his will spread, the air seemed to be condensed with a layer of frost and snow. At this moment, the power of Ming-Su burst out, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be shocked. Even the tsunami and landslides in the Doomsday disaster could not be compared with his power at this moment. He stood there, like an Aquila. No matter how turbulent the wind and waves were, he could remain calm as still water. Who? Ming-Su exhaled, his face was as calm as a lake, but his chest was filled with thunder. And then, Ming-Su adjusted his breath, and began to adapt to his new ability. He punched out Tiger and Leopard Thunder sound. The power was very strong, at least 3 or 4 times better than before. But what about the ability to recover? You can't really stab yourself, right? Ming-Su thought in his heart, and decided to forget it. After all, if this kind of thing is used to test your physical strength, it would be too stupid. Ming-Su was extremely satisfied. And soon, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from outside. Seeing this, Ming-Su immediately pushed the door open and ran into the figure who came to report the news. After seeing Ming-Su, the employee who reported the news was quite surprised and said very respectfully, "Mr. Ming, Mr. Hu said he wants to discuss the zombie virus vaccine with you. He used to work in the safe zone of Shumfeng City." Huh? Ming-Su was quite surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the newly recruited employee would be so fast and bring results so quickly. Let him come. As Ming-Su spoke, Hu Jiqing hurried over soon. For Hu Jiqing, Ming-Su's power was beyond imagination. He originally thought it was just an ordinary apocalyptic power. But now, it actually looked like the first company in the apocalypse. In this case, the information in his hands cannot be wasted. "Mr. Ming, regarding the research on zombie vaccines, I once specialized in it when I was in the safe zone." Hu Jiqing began to talk about it. Although he was not a professional in this field, he was somewhat involved. The drug they were researching was very powerful. As long as it was taken within half a minute before being caught, there was a 5% chance that it would not be infected as a zombie. Of course, there has been no clinical trial yet. After all, there are no volunteers. This 5% is also an ideal guess. However, the reason why the success rate is so low is that they only studied half of it, and the Shumfeng City safety zone was gone. If there is enough time, they will naturally get better medicine. Of course, it is also possible to lose everything. According to his own and several biologists' speculation, it can only be blocked, not ignored. Once the zombie virus enters the body, it cannot be eliminated. And theirs is just to keep rational. The patient himself will still carry the toxic zombie virus. At the beginning, their laboratory used a lot of mice, and got this result. This is a headache, just like AIDS. When Ming-Su heard the efficacy of Hu Jiqing's statement, he was very excited at first. But then he was a little silent. The reason is very simple. Your zombie virus vaccine, how come the effect is not as good as my super cold medicine? Super cold medicine still has a lot of chances of curing, but it is expensive and requires real points. Super cold medicine is not as good as it, let alone super immune medicine. However, this is an opportunity. With this thought, Ming-Su waved his hand, and a small blue pill and a small white pill appeared instantly. Then he said to Hu Jiqing, "These 2 pills are produced by our company. They are expensive and have a very low production. However, if you take them within a few minutes after being caught, you will be protected from the zombie virus." Hu Jiqing? Ah? You also have immune drugs? Hu Jiqing was a little confused. This feeling was like the point that he was most proud of was casually broken by a passerby. "Don't lose heart. I will provide you with a few samples. See if you can reduce costs and increase efficiency, and make a medicine that is better than the original," Ming-Su advised. The system's products are indeed good, but Ming-Su does not have that many points. All his points from the beginning of the end of the world to now are estimated to be able to save only 2 or 3,000 people. This number is a drop in the bucket for Heqing City, not to mention Nanjiang Province, Dongwu, and the whole world. When Hu Jiqing heard this, he became a little excited. If the effect of this pill is really as Ming-Su said, then he has the confidence to go further. However, when Hu Jiqing opened his mouth and was about to say something, a figure suddenly descended outside the door again, very fast, like a strong wind. Although he sensed someone coming, Ming-Su was still very calm and did not move much, because he knew the person coming. It was Li Xiang. "Boss." After Li Xiang appeared in front of Ming-Su, he immediately said in a humble and dignified voice, "There is something, Lin. Let me tell you, the zombie tide is coming." Huh? Ming-Su was a little surprised. There are 2 surprising things. One is that the zombie tide came early. What is Zhang Yuqing doing? Isn't she in a Yuan city? The other is that Li Xiang can speak. Very good. Very energetic. But the fact that Li Xiang can speak is not the point. With this thought, Ming-Su took a deep breath, and immediately sank into his dantian. He said to his left and right, integrate the manpower immediately, and go to Baiyuan district with me. He wanted to see what happened. And just after Ming Su finished speaking, there was a sudden light in front of him, and a line of small gilded characters flashed by. Chapter 275. There's a zombie tide. You call this a business war? High-end business wars are often plain and simple. The foreign business giant company Bell Group across multiple provinces next door has keenly sensed your threat, decided to give it a try, launch a business war against you, and crush the Peace Order Group into the dust in advance. Now they have mobilized 781,519 people in U District, Dongtian City, and plan to come to your company to conduct a cold business war against you. Pull out your fortune tree, fish for your golden arowana, steal your employees' takeaways, and even plan to kiss and bite your employees. All these behaviors are outrageous. For the company, you must win this business war. Trigger mission: fight with Bell Group. A brutal business war of life and death. Mission rewards: breakthrough points +4, credit points +2 billion, 20% shares of Bell Group, points +300, Bell Dance Troop X1, War Class Floating Armored Vehicles X3. Ming Su? Business war? Okay, you said it was a business war. Then it must be a business war. Ming Su had calmed down a lot, and even nodded secretly, thinking that he would face a business war next. However, through this business war mission, Ming Su at least knew who his opponent was, and where he came from. Dongtian City, U District. There were 780,000 zombies in total. They were not the zombies in Yuan City, but they were closely related to the zombies in Yuan City. Perhaps they were just the vanguard troops who came to harass them. Ming Su had also heard of Bell Group, which was a North American company that mainly produced electrical components. There were many electronics factories in Donghua, and they were very rich. Ming Su almost went to work in the electronics factory. Damn it, such a large international company actually noticed the Peace Order Group. It seems that our company must teach him a lesson. For this mission reward, Ming Su must get it. Not to mention the breakthrough points and credit points. Just the war-class hovercraft makes Ming Su feel a little jealous, and he feels that he must get it. After all, at the current stage, Huqing City has no airport, and naturally no military aircraft. There are 2 armed helicopters, but because of strong interference, the operation after takeoff is sometimes ineffective. Only now the dogtail grass of the Peace Order Group has come, and the helicopter carries some, can take off accurately. As for the fighter planes, don't make a fuss. In the entire Nanjiang province, only Shengfeng, Wuyang and Pingsha City have them, and most of them were destroyed by the chosen ones at the beginning of the end of the world. There are only a few left. So in this case, this war-level hovercraft really makes Ming Su jealous. Ming Su looked unhappy. After thinking this, he immediately said to his left and right, "Attack! Attack hard! You first organize your equipment. Let the safe zone carry heavy weapons. And send 2,000 people over. Only 2 teams of our Peace Order Group will be left to maintain security. And the rest will go with me. I will go ahead. And you can arrive later. The situation is urgent." As the chairman of the Peace Order Group, Ming Su must be present at the scene at the first time to command this business war that concerns the survival of the company. After hearing Ming Su's words, Li Xiang immediately nodded heavily, and then said honestly, "Boss, don't worry. I will go right away." After that, Li Xiang showed a fierce look, and the springs in his legs began to be eager to try. Although Li Xiang is a power zombie, and his current level is only level 23, he has also been highly studied by the biological laboratory and the mechanical laboratory, especially the mechanical laboratory. They equipped Li Xiang with an exoskeleton armor, but only the leg part, so that Li Xiang can fight outside, and the data can be synchronized back for testing. Although there are design drawings, the mechanical laboratory's road to producing exoskeleton armor is still not smooth. After all, Hu Guangqing is only an expert in a certain point, not omnipotent, and only slightly involved in other types. Although Ming Su is also trying his best to recruit talents. To put it bluntly, how can there be so many talents in Huqing City? Although, the talent of a county is enough to conquer the world. But those are generals used for hegemony, officials and the like. And scientists are like this: if you don't learn it, you really can't do it. Even if you are a genius, if you don't study the theory in this field for a few years, you are blind. Ming Su took a deep breath, and his legs gathered strength. In an instant, he jumped out of the building, jumped towards the outside, and landed perfectly from the height of the 4th floor, without any injury, and then, like a hurricane, he came to his car in an instant. Get in the car. Turn the key. All in one go. Then, Ming-Su stepped on the accelerator, without hesitation, and drove away. The speed was very fast, exceeding the limit, reaching 280 kilometers per hour. There was no way. This car was too rubbish. Ming-Su's previous car could run 350 kilometers. But now it is much slower. It can only be said that the performance is too poor. Under the lightning speed, Ming-Su's speed was outrageous. The Salvation Army's base was actually only 80 kilometers away from the front line of Baiyuan district, which was not very far at all. Under Ming-Su's lightning speed, regardless of anything, it only took half an hour to arrive. Why is it so fast, and it still takes half an hour? Because the road is not straight. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A deafening burst of gunfire sounded, bullets shuttled through the air, collided with the zombies, and burst into blood. The zombies were hit, and fell to the ground, but more zombies stepped on their corpses, and continued to surge like a tide. Hordes of zombies surged like a tide, accompanied by the stench of rotten meat and low roars, and the soldiers holding guns were ready. The weapons in their hands flashed the light of death in the cold light. Corpses were everywhere. Blood was flowing like a river. The terrorist mobile team had already rushed over. The sword blades collided with the zombies' flesh, making a dull sound. Blood and rotten flesh splashed in the air. The shouts of the soldiers and the wails of the zombies intertwined. And the battlefield was filled with a symphony of life and death. Not only that, the pea shooters were also trying their best to shoot. And the full marbles passed by like meteors, colliding accurately with the zombies' heads, making a dull explosion. Although everyone was trying their best to resist the invasion of zombies. However, there were too many zombies here, not to mention the living zombies. Even the dead bodies were piled up like a mountain. Their faces were twisted. Their expressions were frozen in the despair and pain of the last moment. Their skin was gray, and dark brown blood was constantly seeping out of the cracks in their bodies, blending in with the surrounding environment. The zombies behind were climbing the hill of zombie bodies in front, attacking continuously. The air was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. In this pile of broken limbs and clothes, zombies would often suddenly jump out with claws. In this dangerous environment, more than a dozen pea shooters near the front had been trampled clean, and a steady stream of reinforcements were constantly arriving. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, an armed helicopter was hovering. The helicopter's rotors stirred up a strong wind, and the bullets from above kept sweeping the zombies in the fog. It was not known whether they hit them or not, but as long as they could resist, that was enough. Far away, there were also artillery roars. But the artillery fire was obviously not sufficient. Only in critical moments, a few shells were fired, and flame shot up into the sky. But after a burst of flame shot up into the sky, the tide of zombies surged over again like a tide. Damn it! Lenny pulled the trigger of the gun in his hand frantically, watching the bullets shoot out of the barrel. He didn't know that he didn't hit the target, but it was over if he just let it go. Now even if a primary school student came, as long as he knew how to pull the trigger, he would be able to hit the zombies rushing in front of him with 100% accuracy. Roar! Roar! Zombies kept climbing the corpse mountain to rush over, but they were quickly eliminated, and new corpse mountains were formed. Under the bombardment of artillery fire, many corpse mountains were even blown up. Broken arms and limbs were flying everywhere, and blood was spilled everywhere. In this environment, everyone is under great pressure. There are more and more corpses and bloody seas, but the thick fog is gradually dissipating. According to feedback from a member of a terrorist mobile team, the thick fog comes from a zombie. 2 terrorist mobile teams have been sent to assassinate the zombie. Now the thick fog is gradually dissipating. They have obviously succeeded. When Yuan was also frantically pulling the trigger, with a crazy look on his face. Before today, he had never used a gun. Now, he has learned how to change bullets and guns. After all, when firing continuously, the gun barrels will heat up, and they cannot be used continuously for a long time. Now there is no time for maintenance, so they have to change them occasionally. They don't know how many zombies they have killed. The pile of corpses in front of them can almost become a small mountain. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? It's unclear, but they are just mechanical. Numb shooting and shelling. There are also armed helicopters. The soldiers in the safe zone on the helicopter replied, saying that the zombies in the rear are still endless. extending to the end of the site. The military commander on the side also said bitterly, "The ammunition we carry is seriously insufficient. According to estimates, in 10 minutes, we will have to go into hand-to-hand combat." He never expected it. He brought 3 million bullets this time. Although it was not a lot, it was enough to support a small-scale war. After all, before he came to garrison, he did not expect the zombie tide to come. Their main task was to defend the camp and fight against those chosen ones who might come to make trouble and prevent them from building a fortress. Who would have thought that zombies would break out? 3 million bullets sounded like a lot. But, in fact, it was a lot. However, in this foggy weather, many bullets were wasted. Usually, 7 or 8 bullets were needed to kill a zombie. Moreover, with the accumulation of zombie corpses, a mountain of corpses was formed, and many bullets were shot on the mountain of corpses, making meaningless shooting. Facing the current situation, Lin Yi and Wen Yuan are both very aware of the seriousness of the situation. For example, the simplest point is that their previous idea of building a wall was a bit too naive, because as the zombies pile up, the height of the corpse mountain will exceed the wall they pile up, and they can easily cross the wall. In this case, how can we prevent it? In this regard, Wen Yuan's idea is to build continuous walls, so that the zombies can climb over one layer after another, and one layer after another. This is a feasible strategy. But these are things to be done later. The problem now is how to leave the current zombie tide. Prepare to evacuate. In response, Wen Yuan took a deep breath and said to the two people on his left and right, "All the pea shooters can only be abandoned. As for the violent terrorist mobile team that is trapped in the zombie frenzy and is still fighting bravely, they can only be abandoned. As for those position weapons that cannot be taken away, this is even more true. Even some tanks have to be abandoned. After all, the moving speed of tanks is just like that. I will take all the blame. I will resign and quit my position as general manager." Wen Yuan continued, "Notify them immediately. If we really run out of bullets, it's useless for us to stay here." Lin Yi and the military commander looked at each other in surprise at Wen Yuan's words. They didn't expect Wen Yuan to say such responsible words. However, since Wen Yuan said so, they naturally wouldn't let Wen Yuan take charge of everything. The two of them immediately said, "Don't worry. We will share this responsibility with you." The three made a decision at the same time. Just as they were about to call on all their units that could evacuate to evacuate, they suddenly saw a dazzling light coming from behind. This dazzling light cut through the dispersing fog, followed by a deafening roar. That is, seeing this scene, the military commander was somewhat moved. He did not recognize this thing, but he felt a very destructive power. When Wen Yuan and Lin Yi saw this scene, they could not help but get excited. It is the light of the electromagnetic cannon. Mr. Ming is here. Swish. The electromagnetic cannon was like a dragon roar, releasing an arc of light speed. It was a lightning that could tear through the darkness. It hit the center of the zombie swarm. In an instant, those rotten bodies seemed to have encountered an invisible hammer and were torn into pieces. But the arc had not ended yet. The arc continued to spread along the broken limbs and arms that were blasted to pieces, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then spread out again. The zombies' scream stopped abruptly. Their bodies turned into charcoal in the thunder and lightning, and disintegrated into piles of lifeless meat. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and the roar of the electromagnetic cannon had not dissipated. This shot instantly created a short gap for the zombies in the front row, and Ming Su made a brilliant appearance. Energy was already insufficient, but Ming Su did not panic at all. Instead, he showed a confident smile, and said to everyone around him lightly, "I'm here." Confidence shining. "Mr. Ming is here. Great, we are saved. It's just a small zombie tide, not worth mentioning. Superman, the world's #1 Superman, seeing Mr. Ming coming, is no less than seeing a superhero coming." The surrounding company employees cheered, and the safe zone soldiers who came to participate in the battle were also relieved. They are all veterans, and they are all familiar with Ming Su's reputation. "I am not a superhero. I am just an ordinary chairman. Don't call me a superhero. The real superheroes are you, my friends. You are the real heroes." Ming Su showed a warm look like an old man to the people around him, and then expanded his mental power and said loudly, "Friends, regroup and hold your ground." Although Ming Su looked warm on the surface, his heart was like a raging rage. During this period, he lost more than 6 million. Not only that, pea shooter, and the like were also damaged. The biggest loss since the company was founded. What a dirty business war. I will make Bell Group pay the price. Chapter 276. The chairman spends 100 million in 3 hours. Looking at the dissipating fog in front of him, Meng Su was furious. But soon Meng Su, who was proficient in emotional control, breathed slowly, and his mind became clear in an instant. The world is so beautiful, but I am so irritable. This is not good. Meng Su thought about it, and decided to be a polite person, and immediately shouted to the zombies, "Ladies and gentlemen, hello. I am the Monkey King. I am here to bring you the Black Myth." Meng Su's words were humble and polite, but these zombies did not take the humble and polite Meng Su seriously, and in a sea of corpses and blood, they continued to roar, and rushed towards Meng Su, looking like a terrifying situation. Seeing this, Meng Su frowned. These zombies, are they too rude? Meng Su originally wanted to resolve this business war in a peaceful way, but he didn't expect to be alienated by them. It's true that good people are bullied and good horses are ridden. If you are humble and polite, others will think you are easy to bully. Only when you are arrogant can people be afraid of you. Meng Su, who has always been good-tempered, kind-hearted, afraid of trouble and troublemaking, has completely awakened at this moment. He snorted coldly, picked up a 2 or 3 meter long steel bar that fell from the side, and swung it fiercely at the huge zombie tide. Swish! The heavy stick broke through the air, whistling past, bringing with it a burst of sharp wind. It drew a curved arc in the air, like a beast catching prey, accurate and swift. In an instant, the steel bar collided with the zombie's head, making a dull and thrilling sound. The heads that had been eaten by the virus were broken like watermelons in Meng Su's hands, and blood and brain matter splashed everywhere. Countless zombies were affected by Meng Su's stick and flew everywhere. Meng Su's figure seemed to have turned into a ghost on the battlefield. Every swing was accompanied by the fall of the zombies, and every wailing foreshadowed the approach of death. The zombies fell to the ground under his stick, just like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Ruthless and fast, Meng Su's cleaning speed is amazing. The problem is, no. Watch out when you shoot. Why are you shooting at me? I'm the boss? Meng Su swung his stick, and the steel bar broke in two. He looked at his own side behind him with dissatisfaction, shouted, and then threw the broken steel bar at random, and once again rushed into the zombies, like a tiger into a flock of sheep. It's too easy to accidentally hurt people when fighting at the front. Fortunately, I'm indestructible. Meng Su shook his head, thinking that it was not good for him to be here, and it would be better to attack from the center. With this thought in mind, Meng Su did not hesitate, no longer focusing on killing, but moving straight ahead, and forcing a path through the zombie tide, allowing Meng Su to reach the rear. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Looking at Meng Su's killing behavior, Lenny couldn't help but sigh, feeling that he would never be able to match him in this life. The Emperor of the Southern Chu Empire? The first superpower in the South? It seems that the guy in the Magic City must have drunk too much. With Director Meng here, even if he is a big shot in the future, how can he become the first superpower in the South? And the appearance of Meng Su undoubtedly boosted the morale of the whole audience to the greatest extent. Mr. Meng leads by example, and is truly a role model for us. Friends, work harder, kill all these zombies, and teach them a lesson. Meng Su killed all the way, and now he is as strong as an ox, with the power of Emperor Fakin and Tom Cat's immortal body. He feels like a little Superman, and indeed has a qualitative change from before. Grabbing a mutant zombie that wanted to attack, without any hesitation, Meng Su tore it apart like a roast chicken or duck, and directly split it into two, and blood splattered everywhere. The bites and claws of these zombies could not cause any harm to Meng Su at all. Even if there were special zombies among them, and caused a small wound to Meng Su would be able to recover in a few minutes. This is Meng Su. Bang! With a punch, the zombies around were smashed into a paste by Meng Su again. But what annoyed Meng Su was that the zombies around him seemed to be endless to kill. After killing one batch, another batch came, incessantly, continuously. Meng Su killed for 10 minutes, and he was tired of killing them. No, are more than 700,000 zombies so many? After Meng Su tore several zombies apart again, he was a little shocked, and felt that he could never kill them all. This was the result of a long period of time after the war started, when the employees stationed in Baiyuan district fought with the soldiers in the safe zone. To put it another way, when Meng Su first came here, Even if there were only 500,000 zombies, he felt very tired. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. But if he continued to kill like this, I am afraid he would also be physically tired. The zombie tide is indeed beyond human power to resist. Even if it is me, facing a zombie tide of 700,000 or 800,000, I am afraid I can only kill a few 100,000 or a few 100,000, and then I will be exhausted. At this moment, Ming-Su felt his own weakness. Damn, I can't kill all the zombies. I can only kill so few. I am really useless. Thinking of this, Ming-Su could only sigh deeply, and then looked around, and then his pupils flashed, and the golden light flickered. Ming-Su was like a god at this moment. Spirit value, activate. Mind control. In the moment Ming-Su glanced, all the zombies that made eye contact with Ming-Su were controlled by Ming-Su, and they turned their guns around in an instant, and began to attack the zombies around Ming-Su that were not controlled by Ming-Su. Forget it, save some energy and take a break, and use the money tactic. Ming-Su sighed deeply, and decided to use a famous method, and make a gamble. Mind control the zombies around, let the zombies fight the zombies, learn from the zombies, to control the zombies. But the disadvantage of this is, for each cannon fodder level zombie that dies, Ming-Su has to pay more than 300,000 credit points. Fortunately, Ming-Su had just completed the task of Jianshan Group and got 1.8 billion yuan. And after this round of business war, he would get another 500 million yuan. Otherwise, Ming-Su would not dare to spend so much money even if he was killed. But even so, Ming-Su felt very distressed. Roar! The zombies controlled by Ming-Su immediately started to bite their companions around them, causing some chaos in the zombie team. Some zombies didn't know what happened and were still moving forward, causing a strong stampede in an instant. Even if the zombies controlled by Ming-Su were swept to the ground, they still didn't care and started to bite their companions around them crazily, causing greater chaos. Ming-Su now has a different mood. Your employee Zhou Jiqian died during work you. Your employee Lu Lin died during work you. Your employee Huang Heng died during work you. A dense number of death reports chased Ming-Su for money. In just 4 or 5 minutes, Ming-Su's losses had exceeded more than 30 million. In response to this, Ming-Su couldn't help but sigh. Business wars really cost money. I used to think that business wars cost money, and millions of dollars a minute was an exaggeration in TV dramas. But now it seems the TV dramas are still playing it lightly. How can this be millions of dollars? This is tens of millions of dollars. Ming-Su felt very distressed, but he prepared 200 million to compensate, and now he has to hold on. The way to deal with small zombie tides in the past was to accurately kill the controller of the zombie tide, and the mental mutant zombies among them. But facing a large zombie tide of nearly 1 million people, killing the mentally mutated zombies is no longer a good method. Because at the beginning, the mentally mutated zombies gathered them together. As long as nearly 1 million zombies gathered together, they could move forward driven by instinct, and they didn't need a controller at all. Now this zombie frenzy, there is actually only one ending. Kill at least 2/3 of the zombies. Otherwise, it will never end. Roar! At this moment, Ming-Su suddenly heard a deafening roar of zombies. Faced with such a sound, Ming-Su couldn't help but frown, and felt a little pain in his eardrums. Then he looked up. It happened that the thick fog had completely dissipated. What came into Ming-Su's eyes was a very tall zombie, which moved Ming-Su. This attack on Titan? Ming-Su was extremely shocked. He had never seen such a big zombie. It looked like a small mountain, as high as a building. Of course, this building refers to the kind of 5-story residential building. But it's not low. Name, Lu Gusheng. Occupation, giant zombie. Level 29.9. The news that came into his eyes made Ming-Su exhale a breath. Level 29.9. Such zombies, although the level is very high, to be honest, they are targets. There is no need to do it yourself. So, Ming-Su jumped up very calmly, stepped on the pile of corpses, concentrated his mental power, and shouted to the back, "Come on! 2 sets of missiles. Blow up this giant zombie for me." There is modern technology, but he has to fight hand to hand. Ming-Su is not stupid. Buzz buzz buzz. Under Ming-Su's roar, an armed helicopter arrived in the sky. What Ming-Su could see was that there were 2 soldiers on the armed helicopter, carrying an RPG, aiming at the giant zombie. Bang! The missile broke through the air, the tail flame drew a long trajectory, and accurately hit the head of the tall zombie. Instantly, the explosion shocked the whole place. Flames shot up into the sky, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The shock wave made the surrounding ruins dusty, and the giant zombie stumbled and fell directly to the side of the road, knocked down a bungalow, and crushed 4 or 5 ordinary zombies to death. Roar! The tall zombie was very angry. After climbing up from the ruins, half of his face was still bleeding. He stared at the helicopter flying in the sky with wide eyes, and stretched out his hand, trying to catch the annoying fly. But what greeted him was another RPG. Bang! This RPG is a common guest in movies and TV series. It looks very cheap, but the power of RPG is still considerable. It can instantly destroy tanks and helicopters. Its ability to penetrate reinforced concrete and damage brick walls is even more significant. This giant zombie was obviously quite strong. After taking another RPG, it staggered again. But it did not fall down this time. It was just covered in blood. Ming-Su saw this and did not act rashly. The helicopter had already flown away and retreated to the rear. At the same time, a loudspeaker on the helicopter broadcast, "Mr. Ming, the missiles in the rear have locked the coordinates. Please avoid it for the time being." Hearing this, Ming-Su retreated without hesitation. Although Ming-Su wanted to say, "Do I still need to avoid him?" But if he took the damage from his teammates, wouldn't he be a psychopath? So Ming-Su retreated decisively, leaving this place to the giant zombie, and also commanded the zombies around him, who were controlled by his mind, but not dead yet, to retreat. If you can save one person, save one person. Ming-Su quickly retreated. After retreating for several kilometers, he saw a dazzling fire in the sky. The fire was pointing directly at the huge giant zombie. From a distance, this zombie was as tall as the sky. Its skin was gray, full of decay and blood, and its eyes were like 2 lightless black holes, revealing endless death and terror. With a loud bang, it accurately drilled into the giant's chest. At that moment, the light of the explosion almost overwhelmed the surrounding haze, and the deafening roar was mixed with the smell of broken meat and corruption. Flames and smoke spread, as if to devour the evil beast. The broken limbs and rotten meat splashed in the flames, and the body of the giant monster began to disintegrate. Like a clay sculpture or a wooden sculpture, the huge body of the zombie was torn apart in the explosion, like a broken statue, and the debris was scattered in the rubble. It's been beaten like this, and I don't know if the evolution gem is left. Ming-Su felt a pity, but Su recovered his mentality and continued to fight, just like Zhao Zilong, and started to go in and out 7 times. After killing back and forth, Ming-Su once again returned to the front line. At this moment, the reinforcements have arrived. 2 missile vehicles with multiple missile launchers appeared in front of Ming-Su, ready to fire at the zombies. "Mr. Ming?" As soon as Ming-Su came back, he saw Song Yufan standing there. He looked at Ming-Su and said hesitantly, "Are you okay?" "Very good." Ming-Su nodded. He didn't feel anything unusual, but he felt that the large number of zombies, like ants, were difficult to deal with. Even with such missiles bombing, it may not be possible to completely eliminate them. What's more, Ming-Su felt that things would not be so simple. Ordinary zombies were sent to die, but when Ming-Su killed them 7 times, he only saw a small number of mutant zombies. Compared with the number of 700,000 to 800,000 zombies, they were too rare. Experts in the company and the safe zone had calculated that about 1 mutant zombie would be born for every 1,000 zombies, and the number of zombies in the zombie tide was 781,519, according to the system. Even if some of them were exaggerated, it was no problem to count them as 780,000. By this calculation, there should be at least 780 mutant zombies in this zombie tide. And it was only a month or 2 ago that 1 mutant zombie was produced from 1,000 ordinary zombies. Now, with the death of the superpowers, the death of zombies and various situations, the number of mutant zombies will only increase. The number of real mutant zombies among so many zombies is probably around 1,000. But the number of mutant zombies encountered by Ming-Su was definitely no more than 30. Where did all these mutant zombies go? Ming-Su, who was covered in blood, thought to himself as if he had just taken a hot blood bath. But after thinking for a while, Ming-Su thought he should take care of the things in front of him first. These ordinary zombies are also extremely difficult to deal with. Even if they are all killed, there is still a problem that makes Ming-Su a little headache. That is, after destroying this zombie frenzy, cleaning up the battlefield is a headache. So many corpses, If not handled properly, there will be a great plague. The sound of booming from the multi-barreled missiles was heard in his ears. And Ming-Su took a deep breath and decided to wash off the filth on his body first. After confirming that the defense line was fine, he went to ask his chief disciple Zhang Yuqing what was going on. Why didn't she warn him in advance? After chatting casually with Song Yufan, Ming-Su went to take a shower under the respectful gaze of the first batch of soldiers who had withdrawn to rest. I love taking a shower, my skin is good. But Ming-Su didn't take a shower because of Hongwen, but because his whole body was covered with blood, which smelled bad. He really needed a shower. Warm water drops jumped out of the shower head, hot water washed over his body, hot steam rose in the bathroom, and the air was filled with light steam and the fragrance of shower gel. In the environment of the end of the world, especially in this frontline environment against zombies, Ming-Su's enjoyment was indeed a bit excessive. But Ming-Su also had a reason. I deserve this reward for my achievements in several battles. Under the hot shower, Ming-Su's thoughts began to wander. It didn't wander far. Ming-Su was actually thinking about only one question now. That is, how much money did he lose now? In the balance, Ming-Su's credit points were only 1.039446 billion. 3 hours ago, his assets were 1.17359 billion. In just a few hours, he actually evaporated more than 130 million. Alas! Now, Ming-Su is filled with incomparable hatred for the company called Bell. He has suffered a great loss at present. If the cannon fodder zombie employees are not counted, 7 terrorist mobile teams have been lost. Most of his terrorist mobile teams in Shunfeng City died here, in addition. There are 2 special commandos composed of ordinary employees. Even the Red Heart Commando lost 2 people. And the Pea-Shooter also suffered losses, but they have not been calculated. After all, the Pea-Shooter is still fighting on the front line. You can't stop the battle at this time, and then count the number of Pea-Shooter losses. Right? It seems that the losses are quite large. Ming-Su has already sensed the problem. In fact, the main loss was caused by the ordinary zombies under mental control. If it weren't for these ordinary zombies, I wouldn't have to pay so much money. I also needed these ordinary zombies to delay time, so as not to hurt more employees. Ming-Su exhaled, after taking a shower, wrapped his body in a soft bath towel, wiped off the moisture, and then threw it away casually, and continued to put on a set of combat uniforms. Decision made. Ming-Su was going to go out and kill some zombies, to vent his mood. Chapter 277, I need some unconventional means. Zhang Yuqing's life is a bit boring. She originally wanted to learn skills from her master, but she didn't expect to end up as a human surveillance. However, it is actually quite fun to observe these zombies every day in a Yuan city. Gula gula. Zhang Yuqing thought in her heart. The situation of zombies in a Yuan city has not made any progress, but the number of zombies joining in every day has become much less. It seems that the number of zombies stockpiled in a Yuan city should have slowly reached the limit. Zhang Yuqing was naturally not idle during this period. She controlled the zombies to wander around, trying to count the approximate number. All the zombies were still. Only she was jumping around, which naturally attracted the attention of the special zombies in a Yuan city. Therefore, Zhang Yuqing's carrier had to be changed frequently. Because you don't know when the zombie you are operating will have its neck twisted. Huh? It's time to explore the next area. After taking a quick note of the number of zombies in this area, Zhang Yuqing began to manipulate the zombie puppets to conduct a new round of exploration. However, when the hyping warrior Zhang Yuqing turned around to manipulate the zombies with high latency, his colleague suddenly saw a black shadow emerging from a store on the corner of the street, and at the speed of a tornado destroying a parking lot. It suddenly pounced on her. Fuck! Zhang Yuqing subconsciously shouted. But the next second, her sight was flooded with blood, and soon lost contact. Peace Order Group, Shunfeng Branch Building, in the 3rd floor safety zone. Zhang Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes, with an indignant look on her face. It's like this again, it's the 3rd one. Who is trying to catch me? It's better for children not to swear. It was the same last time, but last time other things were more important, and I didn't have time to care about you. At this moment, a warm voice appeared in Zhang Yuqing's ears. This voice sounded very kind, like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, but Zhang Yuqing's spirit value was not weak either. She keenly perceived the anger hidden under this warm voice. Just say a dirty word, you don't have to be so angry. Zhang Yuqing thought to herself, but she immediately stood up obediently, staring with a pair of big eyes, and said cutely to the owner of the voice in front of her, Teacher, I was wrong, I won't do it again in the future. In the end-time environment, Zhang Yuqing can be said to have spanned 2 provinces and several cities. By osmosis, she naturally learned a lot of words that are not suitable for her age, but maybe it's not the case. After all, in the information age, the internet is well developed. Maybe she learned it online. I'm not here for this. Meng-Su waved his hand, but he didn't care about these. After 2 days and 2 nights of hard fighting, the situation on the front line was basically settled. There were not many remaining zombies, and they could no longer cause any trouble. Therefore, Meng-Su could return to the rear and ask Zhang Yuqing about the situation. How is the situation in Yiyuan City? The day before yesterday at noon, a wave of zombies from Dantian City attacked Beiyuan District. There were a lot of them. About 800,000. Ah? Zhang Yuqing had not expected this situation, and was stunned for a moment. Then she said, Teacher, the zombies in Yiyuan City are still silent, and have not made any moves. I don't know the situation in Dantian City, but I know that the zombies in Dantian City have arrived in Yiyuan City 3 days ago. This news caught Zhang Yuqing off guard. She didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing this, Meng-Su sighed. The zombies from 3 cities gathered together. It's really a headache. By the way, when you were in Yiyuan City, did you see any news about the Bell Group? Bell? Zhang Yuqing heard it, thought about it carefully, and nodded immediately. I saw 2 Bell Plazas and 5 specialty stores. Meng-Su. It's okay. Go play. In response, Meng-Su waved his hand, indicating that Zhang Yuqing could move freely. Pay attention to the Bell Group next time. And don't stay in Yiyuan City all the time. Go shopping, such as Zhongliu City and Dantian City. Why bother with a child? No need. After hearing what Meng-Su said, Zhang Yuqing nodded, and couldn't help but said, Teacher, when will you start teaching me real skills? Meng-Su said, You find a zombie puppet, control him to go to Dantian City, and look for some clues, and you can learn real skills when you find them. Hearing this, Zhang Yuqing's eyes suddenly lit up, nodded repeatedly, and patted her chest and promised, Don't worry. Teacher, I promise to complete the task. That Bailey group will die. It's the Bell Group. Oh, the Bell Group will die. For Zhang Yuqing's confident and ambitious state, Meng-Su had nothing to comment on, but felt that this little girl was full of fighting spirit, and hoped that she could succeed. After shaking his head, Meng-Su returned to the headquarters, and started a new round of micromanagement. He wanted to put all his energy on the military, and concentrate his firepower on his career. So, the first thing Meng-Su had to do was actually very simple, which was to send a message to the headquarters, and ask Lao Huiguangqing to make him a Rui Jing Dubang. He was more interested in sticks now, because in the fights of the previous 2 days, Meng-Su found that he lacked this kind of means that was like an AoE attack. Stick, whether it is a single fight or a group attack, it is a very good choice. Meng-Su decided that the stick, would be his 15th generation weapon. The current communication is quite advanced. You only need to set up a radio station in a place full of dogtail grass, and the signal can be transmitted. You can even play with your mobile phone there, and you can have some network for a short time, and query the outside world. However, the outside world is dead silent. The last message on the internet was released in Chicago 3 months ago. The Chicago authorities can no longer control the situation. The rebuilt Dearborn Fortress is about to be destroyed. They are looking for a safe city in the outside world to migrate to. As for what happened afterwards, it is naturally unclear. Maybe the safe zone has received some information? Meng-Su is not interested in the things on the other side of the ocean. He is more interested in the situation in front of him, about the zombies in Zhongliu City, Dantian City and Yiyuan City. The zombie attack in Dantian City this time is really outrageous. Dantian City and Yiyuan City are not adjacent to each other. How did they achieve unified command? Meng-Su shook his head. About the things in Zhongliu City and Yiyuan City, we can discuss it later. There is only one thing he wants to do now, that is to go to Dantian City, to see the situation in Dantian City in person, to see if he can find any clues about the Bell Group. Since the words Bell Group appeared in the mission, it was definitely not aimless. There is a reason. Therefore, Dantian City is worth a visit. Let's go to Dantian City. Maybe there will be some gains. Meng-Su thought in his heart. But Meng-Su was still a little worried about the defense line of Beiyuan District in Shunfeng City. After I left, could they hold it? Although, my ability was not yet to kill millions of zombies at will. But if I killed them freely, I could also reduce tens of thousands of zombies every day. I want to exchange for neural interaction mature exploration robots. 5. Exchange 1 with points, exchange 4 with credit points. Ming-Su chose to exchange this robot without any hesitation. He wanted to give this robot to Zhang Yuqing. Since it was confirmed that the zombie tide was gathering, Zhang Yuqing could occasionally stop monitoring and use this neural interaction mature exploration robot to strengthen the defense of Beiyuan district. Or, she could use this robot to interact and explore. After all, the name of this robot is Exploration Robot. Exchange successful. With the appearance of these 4 words, 5 exploration robots suddenly appeared in front of Ming-Su. They have a unique appearance, and their body structure is like a door frame, tall and straight, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. 2 thick metal beams form its shoulders, and the beams are connected by intricate gears and rails, which shine silver in the sun. The design of the robot's head is simple and technological, with 2 glowing sensors like deep eyes, and its mouth is a long and narrow slit. When it makes a low warning sound, the slit will light up red, which looks mysterious and awe-inspiring. In addition, they are equipped with tracks that can adapt to various terrains, and can easily pass through any complex terrain. In the 2 door frame-like arms, a special weapon is also loaded. The original intention of the exploration robot is to explore unfamiliar environments. Therefore, some counterattack ability is essential. Very good. Ming-Su nodded. After thinking for a while, he felt that he should bring 2 helpers with him, this time to see what the problem is in Dongtian City, and who is behind the scenes. In order to win this business war, Ming-Su felt that he had to use some unconventional means. Dongtian City. Yu District. A young man in a suit and leather shoes sat quietly on a lonely chair. His expression was calm, as if the desolation and silence around him had no effect on him. The coffee cup in his hand exudes curling hot steam. The warmth diffuses through his cold fingertips, which forms a sharp contrast with the cold atmosphere around him. The young man's eyes pass through the ruins, as if he is reminiscing about the past, but his eyes are deep, without a trace of ripples. The wind blows, raising a cloud of dust, which floats in the air, and finally falls on his straight suit, merging with the ruins. Although he is in the desolate place, he still maintains a gentleman's demeanor, gracefully picks up the coffee cup, takes a sip. The action is unhurried. There is an inexplicable sense of pretense. What's the situation? Did you find out anything? After taking a sip of coffee, he said casually. Behind the young man, a middle-aged man who looked quite reserved said, Director Yang, the first wave of zombies we sent out has basically been wiped out. The other side only showed a normal level of firepower coverage. However, during the battle, we found something interesting. The other side actually has a defense line composed of plants. Defense line composed of plants? After hearing this, the regional director surnamed Yang was a little surprised. What's the situation? Find out more and report back. Yes, Director Yang. After the middle-aged man bowed, he continued, what about a Yuan city? The chosen ones in a Yuan city are already a little impatient. A bunch of idiots. Director Yang said with contempt, and continued, don't pay attention to them, just wait for our big plan to be implemented. The Lord has given us such a high authority, so we must prepare well. Prepare? I want to gather the zombies in Handong, Nanjiang, Beijiang, Dingnan provinces, to overthrow all the surrounding forces in one go, to give an explanation to Director Rupert, to give an explanation to the Lord. The safety zone of Haching City, the Peace Order Group, the Disaster Relief Association of Handong Province, the 5 Cities Alliance of Beijiang Province, and the 3 armies of Dingnan Province. Director Yang pointed out the situation, wrote inspiringly, and said, first, destroy the 2 ants in Haching City that can jump, especially the Peace Order Group. The one named Ming-Su is very suspicious. He has destroyed the talents left by my lord on Blue Star many times, and won the god's gift from my lord. The situation in Nanjiang Province was originally a sure thing, but it turned out like this because of him. It's so hateful. Eliminate. Ming-Su must be eliminated. Director Yang was indignant, and he seemed to hate Ming-Su very much. He, Yang-Su, is from Bell Group. Once upon a time, he was just a struggling person in Nandu. But by chance, he awakened his supernatural powers. Originally, he only planned to use his supernatural powers to survive in this apocalypse. But he did not expect that he would meet Director Rupert. With the introduction of Director Rupert, Yang-Su successfully joined Bell Group, worked diligently in Nandu, and also had close communication with my master. Bell Group, a multinational company, is a giant. The overseas head office conquered several states a few months ago, and it was a great achievement. It also developed all kinds of strange things, which encouraged Yang Su. He was not the chosen one, but he agreed with everything the company did. Humanity was no longer hopeless, and there must be a big purge to completely make Blue Star better. And Ming Su was the sinner who blocked all this. How is the zombie king in a UN city? All the mutant zombies have been gathered. I hope they can really realize their plan. Yang Su took a deep breath, stood up, dusted off his suit, looked around with contempt, and then said, "It's time to set off for Zhanda. There are still a lot of zombies in Zhanda. If we stir them up and cut off the connection between Shenfeng and Hiqing, they will definitely panic for a while." After that, Yang Su planned to leave. In the ruins around Yang Su, there were dozens of humans in suits and leather shoes. They were all from Nandu. They planned to work with Yang Su to establish the dominance of the Bell Group in Nanjiang Province. As for the chosen one, they were just the thugs chosen by our Lord. If they really want to exert their strength, we will have to rely on them, Yang Su thought to himself. But just as he raised his foot and was about to leave, he suddenly heard a clear and loud voice coming from not far away. "Director Yang, let's talk about the plan." "I'm not sure about the plan. Can you tell me again?" Chapter 278, 800,000 zombies are destroyed. And the first phase of the business war mission is completed. Who is talking? As soon as this sentence came out, Yang Su was a little surprised. He looked up and looked around. And then he found the person who was talking in the corner of the crowd. This person seemed to have been in the crowd for a long time. Before, he had never noticed this person. "Who are you?" Yang Su looked at the person who was talking warily, and dusted off his body again, and said proudly, "Did Xiao Zhou from a UN city ask you to come? Didn't I say that we should wait? Wait until I incite the zombies in Zhanda City, and then take action. I don't have a zombie king here. It takes a certain amount of time to incite the zombie tide." Yang Su regarded the person in front of him as the chosen one from a UN city who came to urge the plan to act. The person who spoke was, of course, Ming Su. Ming Su shook his head after hearing this, showing his white teeth, and said to Yang Su, "Director Yang, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not the chosen one of a UN city." "Huh?" Yang Su was stunned again after hearing this. "Then who are you? I haven't seen you in Nan." Ming Su was tired of pretending to be the chosen one. He had been the Siming. Now being a small ordinary member was not enough for Ming Su. He immediately answered very honestly, "I am Ming Su. Yang Su. Protect Director Yang. This man has an exoskeleton magnetic power armor and a laser pistol. Be careful. Quick. Quick. Quick." The moment Ming Su introduced himself, all the men in suits around him panicked and stood in front of Yang Su, trying to block the bullet for him. Seeing this, Ming Su casually used his observation to take a quick look, then walked forward boldly, grabbed the two men in suits in front of him, and instantly broke their necks. His movements were very smooth, without any sense of obstruction. Bang! Bang! The men in suits behind him had already started to draw their guns and shoot, and the bullets were like deadly arrows attacking Ming Su. Ming Su did not move at all, did not dodge or evade, and just calmly looked at the bullets shooting at him. Instantly, the dull sound of metal and flesh colliding echoed throughout the venue. Yang Su held his breath, expecting Ming Su to fall. However, there was only a tiny dent on Ming Su's chest. No blood. No injury. The bullet bounced off as if it had hit a hard steel plate. Ming Su's face did not change. Even his breathing was not disordered, as if just a small stone had broken and hit him. The people around seemed to be stunned by this extraordinary scene, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Ming Su raised his head slightly, his eyes piercing through the night, looking directly at the astonished enemy. A barely perceptible sneer flashed across his face. "The pistol is good, but this means is far from enough. Tell me about your plan." After that, Ming Su's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind Yang Su, grabbed the back of Yang Su's collar, and then stretched out his left hand towards the other men in suits in front of him, and launched a mental shock wave. "Ah! My head hurts." "No. It's a mental attack." "Ah!" At the moment the mental shock wave was launched, several people in front of them felt a splitting headache, and only one or two people could still hold on, raising their pistols to Ming Su. But they did not dare to shoot, because the person Ming Su was holding was Yang Su. "With this level, I need to wear an exoskeleton magnetic power armor and use a laser pistol to kill you. Meng Su smiled, contemptuously, and stomped his feet casually, and many stones in the ruins were immediately shaken up. Meng Su casually picked up 2 stones with his other hand, and exerted a little force with his fingers, and the stones were like arrows from a string, carrying the sound of breaking through the air, and went straight to the 2 men in suits. With the subtle and rapid sound of breaking wind, the stones hit their foreheads accurately, and the men in suits turned pale instantly, and their bodies froze, and then they fell to the ground with a bang, with their eyes wide open, and they were still alive. Not dead, but almost dead. Life with 36 points of physical strength is really boring. It seems that physical strength is more powerful in the early stage. Spirit is a piece of shit. It has given these people a headache and is useless. Meng Su shook his head. In front of Meng Su, 2 figures appeared soon. Luo Xinchan and Lin Yi. Luo Xinchan stared at Meng Su, without saying anything. Or maybe she didn't know how to speak. Lin Yi looked at the men in suits around him in surprise. It was the first time for him to act alone with Meng Su, and he was still a little uncomfortable. Kill them one by one. Don't leave any alive. Meng Su casually instructed the 2. Then looked at Yang Su, who was sweating profusely. Yang Su. Director Yang? Say something. What is the plan? If you don't tell me the plan, at least resist and struggle a bit. Aren't you a superpower? Meng Su looked at Yang Su. Although his words were full of provocation, he actually began to use mental control silently, preparing to control Yang Su and make him tell the plan. In addition, Meng Su was still stirring up emotions, stirring up fear in Yang Su's heart, hoping to control it successfully. Yang Su had already been tricked. He was shaking. He didn't know what to say. His teeth were chattering. He looked particularly scared. Seeing this scene in front of him, Meng Su couldn't help but chuckle. He felt that he should be able to know the plan soon. However, just when Meng Su was about to ask, he saw that the very frightened Yang Su gritted his teeth hard. Although his eyes were terrified, he still said with his eyes wide open, "Come. Listen carefully. I'll tell you now." After that, he took a deep breath. It seemed that he was brewing a thick phlegm, and Meng Su saw this. Without any hesitation, he directly grabbed his chin, so that he couldn't spit out the thick phlegm, and he swallowed it back directly. What a joke. Can you spit on me? Do you think I watched my TV show for nothing? Meng Su shook his head, and was about to increase the intensity of mental control, to completely control him, but suddenly saw a stream of blood flowing down the corner of Yang Su's mouth. Seeing this, Meng Su loosened his jaw, and Yang Su spit out a mouthful of blood. Along with the blood, there was also a whole tongue. Quack! Quack! Yang Su showed a proud smile, but because he lacked a tongue, his smile seemed a bit out of place, like the quack of a duck. But even so, Meng Su understood what he meant. Biting the tongue to commit suicide. Right? But to be honest, biting the tongue to commit suicide will not kill you. Sorry. I was wrong. I thought I had watched enough TV dramas. But I didn't expect that you are the real king. You are the master of TV dramas. Meng Su took a deep breath. Since the other party was like this, he didn't pretend anymore. He directly loosened the back of Yang Su's collar, kicked him to the ground, propped up his eyelids with both hands, looked him in the eye, and exerted mental control with all his strength. Yang Su's eyes widened. Under Meng Su's strong harassment, he also persisted for a long time. And finally he was outnumbered. After saying ABA twice, he said a few words crookedly, and then his head tilted, and he died. Just died like that. Damn it. Meng Su's face was angry. He was sure that he didn't kill him, and the success rate of biting the tongue to commit suicide was not high. Yang Su definitely didn't die from it. So, it triggered a method that he didn't understand very well. But the few words Yang Su said crookedly, because he didn't have a tongue, I couldn't understand it very well, but I could vaguely hear the 2 news of the Chosen One and the patrolman. Although there was not much news, but Meng Su connected it himself, and he could roughly understand the next operation. When the zombie tide in Yun City moves south, the zombies in Zhongda City will also be instigated to attack Shingfeng City from the north and south. In addition, the Chosen Ones and the Sky Patrols will also participate. The Bell Company seems to be an independent organization from the Chosen Ones and the Sky Patrols, and is also a human trader appointed by the extraterrestrial civilization. There is indeed a powerful zombie in Yun City, known as the Zombie King. This Zombie King does not seem to be native to Nanjiang Province, but is also an imported product. TSK, Meng Su shook his head. turned around, and found that Luo Xinchan had finished killing people, and was sitting on the chair where Yang Su had just sat. Looking at him, Lin Yi was holding a person in his hand, with a helpless look on his face. After seeing Meng Su, he immediately said to Meng Su with apology, "Mr. Meng, I violated your wishes, and left one person behind without permission. I also tortured him just now." The other parties seemed to be brainwashed and refused to say anything. "It's okay." Meng Su shook his head, and immediately began to control his mind. This suited minion is much easier to control than Yang Su. But this minion is not a high-level person, and he doesn't know the plan itself. What he knows is similar to what Meng Su knows now. After Meng Su understood it, he threw it casually and smashed it into a meat paste. Dantian City has been almost cleared out. The Bell Group is a real man. We can seamlessly connect here later. After thinking for a while, Meng Su said to Lin Yi, "Lin Yi, when you go back later, bring the members of the Red Heart Commando here, and search Dantian City carefully to see if there are any survivors. If not, then come back. In the battle against the zombies, the elite force Red Heart Commando is actually no different from the ordinary commando. After all, they are all guns, and there is no essential difference." Meng Su stood up, and just as he was about to take a deep breath, he suddenly saw a small gilded character in front of him that was somewhat unexpected. "Bell Group's first business war was perfectly defeated by you. It took less than a week. Is this the powerful strength of Chairman Meng of Peace Order Group? I was really shocked. You are awesome. The regional director appointed by Bell Group in Nanjiang Province has been removed from Bell Group. Bell Group's implementation plan has almost failed. Come on. Make a concerted effort and kill them. The first phase of the mission has been completed. The mission evaluation is, well done. Mission rewards, breakthrough point +1. Credit points +500 million. Bell Group 4% shares. Points +60. War class floating armored vehicle X1. Huh? After seeing this scene, Meng Su was stunned. So I don't need to defeat the Bell Group to get the reward? So the reward is given in stages? The second stage goal is, completely defeat the Bell Group's conspiracy, severely damage the development of the Bell Group in the East Country. The third stage goal is, drive the Bell Group out of the East Country. The final stage mission goal is, destroy the Bell Group. Looking at these 4 levels of mission goals, Meng Su nodded. This last level of goal is to go abroad. It seems that his future steps to the international stage are unstoppable. Meng Su sighed, feeling that the first big boss of the old Ming family should be himself. But there is one thing that makes Meng Su very curious. That is, 4 stage missions, and the other ones are split into quarters. Meng Su can understand. But Meng Su is very curious about the hovercraft. There are only 3 hovercrafts in total, but there are 4 missions. Could it be that the Bell Dance Troupe is at the same level as the hovercraft? No, buddy. What kind of dance troupe can be at the same level as the hovercraft? The members of the dance troupe are a dance troupe on the surface, but secretly they are top killers with destructive power comparable to that of the hovercraft. Meng Su thought to himself. Besides, he really couldn't imagine how a dance troupe could be compared with a war-class hovercraft. But that was all for later. Anyway, he hadn't received the reward of the dance troupe yet. With this thought in mind, Meng Su took a deep breath, then looked around expectantly, looked at Lin Yi, thought about it, and decided to avoid Lin Yi. Otherwise, he would summon a hovercraft directly, which would arouse speculation. It's not that Meng Su was afraid of his system exposing this matter. It doesn't matter. I am the chairman, and I should suppress all enemies in the world. Who is my opponent now? The main concern is that people's hearts are floating. Don't let your employees think that you have surrendered to the enemy by summoning a hovercraft for no reason. After Lin Yi left, Meng Su was satisfied and prepared to summon the hovercraft. Looking forward to it. War-class hovercraft. How advanced must it be? Shunfeng City, Beiyuan District. With the last zombie being killed, it announced that this zombie tide had completely ended. Alas, we won. It's just a zombie tide. It's not worth a single blow. Cheers continued, and the years were endless. However, for such cheers, Wen Yuan, Song Yufan, and the military commander of this time all looked solemn. They are either well informed, or have participated in the battle to recapture Hiqing City, and naturally know the difficulty of a regular zombie tide. The zombie tide here, except for a huge zombie that appeared in the middle, was not blocked by anything. Almost all of them were ordinary zombies. You know, This is simply unrealistic. In a regular situation, there will be constant mutant zombies coming to harass. And those mutant zombies with thick skin and flesh will easily use the means of going around to cause chaos on the front line. Now, this situation did not occur. Something must be wrong when something is abnormal. I have a particularly uneasy premonition in my heart. I suggest that we contact the headquarters as soon as possible to open up the channel between Shengfeng City and Hiching City as soon as possible and connect them completely. Chapter 279. Let's welcome Director Rupert with warm applause. In the sky, a streamlined hovercraft glides slowly, its surface covered with a faint halo, as if inlaid with stars. The windows are as transparent as crystal, reflecting the surrounding scenery. As the vehicle moves, it sways gently, like flowing water waves, no matter from which angle you look at it. This hovercraft is like an exquisite work of art. However, if you just think that this hovercraft is a work of art, then you are wrong. The shell of this hovercraft is made of special alloy. The engines on both sides of the hovercraft spray dazzling flames, driving it to maneuver flexibly in the air. The high-tech weapon system it carries is the leader on the battlefield. In the cockpit of the hovercraft, Ming-Su looked at the precise and complex control panel, leisurely and carefree, and his expression could be said to have no change. He was not worried at all whether he could operate this hovercraft, because Ming-Su used a little trick to transplant the core energy of the Optimus Prime truck, and combined with the original intelligent operating system of the hovercraft. Ming-Su only needed to move his mouth, and the hovercraft would perfectly obey the instructions and carry out a series of actions. The speed of the hovercraft is not very fast, about the same as that of ordinary vehicles, with a maximum speed of only 200 kilometers per hour, even slower than a helicopter. But the problem is that the purpose of the birth of the hovercraft is not to move quickly. War-class hovercraft is an effective attack on ground targets. Hey, there are a group of zombies wandering and gathering here. High in the sky, Ming-Su used the probe to find a long line of zombies under the street, and was a little surprised. The target has been locked. The number of targets is being calculated. Please wait. The calculation is successful. The target is ordinary carbon-based organisms. The average life base is 0.77. The number is 49021. Do you want to launch an attack? Yes. As Ming-Su issued the order, the weapon placed under the hovercraft immediately shot out like an arrow, hitting the target accurately, making a dull explosion. The fire and smoke intertwined in the air, forming a shocking picture of war. Roar! 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 The zombies on the move had no idea what was happening. They were suddenly attacked and their formation was in chaos. After hearing the sound in the sky, some zombies could only look up helplessly in the direction of the hovercraft. Although their eyes were full of desire, they could only sigh and could not catch the hovercraft in the sky at all. And Ming-Su's hovercraft was not just used for bombing once. With the missile launch button activated again, the missile under the vehicle was like a bee separated from its mother, with a glimmer of life and a howl of death, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the target. There was a slight electronic whistling sound in the air. That was the internal system of the missile in a stable flight state, ensuring that it could accurately hit the zombie group on the ground. Although they covered a very wide area, there was no need for such precise positioning. Boom! Instantly, flames shot up into the sky, and the shock wave generated by the explosion spread in all directions like a raging wave. The flames bloomed in the air, like a blooming mandala, beautiful and deadly. Amid the deafening roar, smoke and debris turned into symbols of war, and this group of zombies, numbering only 40,000, was instantly blown away with limbs flying, and blood flowing like a river. The sudden strong light and shock caused the zombies to lose their 5 senses for a short time, and they instantly lost their ability to move, and could only stare blankly at the sky, with confusion written all over their faces. After the explosion, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the ashes in the sky were like dancing butterflies, slowly falling. Ming-Su, driving the hovercraft, had already left leisurely. As for the more than 40,000 zombies, it was obvious that they were not all killed. However, after Ming-Su fired a few missiles, at least tens of thousands of zombies died, which was considered a heavy blow. The main reason why Ming-Su did not kill them all was that his purpose was to test the war status of the hovercraft. The result was obvious, which made Ming-Su very satisfied. If you want to kill them all, then it will inevitably further consume the energy of the hovercraft. The energy of the hovercraft is extraordinary. It is not gasoline, electricity, etc., but uses LHO2 energy. That is, the new energy liquid hydrogen too. In modern society, liquid hydrogen is often used in rocket launches in outer space, and the energy consumed by the hovercraft is the further processed product of liquid hydrogen, which is a very complicated new energy. Although this war-class hovercraft has been used as a human, it has given itself the ingredients for energy synthesis. But the synthesis process is very complicated. Meng-Su is a rough man with unsatisfactory chemistry grades. He couldn't figure it out after looking at it for a long time. However, since it is a new energy, it must be very rare and difficult to make, so it's okay to use it sparingly. Meng-Su's energy can still be used, so it can't be wasted. Although the energy of the hovercraft is not as weak as that of the exoskeleton magnetic power armor, it is no problem to drive it for a day or two. But what if it is just a little short at the end? What Meng-Su has to do is a big thing. Go to Yuan City, find the chosen one of a Yuan City and the so-called Zombie King, and give him a missile loaded in the hovercraft that Meng-Su can't understand. But it is very powerful. He only carries one missile and cannot replenish it. In fact, all the missiles on the entire airborne vehicle cannot be replenished, and they are all disposable. Fortunately, the adaptive port is good. Even if all missiles are launched, Meng-Su can use some missiles produced by his own company to replace them. However, the power is not as good as the original weapons. Therefore, the airborne vehicle is very precious. Meng-Su must spend money wisely and make every missile contribute its due power. This is Meng-Su's idea. After all, such a powerful weapon has appeared. Staying at home to fight the zombies is purely stupid. Taking the initiative to attack is the serious matter. At worst, if you can't kill them, you can retreat. It's not a big deal. Let's go towards the Yuan City. Meng-Su was full of confidence, just like the protagonist in a hot-blooded comic. In the corner of the hovercraft, Luo Xinchan leaned on the window, looking around with a look of amazement, making a wow sound from time to time. In her memory, she seemed to take a plane often, but it was the first time to fly in the sky from this perspective. Dongtian City was not far from a Yuan City, and Meng-Su was driving the hovercraft at full speed. In less than 2 hours, Meng-Su had arrived at the suburbs of a Yuan City. In this suburb, Meng-Su saw many bone-wing zombies with bone wings. Looking at these bone-wing zombies, Meng-Su suddenly realized. No wonder he didn't see any mutant zombies. It turned out that they were all concentrated in a Yuan City. It seems that, if we don't act quickly, the zombie tide in a Yuan City will have an inestimable destructive power, and it is very likely to cause a devastating blow to the entire Nanjiang province. Not only Nanjiang province, but also several provinces near Nanjiang province. Luckily I showed up, Meng-Su thought in his heart. But for some reason, those bone-wing zombies did not attack Meng-Su, but avoided Meng-Su instead. Facing this situation, although Meng-Su did not understand, he respected, and did not waste ammunition to attack them, but moved forward. Yuan City is very big. In the vast Yuan City, it is a bit too difficult to find the Zombie King and the remaining chosen ones in Nanjiang province. But Meng-Su, the most lacking thing is patience. Look carefully, you will always find it. However, just as Meng-Su was preparing to search for a needle in a haystack, he suddenly saw several skeleton-winged zombies appear in front of him very friendly, and kept approaching the hovercraft. This made Meng-Su very alert. Just as Meng-Su was ready to fire ammunition to attack them, he suddenly saw that they seemed to be consciously guiding Meng-Su to a certain place. What was going on? Seeing this, Meng-Su was a little confused, and didn't know what they were going to do. They can't be leading me to find the chosen one, and the Zombie King I want to find. Right? How is that possible? These bone-wing zombies are not my own employees. Meng-Su felt strange, but the direction they led was exactly the direction Meng-Su was going to search. Since he was free anyway, Meng-Su decided to go over and take a look. It wouldn't be a loss anyway. Could the other side set up traps in the sky? The last batch of zombies in Zhongliu City has already set off, about 390,000. After they gather together, Yuan City will have gathered a full 5 million zombies. As long as they sweep southward and annihilate several nearby provinces, it will be no problem for the total number of zombies to reach 30 or 40 million. By then, why worry about the unrest in the world? Fortunately, the Sky Patrol of the Imperial Capital came to help, and the Bell Group provided some technical support. Of course, I have to thank Shen Yin even more. An excellent chosen warrior who sacrifices himself for others. He is already the Simon of Beijiang, but he is determined to contribute himself, went to the Imperial Capital for research by our research institute in the Imperial Capital, and at the same time transformed some of the Sky Patrol's characteristics. Director Rupert also contributed a lot of his strength, so that the first zombie king in Asia was born. Eliminate inferior genes. The world belongs to us. In a UN city, the Chosen were toasting, indulging in luxury, and seemed to have a strong belief in the next action. Although most of the mutant zombies have been transferred here, the number of mutant zombies and zombies is actually lower than expected. After all, Shanfeng City alone has a population of 10 million, and the number of zombies in the surrounding cities is definitely more than 5 million. The reason why there are only 5 million is because they are carrying out the King plan. That is, to cultivate mutant zombies under certain conditions, and then take the evolution crystals/evolution gems of the mutant zombies, and supply them to Shenyan, so that Shenyan can successfully be promoted to the zombie king. Only in this way can we command the craze of tens of millions of zombies. Both the Taiyangsun's Research Institute in the Imperial Capital and Director Rupert of Bell Company have given the greatest support to this project. Director Rupert even traveled thousands of miles across the ocean to come here, just to escort a tube of highly concentrated zombie virus medicine to help Shenyan become the king of zombies. Nanjiang province is in a good location, and it can blossom in the center. In addition, the situation in Nanjiang province has been problematic one after another, so it was decided to start the implementation of the King plan from Nanjiang province. Oh, by the way, those bone-wing zombies sent a message, saying that they found a very strange floating object. I just took the time to share my perspective, and found a huge flying fortress, which is very spectacular. According to the current situation, no other force can build it. I think it should be Director Rupert of Bell Group. At this moment, a chosen one wearing a windbreaker stood at the door, and just raised a glass of wine and spoke calmly, with pride on his face. I have asked those bone-wing zombies to invite Director Rupert to come over and bring the flying fortress here. You will never imagine that the flying fortress. How shocking. It is simply a magical skill. It is not a product of this era at all. It is definitely a divine object bestowed by our Lord on the Bell Group. Listening to this man's complacent words, the chosen ones around him did not show any disdain, but instead looked longing, exclaiming, "Our Lord is great. He even gave us such a killing weapon. It seems that it will be easy for the Self-Help Committee to destroy the Peace Order group this time. And even several surrounding provinces are no problem. What a pity. We chosen ones also have such a divine object. The exoskeleton magnetic mecha is like this. I didn't expect Tian Siming to be fooled by the shameless villain Ming Su and lost the mecha." All the chosen ones present felt heartbroken and hated Ming Su to the core. Just as everyone was denouncing Ming Su, the current leader of the chosen ones felt that the time was almost up, and immediately stood up and announced to the people around him with a serious face, "Okay, friends, let's not stand here. Director Rupert has made great contributions to this operation. I think we should all go out and welcome Director Rupert together, and see the flying fortress at the same time. Yes, once the flying fortress arrives, Ming Su will be dead. It's time to welcome Director Rupert. Let's go together. Let's go together." In an instant, all the chosen ones put down their glasses, and immediately walked out with their arms around each other. There were many zombies outside, and the noise was endless. Many chosen ones felt annoyed, but they could do nothing about it. After all, these zombies were still very useful. Everyone waited patiently, and even the zombie king Shenyan was nearby, and seemed to sense something. "Look! Director Rupert and his flying fortress are coming." Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately saw a streamlined floating car in the distance speeding towards them. The chassis of the floating car vibrated slightly, and it emitted a low and steady humming sound, which seemed to blend in with the noisy environment of the surrounding zombies roaring. Look at the missile launcher below. Ah, it's a perfect match made in heaven. Perfect. One of the chosen side, with such strong defense. Who can shoot it down? This flying fortress is like a mechanical beast ready to hunt. The shell of the hovercraft reflected the cold sunlight. In the eyes of these chosen, it really looked like a ferocious, cold steel beast. Indeed. Indeed. But, how did the missile launcher open? What's going on? Maybe it was triggered by mistake. It doesn't matter. How could Director Rupert attack us? Wait for Director Rupert to come down. We must make fun of him for this. Okay, friends. Let's welcome Director Rupert with warm applause. In a few words, Everyone laughed at each other. But at this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded. Missiles were launched, tearing the sky apart. No. There are missiles. Fuck. Damn, Rupert. These guys really have bad intentions. Get out of the way. The Chosen Ones were horrified when they saw the scene. They wanted to dodge, but the distance was too close. When they wanted to dodge, it was too late. At this moment, light and flames intertwined, as if the sky was angry and people were resentful. The huge roar shook the entire Hines. The fireball caused by the missile expanded instantly. And then, there was a dazzling white light. As if the world was just beginning. The building collapsed, and the Chosen One in the center of the explosion directly faced the raging fire from the earth, and was instantly burned to ashes, leaving no intact body. Boom! Chapter 280 Zombie King. Are they provoking me? When they saw my hovercraft coming, why didn't they dodge or evade, but all stood out, and waved at me arrogantly? Ming-Su muttered to himself in his heart, not quite understanding what just happened. From his perspective, it was very strange. The bone-winged zombie brought him here directly, and then this group of people came over on their own initiative, and asked him to bomb. This is a bit too contemptuous. Ming-Su was furious, and instantly pressed 3 bombing commands again, and in an instant, the bombs whizzed away, making a deafening sound. Boom! The huge explosion shockwaves spread around with an unstoppable momentum, casting dust, debris and endless chaos mercilessly in all directions. Smoke and dust rose, blurring the boundary between heaven and earth, making it difficult to distinguish between the sky and the earth. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and burning, and the flame shot up into the sky, like the roar of evil spirits. With a deafening roar, the flames and smoke intertwined into a picture of destruction. The hot air waves swept around, igniting all combustibles, and the fire spread rapidly with the help of the wind. Everything became more and more intense. The exquisite building originally chosen by the Chosen One, at this moment, has become a raging purgatory. Stones and glass flew like raindrops, sweeping up the zombies around them instantly. The zombies had no idea what was happening. But soon many unlucky zombies were hit by the debris, and fell in a pool of blood. The surrounding buildings twisted in the flames, and most of the Chosen Ones turned to ashes in this catastrophe. In the chaos, a huge gray mushroom cloud quickly formed. It was shocking. Like a messenger rising from the depths of hell, constantly expanding, and climbing to the highest point of the sky. The surrounding buildings were crumbling under the power of the explosion, and the window glass was shattered one after another, like the fragile wings of a butterfly in the cold winter, shattered in the ruthless storm. Countless Chosen Ones, at this moment, were completely turned into charcoal and returned to nature. In the entire Nanjiang province, most of the Chosen Ones died at this moment. Whether it was a Yuan city or Dongtian city, whether it was Zhongliu city or Baifu city, there were no Chosen Ones at all. Perhaps, only Wuyang city in Nanjiang province still had some Chosen Ones, who were actively resisting the attack from the Heching city safety zone. Ming-Su picked his ears in the airborne vehicle and yawned. Now, he has settled his grievances with the Chosen Ones, who created the corpse tide, and Ming-Su has forgiven them. He will not actively hunt them in the future. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction in the airborne vehicle, and looked down through the window at the same time, wanting to see if there are any survivors. Although everything was destroyed to pieces under this mushroom cloud, leaving only ruins, Ming-Su was still worried that there might be some Chosen Ones, who had special gifts from extraterrestrial civilizations, so they would not be killed by the bombing. If there really is such a thing, then Ming-Su can only say that he will forgive him later. As for the other ordinary, mutated, and even the bone-winged zombies that were dazed in the air, Ming-Su didn't care about them at all, and had no intention of launching missiles. The people or things that controlled them died or disappeared. They couldn't maintain this situation for long, and would naturally collapse on their own. Even because they gathered too close, the zombies in the central area would kill each other. Ming-Su was now concentrating on finding those guys, who might survive. Although the noise was huge, there were actually quite a few creatures that survived. However, most of them were zombies on the verge of the explosion. They were covered in blood, without a single piece of good skin. Their eyes were covered in blood and flesh. They raised their bloody, skinless heads and roared, looking like evil spirits crawling out of hell. Of course, there was no chance that such zombies would survive. Even if they were sent to the hospital by calling 120, the hospital might not be able to save them. However, even though they were no longer human, Ming-Su took a look at them with the observed words and expressions technique to prevent any things he had missed. Ming-Su hummed a little tune, and soon passed by these existences. But soon, he saw a message that shocked Ming-Su. What the hell? Is this a thing that can appear in this version? Fuck. Ming-Su was extremely surprised. And even he didn't care about pretending to be a civilized person, even though he hadn't swore for a long time. In addition to surprise, there was also some surprise on his face. Okay. I got it this time. And I may achieve my long-cherished wish in an instant. Ming-Su was so surprised and excited. And the reason was very simple. Name, Shen Yan. Occupation, Zombie King. Level 40. Due to special reasons, the target has reached the level cap level 40? Level 40. What does this mean? It means that when the top zombies Ming-Su saw before were at level 28, a zombie that was 2 levels higher had already appeared. It means that when everyone was in the foundation building stage, a Yuaning stage suddenly appeared in the novice village. This should not be a product of this era at all. It should take at least 5 or 6 years to be born. Right? What did these chosen ones do to launch 1 million zombies? Could it be that there was an extraterrestrial civilization that temporarily matured such a thing? Especially the last sentence, which shows that this zombie king has no room for improvement and was forcibly promoted to this level. Why bother? Ming-Su shook his head. For this level 40 zombie king, Ming-Su was cautious, because he had never seen such a high-level existence. Never seen any profession. Never even seen one above level 30. And now seeing a level 40 zombie directly, Ming-Su did become a little cautious. Thinking of this, Ming-Su began to weigh the pros and cons. There are still a lot of missiles stored. How about bombing them all? Is the evolution gem in the head of this level 40 zombie king more important, or the original missiles more important? This doesn't seem to be a difficult question. In the ashes, a bloody hand tried to crawl out. The eyes of the zombie king were filled with fear. After reaching level 40, the zombie king's wisdom was no different from that of an ordinary person, but he was just an ordinary person with a slow reaction. But after becoming a zombie, this guy who used to be called Shen Yan was used to looking at problems from the perspective of a zombie, and he didn't like to stay with the chosen ones, but liked to stay with the zombies. His greatest pleasure in a UN city is to find humans, who are still hiding in a UN city, and then distribute them to his zombies to dismember them. Whenever he sees this situation, he will smile knowingly, and feel a great sense of satisfaction. At this celebration banquet, although the zombie king knows that he and the chosen ones are in the same group, he is not interested in those guys, and hates them very much. And those chosen ones never seem to look down on him as the zombie king. Therefore, the zombie king did not attend the celebration banquet directly, but communicated with several special zombies, who have already gained wisdom near the building. Originally, everyone was eating human flesh and drinking blood, happy and cheerful, but suddenly, a great sense of danger appeared in his heart, so the zombie king went out to check, and happened to see the hovercraft rushing towards this side. Realizing that something was wrong, he did not hesitate, and fled directly to the edge, but still could not escape the missile attack. But fortunately, he avoided the most deadly bomb, and was only affected. But even so, his eyes were full of fear, and the injuries all over his body were not enough to explain his current situation. What is going on? What is the situation of this thing in the sky? Why are they going out? Is Bell Company going to rob the gang? A series of thoughts rang in his mind. He was puzzled and had no idea what was going on. Zombie King, what a big name. But unfortunately, his actual combat performance is actually very poor. Although his abilities have been strengthened, he is upgraded from the spiritual aspect as the Zombie King. His main purpose and role is to command millions of zombies and attack human gathering places. So he has to run now. Run quickly. Only if he is safe can he continue to command the zombies. He has suffered a lot, and has been through a lot of experiments to get to where he is today. He doesn't want to die. Just when Shen Yan had this thought, in the sky, missiles whizzed in again. But this time the missiles, the power is much smaller, but it is only the strength of an ordinary RPG. But it still made the Zombie King look ugly. Roar! In this environment, the Zombie King did not hesitate, and roared to the sky. The voice was shrill, but there was a sense of demonic spread. Under such a roar, the surrounding zombies immediately began to move, and moved towards the Zombie King at the fastest speed. Roar, roar! 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 The surrounding zombies immediately burst out with unprecedented speed, and immediately came to serve as human cushions for the Zombie King. It's just that they acted a little too late. This Zombie King who used to be named Shen Yin, had already taken 2 rockets. Boom! 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 The sparks of the explosion were colorful, and once again made the zombie king fall into the blazing flames, and his body was burned again, but for a level 40 zombie king, it was not fatal. Although he is mainly spiritual, it does not mean that he is rubbish in other aspects. It is just that in terms of attack, physique, speed, etc., he is far inferior to the zombie king, who is mainly physical. Roar! After the zombie king screamed, countless zombies began to rush over frantically, one after another, to serve as his meat shield for defense. And this zombie king, in a crawling posture, against the high temperature and occasional explosion aftershocks, crawled towards the outside. The target is strong. So what? He now controls millions of zombies. So he can just kill them all the way. Let's see if you have more flying fortress missiles, or more zombies that obey my orders. The zombie king thought viciously in his heart, while crawling faster. He was now a little out of shape, with half of his ear blown off, and his left eye completely covered with blood and flesh, and he couldn't see the road clearly. What was even more terrible was that he felt that his life was slipping away all over his body. He had to get to a safe place quickly to recover his lost life. The roar of missiles in the sky became more and more obvious, which made the zombie king very unhappy. However, just as he crawled, and crawled for an unknown distance, the bombing sound in the sky disappeared. Disappeared? Gone? This zombie king had such an idea in his heart. However, just as he was about to check what was happening outside through the vision of other zombies, he suddenly heard a dull sound, as if something fell from the sky. The zombie king was stunned. Before he could react, he felt a strong breath coming from behind. He defeated all the enemies along the way, and quickly swept away the zombies he used as meat shields, like cutting melons and vegetables. What's going on? The zombie king obviously didn't realize what happened. He immediately shifted his sight, and shared a zombie behind him. He immediately found a dazzling figure, who was holding a long-handled weapon, whose weapon he couldn't figure out, killing everyone. The zombie king was stunned for a moment. It should be the pilot of the floating flying fortress. Why did he come down? And his personal strength seemed to be quite strong. This caught the zombie king off guard. Looking at the man's skills, if he was not injured and was still in his prime, the zombie king was confident that he would not lose to the opponent, and could even kill him back. But now, he was covered with wounds, and was afraid that he might die. Thinking of this, his cold brain immediately drove him to stand up, and at the same time, he gathered all the mutants and special zombies around him at the first time, intending to use the Sea of Corpses tactics to surround and kill the pursuer behind. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent, he could delay the opponent, so that he could leave calmly. Roar! The zombie king roared on the spot. Ming-Su had a hard time finding the location of the zombie king. Now his shout just helped Ming-Su find the location. So he did not hesitate, and directly swept a large area with his stick. Then he flashed and came behind the zombie king, and grabbed the sticky skin on his body. Then, Ming-Su did not hesitate and directly pulled the skin off. Fists as big as sandbags immediately rained down on the zombie king like raindrops. Don't run, I'm looking for you. Ming-Su waved his fists and shouted. His arms were strong and powerful. At this moment, he used all his strength. How powerful is the evolution gem of the 40th level zombie king? How many attribute points can it add to himself? Ming-Su waved his fists and burst into power. His eyes were full of energy, looking at the head of the zombie king. It was as if he was not looking at a head, but looking at a moving attribute point gift package. In his eyes, there was expectation. And at this moment, a small gilded word flashed. It seemed that some task was issued. Ming-Su ignored it directly, and told his system to go away. He was doing business, and we'll talk about the task later. Chapter 281: The Richest Man in Hiching City. I want to escape, but I can't. The zombie king resisted frantically, trying to stand up, but his legs had been completely torn off by Ming-Su from the knees down, so he couldn't stand up at all. He could only keep emitting mental brain waves, so that the zombies around him could come to protect him. This was his only way at the moment. The zombie king was very angry now. If he was given a chance, let our team move 30 kilometers apart, and fight again, the zombie king would definitely let Ming-Su know what an elite division is. It's a pity that Ming-Su would not give him such a chance, and Ming-Su would only fight him with real swords and guns. Just like now. Ming-Su has gone crazy killing. With such abnormal physical value, it is no longer possible for ordinary mutant zombies to stop Meng Su. At least 5 or 6 zombies above level 25 are needed to stop Meng Su. But this is exactly what this group of zombies lacks the most. In order to make Shen Yan the Zombie King, most of the zombies above level 20 have become his nutrients, and only some zombies at level 20 have other uses, and have not been transformed. Therefore, this zombie tide is almost entirely made up of mutated zombies, and special zombies of level 10 or 10, which are no match for Meng Su. As for ordinary zombies? Sorry. There is no need to mention them. This zombie tide can indeed kill Meng Su. As long as they keep going, they can kill him with a pile of 1 or 2 million zombies. But the problem is that before Meng Su is killed, they can definitely kill this zombie king, who used to be called Shen Yan. Roar. Countless blood flowed out of the zombie king's mouth. And Meng Su grabbed his stump and said excitedly in the siege of zombies, "Huh? Want to run?" Then he grabbed him back. This made the zombie king a little crazy. What was going on? Why was he so persistent? Would there be any great reward if he killed himself? The zombie king, who had reached this status, was full of wisdom. Rather than saying that he was controlled by the virus, it was better to say that the virus had reached a parasitic relationship with him. Therefore, the zombie king had shortcomings that no zombie had before: pain and fear of death. However, when the zombie king was roaring crazily, he felt that Meng Su's big foot had stepped on his back. The pain became more and more intense. After thinking calmly, he felt that he was most likely to die, so his eyes became fierce. Roar! Suddenly, the zombie king turned around, stared at Meng Su with his remaining eye, and roared at the same time. This surprised Meng Su, so he raised his stick without hesitation, ready to defend himself. With this roar, the zombie king's eye suddenly changed from scarlet to black. The next moment, a strong mental force was instantly stimulated from the zombie king's eyes, as if it had turned into substance, and rushed towards Meng Su. In an instant, an invisible pressure surged like a tide, and instantly turned into a sharp blade, shooting towards Meng Su. Meng Su's face changed slightly. He knew that this was a mental impact. This zombie king launched a mental attack. The attack of a level 40 zombie king still needs to be taken seriously. Therefore, Meng Su immediately adjusted his breathing, and his muscles tensed up. His spirit value also turned from silt to lines, and immediately condensed into a protective shield in front of him. However, the pressure did not disappear, but became stronger. Fuck. Such a close-range impact naturally made Meng Su suffer the most complete collision. Meng Su closed his eyes, and silently used his mental power to resist. The zombies around took advantage of this opportunity to pounce on Meng Su and bite him. The zombie's fangs flashed with cold light, as if trying to penetrate Meng Su's flesh and blood. However, when his teeth touched Meng Su's skin, a crisp ding-dong sound was heard, like steel hitting a wall. Meng Su's skin was like the hardest rock, and no matter how the sharp teeth bit, it could not leave any trace. The zombies kept surging, and their numbers seemed endless. But Meng Su didn't care about them at all. He was fully focused on resisting this wave of attacks from the zombie king, and his body was as stable as a rock. Whenever the teeth of these zombies hit Meng Su, a series of metal collision echoes would be emitted, as if they were engaged in a silent confrontation. Even many zombies had their teeth broken, but they still failed to penetrate Meng Su's defense. Only a few special zombies could cause some damage to Meng Su and leave marks on his skin. Meng Su didn't care. Sweat began to ooze out of his forehead, while his mental power was attacking his brain recklessly. Meng Su's mental power also attacked directly. The two waves collided, like a fight between a dragon and a tiger, and instantly swept around. Roar! Many zombies of more than 10 levels immediately made some different sounds. Most of these zombies had sporadic consciousness, and were extremely terrified by this mental storm. As the pressure slowly faded, Meng Su slowly opened his eyes, his face full of fatigue. Such terrifying mental power. Is this the terrifying part of the 40th level mental zombie king? Meng Su did learn from it. But this sudden attack, I'm afraid the zombie king can't continue to use it. Right? After all, if it could, then it would be Meng Su who fell to the ground now. After Meng Su resisted this attack, he felt a little pain in his head, but it was still at the stage where he could hold on. So he did not hesitate, just shook his body. And the next second, the bodies of the zombies around him, who tried to bite off a piece of meat from Meng Su, became fragmented and fell to the ground. Ming Su did not hesitate at all. He grabbed him again, turned around and rode in front of the zombie king, aimed at his head, and started punching him crazily. You are quite capable. Right? Keep it up. Why just once? Mental attack? I can do that too. People usually get very angry when they are extremely angry, and Ming Su was not extremely angry, but he was not in a good mood either, so under such a strong punch, he immediately beat the zombie king into a pitted face. The zombie king couldn't believe it. He launched a full-strength attack, but it had no effect at all. Although the zombie king didn't expect this move to kill the enemy with one blow, he felt that it would at least make the opponent scream, and then have a splitting headache. Why does he look fine now? Who is the psychic zombie king? Why do you look scarier than me? Are we in the same line of work? The zombie king fainted. He absolutely didn't believe that the person riding on him and beating him was a human. I am already like this. I can be said to be one of the strongest creatures on the surface of the earth, but I still get beaten. You know, his birth is not his own effort. He relies on the rocket-like promotion speed. Just like playing a game with a modifier, others are stuck in the first level fighting the black bear monster. I have already reached the final level to fight Erlingshen. I thought I was the first person to clear the level, but when I looked back, I found that in the first hour of the first day of sale, there was already a video of the complete level. At this time, you tell me, is he a normal player? This Heba can no longer be said to be cheating. This Heba is a GM. Right? So who is he? Is it the result of the internal struggle of my master? Is he actually a victim of the internal struggle of the company? The zombie king thought helplessly in his heart. His pupils have begun to slack off. The countdown of his life is not far away. He hates it very much. Although he is not a zombie king born through a legitimate channel, he is the first zombie king after all, and he died so miserably, which is unacceptable to him. But what if you can't accept it? The corpse will eventually die. Finally, Ming Su's powerful skull-chopping trick split the bloody head of the zombie king into two. And a bright pearl appeared in front of Ming Su. The zombies around him crowded around. And the light shone through the narrow gap, and shone on the pearl in a mottled manner. It seemed to be able to sense the arrival of the light, and began to gradually emit a subtle fluorescence. The light inside the gem refracted countless tiny star rays. They jumped, spinned, and it seemed to be a very unique scene, which was indeed a wonderful sight in the world. Item name, Evolution Stone. Introduction. A very common life plan, mostly used for development and fuel, one of the rarer energy sources in the universe, which can enhance the collective evolution of organisms after use. Usage, eaten raw, steamed, fried, boiled, provided to some objects as an energy source, etc. Inside this item, the virus has been completely extracted, which is the purest evolution stone. After taking it, you can get 3 breakthrough points. Seeing the information about this evolution stone, Ming Su was a little surprised. However, he was not surprised for long. After a moment of surprise, Ming Su punched several zombies around him, and then quickly looked up at the sky. After all, the situation here did not allow him to check the details. His own hovercraft was still floating in the air. Pick me up, Ming Su shouted at the top of his voice. Along with the sound of this voice, a rope ladder-like thing was thrown on the hovercraft in a very retro style. Seeing this, Ming Su was a little speechless. No, you have such a high level of technology. And this is how you pick people up? Although he was a little speechless, Ming Su did not miss this opportunity to escape. Ming Su touched the ground with his toes, jumped up easily, grabbed the rope ladder. The hovercraft seemed to sense something, and immediately pulled Ming Su up. Roar! The bone-winged zombies wandering in the sky attacked immediately. Ming Su grabbed the rope ladder with one hand, pulled out a laser pistol with the other hand, and began to attack indiscriminately. They were all zombies anyway. Anyone who approached him would die. Under such a fierce and brutal situation, Ming Su directly fought his way out of the encirclement, and returned to the hovercraft. The hovercraft was neat and tidy, and everything just now was controlled by intelligence. As for Luo Xinchan, she was curiously surrounding Ming Su, looking at him from side to side. What are you looking at? Ming Su yawned. But he didn't dwell on what Luo Xinchan was looking at, and planned to drive home. However, the problem now was a bit difficult to deal with. That is, Ming Su was a little naked now. After all, when he was attacked mentally just now, the zombies around him were like a buffet, madly moving towards Ming Su, biting and pulling him. Although Ming Su was invulnerable, his clothes were not. Therefore, his clothes were sacrificed gloriously. Even the company employee uniforms that could protect against bullets could not withstand such a torment. If he had the special protective suit that he got with a laser pistol, it might not be the case. But that suit was now worn by Qi Liao, and Ming Su was embarrassed to snatch it from Qi Liao. There are no spare clothes on the hovercraft. Ming Su was quite disappointed. He could only sit in the cab in a half-naked state. Although there were no outsiders around, Ming Su felt uncomfortable without clothes. Perhaps he was used to wearing clothes. With this thought, Ming Su looked at the coordinate map and found that his location was actually closer to Zhongliu City. So he immediately changed his route. With this thought, Ming Su immediately began to command, go to Zhongliu City first, pass through Zhongliu City, then go to Baifu City, Pingsha City, and finally return to Heqing City. Since the chosen ones have been pacified, the cities in Nanjiang province that he has never been to should also use this hovercraft to warn the remaining armed elements there, so that they will not resist stubbornly. The most important thing is to unify Nanjiang as soon as possible. Moreover, Ming Su's second stage mission has not been completed. In other words, those damn chosen ones and zombie kings are not the main reason for defeating the conspiracy plan. The most important thing should be that Director Rupert. Since it is an event in Nanjiang, you must be in Nanjiang. I will go around and find you. Ming Su was very sure. But now, the most important thing for Ming Su is to wear clothes. So Ming Su did not hesitate. Open the points mall and exchange for a company uniform with tears. Although it was comfortable, it was rather awkward for Ming Su. Perhaps it was because of the uniform. Ming Su never liked ugly uniforms. And the uniforms of his own company. To be honest, they were just not ugly. Maybe he would have to ask the newly recruited tailor. The talent of fashion design to design a new uniform. Ming Su thought to himself. After Ming Su changed his clothes, Luo Xinchan in the corner was a little disappointed. How did he change his clothes? Disappointed. However, after Ming Su determined the destination and changed his clothes, he suddenly remembered that when he encountered the zombie king, there was a piece of gilded small words. He was fighting before and didn't pay attention to it. Now he can take a look. So, Ming Su opened the historical message panel and successfully saw the previous message. Another one. The triggering of the task. In just 4.5 months, your assets have increased from 1,326.34 yuan to 1.5 billion. My God? Who would believe this? Ming Su, you are worthy of being the master of a perfect life. But it's not a good thing to have money but not spend it. Now, go and squander it. The system pays for it. Triggering task. The richest man in Heqing City. Task requirements. Spend 1 billion within a month. You should know the 3 rules. Mission reward. 1 billion credit points. Breakthrough point +1. Item replicator X1. Talent search card X1. Flame power fruit +1. Ming Su? What? I am Mingguyu? Chapter 282 The Guide to Baifu City. Crack. With a dull sound, the collision of bones and metal produced sparks, the blade deeply embedded in the zombie's skull, splattering blood and broken bones. A man in sportswear and a motorcycle helmet panted, pressed down hard, the zombie's body slumped, and fell to the ground, casting a gloomy shadow in the sunlight. Finally, we killed them all, and this mutant zombie was solved. The man muttered to himself. He sighed deeply, although he couldn't wipe the sweat through the motorcycle helmet, but he didn't feel the helmet was stuffy anymore after he let go of his worries. He had successfully cleared a path, and could transport the food from the mall back. Thinking of this, the man could not help but feel a little happy. When he and his brother passed by the mall 3 days ago, they were unfortunately ambushed, and the supplies fell to the ground. His brother also died in the mouth of zombies. He endured the humiliation and had to take back the supplies. Otherwise the women and children would starve to death. Fortunately, he succeeded. As long as he went there quietly and did not alarm the zombies around, he could take back the supplies and everything would be fine. Just after he rested for a while, when he was about to go to the shopping mall, he suddenly heard an inexplicable sound coming from the sky. A very strange sound. He had never heard of it before. What's that noise? The man was shocked. He looked up and found something that made him stunned. A floating car. This floating car was parked in the sky above his target. The shopping mall. What is this thing? How could such a thing appear? The man was a little shocked. He never thought that he could see props like those in movies and TV series. And they appeared in front of him like this. Shocked. Shocked him for 10,000 years. Did I travel to a movie? So there are zombies and floating cars that do not exist in reality? The man fell into a stage of self-doubt and began to doubt the reality of this world. But soon, the man realized something that was like a bolt from the blue to him. This hovercraft is coming. And the sound is so loud. Wouldn't it attract all the zombies around? If all the zombies around come over, how can he go to the shopping mall to take away the supplies? Thinking of this, the man's heart was clenched, and he ran towards the shopping mall without hesitation. He wanted to take the supplies away quickly, while the zombies didn't react. It just so happened that the previous supplies were left on the first floor, and he should have plenty of time to take them and run. With this thought in mind, the man ran all the way, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the shopping mall. At this moment, 2 zombies had already rushed out of the lobby on the first floor of the shopping mall, and were roaring towards the man. The man did not hesitate for a moment, and directly swung the bone-chopping knife in his hand, and chopped it down with one knife. He did not care about the knife at all, and then quickly let it go, and quickly took out another knife equipped on his waist, and cut the throat of the other zombie. The power was great, and the speed was also very fast. After all, these 2 zombies were ordinary zombies, and for him, a superpower. It was relatively easy to deal with them. After killing 2 zombies, he immediately came to a corpse that had been eaten to pieces, grabbed 3 or 4 suitcases beside the corpse, put them on a cart, and then quickly pushed the cart outside. The hovercraft was parked right above him, but the man had no desire to look at it. He had heard the zombies surrounding him. Damn it. Where is the safe place now? The man looked around vigilantly, as if he wanted to find a way to survive in this noisy environment. But he felt that there were dangers everywhere. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the floating car. He descended from the sky, like a god. The man was dumbfounded. The man landed right in front of him. He just stood there quietly, which gave the man a murderous feeling. He swallowed his saliva, nervously held the handle of the cart, and looked at the person who fell from the sky in front of him with great vigilance, fearing that the other party would snatch the supplies in his hands. And the sound of the zombies around him was getting closer. Just when the man didn't know what to do, he saw the person who fell from the sky said, "Local?" The man took a deep breath, raised the knife in his hand, and threatened the person who fell from the sky in front of him, "Friend, I don't know where you are from. The zombies are coming. Get out of here quickly. Don't delay everyone's lives in vain. I have killed hundreds of zombies." Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of the man's expression was very obvious. After hearing the man's words, the man who fell from the sky was not in a hurry, but nodded seriously and said, "Killed hundreds of zombies? Not bad. Not bad. You have some strength. What about yesterday? How many did you kill yesterday?" The man? What yesterday? Although the man was a little confused, he had no time to talk to the man who fell from the sky in front of him. He had to leave quickly. With this thought, he stopped talking and planned to leave. Roar! Roar! But he left a little late. Zombies have already appeared in sight, and what is even more despairing is that these zombies are like a tide, coming from all directions. So looking around, you can see them everywhere. Damn, how come there are so many? The man's face darkened. He clenched the sharp blade in his hand, feeling that today is going to be a bad day. "You are a local. Do you know where there is a luxury goods store?" The man who fell from the sky did not seem to take the zombies around him seriously, but said casually, "Or do you know any manager, supervisor or something like that who works in this field? Tell him that the richest man in Heqing City is looking for him." The man who fell from the sky is undoubtedly Meng Su. To be honest, with regard to Meng Su's current assets, if it were before the peaceful times, it would naturally not be considered the richest man. But if it comes to cash, Meng Su can argue. But it doesn't matter anymore. After the end of the world, whatever Meng Su says he is, he is. He says he is the Jade Emperor, and today he is the Jade Emperor. But facing Meng Su's question, the man was confused. "What time is it? The zombies are almost in front of us. Why are you asking this?" No, even if the zombies are in front of us, what's the point of asking this? Although thinking so in his heart, the man changed his words. "I know him. I know him all. You came down from the hovercraft above. Right? Can you take me up with you? There are too many zombies around. Let's go to a safer place to talk about this. If you can't take it away, can you provide fire support?" "Yes. You can. Meng Su nodded calmly. And then said, but I'm here to shop. Wearing a company uniform doesn't suit my style. I just flew for a long time to find this place. I don't want to go any further. Strange. Is there no other shopping mall in Baifu City? Meng Su's words were very confusing. He crossed the entire Baifu City and finally found a mall that looked a bit high-end. He was ready to come here for shopping. Or rent. It's easy to find a clothing store. But Meng Su has a task to spend 1 billion yuan. So he can't just rent it randomly. Man? I understand every word. Why can't I understand the combination? There are zombies all around. There's no time. Let's go somewhere else later. The man took a deep breath. And the zombies around him had already started to rush towards them. The man knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to hope that Meng Su would be merciful and take him with him. Oh, are you worried about this? Meng Su shook his head calmly. And then said calmly, don't worry. After that, Meng Su slapped out with his palm. And a wave of air formed instantly. Several fast-running zombies were swept away by Meng Su's wave of air, and were directly knocked out and fell to the ground. It seemed that there was no possibility of fighting. It's a bit mysterious. In fact, Meng Su used mental attack. The mental shockwave disturbed the minds of the two mutant zombies running in the front, making them unable to tell east from west and north from south. Seeing Meng Su's move, the man was stunned, and then he heard Meng Su say, I am unfamiliar with Baifu City, I need a guide, you can be my guide. Meng Su said very calmly, where are the rich people in Baifu City? For example, the owner of this building, you do me a small favor, find them out. I will ensure that you are safe and worry-free. And you will have a great future. After that, Meng Su looked at the zombies in front of him without hesitation, and took the man's weapon casually, saying, find a place to hide yourself. After hearing this, the man came back to his senses in a trance, looked around, and quickly found a place in the storage room of a milk tea shop, and hid in a hurry. His mind was in a mess now, feeling that he was being led by Meng Su. He didn't understand anything, it was a bit too magical. First, a floating car appeared. A tough guy with superpowers got out of the floating car, then he asked me to be a guide, and asked me to hide. Outside the storage room, there were the roars of zombies, and the sounds of fighting. He sat in the storage room. It was impossible to say that he was not nervous. He didn't even doubt that countless zombies would knock on the door in the next second, wanting to break in and cut him into pieces. He affirmed Meng Su's strength. But he questioned Meng Su's brain. After all, there were so many zombies outside. Even if he had the ability to hit a cow from a distance, it would be impossible to deal with so many zombies. Right? The man thought Meng Su might be dead. He hid here and decided to wait until the matter was over and the zombies disappeared. Then, he would sneak out and collect Meng Su's body. In this way, time passed by minute by minute. Outside, there was no sound. This surprised the man. He quietly opened the door, revealing a crack in the door, and looked out through this tiny gap, and immediately saw a scene that shocked him. Meng Su was alone, standing in the middle of the devastated, blood-flowing commercial building, surrounded by countless fallen zombies. Their bodies were scattered all over the place, and even piled up into small hills. The knife in Meng Su's hand was his spare knife, which was usually sharpened, but now it was no longer so sharp. The blade was covered with notches and scratches, as if recording a life and death struggle. Bloodstains solidified on the blade, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and death. The man was shocked. At this moment, a ray of sunlight shone. Meng Su's figure appeared unusually tall in the sunlight. He was the lone hero in this Doomsday ruin, the last guardian. The man was shocked. Who on earth is this person? Why is there a black technology product like a hovercraft? And why does he have such strong personal strength? Peaceful Order. This name makes the man feel a little familiar, as if he has seen or heard it somewhere. Dirty again. Meng Su sighed deeply. Turning back, Meng Su looked at the man who was hiding behind the crack of the door and secretly watching him, and said, come out. It's all settled. After hearing Meng Su's words, the man walked out of the storage room with some fear, took a deep breath, and apologized to Meng Su very solemnly. I'm sorry. I was a little naive about you before. I offer you my most sincere apologies. I'm Li Chungjie. It's my honor to serve you. The other party's voice was sincere. But Meng Su felt very strange, and felt that the words were a bit like a script, as if they were brewed for a while before being said. Meng Su didn't really care about the other party's name. After all, He had seen it when he used the method of observing words and expressions. The reason why he could speak to Li Chungjie in a friendly tone was that Ming-Su found that the other party had no black spots. As for what he said to himself before, in the end-time environment, it is very common. Ming-Su can understand. Investigate it. I am Ming-Su, the chairman of the Peace Order Group. Ming-Su calmly stated his identity, and then said, I now officially hire you as my temporary guide for this month, responsible for taking me to investigate the situation in Baifu City, and from now on decide whether to invest my money in Baifu City. Although he didn't understand what Ming-Su was saying, Li Chungjie had a premonition that Baifu City might be saved. The zombie crisis that lasted for 4 months, maybe it will end in the next 2 months. Just when Li Chungjie was thinking wildly, he saw Ming-Su suddenly turn slightly sideways. The bone-chopping knife in his hand was like the sickle of the god of death, and it instantly cut through the air. A flash of blood. A zombie dog hidden behind the pile of corpses instantly fell to the ground, adding another corpse to this dead land. Ah! After seeing the zombie dog, Li Chungjie was startled, and Ming-Su, who had subconsciously attacked, also reacted at this moment, and was a little annoyed. Damn, kill it quickly. I forgot that I have a task to capture small animals to form a zoo. Although it is a dog, but what if it is a valuable dog? Maybe it can be counted as a mission target? Forget it, I'd better explore Baifu City quickly, find the Director Rupert, and spend the 1 billion yuan by the way. Chapter 283. A normal person would not give such an order. It was undoubtedly Director Ming. Sir, you are right. This is the luxury goods area. Ah? Cashier. I am not sure about this. Can this really be rented? Director Ming. I am not questioning your decision, but a little. The scenes he experienced shocked Li Chungjie. His previous impression of Ming-Su was that he was a powerful, cruel, arrogant, and powerful chairman with a deep background. He was a well-known big man after the end of the world. And now, his impression of Ming-Su is that of a patient who escaped from a mental hospital without being locked up. Who would ask where the cashier went in the zombie apocalypse? Who doesn't want to buy, but rents it at the same price? What shocked Li Chungjie even more was that if there was no cashier in this store, he would actually let him wait there, disappear for 7 or 8 minutes, catch a zombie, force the zombie to be the cashier, and then negotiate the price as if nothing had happened. What is this? Role-playing? Did he take a magic potion and need to use role-playing to digest it? All kinds of strange thoughts arose in Li Chungjie's mind. But for all the questions of Ming-Su, Li Chungjie was very cautious and followed the other party's wishes, trying to avoid irritating Ming-Su, a powerful madman, who knows what will happen if he doesn't do what he wants. The zombie corpses are piled up downstairs. Therefore, Li Chungjie is very sincere. He patiently answers the crazy questions asked by Ming-Su, tells lies with open eyes, and even agrees to bargain in reverse. That's right. Bargain in reverse. The higher the price, the better. Li Chungjie doesn't know why this happens. Even if the other party mistakenly thinks it's a peaceful time, he shouldn't do this. Right? It seems that he is really crazy. Li Chungjie was thinking in his heart. And Ming-Su didn't care about Li Chungjie's thoughts. Ming-Su certainly knew that his behavior looked a little crazy, but for the mission, Ming-Su had no choice. And now Ming-Su has been desensitized, and doesn't care about other people's opinions at all? Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others for not seeing through. Others' opinions are relevant to Chairman Ming, and are not worth mentioning at all. As long as Chairman Ming does his best, that's victory. As for the task of spending 1 billion yuan, Ming-Su already has a clue. Ming-Su decided to rent several large shopping malls. Amusement parks were scenic spots in Baifu City. Rent for 1 month. After 1 month, the money will be lost. Why? It's the end of the world. Who can spend money here? So I'm losing money, and there's no way I can make a profit. Ming-Su is very satisfied. As for his original money, it's not the money for the mission, so it doesn't matter. It's just a pity. That is, the difficulty of implementing this plan is too complicated. If he wants to complete the deal, Ming-Su must find the real owner of these buildings, amusement parks or other places, so that the deal can be completed. Ming-Su plans to visit Baifu City, Pingsha City, Wuyang City, etc. On the one hand, he is looking for the owner of these places to see if he can buy the buildings. And on the other hand, he is looking for Director Rupert of Bell Group. Of course, if he can't find them, then forget it. Ming-Su can just go back and cooperate with the safe zone. As long as he works together with the safe zone, win-win cooperation. Most of the tasks in this regard will be completed very easily. After all, the safe zone is an official organization. No matter what they do, with official cooperation, Ming-Su can do whatever he wants. In the end-time environment, there are a large number of abandoned shopping malls. Especially the safe zone is currently working on conquering Shanfeng and Zhangde. When the time comes, I will rent them all. Isn't it wonderful? It seems that this will complete it faster than searching aimlessly here? With this thought, Ming-Su suddenly stood still and fell into deep thought. Oh no! Have I been playing dumb too much recently? I have really become an idiot. Seeing Ming-Su stop, Li Chongjie also stopped without hesitation, like a Death Eater who respected the Dark Lord the most, and said to Ming-Su, Mr. Ming, do you have any instructions? No. After realizing that it seemed that he would be more successful to seek official cooperation, Ming-Su stretched his body and made the high-end suit he had just rented here more loose, and then said, the game should be over. Is there any news about the Bell Group in Baifu City? Or, is there any survivor camp? And there is news about the Bell Group? Hearing Ming-Su's cold and serious words, Li Chongjie couldn't help but be startled. He was obviously a little unexpected for Ming-Su's change. However, after thinking seriously for a moment, he said to Ming-Su, yes. We have a Bell Group processing base in Baifu, which is responsible for assembling and processing Bell Group's electrical appliances. As for the survivor camp, I am not very familiar with it, but I know there is a Bell store in Qianda Plaza, and there is a relatively large survivor camp in Qianda Plaza. Ming-Su did not intend to get the answer from here, but he did not expect Li Chongjie to actually say something, which immediately made Ming-Su very satisfied. He then said, okay, take me to this processing plant, and then go to Qianda Plaza. Shanfeng City does not have Bell Group's industry, but there is in Baifu City. Weird. But think about it, Shanfeng City, Weiyang City. These well-known cities in the province, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Building a processing plant here, unless the base is here, otherwise the cost is too high. And for a small city like Baifu City, it doesn't matter. Especially for a processing plant, after processing, the products are not sold in Baifu City, but can be sold all over the world, so naturally a place with low prices is more suitable. In that case, then let's go. Ming-Su looked at Li Chongjie very calmly, and Li Chongjie saw this, and nodded quickly, and naturally would not object to Ming-Su's opinion. However, although he was very afraid of Ming-Su, who was sometimes good and sometimes bad, Li Chongjie thought about it, and still gritted his teeth and said to Ming-Su, Mr. Ming, I have some small things here, can we go somewhere on the way? After he finished speaking, Li Chongjie's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his back was already slightly soaked with sweat. I don't know if it was because of the hot weather or nervousness. After hearing Li Chongjie's words, Ming-Su scanned Li Chongjie with an indifferent look, which made Li Chongjie feel uneasy. Just when he was about to say it's okay not to go, he suddenly heard Ming-Su say, okay. Seeing the supplies on the first floor, Ming-Su knew what Li Chongjie was going to do. In that case, then give him a ride. It's just right, and we can plant a nail in Baifu City. Of course, if you don't want to stay in Baifu City as a nail, it doesn't matter, just send him back to the base camp in the safe zone for placement. When the troops arrive in Baifu, everything will be back on track. Okay, let's go. Ming-Su's voice appeared in Li Chongjie's ears very calmly, and Ming-Su had already taken a step, stepping on small leather shoes, walking towards the window. As a guide, it's a bit inappropriate for you to walk behind me. After hearing Ming-Su's words, Li Chongjie was immediately delighted, and then immediately said, Mr. Ming, wait a moment, I'll go downstairs and bring the supplies up. No need, I'll ask someone to get it. Shanfeng City, Beiyuan District. The battle had already ended, and the battlefield was being cleaned up. On the devastated streets, soldiers in the safe zone, holding various equipment, were moving corpses onto corpse transporters along the modeled roads, preparing to transport the zombie corpses away and deal with them uniformly. This was very slow, but they were cleaning up places that large vehicles could not enter. On the main roads, several large bulldozers were shoveling away the piles of zombie corpses and loading them into vehicles. One vehicle after another left the front line, and at the end of the vehicle's journey, there was a big pit. The flames rose into the sky like a dragon, and the scorching flames instantly devoured the rotten flesh and bones. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and occasionally the roar of zombies could be heard, as if they had not died. But they were soon replaced by the crackling sound of burning. The flames burned from morning to night. The dim flames illuminated the abandoned factory in the night. The raging flames jumped wantonly under the night sky, split the surrounding darkness in half. The corpses of zombies piled up like a mountain, drenched with fuel oil, at this moment, burning in the elegy of death. As the last zombie was engulfed by the flames, Wen Yuan, general manager of Shunfeng branch of Peace Order Group, and Song Yufan, head of the security zone, were obviously relieved, but they did not dare to be careless, and continue to deal with what might happen next. The millions of zombies in a Yuan city are like a sword of Damocles, hanging over their heads. If the crisis there is not resolved, they will not be able to sleep or eat. General Committee member Liu has sent more troops to open up the passage to Zhongda City. The progress is very smooth. The zombies in Zhongda City are fighting each other, and have no time to take care of us. A passage has been opened. The next step is to cooperate in the encirclement and suppression of the internal zombies. Song Yufan said to Wen Yuan without hiding anything. General Committee member Liu hopes that we can build an incinerator at the junction of Zhongda City and Shunfeng City as soon as possible. In the next few days, a large number of corpses will be incinerated. Okay. Wen Yuan nodded. I will make a plan. But our company is short of manpower. When we really start, you will need to organize a group of people. Wen Yuan can be said to be the top architect who survived. Of course, there are many people in this world who are better than Wen Yuan in architecture. But in the current safe zone and peace order group, there is only him. Designing an incinerator is not difficult. Just follow the same pattern, and do the same here as in other places, and mass production will be done. However, Wen Yuan's identity is not ordinary, as he is the general manager of a branch company. So he still needs to give the peace order group a sense of participation, so that they can be involved. Otherwise, the peace order will not play with him. Wouldn't that be the end of them? Not to mention anything else, just those endless chosen ones, enough to make them drink a pot. This battle, it must be said that the company suffered a lot of losses. Most of the pea shooters were eliminated, only 16 remained at their posts, and the violent terrorist mobile team and ordinary employees suffered a lot. This is how to deal with the zombie tide. Then what about the impact of millions of zombies in a Yuan city? Alas. Thinking of this, Wen Yuan was a little worried. Song Yufan seemed to see Wen Yuan's worry. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. He looked up and saw Deputy General Manager Lin Yi breaking into the room. Wen Yuan saw Lin Yi's anxious look and asked immediately, Xiao Lin, what's wrong? Although Lin Yi is young, he is also a capable general. His supernatural power not only has the ability to avoid disaster, but also has great strength and is very calm. It must be a big deal to make him so impetuous. As soon as Lin Yi came in, he saw Wen Yuan and Song Yufan sitting together. Although he was a little surprised, he did not hide anything and said immediately, just now, the radio station received a clear text telegram to us. It is a special signal that we have never seen before. But the content above is in the tone of Chairman Ming. Chairman Ming said that the zombie tide in the Yuan city has been broken. The zombie king is dead, and the millions of zombies are leaderless. They may scatter. At that time, some of them will move to Shunfeng City. We must defend them, and not let these zombies moving towards us break through the defense line. Lin Yi took a deep breath and continued. Chairman Ming also said that this incident was caused by the Bell Group. Let us search for people or things related to the Bell Group in the jurisdiction with all our strength. An American named Rupert is wanted. As for his full name, it is not clear. He is a director of the Bell Group. After hearing this, Wen Yuan and Song Yufan were both very surprised. It's a bit of a headache to generate electricity with clear codes. To be on the safe side, let's investigate the situation in a Yuan city. Wen Yuan felt a little tricky. After all, this could not prove Meng Su's identity. However, the information conveyed was not confidential, but something that could be verified at any time. So there was no need to verify it. Song Yufan nodded on the side. Then, Lin Yi looked a little strange. Mr. Meng has another thing. What is it? Mr. Meng said. Let's go to General Committee Liu to talk about some abandoned shopping malls, amusement parks, scenic spots and other places in Shunfeng, Zhongda, and Heqing that have been controlled by the security zone. He said he wanted to contract them for a month, and was willing to pay 1 billion credit points. Song Yufan? Wen Yuan didn't respond yet, but Song Yufan was already a little surprised. Why do you want to contract those places? Now the population has dropped sharply, many places are not used at all, scenic spots, amusement parks, they can't be reopened. Right? Song Yufan was a little dumbfounded, and said subconsciously. Although it was to send money to the safe zone, Song Yufan felt it was a bit absurd. After hearing this order, Wen Yuan suddenly relaxed. Yes, it is definitely Director Meng who can give such an order. Wen Yuan said very comfortably, normal, ahem, those ordinary people would not give such an order, it seems that it is Director Meng who sent the telegram. Buy. Although I don't know what the use of buying it is. But buying it is over. Even if Director Meng wants to temporarily transform these places into his grand palace, Wen Yuan will be the first to be responsible for designing the drawings of the palace. Chapter 284. You didn't ask how many people died. A journey through mountains and rivers. Meng Su's trip to Baifu was very ideal. After carrying Li Chongjie to deliver supplies to the 7 or 8 old, weak, sick and pregnant women he was protecting, Meng Su was very considerate and went to the other side. He used the hovercraft to make a lot of noise, and attracted all the zombies around, and then fired a few rockets at them and blew them into twisted dough. Of course, in this way, the zombies around gathered more and more. Meng Su led them away all the way, then turned off the noise, and left immediately, letting these zombies wander in a different area. After picking up Li Chongjie, Meng Su, under his guidance, went to the processing plant of Bell Group. Along the way, Li Chongjie showed more respect to Meng Su. Meng Su naturally knew where all these changes came from, but he was very reserved and didn't say anything. Bell Group's processing plant mainly processes some electronic parts and the like. In other words, it is an electronics factory, working in a large factory. The treatment is pretty good, much better than the electronics factory Meng Su wanted to go to before. Soon, under the guidance of Li Chongjie, Meng Su sat in the hovercraft and drove towards the Bell Group's processing plant. Luo Xinchan sat in the corner, supporting her head with her hands, looking at the scenery outside with boredom. She even yawned, revealing a trace of laziness and boredom. Luo Xinchan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and it seemed that even her eyes were too lazy to wander around, but gradually solidified in a certain place, letting her thoughts drift away with the clouds outside the hovercraft. Li Chongjie stood by the window at the other end, looking at the scenery below with admiration, and was amazed, as if Lu Lao had entered the Grandview Garden, with novel things everywhere. Of course, as soon as he got on the hovercraft, he saw the familiar actress Luo Xinchan. Luo Xinchan was not the right time to be dirty. After Meng Su brought her back to Huiqing City, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu cleaned her up, and she was very hygienic. But for Li Chongjie, the appearance of a first-line actress here was actually a very normal thing. Nothing to say. Looking out from the hovercraft, Li Chongjie felt an unprecedented sense of freshness. Women, not as good as the hovercraft. As for Meng Su, he yawned and sat on the driving seat and let the automatic driving. He played a role in design. After all, Meng Su didn't need to drive, and it was also automatic, so it didn't matter where he was. Just sailing all the way. In just 20 minutes, a factory in the suburbs appeared in front of Meng Su. Although it was a suburb, it was not remote. From the perspective of the hovercraft, there was a small town not far away. There were all kinds of snack shops and internet cafes in the town. It seemed that the economic development of this town was centered around this processing plant. There is already a complete economic cycle. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. The apocalypse has been here for so long. Logically speaking, there should be zombies everywhere here. But Meng Su observed from the air, but he could not see many zombies. The few zombies were still outside the factory and gathered in the town. Meng Su was happy and thought he might have come to the right place. If there were no special circumstances, would such a thing happen? Are all zombies kind-hearted? They know that protective clothing is necessary for safe production, but they didn't wear it, so they all left on their own? So, there is definitely a problem. But there is a problem here. It is impossible that it has nothing to do with Bell Group. When he thought of this, Meng Su smiled and said, "Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Su decided to hide the hovercraft first, in order to avoid the other party being in a hurry. He was prepared. Where to hide it? After thinking for a while, Meng Su decided to hide the car in a nearby town. The town is still some distance away from the processing plant. Putting it there, it is covered by mountains and is basically invisible to the naked eye. Soon, Ming Su's hovercraft arrived above the town. After the hovercraft stopped, Ming Su just glanced at Li Chungjie. And Li Chungjie immediately understood and came to the exit of the hovercraft first. Ming Su was very satisfied with this. Just as he took a step, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Luo Xinchan, who was sitting in the corner like a gentle and beautiful princess, and said, "Why do you stay at home on the hovercraft every day? Go out for a walk." "Oh!" After hearing this, Luo Xinchan stood up lazily, stretched, and walked straight to Ming Su. It looked like there were a lot of people. Seeing Luo Xinchan being so obedient this time, Ming Su was a little surprised, but he didn't say much in front of Li Chungjie, but stood in the direction of the exit. Buzz, accompanied by a neat sound. Soon, the arc at the exit suddenly flashed for a second, and then the bottom disappeared completely. Ming Su, Luo Xinchan, and Li Chungjie fell rapidly. Ming Su and Luo Xinchan were very calm, but Li Chungjie was shocked. The last time it docked, the floating car landed on the ground, and Li Chungjie got off the car just like he got off normally. This time, it was mid-air stagnation, and then it fell to the ground. Li Chungjie didn't expect it to be this way, and was immediately shocked, his eyes full of fear. "What's going on? Don't you give me a parachute bag for high-altitude landing? Paratrooper number 1 is not ready yet. At such a high altitude, will I die if I fall to the ground? I shouldn't. I am a superpower, and my physical fitness is pretty strong. But if I fall to the ground at such a high altitude, I will be paralyzed if I don't die." Li Chungjie's eyes were terrified, and his brain was spinning rapidly, trying to find a possibility of survival. However, there were no props, and it was not even a plane crash. It was hard to imagine how to survive. There were buildings directly below him. It was land, and it was not the sea or anything like that. Although he had a lot of thoughts, the speed of free fall would not stop Li Chungjie from thinking. As time flew by, Li Chungjie was horrified to find that he was only 5 or 6 meters away from the ground. Ah! When the time came, Li Chungjie finally couldn't help but shout. However, the imagined scene of being smashed into a pulp did not appear. What appeared in front of Li Chungjie was a piece of ground. He actually just hovered about 30 centimeters above the ground and stopped directly. When Ming Su heard Li Chungjie's voice, he turned his head and looked at Li Chungjie. There is an anti-gravity system installed. When it lands from the air, it will not fall directly to the ground. Don't worry. After hearing Ming Su's words, Li Chungjie took a deep breath. His eyes were full of shock. He was stunned for a long time before he reacted, and Ming Su and Luo Xinchan had already walked down from here and began to deal with the zombies around him that were attracted by Li Chungjie's shouting. Li Chungjie, who had recovered, immediately stretched out his foot, stumbled, and fell directly to the ground. This feeling was like falling down a staircase. How magical, Li Chungjie thought in his heart. He took a few quick steps to catch up with Ming Su's pace. After swallowing his saliva, he carefully asked Ming Su, "Mr. Ming, this system is really magical. What if it fails? What will be the consequences? Are there any protective measures?" "Failed?" Ming Su shot casually, knocked down a zombie, and took the time to answer, "It hasn't failed yet. But if it fails, you're unlucky. The specific consequences depend on the landing height. If you fall from tens of thousands of meters, I can't save you even if I come." Ming Su's hovercraft basically doesn't drive that high, because Ming Su was also worried about this before. The height of the hovercraft, when it landed, must be a safe height where Ming Su would not fall to his death. As for whether other people would fall to their death, this was not within Ming Su's consideration. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Of course, this is not certain, unless the situation is urgent. Ming Su is still used to landing on the ground, rather than landing from a high altitude. Swish! After shooting a zombie to death, Ming Su took a step and walked quickly towards the Bell Group's processing plant. Luo Xinchan followed closely, and Li Chungjie also hurried to catch up. At this moment, Li Chungjie found an embarrassing thing. That is, his speed seemed to be the worst. If Ming Su hadn't waited intentionally, he couldn't even keep up with Ming Su and Luo Xinchan. This hurt Li Chungjie. He was also a battle-hardened superpower. Why was he staying here like a burden? Ming Su walked forward and soon arrived at the entrance of the processing plant. There were 2 mutant zombies at the door, and they seemed to be on guard duty. Ming Su didn't say anything, and slapped them twice. and then used mental control to directly control the 2 mutant zombies. The 2 mutant zombies immediately nodded and bowed. Li Chungjie was stunned by this scene. What's going on? Slap the zombie twice. And the zombie will obey? While he was stunned, Ming-Su had already entered. After entering the factory, he looked around, and saw that the factory had been transformed. There were many equipments that should not be from the assembly line of the electronics factory, but some equipments that Ming-Su had seen in his own biological laboratory. This scene made Ming-Su very happy. We came to the right place. This place is definitely closely related to the experimental project of Bell Group. Ming-Su took a deep breath, and suddenly saw a guy in protective clothing carrying a bucket of unknown material, and walking towards the laboratory. So, Ming-Su did not hesitate at all, and teleported directly to the man in the protective suit. You? Seeing this, the man was shocked and uttered a word subconsciously. Before he finished speaking, Ming-Su had already blocked his mouth and said coldly, I ask. You answer. Otherwise you will die. Do you understand? If you understand, nod your head. Beijiang Province. Looting City. In a miserable house that did not look like a gathering place for good people. There were 5 neatly dressed people around. After discussing with each other for a long time, they decided on a result. Soon, one of them knocked on the door, and seemed to give a few instructions to the outside. The next second, a 2-meter-tall, strong-looking man came in. After the man came in, he bowed respectfully to the 5 people present and said, Meet the 5 Simings. After the 5 people nodded, one of the old men played with the walnuts in his hand, coughed, and said, Ahu, my master has delegated power to us. After our collective discussion, we decided to send you to Nanjiang Province to take charge of the overall situation. From today on, you will be like us, and become the Siming of Nanjiang Province. Of course, the 4th Siming. In terms of the speed of replacing Ximing, Nanjiang Province is far ahead. From Tianhe to Wang Xian, from Wang Xian to Gu Dekong. It can be said that the Ximing of Nanjiang Province has not served a full quarter of his term, and the speed of consumption is very fast. After the Lord issued the order, the Ximing of the 5 surrounding provinces all looked embarrassed, so after a collective discussion, it was decided to send Mr. Ahu, who went to Lingnan Province on official business, to Nanjiang to serve as the new Ximing. After all, he knows nothing, the ignorant are fearless, and I believe he will definitely achieve some results in Nanjiang. Ahu was caught off guard. He did not expect that he would be promoted and given a raise so easily, and reach the pinnacle of his life. He could not help but hesitate. After a moment of silence, he asked, Masters of Destiny, is there something wrong with Nanjiang? There are indeed some problems. Hanong Siming sighed and took over the conversation, saying, A powerful figure has emerged in Nanjiang Province, named Ming-Su, who has superb skills. Nanjiang Siming is no match for him, and has resigned. The chosen ones of Nanjiang have also suffered some casualties. After hearing the news, Ahu said in his heart, No wonder. But this did not make Ahu retreat. After all, only if you chew on a hard bone, you will get more rewards. Such a hard bone should be chewed by him. After he went to Lingnan Province on business, he was very coveted by the situation in Yancheng. He dreamed of becoming a Siming. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, how could he not cherish it? However, to be on the safe side, Ahu still asked cautiously, among the colleagues of the chosen ones in Nanjiang Province, who was the most seriously injured. How serious was it? The one with the most serious injury. His arm left him forever. Another female Siming spoke up. She was the Siming of Beijiang. After that, I'm afraid I have to go to Yancheng and change my job to a sky patrol. Just broke his arm. Hearing this, Ahu was completely relieved, and said confidently, Please rest assured, I will take over Nanjiang Province. As for Ming-Su, I will let him know what the real Siming is. Seeing that Ahu accepted the task, the 5 people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Good. Finally got fooled. Don't worry. Our 5 provinces are organizing a plan, together with the Bell Group, the remnants of the Sky Patrol, and some other survivors who defected to us, to give you the maximum support, Dingnan Siming said to Ahu, with a look of don't worry. Leave the logistics to us. Ahu nodded after hearing this. He always felt that these 5 people were weird, but he didn't know what was weird about them. The one with the most serious injury only had a broken arm. What's the big deal? Why did they all have such expressions? Forget it. Never mind. I'll go pack my bags and leave immediately. Ahu muttered, and then left the room immediately. After Ahu left, the 5 people looked at each other, without saying a word, and they understood each other. After all, Ahu asked the one with the most serious injury, and didn't ask anything else. Then, they answered the one who was most seriously injured. There was indeed one with a broken arm, but it was not what they imagined. He was lucky, he was not affected. He was bitten by a zombie while escaping. He was forced to cut himself with a knife, and then he fled to Beijiang province, and was accepted by the chosen one of Beijiang province. As for the others, they are all dead. Death does not mean injury, so they only answered the one who was most seriously injured. Chapter 285. As easy as kicking a stray dog to death on the roadside. Ugh. Ugh. The white-coated experimenter whose mouth and nose were held struggled desperately. A pair of terrified eyes looked around in horror through the goggles, as if trying to find a glimmer of hope for his own survival. It's just a pity that the one who captured him was Meng Su, the number 1 man in the world. So how could he leave any chance to escape? Is Rupert in there? He spoke to the white-coated experimenter very calmly, and didn't even lower his voice. He just asked normally, "Don't get me wrong. I'm his friend, and I have something to ask him." Bullshit. Would a real friend do this? The white-coated experimenter couldn't help but sneer in his heart, but he didn't react much on the surface. After Meng Su let go, the white-coated experimenter even swallowed his saliva in fear and whispered to Meng Su, "Sir, Director Rupert is not here." Oh! Meng Su heard this, and was about to break his neck expressionlessly and ask someone else, but the white-coated lab staff member was very well behaved, and quickly said, "But according to what Director Rupert said before, he will come to inspect the results in 2 days. Hearing what the white-coated lab staff member said, Meng Su's hand, which was originally about to move, paused for a moment, and then asked with interest, "What is this place for?" "Sir, this is a research room, responsible for research on biochemical virus issues." The white-coated lab staff member was sweating profusely, and couldn't help but whisper to Meng Su about how to stimulate the potential of this biochemical zombie virus, so that zombies can advance quickly, and at the same time check whether zombies can be cultivated at a point, and how to use the zombie virus in the air, causing airborne infection. Virus research room. Meng Su nodded, took a look at the experimenter named Lu Fei in front of him, and sighed. "How many are there in your laboratory?" "Never mind. There are not many people I like. You go and call all the experimenters over." After that, Meng Su let go, allowing the white-coated experimenter named Lu Fei to move freely. "Ah?" Lu Fei looked a little surprised. He didn't expect Meng Su to let him go so easily. He was stunned and pointed at himself. Are you going to let me go? You didn't bring your ears when you went out?" Meng Su looked at Lu Fei in confusion. "I asked you to gather all the experimenters, and I will give them a lecture." After hearing Meng Su's words, Lu Fei was submissive and immediately took the order and left. It was just that whether he would call someone, or who he would call, was uncertain. However, Meng Su did not care about this. On the contrary, he took out something like a walkie-talkie from his pocket and said calmly, "Come here. Take a look around. If anyone wants to escape from this factory, just shoot them." There was no reply from the walkie-talkie, which seemed to be a one-way notification. Following Meng Su's notification, the hovercraft parked in the town also began to move quietly. After doing all this, Meng Su waved his hand back. "And Su?" Li Chungjie came out from a secluded corner, looked around vigilantly, and whispered to Meng Su, Mr. Meng, will we reveal our whereabouts if we come in so blatantly? The defense here should be very strict. How about we sneak into that laboratory now, and catch a few more tongues?" Hearing Li Chungjie's words, Meng Su glanced at him and said calmly, "Sneaking around? Sneaking around is not what a hero does. If you have to be so cautious in front of these trash here, then you might as well not be the chairman. Xiao Li, you have to know that your identity has changed now. You are my subordinate now. Peaceful order means doing things in this open and above board. If you are arrogant and domineering, you can destroy anyone who disobeys you. There is no need to care so much." Meng Su's voice was full of confidence. "The peace order group is like this, Nanjiang's bully. I won't give in after 2 moves." After hearing Meng Su's words, Li Chungjie didn't say much. It's hard to smooth out the opinions held over the past few days, and Meng Su didn't have any dissatisfaction with this. He just walked forward quietly, towards the place where the experimenter named Lu Fei wanted to go. The original factory in front has been transformed at this moment, the door is closed, and there is a sign with the words virus danger and English on the door. The air is filled with a pungent smell of disinfectant. If you listen carefully, you can still hear the humming sound of the machine vibrating slightly. At this moment, Li Chungjie said, Mr. Ming, the direction that person left just now. It seems not here. I know. Meng Su nodded. Lu Fei went in another direction. Probably to the security department. Security room or something like that. It is impossible for Bell Group to put a group of experimental personnel here alone. There must be some protection mechanism to prevent the experimental personnel from being wiped out. Regarding Lu Fei's self-destructive behavior, Meng Su could only say that there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to hell, but you break in. With this thought, Meng Su casually threw a bottle of pills to Li Chungjie, and said calmly to Li Chungjie, take this thing, and eat it when I tell you to. It was of course an immune drug. This virus danger sign was placed here. And according to what Lu Fei said before, they were studying air transmission. What if I broke the door and broke into the laboratory later, and accidentally caused the virus to leak out? I didn't care. Anyway, with my current strength, even if the zombie king bit me, I wouldn't turn into a zombie. But Li Chungjie might not be sure. So let him be careful. Upon hearing this, Li Chungjie nodded seriously. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he believed that Meng Su would not harm him. After all, if he wanted to harm him, he wouldn't need to give him a bottle of medicine. A little karami like him would die with just a pinch. After receiving it, Meng Su turned around and looked at the door again, touched it lightly, and was about to punch it, when he heard a burst of hurried footsteps behind him, and at the same time, he could vaguely hear the voice of Lu Fei, who had been captured by him before. It's just in front. It must be someone sent by the safe zone. He has a strong body, and is a very powerful psychic. Catch him, and we only need such a psychic to study the virus. Try to capture him alive, and if you can't capture him alive, you can kill him, but make sure the body is intact. Lu Fei's voice came from afar, and it sounded very excited, so excited that it was hard to describe, as if an animal protector found a panda cub in the wild, or an astronaut found a creature on Mars. Who? Meng Su turned around, and saw two men in black uniforms, who looked like security guards, holding rifles, leading two extremely ferocious mutant wolfhounds, and swaggering over. Behind them, Lu Fei was screaming and leading the way, which looked quite funny. The two security guards in black uniforms surprised Meng Su. The two men looked Latino, with large tattoos on their bodies. As Meng Su observed their expressions, he immediately saw the word superpower, level 12, and superpower, level 11. Of course, there are many occupations such as murder and rape. There is also a relatively rare occupation of drug dealers. These two people are full of evil. As for the names, Meng Su is not interested in remembering the names of dead people. Hey, kid! One of the tall Latinos actually spoke fluent Chinese, and said to Meng Su fiercely, kneel on the ground now. Be a good experimental equipment, and I will spare your life. Confident and domineering, Li Chungjie looked solemn, as if he had encountered a powerful enemy. Meng Su didn't even look at the two Latinos, but instead focused his eyes on the two wolfhounds they brought, his eyes unable to hide his surprise. Oh! This is not a wolfhound. This looks like a wolf. Upside down is a dog. Downside down is a wolf. Of course, no matter whether the tail is up or down, it could be a wolf or a dog. But these two wolf-like creatures, they say they are wolves. They are wolves. The mission is accomplished. What? Are you scared? Lu Fei's voice sounded at the right time, and his voice was full of sneers. Go. Kill him. Meng Su also raised his head at this moment, looking at the three people. To thank you for giving me two wolves, I decided to let you die quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Su's figure suddenly disappeared in front of the three of them. Where are the people? Disappeared out of thin air? The three of them were shocked at the same time. But the next second, the two Latino psychics felt a strange movement behind them. Not good. The short Latino was shocked, and then some strange changes began to appear on his body, and rocks began to spread rapidly on his skin, while the other tall Latino turned around quickly, wanting to raise his gun and shoot. But for Meng Su, their movements were too slow. Just like a sloth, Meng Su did not hesitate at all, stretched out his hands, held the heads of the two men, and gave them a couple worship. Bang! With a crisp sound, The two heads collided, and immediately the heads were broken and bleeding. The tall man's skull was directly smashed, blood gushed out, and he screamed in pain. As for the short Latino, because his skin had been rocked, he naturally had a higher defense, and under such a collision, he was not hurt at all. Seeing this, Ming Su casually threw the tall guy's head away, and then grabbed the short guy's head directly, using him as a weapon. He looked at the two wolfhounds that were biting him, hesitated for a moment, and did not attack the two wolfhounds. He just used mental shock to shock the two wolfhounds, making them tremble. Ming Su himself picked up the short guy and smashed him towards Lu Fei. Everything happened in a flash. Lu Fei never dreamed that the two guys he relied on were so fragile that they couldn't even last a round. He immediately looked at Ming Su with horror, wanting to beg for mercy. But Ming Su had already waved the human weapon and hit him, knocking Lu Fei to the ground. Then, Ming Su held the short Latino like a sledgehammer, and kept hitting Lu Fei. Ah! Spare me. Spare me. Don't kill me. I am willing to work for you. Lu Fei's screams were endless. But Ming Su ignored them, and continued to hit him, until he was bloody, and completely smashed into pulp. The short Latino who was used as a weapon by Ming Su was also dizzy at this moment. And a large piece of rock fell. Okay. Ming Su looked at the two wolfhounds lying on the ground not far away, looking at them with fear. After yawning, he threw the thing that had been his weapon to the ground, and stepped on the head of the short Latino casually. Pop! With a crisp sound, blood splattered everywhere. The extremely hard rock head was like a balloon under Ming Su's feet. Stepping on it to death was as easy as kicking a wild dog on the roadside, without any difficulty. This was Ming Su. The two wolfhounds squatting in the corner, with their heads drooping, were terrified at the moment, whimpering and begging for mercy. Seeing this, Ming Su said calmly, "Little dogs, two little wolves. Stay here and don't run around. If I find you missing, you will die." Li Chungjie was stunned when he saw this. After Ming Su said, "What are you doing there?" he immediately came to his senses, and subconsciously followed Ming Su's steps, facing the protective gate in front of him. Li Chungjie swallowed his saliva. Just when he was about to offer a suggestion that he had a way, Ming Su punched him without hesitation. Boom! With a loud noise, a hole was punched in the protective door. Ming Su grabbed the hole and tore the steel with his hands, and finally tore a passage. Buzz, buzz! An alarm sounded in the laboratory, and Ming Su calmly waved to Li Chungjie. "Let's go in. You will be responsible for managing them later, and whoever disobeys can be killed." Listening to Ming Su's simple and rough words, Li Chungjie was stunned. Is it that simple? He felt like he was dreaming. The next moment, he recovered, nodded to Ming Su and said, "Yes, Mr. Ming." After that, he suddenly remembered something. Where did Luo Xinchan go? He remembered that the lady came down with him. So, he thought about it for a while. And just when he was about to speak, he went to see Ming Su as if he had already anticipated what he wanted to say, and casually said, "Luo Xinchan went to block the back door." Li Chungjie heard this, and he had nothing else to say. In the laboratory, alarms sounded frequently. Ming Su ignored it directly. After passing through the door, there was a small compartment that looked like a disinfection room. As soon as Ming Su came in, disinfectant was sprayed randomly. Ming Su ignored the disinfectant, and then he opened the door to the room on the next floor. After entering, he saw a pile of protective clothing. "There are protective clothing. Put one on." Ming Su yawned, pointed at the protective clothing to Li Chungjie casually, and said, "There may be virus infection inside. Just wait here after you put it on. I will call you in later." Chapter 286. Mr. Rupert, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Quick, sort out all the research materials. Don't even think about destroying them. If you mess up, Lin Su, Xu Mingyang, Ruan Nan and Xia Er will end up like you. Jizwa Yao, what are you doing? What are you trying to hide? Hand it over. In the laboratory, all kinds of materials were being sorted out and submitted to Ming Su. Ming Su sat on a relatively high chair and casually flipped through the sorted materials. Although he couldn't understand, he pretended to understand. Among the white-coated lab workers who were sorting materials in the lab, there were 3 figures patrolling fiercely, sometimes giving serious reprimands, causing the white-coated lab workers who were sorting materials to grit their teeth. And they seemed very angry at them. These 3 figures were the team leaders promoted by Ming Su, who were cowards who surrendered to him, although the 3 of them regarded them as their own people. Meng Su did not regard them as his own people. He just used them as a tool to monitor whether these lab workers had brought all the materials. Finally, Meng Su would be merciful and leave them to fend for themselves. The number of Bell Group's scientific research team is huge, with more than 20 people. It can only be said that their strength is indeed extremely strong. Moreover, any member of the scientific research team can become a backbone force when they arrive at Meng Su's place. The average level is much better than that of the biological research laboratory in the peaceful order. However, their high level does not mean that Meng Su will let them go and let them join his company. Unlike the few caught in the Magic City before, those few still played a big role in the company. So Meng Su temporarily kept their lives to atone for his sins, and would only punish them completely after their technology was fully mined. But these virus research is not that useful to Meng Su, especially the theory of airborne virus transmission. What does Meng Su need this for? Will it infect the safe zone and trigger another round of zombie crisis? He is fine. However, the Bell Group is studying this, which is also a point worth marking. The Bell Group must be annihilated. Otherwise, under airborne transmission, except for himself and a few powerful superpowers, who else can survive? Beware.jpg would not far away. There was a funny roar. Hearing this sound, Meng Su knew that it was Luo Xinchan who was calling. During this period, Luo Xinchan was like a husky without a bridle, howling non-stop, and looked particularly happy. The reason why Luo Xinchan was so happy was actually very simple. That is, she found the storage room of this laboratory. Inside, all the storage was purebred and fine zombie viruses and evolution crystals. For ordinary people and even people with special abilities, these were poisons that must be kept away from. But for Luo Xinchan, this was like entering a buffet restaurant. Purebred and fine liquid zombie viruses? A large bottle of Coke. Evolution crystals? Hamburgers and fries. This wave is a crazy Thursday to eat kaifeng dishes. Meng Su didn't know what others were like. Anyway, Luo Xinchan was very happy now, eating to her heart's content. In this regard, Meng Su's only request was, keep some. Don't eat them all. Meng Su was quite helpless. However, according to this situation, these people are actually useful to purify the pure zombie virus. But since they have sorted out the information, they can take them back and recruit people to study them. These guys who enjoy killing and abusing others are just a burden no matter how much knowledge they have and how high their level is. Meng Su does not need such people. Although these white-coated personnel are resentful, they are still sorting out the information. Although there are many death threats, they don't take it seriously. They think that after Meng Su experienced the first round of killing chickens to scare monkeys, he should not do it to them again. The three guys who were appointed as team leaders by Meng Su were even more proud, feeling that they had joined Meng Su's warship and become one. Li Chungjia sat in the corner, looking around silently, not knowing what to do for a moment, just sitting there calmly as the security captain. The process of sorting out the data was rather boring. Meng Su was also yawning, waiting for the sorting. The data was too huge. It would take half a day to sort out these things. In this way, Meng Su stayed here for a day and a half, and all the data was sorted out. There must be something fishy going on here. Many people are deliberately procrastinating. Although they dare not cheat, they can still waste time. Although Meng Su knew this very well, he did not take any action. He was very kind and tolerant. He was like an ancient wise king. After all, why bother with some dead people? Anyway, he was going to stay here for 2 days to wait for Rupert to come. It was not bad to let them play around. However, after finishing the information, Meng Su did not wait for Rupert to come, which disappointed him. But it doesn't matter. Looking at the somewhat restrained white-coated experimenter standing in front of him, Meng Su couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile, and said to them warmly, "Very good, you have completed the test I gave you, and have successfully sorted out all the virus information. You make me proud." Beside Meng Su's feet, squatting were 2 grinning zombie wolfhounds, without chains, with white eyes, showing their ferocious fangs at those ugly-looking experimenters, as if they could pounce on them at any time. Walking a dog without a leash is like walking a dog without a leash. But now is an unconventional period. So it doesn't matter if Meng Su doesn't have a leash. A monitor who was taken in by Meng Su as a lackey looked at the 2 wolfhounds at Meng Su's feet took a deep breath, and said with some fear, "Mr. Meng, what should we do next?" According to the previous rules, Rupert will arrive here within 2 to 5 hours. Should we leave early? After saying this, another lackey jumped out impatiently, pointing at the man who spoke earlier and shouting sharply, "It's just a little Rupert." "Mr. Ming, how can you be so arrogant?" "Wei Li, do you think Mr. Ming is not as good as Rupert?" "Mr. Ming, I suspect he is Bell's undercover. Execute him." After hearing this, the man who spoke first, whose voice was filled with a little fear, immediately became furious, completely forgetting the fear, and hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Ming, master, don't listen to his nonsense. I think he is the real undercover, a spy. God can be my witness. I am doing this for your sake, for our career." After saying that, he knelt on the ground with a thump, knocked his head, with such force that his forehead was even broken and bleeding, and the blood flowed down his forehead, looking very loyal. Seeing this scene, Li Chongjie was surprised again. But he was used to seeing new things, and was not stunned this time. He looked like he had seen all kinds of storms. Ming Su was also very indifferent when he saw this. He immediately said, "I understand your loyalty." After hearing Ming Su's words, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. But then, they heard Ming Su say, "Now, I allow you to join the most elite and mysterious department of the Peace Order Group to do the greatest work. Are there any of you who are unwilling to work for the company?" After hearing this, the white-coated experimenter said nothing, although some people were reluctant in their hearts. It was not realistic for them to stand up and resist Ming Su, because those who resisted Ming Su all had been hanged outside. The bodies of Lin Su, Zhu Mingyang, Ruan Nan and Xia Er were still staring at them. Then, the man with blood on his forehead asked respectfully with a face full of longing, "Master, what great job is it? Which glorious and great department are we going to join?" "Of course, it's the ground cleaning team of the Order Guard Company," Ming Su said. "Of course, some of you may be able to join the terrorist mobile team, and some of you may be lucky enough to join the biological laboratory as experimental subjects." When this sentence came out, all the white-coated experimenters were stunned. Although they didn't understand what ground cleaning team and terrorist mobile team meant, they understood that they would join the biological laboratory as experimental subjects. They were also researchers, and they also had experimental subjects. "Master, you are really good at joking." "Ha ha ha." The man forced a smile, and then pretended to laugh, as if he was flattering Ming Su's joke. However, what Ming Su said was not a joke. "Go." Ming Su was too lazy to say too much to them, and just spit out one word. "Ah!" The moment they received Ming Su's order, the two wolfhounds were immediately excited and rushed out directly. "Ah!" The guy who was kneeling on the ground and begging Ming Su humbly, with blood on his forehead, was directly pounced on by a wolfhound, and then bitten hard. But after the bite, the wolfhound did not continue to feast, but gave up this goal and rushed madly towards the 20 people. Their purpose was not to eat, but just to bite or scratch, to spread the zombie virus. "Ah! Run, run! He wants to kill us all!" In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Some people wanted to escape, but their way had been blocked by Luo Xinchan, and Ming Su was personally guarding the front door. None of them would escape. The two zombie wolfhounds were very fast. Animals that could become zombies naturally had abilities far beyond ordinary zombies. After a brief panic, the two wolfhounds returned to Ming Su's feet and lay quietly, just like two big dogs that were harmless to humans and animals. The ground was full of twisted figures. These former white-coated experimenters became twisted under the erosion of the virus. Their bodies twitched constantly. Their faces became twisted and terrifying. Their eyeballs bulged. Their skin gradually lost its blood color and became gray. Their eyes showed the desire for life and the fear of death. A young female experimenter's body suddenly stiffened in convulsions. Her eyes became empty and lifeless, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily, as if she was about to reveal a secret, but she could never make a sound. A hunchbacked old experimenter fell to the ground. His body began to tremble irregularly, and then his limbs gradually stiffened, as if an irresistible force was controlling him. His transformation seemed to be more intense than anyone else's. His muscles swelled in convulsions. His veins bulged, and he seemed to be alive and wriggling under his skin. "Ah! Roar! Help! Help me! I don't want to! Roar!" Amidst the wailing and screaming, they completed the transformation from human to zombies, and two of them became very different, with veins faintly visible under their skin emitting a strange red light. "Oh, there are actually mutant zombies?" Looking at the zombie transformed from the old man, Ming Su was extremely surprised, and quite satisfied. It seems that these guys' experiments were not in vain. After saying that, when these zombies stood up and were about to attack Ming Su had already waved his hand, directly controlling them with his mind, making them stop immediately, standing there in confusion and not moving. Li Chungjie on the side was stunned again. I have never seen this scene before. What is this? Why did it suddenly become like this? Li Chungjie was shaking all over now. He seemed to have joined the wrong organization. Why did he feel that he was now in a villain organization? Yes, that's right. Peaceful order, I should have thought of it earlier. Only the extreme contrast can form an impact. Those villains are all called some glorious and righteous names. It seems that this is a scene of gangsters eating gangsters. Li Chungjie was trembling now. But he didn't say anything. After all, speaking now would mean sending him off. He decided to see if he could find a chance to escape later. Although he was doing nothing in the end times, he would not go against his conscience and join those inhumane organizations. Just when Li Chungjie made up his mind, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. What's going on? Why is the door broken? A fluent English voice appeared in Li Chungjie's ears. Li Chungjie raised his head and looked towards the door. He immediately saw a man in a well-tailored dark gray suit. He had a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on his tall nose. And his expression was filled with a little annoyance. As if he was very dissatisfied with the destruction of the gate. Where are the guards at the door? Where are they? After a big commotion, he was stunned as soon as he entered the door. Standing in front of him were pale, white-coated zombies who looked like death. These zombies were staring at him. And sitting on the boss chair that originally belonged to him was a strange young man in a suit. His nose was straight. His lips were clearly defined. And his slightly raised corners of his mouth revealed a subtle smile of confidence. The lines of his suit outlined his well-proportioned figure. And every movement revealed the gentleman's demeanor and upbringing. Just as he was stunned, the young man tapped the table lightly with his slender fingers, and said in English with an elegant and calm posture, "Mr. Rupert, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Rupert's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 287 Homecoming. The progress of the filming was very successful. Boom! With a loud noise, half of Rupert's body flew out, his intestines were exposed, and blood gushed out. And his eyes were full of doubt and disbelief, as if he didn't believe that his ending would be so tragic, and he also couldn't believe why Ming Su was here. Well done. This is how a high-end business war should be. You stunned the Bell Group with your thunderous means. The Bell Group never expected you to be so fast. Congratulations. Rupert, the head of the East Country of the Bell Group, has been removed from the Bell Group because of you. Oh my goodness, the Bell Group will have to pay a large sum of compensation this time. Work harder, my friend. Get the Bell Group out of the East Country. The second stage of the mission is completed. Task rewards. Breakthrough point +1, credit points +500 million, for percent of Bell Group shares, points +60, war-class floating armored vehicle X1. Start the third stage of the mission. Seeing the small gilded words flashing in front of him, Ming Su's heart is particularly calm now. To be honest, I'm used to it. Now I feel that making money is too easy. I can earn 300 to 500 million yuan by killing casually. This makes me look like a jerk for earning tens of thousands of yuan in the early stage. But it doesn't matter. I haven't used my last breakthrough point yet. Add points. All to physical strength. Ming Su chose to add points without hesitation. Breakthrough successful. Your current physical strength value is 38 points. Ming Su clenched his fists, feeling that his body's strength was increasing. And his eyes were shining with joy. The sleeping beast in my body. Oh wait. It hasn't reached the next node yet. It hasn't awakened yet. In fact, for Ming Su, it was very relaxing and comfortable to think about reaching the next stage. In his hand, there was still an evolution stone that he hadn't used. After taking the evolution stone, he directly gained 3 breakthrough points. 3 breakthrough points were enough to make Ming Su's physical value reach 41 points. And make the next choice. However, after destroying this so-called conspiracy, it's time to go home. Ming Su thought in his heart. After all, his next mission was all about home. The external war was over. And Nanjiang province had almost no rivals. Li Chungjie, who was standing by, had a very stiff expression, not knowing what to say. He had been listening to the words of the captured white-coated experimenters before. They had high hopes for the director named Rupert. Li Chungjie had originally thought that this Rupert was some kind of expert. At least a slightly less powerful person. able to fight against Ming Su. But after he came, he found that this was all? He felt even less capable than those two dogs. What should I do now? Should I start my undercover career from scratch? Or fight him? Li Chungjie was in a dilemma. Just when Li Chungjie was struggling and didn't know what to do, he suddenly saw Ming Su stand up and seemed to be ready to leave. Xiao Li, although you didn't do anything, your spirit still touched me. Now, what reward do you want? Li Chungjie opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He just gurgled twice, and it was not very clear. Seeing this, Ming Su said, let me give you two choices. First, come back to Hiching City with me and be a commissioner in Hiching City. Ming Su said. Second, stay in Baifu City. I will leave all these zombie employees to you for unified dispatch. I will appoint you as the director of the Baifu City office to oversee all matters in Baifu. The two paths were placed in front of Li Chungjie. Li Chungjie said without saying a word, Chairman Ming, I am willing to stay in Baifu City and work hard for the company. Li Chungjie showed his loyalty and loyalty to the Peace Order Group. Name, Li Chungjie. Position, intern, not yet assigned. Satisfaction with the company, 20. Seeing the satisfaction rating, which is the last in the company, Ming Su could only say that everything is self-explanatory. In this regard, Ming Su could not help but say, if you don't want to work in the company, you can tell me, and I will let you go. No, Chairman Ming. Please rest assured that my loyalty to the company is known to all. Li Chungjie said seriously, tears welling up in his eyes. Please give me a chance to work for the company. Li Chungjie felt from the bottom of his heart that the organization in front of him was not a good one. He was afraid that he would be skinned and peeled after refusing, or even become one of the zombies in front of him. He immediately said loyally, I am willing to be the director of the Baifu City office and clear everything for you. The chairman. Okay. Come on. Since it was strongly requested. Ming Su waved his hand casually, indicating that Li Chungjie would officially become the director of the Baifu City office. The promotion was a bit too fast. But Ming Su was not stingy with such a position, as he was working in a dangerous area. 20 points of satisfaction didn't matter, as long as he could do his job well. Gather the survivors here, and wait for the safe zone to come. He would have completed his mission. If he wanted to resign in the future, it was up to him. If he didn't want to resign, he could stay. Ming Su, who already had assets of more than 2 billion, no longer cared about the little money. He could afford it. More than 2 billion. From now on, Ming Su, could do whatever I wanted. Ming Su thought so, then waved his hand casually, issued a task that all the zombies in the ground cleaning team present should obey Li Chungjie, and then prepared to leave. Luo Xinchan was holding a large cardboard box, which was filled with various evolution crystals for experiments. Although Luo Xinchan's eyes were full of desire, as if she wanted to eat all the evolution crystals in the large cardboard box. She could only look at these evolution crystals pitifully because of Ming Su's order. She reluctantly held these evolution crystals and followed Ming Su to the open space outside. The information had long been transferred to the airborne vehicle by Ming Su. Ming Su and Luo Xinchan just stood there. After a while, the airborne vehicle came from a distance with a buzzing sound and began to slowly descend. Xiao Li, work hard. Before Ming Su left, he turned around and encouraged Li Chungjie, try to protect all the survivors in Baifu City. When the company and the army in the safe zone arrive, your mission will be completed. Don't worry. When you return to the company after completing the mission, you will at least be a senior manager at the headquarters. Okay, boss. I will work hard. Please rest assured. Li Chungjie immediately patted his chest and promised that he would definitely complete the task assigned by the boss. Okay. Ming Su nodded calmly, and then got on the airborne vehicle. Luo Xinchan followed closely behind with the box in her arms. The two wolfhounds also stuck out their tongues, and followed Ming Su and Luo Xinchan's steps nimbly and cleverly, and got on the airborne vehicle. Buzz! Accompanied by a long whistle from the airborne vehicle, then the airborne vehicle started, and quickly sped away in the northeast direction. Li Chungjie kept smiling, watching Ming Su's airborne vehicle go away, until he could no longer see the airborne vehicle in his sight. Then he stopped smiling, and at the same time turned his head with a headache, looking at the more than 20 zombies behind him. What should I do next? Li Chungjie had a headache. Today's inspection, everything is normal. The last remaining zombies in Hiching City have been cleared, The threat level in all areas has been reduced to level 1. Zhangde City won a great victory. Hundreds of thousands of enemies have been annihilated. Another 73 soldiers of my first corps died. At the command center, all kinds of intelligence were collected and presented to the General Director Lu Song. Lu Song is now very optimistic, and compared to his gray hair many days ago, he looks much younger. After all, he used to be under a lot of pressure. But now, he only needs to sit in a chair and receive battle reports from the front line. Although it sounds a bit like doing nothing. For Lu Song, doing so can make him feel much more relaxed. Lu Song felt that his most correct decision was probably to trust the peace order group and the chairman Ming Su. Right? In this era, it is really a time when one person can influence the overall situation. It is just a pity that although the safe zone is also trying its best to cultivate superpowers, no matter how it is cultivated, there is no superpower who can match 1/10 of Ming Su's ability. Superpowers can only play an auxiliary role in the current stage of the safe zone. The army with hot weapons can really play a decisive role in the battle. But there is another problem facing Lu Song now. That is, the peace order group spent 1 billion to rent the land. Of course, these 1 billion are credit points, not work points in their safe zone. But this matter made Lu Song overjoyed. So far, the safe zone has too few credit points. And this internal exchange is not much. It is naturally a big deal to get 1 billion in one go this time. As for the area handed over to the peace order group, although President and of the peace order group said that he only wanted some unused shabby places. But did Lu Song really want to give some shabby places? Impossible. And it's just a 1-month lease. So people have to make some money. Right? After all, the two parties are partners. And they are not going to have no contact with each other in the future. Just think of it as buying credit points with your own money. Lu Song took a deep breath, after a long consideration, immediately marked out several planned locations to be handed over to the peace order group, and signed a 1-month lease contract with the peace order group. These places are all relatively remote places, mostly located at the junction of two cities, such as the junction of Shifeng City and Zhangde City, the junction of Hiqing City and Zhangde City, and so on. Well, the definition of remote is in peacetime. Nowadays, although it is also a bit remote, this remoteness is not the same as that remoteness. There are incinerators that were rapidly expanded by the infrastructure troops in the safe zone nearby. In other words, Lu Song rented all the incinerators to the peace order group. In the future, every time a zombie corpse is burned, Lu Song will give some money and let the peace order group contract the burning. In this way, their safe zone saves time, and the peace order group also makes money. He also received 1 billion in rent. Win-win. I believe that doing this should be enough to show my sincerity. Lu Song was thinking in his heart. In addition, there is also the matter of co-production of movies. The filming of the movie has been completed, and the first version has been submitted for review. Lu Song has seen it. From all angles, it is far from the movies of the peace era, and it is impossible to compare with those classic movies in the film industry, but it is almost equivalent to ordinary movies. The advantages are that the budget is sufficient, the scenes are grand, and it is bloody enough. The disadvantages are that the filming is a mess, the director is a mess, and the acting skills of the actors need to be improved. There is no way, there are no famous directors, famous photographers and professional actors. Most of the actors are not professional, and the staff of photography, makeup, lighting, etc. are all from other industries, and few of them are really engaged in film and television work. I can talk to Chairman Ming Su later about the release of the film. Lu Song was thinking in his heart. Just as he was about to get up and mobilize the newly recruited 4th Army to go to Zhangde City to pacify the zombies, he suddenly saw his secretary rushing over. It seemed that there was some urgent information. What's the matter? Lu Song was used to this kind of situation with his secretary. He asked calmly, is there a problem in Shifeng City? Or is there a problem with the defense line in Weiyang City? He had experienced too many difficulties in the past, and there was new bad news every day. So Lu Song had developed a big heart. Even if the situation has improved now, his big heart will naturally still exist. Commissioner Lu. None of them. The secretary shook his head, and then quickly said, in the southwest direction, probably in the direction of Baifu City, an unidentified flying object appeared. It was flying very fast. Our air force was insufficient, and almost all armed helicopters were sent to Shifeng City. Huh? Lu Song was somewhat curious when he heard this. UFO? What is it? Other planes? Are there other safe zones in the southwest direction? Which province is southwest of us? Dingnan Province. Yuanjiang Province? Lu Song had been trying to find out the news from other provinces. But unfortunately, the effect was poor. The safe zones in most areas were in a state of lingering, and were severely bleeding after being stabbed in the back by the chosen ones. There were even many cities whose safe zones were completely destroyed and no longer existed. In this environment, the appearance of such a UFO naturally has the possibility of being a friendly force. It's possible. But the UFO flew in the direction of the peace order group. The secretary nodded, and after agreeing with Lu Song, he continued. Should we notify Mr. and of the peace order group? Fly to the peace order group. Hearing this, Lu Song, who was a little excited, immediately calmed down and said to the secretary very calmly, It is probably the work of Chairman Ming. The mobilization ceremony in the afternoon will be held as usual. Submit an application to the peace order group. I want to go to the peace order group tonight to talk to Chairman Ming about some things, and have a meal by the way. I hope Chairman Ming will not refuse. Yes. The secretary heard this, and rushed there immediately. Looking at the secretary's figure leaving, Lu Song couldn't help shaking his head. He was so impatient, and hoped to make progress soon. Ming Su must have gained something from this trip, and I hope to have a meal tonight, and gain something by the way. Lu Song thought in his heart. Chapter 288 The Legend of the Fastest Sima Ming's Fall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The floating car stopped with a loud noise, which attracted the attention of all the employees of the peace order group. Everyone was very curious about this situation, and they were discussing where Chairman Ming got such a high-tech thing. They would never doubt that this thing had nothing to do with Ming Su. After all, everyone knew about Chairman Ming Su's magical powers, which were comparable to the magical blue fat man Doraemon. Even if he took out a Star Destroyer, everyone would say that Chairman Ming was awesome. In this case, there will be no problem. After the airborne car stopped, and Qiuyu, Jiang Xiaqiu, and Qi Liao came to greet them immediately. After the door was opened, the two zombie wolfhounds got off the car first, looking around vigilantly, and barking from time to time, as if they were alert to the surrounding situation. After seeing the two zombie wolfhounds, and Qiuyu frowned. But before he could say anything, he heard a familiar voice from the airborne car, Dahe. Ari, shut up and squat. Following Ming Su's two scoldings, the two zombie wolfhounds hung their heads at once, not daring to continue barking, but just found a corner and squatted on the ground like pet dogs, looking quite well behaved and clever. Seeing this scene, some new employees around could not help but be amazed and started to talk about it. As for this kind of scene, many old employees have long been accustomed to it, and even showed a look and expression like Chairman Ming is like this. You newcomers should get used to it. Mr. Ming and Qiuyu stood at the door of the airborne car and looked at the situation in the car. There were a lot of paper materials inside. She couldn't help but smile. But soon she saw Luo Xinchan in the corner of the back seat of the airborne car, and her smile froze immediately. The last time Ming Su came back, she was dealing with urgent company affairs, and was unable to meet Luo Xinchan. Now that she has met Luo Xinchan, although she has been mentally prepared, she still feels a little jealous. Although she knows that Ming Su is opening up a harem, and Qiuyu can accept it. But after all, who is willing to share their man with other women? And Qiuyu is also like this. Naturally, she will feel a little dissatisfied in her heart. Of course, in addition to dissatisfaction, she feels more pressured. What's going on? Mr. Ming likes zombie girlfriends so much? You can have a harem. But why do you bring zombie girlfriends home every day? Mr. Ming, how many zombie girlfriends do you have? And Qiuyu complained in her heart. She now felt that zombies were true love, and she was just an accident. Should she find an opportunity to become a zombie? And Qiuyu thought in her heart, but she thought that there would be many restrictions after becoming a zombie, so she naturally gave up this idea. No, I must stop this method. I must find a few human sisters, otherwise I can't handle it alone. I'm no match for those 3 zombie bitches. And Qiuyu thought to herself, and her pink fists tightened involuntarily. And Luo Xinchan also felt in Qiuyu's gaze, and felt a little strange, and immediately showed in Qiuyu a kind and ignorant smile. After so many days, Luo Xinchan's wildness has subsided a lot, and she vaguely felt that this sister looked familiar, and she seemed to have seen her somewhere before. I just can't remember it. It doesn't matter. Luo Xinchan held a box of evolution crystals in her arms, and her eyes showed a happy expression. This is a floating car. I have 2, and another one is outside. I will summon it in a while. At this time, Meng-Su stood out from the layers of paper materials, and after getting off the floating car, he hugged Enchioyu, who was complaining like a grudge woman, and leaned close to Enchioyu's ear, and whispered to Enchioyu, "Enchioyu, thank you for your help these days. Without you, there would be no company." Hearing this, Enchioyu felt warm in her heart. Although she knew that Meng-Su was Pua her, she was also very happy about this kind of Pua of love. Mr. Meng was Pua me, which means he has me in his heart. Otherwise, why didn't he Pua Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao? In Enchioyu's heart, it was as if she had swallowed a whole candy, and her heart was extremely sweet. There is one more thing. These materials are all about virus research. Please send them to the Biological Research Laboratory when you have time. Let them refer to it, and see if it will be helpful. Meng-Su, who was holding Enchioyu in his arms, said softly, and then continued, buying land. Oh no! How is the land leasing going? It has been leased. Enchioyu whispered, General Lu Song has handed over some factories in the border areas between the two cities to us. I have sent people to take over. In addition, General Lu wants to meet you tonight. What do you mean? General Lu is here. So we have to meet. Meng-Su nodded as a matter of course and said, after all, only by cooperating with the safe zone and working together can we truly restore a better tomorrow. He was telling the truth. After all, no matter how good Meng-Su is at fighting, without the support of the logistics, he will be counterattacked by the zombies sooner or later. The safe zone is playing this role now. Although the managers of the safe zone have many minor problems, as long as the general direction is good, the minor problems are minor problems. Anyway, they are not his subordinates, so he does not need to worry about them. With the safe zone, he can worry less. Okay, Mr. Meng. After Enchioyu nodded, she continued, during the time you were away from the company, the Biological Research Laboratory has expanded its recruitment. The total number of people has reached 53, and most of the new members are from Xingfeng City, Wuyang City and Zhangde City. There have been significant breakthroughs in scientific research results regarding plant technology. The plant mecha has entered the experimental stage. We gave several test subjects to wear and use shooting at the same time. It can basically withstand several bullets, but it is particularly afraid of fire. If there is a flamethrower, it will die faster. However, Ms. Adela, the general manager of the Biological Research Laboratory, proposed a point of view, which is to request to combine dinosaur genes and give it a try. I haven't approved it yet. What do you think? Let them do it. And don't be afraid of failure. Only by continuous failure can they achieve ultimate success. Meng-Su said indifferently. For Meng-Su, who is now a dog owner, they can do whatever research they want. As long as there are results in the end, everything is worth it. As for the military factory, several exoskeleton mechas you gave us last time have been produced, but it is still a bit difficult to mass produce. This exoskeleton mecha mainly uses electricity as its energy source. Compared to your mecha, it is not very convenient to carry, but its defensive performance is quite good, and it can significantly enhance the wearer's strength. And Xiaoyu continued, after production, Shen Zhaozhao proposed to allocate this batch of advanced mechas to the Red Heart Commando. Assign it to the Red Heart Commando, and the subsequent mechas should also be gradually equipped to all human warriors. Meng-Su nodded. When our people's armor rate reaches 70%, we can trade with the safe zone. Okay. And Xiaoyu said. As for the imitation of the Red Heart in the hands of the Red Heart Commando, the work on the smart assault rifle was a bit troublesome. Our chief AI technician Yin Maodong and Mr. would discuss for a long time before they managed to make a similar assault rifle. However, the performance was far from the original, and the smart shooting would occasionally fail. Continue the research. Meng-Su didn't have any big opinions on this. After all, failure is the mother of success. It was already very good to be able to study some situations. Meng-Su was very satisfied. Don't worry about the damage of materials. Our investors. There are a lot of money invested in zombies. If there is not enough material, I will solve it. Anyway, those rich zombies are wandering outside. If it doesn't work, just catch two and let them invest money to buy materials. It's not a big deal. Okay, Mr. Meng. The last thing is about promotion and pension. And Xiaoyu continued to speak. Meng-Su was very cautious about promotion. He took a look at the folder and Xiaoyu handed over. And then, based on the satisfaction of these people with the company actually loyalty in his system background, He began to choose whether to promote them one by one. Of course, basically all of them passed, because the loyalty of these promoted people was above 85. In fact, except for Li Chongjia from Baifu City, even some newly recruited zombie employees have a loyalty of 65. And the issue of pensions is something that must be done. Regarding the issue of fallen employees, if their family members are still in the zombie area, they will be rescued first. As for employees whose family members are around, they will be arranged to have a leisurely and risk-free job in the company. Ming Su did not hesitate at all. For these employees who have dedicated their lives to the company, Ming Su will not abandon them like old shoes. They must be treated the best. This is the real treatment of heroes. After finishing all the work during this period, and Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, playfully stuck out her tongue, indicating that she knew, and lowered her voice, and whispered in Meng Su's ear, "So tonight, what plans does Mr. Meng have?" After saying that, and Xiaoyu did not blush or feel nervous. She was not a yellow-haired girl anymore, and there was no need to make that kind of shy gesture. After hearing in Xiaoyu's words, Meng Su said in a very strange way, "Of course I'm having dinner with General Committee member Lu. What else can I do? Okay. I'm a little tired. Take these two dogs away first. I'll find a separate yard to raise them in the back. Don't let ordinary employees get close. Although these two wolfhounds have been tamed by me, they are still wild after all. It would be bad if something goes wrong," Meng Su said casually, then walked to the front of the two wolfhounds, one in each hand, grabbed their neck skin, and carried the two wolfhounds that looked half a person's height to the back. This scene actually stunned the employees passing by. Seeing this, and Xiaoyu could not help but sigh, feeling that Mr. Ming was a little unromantic. Or maybe, and Xiaoyu glanced at the silly Luo Xinchan beside her, and immediately showed a gentle look. "Xinchan, long time no see. Do you remember me? I'm in Xiaoyu. In Qianlong before, I played the role of your character's sister. Well, and Xiaoyu and Luo Xinchan did perform in the same drama, and Xiaoyu played Luo Xinchan's sister. The only difference is that the character played by Xiaoyu only appears in memories, and in fact, the two have never really met on the same set, except at press conferences and road shows." Luo Xinchan looked confused. She debuted as a child star, she had filmed too many dramas, and after becoming a zombie, she further compressed many useless memories, and had long forgotten them. But this was the effect Xiaoyu wanted. So she immediately stepped forward, gently kissed Luo Xinchan, acting very familiar, and began to reminisce about the past. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, who were standing by, saw this and couldn't help but yawn. Meng Su didn't seem to see the two of us. Judging from this attitude, we might have fallen out of favor. What's going on? Why hasn't any chosen one come to see me along the way? I am the Siming of Nanjiang. Ahu Siming, who was sneaking between high-rise buildings with a small team, was very dissatisfied. He muttered to his right-hand men, "No wonder the previous Siming died. It's all because these guys didn't work hard. These Nanjiang people are too cowardly. How can they accomplish my master's plan by doing this? They are such rubbish. Master Siming is right." A lackey on the side immediately stepped forward and flattered Ahu Siming, "You are right. These Nanjiang people are really conservative. They are all rubbish and good-for-nothings. In my opinion, the hope of killing Ming Su and destroying the peaceful order still lies with us." Ahu Siming heard this and nodded immediately. He felt much better. Then he said to the brothers around him, "Where are we now? Have we reached Shunfeng?" "We're here." Siming, beside the lackey, a very reliable chosen one, immediately stepped forward and said, "We have basically arrived at Tanqing County in Shunfeng City. The zombies around us should be the zombies that the Bell Group had approached and were preparing to attack. We will definitely find the director of the Bell Group named Rupert, and most of the chosen ones of Nanjiang, if we follow these zombies." After hearing this, Ahu Siming nodded, and said indignantly, "These Nanjiang people deserve to die. I am Siming, shouldn't they come to see me? Now I have to go find them. I really don't know the main from the secondary. After I meet up with them, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Yes, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Ahu Siming is right. We are the masters, and they are the slaves." The younger brothers around echoed. Ahu Siming really enjoyed the feeling of being flattered. After all, when he was in Yancheng before, he was the kind of person who flattered others. Now that he has been promoted, he naturally has to enjoy the feeling of being flattered. But, did you hear any sound? While Ahu Siming was laughing, He suddenly thought of something and said to the guys around him, "Why do I hear some strange sounds?" After hearing Ahu Siming's words, his companions looked at each other and listened attentively. But nothing was heard. Suddenly, the lackey had an idea and flattered loudly, "Boss, this is probably a sound that only the gods can hear. Except for you, we ordinary people can't hear it." "Yes. Yes. It seems that the truth is indeed so. Boss Ahu has a destiny." Listening to the flattery in his ears, Ahu laughed loudly, but at this moment, the sound became more and more sharp. "What is the sound?" Ahu was a little puzzled, and after looking around, he finally found the source of the sound. In the sky, dozens of missiles streaked across the sky, heading towards the direction of the corpse tide. The moment the missiles hit, the sky seemed to be torn open with a fiery hole, and the dazzling light instantly dyed everything around it an ominous red. The sharp whistling sound penetrated the eardrum, and the waves of fear spread in the air. Ahu Siming's heartbeat seemed to be pulled by the sound, and it accelerated involuntarily. No. 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 Missiles. Run. Run. Ahu Siming's pupils were full of fear. Just as he was about to run away, the missiles had already landed. The air was filled with a burning and tense atmosphere, and the grass and trees on the ground quickly withered in this heat wave, as if time had frozen at this moment, and all things had lost their former vitality. The trajectory of the missile breaking through the air was like an inescapable whip of death. Wherever it passed, dust flew and gravel scattered like dense raindrops. Boom! Flames and smoke rose into the sky in an instant, forming a huge mushroom cloud, announcing the arrival of destruction. At the same time, in Looting City, Beijiang Province, the 5 Simings who had just chosen a scapegoat to test the truth were sitting at the dining table, rejoicing. However, just as they were celebrating, they received some bad news. Beijiang Siming had originally planned to raise a steak and eat and drink, but after hearing the news, he was stunned and shocked. "What? Ahu is dead. Impossible. He just set off in the morning. How could he die in the afternoon?" Chapter 289. This is the greatest traitor I have ever seen in my 20 years of working. It was night, the night was falling, and the stars dotted the deep sky. On this quiet night, the Zero Company building of the Peace Order Group was like a lighthouse standing in the darkness. The lights on its exterior walls were shining. Through the glass curtain wall, you could vaguely see the golden splendor inside. A string of crystal chandeliers emitted a soft light, reflecting the smiling face of General Committee Chairman Lu Song. General Committee Chairman Lu is right. We must work together, always unite, and not let the chosen one take advantage of the opportunity. Meng Su said calmly, raising the goblet, and smiled at Lu Song easily. Faced with Lu Song's plan to first destroy Shaolin and then Wudong. Ahem. Faced with Lu Song's strategic plan to first pacify Zhongde and then attack Wuyong, Meng Su gave 100% support, reassuring Lu Song's heart. At the same time, he also discussed with him how to distribute some things after the Peace of Nanjiang. In this regard, Meng Su did not have much to say, and Qiuyu, who accompanied Meng Su to the banquet, immediately took over the conversation and began to chatter with Lu Song. The main point was the recruitment of talents and how to calculate the remuneration after the ground cleaning team of the Peace Order Group entered the field, plus the promise to build a factory at a low price in the recovered land. Listening to Qiuyu's well-informed attitude, Meng Su was confused. After listening for a while, he sighed, "In the peaceful era before my arrival in the end of the world, it is a waste of talent to let you act." Hearing this, Qiuyu gave Meng Su a gentle but awkward smile. In fact, she has a whole staff, all of whom are experts in business analysis in peacetime. 1 or 2 staff members may be idiots, but 10 or 20 of these so-called elites should be no problem. Then, Lu Song mentioned their latest battle situation in Shunfeng City. They launched more than 20 missiles in one go and dispatched troops to completely wipe out nearly 1 million zombies that roamed around Tanqing County in Shunfeng City. During the conversation, Lu Song was obviously very satisfied with the current results, but he still had some fear of the Chosen One. Finally, he sighed, "The Chosen One Siming is endless. I don't know what the next Siming will be like. It's really a headache." He didn't know about the new Siming, and he didn't know that the troops in the safe zone were already bombarding and killing the new Nanjiang Siming into ashes and fragments. Worry about Lu Song, Meng Su did not worry at all. Then he said again, "God candidate, come and kill one, it doesn't matter." Meng Su is very confident now. God? What dog basket last version of the mobs? I can't keep up with the version now. Outbound civilization, come to strengthen it. Otherwise, it is boring to kill. Ming-Su thought in his heart. This kind of horrible idea of Ming-Su was not known by Lu Song. On the contrary, hearing Ming-Su's confident words, Lu Song also looks like this stable. I ate a peace of mind. By the way, Chairman Ming, the issue of co-production of movies has been resolved. Would you like to have a look at the approval? Suddenly, Lu Song thought of something again, and waved his hand while speaking to Ming-Su. Behind Lu Song, his new secretary stepped forward immediately after seeing Lu Song waving, and presented something that looked like a CD. Ming-Su was instantly interested when he heard this, and immediately said, "Let's take a look. If there is no problem, we can prepare for the release." His own task. Finally, another one is about to be completed. Soon, under Ming-Su's expectation, someone was on the scene to show the movie to Ming-Su. Ming-Su was full of expectations. The movie's opening logos were very simple. There were only two. One was approved by the Nanjiang Province Self-Help Committee, and the other was the Peace Order Group's logo. After the two logos, they got straight to the point. Qin Bichuan's performance was very natural, or maybe it was empathy, when performing this kind of plot at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was particularly touching, and I felt that his acting skills were good enough to win an award for Best Actor. After just 10 minutes of watching, Ming-Su felt that this was it. Although the plot is a mess, it wins in being real. How real is it? No matter whether you are male or female, old or young, or any other identity, everyone has experienced the period when the apocalypse came. So everyone understands what it is like. The beginning of the movie has perfectly performed this state, which can be said to be enough to make everyone empathize and feel involved. And the magical plot afterwards. The special effects are also good. What is even more shocking is that this movie has many bloody scenes. Especially the scene where a certain undercover chosen person, who does not want to reveal his name, voluntarily dedicates himself to art and is torn into pieces by zombies, which makes people feel a little excited. Of course, there are no rating restrictions in the current film industry. We all worked hard in the apocalypse. Who hasn't seen a few people die? We can't just treat everyone like children. The subsequent plot is all about killing, fighting. The human survivors are one family. There are so many damn traitors of the chosen ones. Then Enchioyu made a cameo appearance, and finally humans work together to defeat the zombie king of Hiching City. But there is an Easter egg at the end, which means that the war is not over yet, and zombies are still wreaking havoc all over the world. At the very end, the camera is for Luo Xinchan, who is sitting on a chair in a laboratory, like a high-ranking leader, surrounded by experimental researchers in white coats, but these researchers have all turned into zombies, wandering around Luo Xinchan. And darkness descended, completely enveloping Luo Xinchan. And no one could see what she was thinking. The end of the play. Seeing the last shot. It was really a bit difficult to break down, because the last shot was just shot yesterday. Mainly because Ming-Su saw Luo Xinchan eating snacks on the chair, and thought it was fun. So he took the initiative to shoot one. And he didn't expect to use it. But it's good this way. Luo Xinchan is also a well-known actress. And she should also have a certain box office appeal. Right? Ming-Su's task requires the box office of the movie to be no less than 100 million. Although Ming-Su no longer cares about 100 million credit points. This task has 3 breakthrough points. I must get the breakthrough points. By the way, I have another task besides this. Task requirements: purchase a new property of at least 500 square meters. Earn a small goal. And add a new confidant. 2/3 obviously, I have already completed the last 2 tasks. The only thing left is the first one. Well, this movie is very good, let's distribute it together. Ming-Su was very satisfied, and then he waved his hand and said, let's set the ticket price at 20 credit points. After that, Ming-Su seemed to have thought of a place to fix the bug, and whispered, after watching the movie, if the audience is willing to write a 100-word review and give the movie a full score, then all the ticket prices can be refunded. After hearing Ming-Su's words, Enchioyu and Lu Song were shocked. What is this operation? Cashback for good reviews? That's not right. The cashback for good reviews is only 3 or 5 yuan. Why did you return the original price? Then are you still making money at the box office? This thought came to the minds of both of them at the same time, but no one said anything. Forget it, half of the screening is free. So half of it is free. It's the first movie after the end of the world, and it has greater commemorative significance. For Ming-Su's decision, although everyone was a little surprised, but they didn't say anything, This is all within the acceptable range, even as long as Meng Su doesn't say anything like destroying all mankind. There are other things to discuss. Under the decision of the two giants, the decision of cashback for good reviews was perfectly implemented, and it was prepared to do so after the release. In this way, the conditions required for the task should be completed soon. Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief. And there should be 3 breakthrough points. However, after this task, Meng Su still has another task to complete. So he said, by the way, General Secretary Liu, I don't know how the housing purchase problem in the safe zone is now. If I want to buy a house with an area of more than 500 square meters, how much does it cost? This sentence stumped Lu Song. Because in the current planning, there is no such large house planned. After the recovery of Hiching City, the house price can be said to be not very expensive at all, and it can even be said that it is free in most cases, but you have to be roommates and neighbors with many people. If you want to live alone, you need to buy a house. After all, in the zombie apocalypse, so many people died, there are empty lots and empty houses everywhere. In this case, there is only one way to say that a house is safe: the closer to the center, the safer it is. As for Meng Su's 500 square meter house, there is indeed no safe zone. Chairman Meng, if you need such a house, you can ask your construction team to build one yourself. It should be very easy for you. Lu Song said politely. It is not convenient for him to come forward for such things. After all, the housing decree that was just promulgated not long ago limits the area of a single house. Now you can't take the lead in violating the rules. Right? But if Meng Su does it himself, not in the safe zone, then it is none of their business. Meng Su was quite helpless when he heard this. After all, the task was to buy a house. I can't buy myself. Right? Would that still count as buying? Meng Su thought about it and chose a compromise plan. It's not very realistic to build a new house on site. Let's do this. General Secretary Liu, please help me find out where there is a 500 square meter mansion in Nanjiang province. An empty one will do. And then sell it to me at a low price. Anywhere is fine. It doesn't matter where it is, even if it's in a dangerous area. Meng Su just doesn't have to live there. Anyway, the mission doesn't require Meng Su to live there. After hearing Meng Su's way, Lu Song nodded, indicating that he would go and look for it. For a moment, everyone was having a great time, clinking glasses and exchanging cups. The dinner lasted only about an hour, and Lu Song didn't eat much. After all, he came here mainly to discuss things. After discussing things, there was nothing else to do, and eating was secondary. Soon, everything was over. Lu Song stood up and shook hands with Meng Su, and suddenly thought of something, and then smiled and said to Meng Su, Chairman Meng, the matter of you renting some idle factories before has been completely settled, and you can start making profits tomorrow, and I hope we can cooperate more. Lu Song's smile was meaningful. Meng Su heard this and felt puzzled. It was just some unused, shabby places. What was the profit point? He didn't quite understand. But Meng Su still watched Lu Song leave. After Lu Song left, and Qiuyu, who was standing next to Meng Su, had a pink and rosy face in a white evening gown. After looking at Meng Su, there seemed to be stars in her eyes. Mr. Meng, you are so amazing. This is the greatest operation I have seen in my 20 years of work. The security guard has been sent over. We are going to make a lot of money. Meng Su? What operation? What did I do? And what do you mean by 20 years of work? How long have you been the president? Have I promoted you to the position of president for more than 2 months? Meng Su took a deep breath and started. He asked, what's going on? What kind of security guard? What money do you make? And Qiuyu blinked. You spent 1 billion to rent those shopping malls and factories. I admit that you gambled. But you gambled well. The safe zone has already planned several crematoriums there. The next millions or even tens of millions of zombie corpses will be transported there continuously. Each incineration will have a certain benefit. After a month, there will be at least 1.5 billion in revenue. And we can make 500 million. Meng Su didn't know what to say anymore. So, I didn't spend a penny. And I still made 500 million for nothing? Who needs this little money? Where is my flame fruit? You are just adding fuel to the fire by tampering with my orders at will. Meng Su frowned. The crematorium charges fees. Isn't that immoral? Everything is free. Not a penny. Even if there is any energy generated during the incineration process or any special profit points. We don't charge anything. Please note that your mission rules include no charity. After seeing this, Ming-Su swallowed it back. And under Chiyo's blank eyes, he said, but then again, free ones are the most expensive. If we do it for free, people will definitely suspect that our motives are not pure. So, charge. Charge. $1 for each corpse. Ming-Su didn't know what to say. You can make a few million by doing this. But it's a loss overall after all. You spent 1 billion. Next. You just need to waste these millions. This is easy. Huh? Ming-Su breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that he should pay attention to his words and deeds in the future, otherwise it would be easy to be misunderstood by others, and some consequences that he didn't want to see would be born. For example, now, although I wanted to make money before, but I'm not here to make money this time. Okay, Mr. Ming. And Chiyo felt that Ming-Su was weird, but she also respected Ming-Su's ideas, and she didn't dwell on this topic too much. She had more important things to do. Then, Mr. Ming, we tonight? Oh, I have something to do tonight. You go to bed first. Ming-Su said casually. He clenched the evolution stone in his pocket. His eyes were full of heat. It's time to increase the physical value to 41 points. Chapter 290 Breakthrough. The goal is to be the strongest creature on the surface of the earth. The evolution stone and the evolution crystal, the way to use the evolution gem is no different. All are chewed directly, but the evolution stone is a little hard, just like a real stone. Both in terms of taste and appearance, it is the same. It's quite hard and chewy. Ming-Su chewed while thinking. It's easy for the copper teeth to bite the stone, just like biting some crispy hazelnut chocolate, but the taste is not as good as it is. After chewing and swallowing, Ming-Su did not feel any big changes, but just burped calmly. You have taken the evolution stone, and the energy in your body has changed. The system has removed the impurities and converted them into breakthrough points. Your breakthrough points plus 3. The small gilded words in front of him made Ming-Su nod with satisfaction. Although he had not chosen to add points, Ming-Su felt that his whole body was full of strength. This is the confidence that the breakthrough points bring to him. Add points to me. Add them all to the physical value. I want to become the first person in the past and present. Ming-Su waved his hand and decided to take another step towards becoming the strongest creature on the surface of the earth. Added points successfully. Your current physical value is 41 points. Ming-Su sat on the chair in the office, feeling the power surging in his body. His heart beat like a drum, and every beat seemed to echo the mysterious power hidden between heaven and earth. He felt a stream of air flowing in his body, and in a flash, this air suddenly changed, like ignited gunpowder, with a bang, exploded in his body, and the meridian seemed to be widened a lot, and the gas rushed in it like a river. His eyes suddenly became clear and deep, as if he could see through all the falsehoods. At the same time, a strong feeling spread out from Ming-Su. Suddenly, the entire peaceful and orderly company building had a different feeling. Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liao, who were discussing strategies in the secret base, stopped what they were doing and looked through the window at Ming-Su's office, with a thoughtful look in their eyes. In the backyard, the two wolfhounds, which were grinning and looked extremely ferocious, immediately lowered their heads and whined twice. They looked like two puppies that fell into the water. Not ferocious beasts at all. Among the zombie leaders of the company, Sanhu from the propaganda department, Sherwaning and others all felt a different aura, but their expressions did not change. As for the others, only one captain of the special operations team, who had just completed a mission and returned fully armed, looked up at the company building in astonishment, his eyes full of amazement. Is this? Chairman Meng has made another breakthrough. I can still feel such a strong pressure from such a distance. Chairman Meng is indeed the world's #1 superpower. The captain, codenamed Spring Thunder Special Operations Team, murmured to himself, feeling that he might have come to the right place. His previous idea of joining the peace order was just to make a living. But now it seems that the peace order may really be the hope to end the apocalypse. His eyes became firm, and after exhaling, he walked towards the building guarded by the order. It was time to hand over the shift. In the top floor office, Ming-Su's eyes were shining with golden light. He was now a bit like a monkey that had jumped out of a stone. He felt that he had endless energy all over his body. He even wanted to do 2 somersaults on the spot to vent it. But he still resisted this idea and chose to continue to look at the small gilded words in front of him. You have discovered the secret of physical evolution. You can now choose 3 of the following 4 blessings. Longevity. You will have a lifespan of more than 500 years. becoming an immortal species. As the saying goes, a turtle lives for 1,000 years, and a tortoise lives for 10,000 years. If you choose this, you will become half a turtle. Dozong Strongman. So terrifying, Dozong Strongman can walk in the air without the help of wings and other flying props. And you, my friend, choose this. You can use your powerful physical strength to float for a short time. The floating time depends on your current physical value. Do people still need to breathe now? Choose this. You can survive without breathing in extreme environments such as space, the bottom of the sea, etc. Change your appearance. You can manipulate your facial muscles to forcibly change your appearance. It's just a little painful. You have to bear it. Huh? Seeing this, Ming-Su was surprised. This time the options are quite interesting. It must be said that this time the options are quite interesting. So Ming-Su didn't think too much and made a choice directly. I choose 2, 3, 4. Live long and see, there will be opportunities in the future, no rush. I am less than 30 years old. Not to mention the increase in lifespan that comes naturally with the increase in physical strength. I am just a normal person with a healthy body. I don't need to worry about death at the age of 30. Choice success. As I finished choosing my options, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of me, marking that my choice was successful. After choosing successfully, Ming-Su stretched his muscles and bones, and felt refreshed, but he did not feel the characteristics of the 3 choices he made. Try it out? Ming-Su thought to himself. So he stood up immediately, walked to the mirror, and then his face began to change. The change was very small. Ming-Su just manipulated his facial muscles and began to change the height of his nose bridge. But as soon as he changed, he felt a strong pain. This feeling was like being hit by a rocket. It hurts a little. Ming-Su touched his nose. And then after experiencing such a strong pain again, he changed his nose back. It's a bit useless. But at some critical moments, it may be very useful with my breath-changing device. As for the other 2, Ming-Su did not hesitate. Directly opened the window and jumped. This move is very safe for Ming-Su. At this height, even if he failed to step into the air, he would not die. Therefore, Ming-Su would go to the experiment with confidence. However, as soon as he got out of the window, a strong sense of weightlessness appeared on Ming-Su. But Ming-Su was not in a hurry. Within 1 or 2 seconds of the weightlessness, he suddenly stood on his heels and stepped into the air, as if he was stepping on some bluestone slabs. Very stable. It's quite interesting, Ming-Su muttered to himself, and walked in the air like this, walking back and forth in the sky. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps like claws, like the pace of the devil. Fortunately, it is night now. Not many people will pay attention to this direction. Otherwise Ming-Su will make a big news in the peace order group. After the experiment, Ming-Su walked in the air, returned to his office, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. According to Ming-Su's calculations, he can probably last about 3 or 4 minutes in the sky. If it is the limit, it should be more than 10 minutes. This is without considering whether he has the physical strength to compete with the enemy after the end. These 2 skills have been tested. So the last one in space, this passive skill of not needing to breathe in water, is actually no longer necessary to continue to experiment. And it will be clear when the time comes. Otherwise, in the middle of the night, Ming-Su will not be able to find a lake, and he will not be able to go to space. As for putting a large basin of water, it is possible but not necessary. As the chairman, Ming-Su must be frugal and set an example. After doing all this, Ming-Su was a little excited. The powerful feeling brought by this breakthrough made it difficult for Ming-Su to describe his current feelings. It seemed that there was endless power in his body. So, Ming-Su decided to make a decision. Go to Yuan City and kill some. Go at night, come back in the morning. Easy and easy. Thinking of this, the hovercraft was like a taxi, under Ming-Su's command, quickly flew towards the company building and stopped in front of the window of Ming-Su's office. Let's go! Beijiang Province, Looting City. 5 chairs, 5 silent figures. Just now, they received a message from the Lord. The Lord, let the 5 of them go together to solve the problem of Nanjiang. After pondering for a long time, Ding and Siming, who looked haggard and seemed to be in his 70s or 80s, finally spoke. What do you mean? When do we set out? Let's get ready first. The charming Beijiang Siming was very melancholy. She felt that this wave was a bit difficult. But in order to be loyal to the master, she had to go. If we act rashly, it will be like Calabash brothers saving Grandpa, sending them one by one. Anyway, the previous plan of the Bell Group is still in progress. There are still millions of zombies there, which are enough for them to deal with for a while. And aren't the remnants of Wuyong City still resisting? They can fight for a while. So, we must work hard to integrate all forces, so that we can give them a fatal blow. Donghu Siming nodded seriously, indicating his agreement, and looked at Hanong Siming on the other side. Hanong Siming said that he understood clearly that his capable General Gu Dekong was originally appointed as Nanjiang Siming, and then died. At this moment, the silent Siming of Balian Province suddenly said, "Should we discuss this with the people of Bell Group?" "Forget it." Beijiang Siming was the first to object, denying, "I strongly oppose this idea. My predecessor Shen Yin was killed by this damn Bell Group with a stupid plan. You all saw that Ming Su has a hovercraft. That's a hovercraft. When did my lord give us such a magical thing? There is definitely something behind this Ming Su. Anyway, Bell Group is an absolute expert in enslaving zombies and manipulating zombie tides." Hanong Siming said, "We must take advantage of this and let Bell Group come over to create a zombie tide and give them some trouble. In addition, I suggest that everyone go back and check the information carefully to see where the nuclear weapons are hidden. If we have the original nuclear weapons, then everything will be easy." Everyone was very satisfied with this opinion. Nuclear weapons represent absolute destruction and are the ultimate weapon. Unfortunately, the location is kept secret. All those who knew about it had already turned into zombies when the first wave of zombie virus spread. They, the fake controllers, had no relevant knowledge in this area before, and naturally did not know where the nuclear bombs were stored. Originally, they did not think about making nuclear bombs. After all, they believed that they did not need such things at all, and they could completely eliminate all the rebels with the support of the Lord. But I never expected that now there are two big problems: the Peace Order Group and the Nanjiang Province Self-Help Committee. This feeling is like a little flame at the beginning. At the beginning, this flame is the easiest to put out. But this flame gradually burns and completely ignites the whole house, which is not so easy to put out. Now, this is the situation. Go back and count how many people can be produced in your province. Beijiang Siming took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Solve the problems in Nanjiang as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Lord's plan may fail because of us." "Okay." The other four nodded. And just as they stood up and were about to leave, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Beijiang Siming heard the voice and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a chosen one dressed like Voldemort hurried in. He said to Beijiang Siming in a panic, "Lord Siming, something went wrong. Our frontier base in Santong City was destroyed. According to the latest information sent back, two hovercrafts were involved, and countless special operations teams of the Order Guard cooperated in the operation." "What?" Beijiang Siming was stunned and stood up from his chair, saying, "How could this happen? Is Yuyuan City finished?" Santong City is the city bordering Beijiang Province and Yuyuan City, because it is too close to Nanjiang Province. Beijiang Siming set up many observation points in Santong City and sent many chosen ones there, just to know the current situation of Nanjiang Province as soon as possible, so as to avoid being invaded without knowing it. But now it seems that it is useless. Not only is it useless, but it also seems to have given away a wave. More importantly, the location of Luting City is very awkward. It is located directly north of Santong City. According to this situation, it seems very likely that the opponent will come down from the sky and attack Luting City in the next few hours. Beijiang Siming took a deep breath and immediately said to the other four Simings around him, "Everyone, it seems that our plan." Ding'an Siming interrupted Beijiang Siming without hesitation, and while walking out, he said in a very inappropriate manner, "Excuse me, everyone, I have something urgent at home, and I have to go back quickly. Indeed, I have something to do too. Mr. Zhai, let's go together." Hanong Siming stood up silently and followed Ding'an Siming's steps. Balian Siming and Donghu Siming looked at each other, stood up at the same time, and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Run quickly. Yu Jing, Ming Su is very skilled, and we still have two hovercrafts. When he attacks, we will not collect your bodies. This mistake is entirely caused by you. What's your intelligence system for such important news?" There was no notification at all. After that, the two hurried away, fearing that they would be attacked indiscriminately if they left a second later. Only Beijiang Siming was left sitting there in a daze. But soon, she reacted, gritted her teeth, and said, "Let's go too." The chosen one who was cosplaying Voldemort immediately said respectfully, "Lord Siming, I will go and inform them now." "No, don't inform them. Let that shapeshifter come and pretend to be me to command here. Prepare a fast car for me, I will go by myself." Beijiang Siming said, "My life is more important than yours. Only if I am alive can I continue to lead the chosen ones of Beijiang province to fight against Mingsu." Chapter 291 Shinjiaojia's Special Ability. At dawn today, our company chairman Mr. Mingsu launched a strategic plan, and the Divine Army descended from the sky, passed Yuan City, and attacked Santong City in Beijiang province, rescuing a large number of innocent people. War correspondent Shin Jiaozhao looked left and right, in this ruined area, concentrating on writing today's order guard daily. Once the idea came, he couldn't stop. The Special Operations Team members of the Order Guard were cleaning up the battlefield. There were not many members participating in this operation, only 2 Special Operations Teams, codenamed Thunder and Hurricane. Although Peace Order Group is now a large and powerful company, it has only 17 Special Operations Teams. The most famous one is the Red Heart Commando equipped with intelligent assault rifles. However, this does not mean that other commandos are not good. The captain of the Thunder Commando is James, a veteran UN agent. The 2 commandos have only 20 people. In addition to the frontline war correspondents such as Shin Jiaozhao, there are only more than 30 people participating in this operation. However, it still gave a thunderous blow to some scoundrels in Santong City. The cause of the incident is also very simple. Mr. Ming suddenly came to visit at night, and the employees of Peace Order Shanfeng branch naturally came to greet him and report Xingfeng's recent results. However, when it was mentioned that an employee went to Santong City with the envoy of the safe zone and mysteriously disappeared when he wanted to unite the local forces in Santong, Chairman Ming personally went to Santong City. As for the remaining zombies in Yuan City, or the situation in other cities in Nanjiang province, there is basically no need to worry. Within 2 months, or even within a month, they will be taken down. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After recovering Hiqing City and part of Shafeng City, the Self-Help Committee now has sufficient strength. From the beginning when it could only use light troops to now launching rockets, the mobilization speed is getting faster and faster. In the case of a system and organization, as long as there is no abnormal situation, just facing zombies, the attack of modern armies on zombies is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Even if there are many mutant zombies, they are definitely not the opponents of modern armies. And there is no need to worry about abnormal situations. The Peace Order Group is specialized in dealing with abnormal situations. In this way, things will get back on track. The soldiers of the Special Commando Team cleaned up the battlefield, looking for any missed enemies, while Meng Su himself looked at the trembling bearded man in front of him, with a large urine stain on his pants. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but sneer, and killed an ordinary zombie who came after hearing the news, crushed its head, and looked at the bearded man in front of him, and said, "Where is your original toughness?" The man in front of him was not the Chosen One, but just an ordinary beast, who happened to be here to attend the Chosen One's gathering, and could barely be regarded as a vassal force of the Chosen One. It was him who killed Meng Su's company employees, and the messenger sent by the Self-Help Committee in Santong City, and threatened to capture Hiqing City, and kill Meng Su and Lu Song. So, Meng Su came. He wanted to see how he wanted to kill him. After hearing Meng Su's words, the bearded man trembled obviously. His eyes were full of fear. But he still shouted, "No. It wasn't me who peed." Who peed in my crotch?" Hearing this, Meng Su was too lazy to say anything more to him, and his eyes flashed with golden light. In an instant, Meng Su's mental shock wave had already erupted, and the powerful mental pressure immediately spread throughout the bearded man's brain. The bearded man screamed awe and fell to the ground, covering his head in pain. Meng Su calmly said to the tower-like figure standing beside him, "Break his hands and feet, and take him back." "Yes, boss," the tower-like figure said in a muffled voice, and then went straight forward, and simply and roughly broke the bearded man's hands and feet, and then carried him away. This tower-like figure is Li Xiong, who has been fighting on the front line. Li Xiong is not bad this time. During the fight, he took an evolution gem, and his level has been raised to level 26. It can be said that he is the #1 zombie under Meng Su's command. Because of too much contact with humans, his sanity is gradually recovering. However, no matter how he recovered, Li Xiang's loyalty remained at 100 points. Ming Su also curiously communicated with Li Xiang for a while when he came. As for the previous memories, Li Xiang could say that it was as clear as watching a 4K movie. But if he wanted to seek revenge on Ming Su, he had no such idea. Moreover, Li Xiang was even a little grateful to Ming Su. Grateful that Ming Su had made him what he is now. In this regard, Ming Su said that he didn't understand. But let it go. He respected the choice of every employee of the company. This is Ming Su. Great without words. As for this bearded man, after returning to Shunfeng City, there will be a unique surprise for him. If a company employee dies at the hands of zombies, Ming Su will choose to mourn in silence. But if a company employee dies in this situation while on a business trip, Ming Su will definitely choose to avenge him. After that, Ming Su called the captains of the 2 special operations assault teams and said, he came to the meeting alone. And the rest of the brothers are here. James, Yuan Hung, I will give you a hovercraft. And you 2 will lead the headquarters. And the 3 members of the terrorist mobile team will go and destroy them together. I don't want to see a single person alive. And leave no prisoners. Ming Su's voice was very indifferent. The bearded man only had a dozen followers, and the 2 commandos had 20 people in total, plus 3 zombies of the terrorist mobile team above level 12, and a war-level hovercraft. This configuration was enough to solve the problems left by the bearded man, and there was no need for him to show up for such a small matter. And this time, Ming Su himself had a more important thing to do. Chase the enemy to the north, and take Green Ivy directly. After Ming Su arrived, he saw a telegram that had been sent out, and after seeing Ming Su, the Chosen One seemed to want to destroy the telegram, but unfortunately, their strength was far less powerful than Ming Su, so after Ming Su easily killed those Chosen Ones, he took the telegram in his hand. The content is very simple. Beijiang Siming, Ding'an Siming, Donghu Siming, Balian Siming, and Handong Siming, the Simings of these 5 provinces are now in Looting City. And Looting City is in the north of Santong City, very close. Although killing these 5 Simings does not actually make much difference to the overall strength of the Chosen Ones, the disgusting point of the Chosen Ones is infiltration. But if the leader can be killed, it can also cause a lot of impact. At least it can cause a brief chaos for the Chosen Ones of these 5 provinces. Let's go! After finishing everything here, Ming Su did not delay any longer. After leaving a few staff members of the security zone to handle things, he boarded the airship and prepared to go to Looting City at a high speed to chase the 5 Siming. And Shen Zhaozhao was quick-witted and followed Ming Su closely. He immediately entered the airship and walked towards Looting City with Ming Su. Ming Su looked at the company's old employee number 003 in surprise. He was extremely surprised and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm a war correspondent," Shen Zhaozhao said, as a matter of course, and took out a work certificate at the same time. "Boss Ming, this is the position you transferred me to." The work certificate presented by Shen Zhaozhao not only had the employee certificate of the Peace Order Group, but also the reporter certificate of the security zone. Oh, 1 person working 2 jobs. Seeing this, Ming Su can't help but smile lightly, but didn't say anything, and then said, "Okay, this time we'll attack Green Vine. I'll take you with me to give you some experience." Hearing Ming Su's words, Shen Zhaozhao couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and the camera in his hand was a little deformed. And Ming Su looked up at Shen Zhaozhao. While commanding the hovercraft to fly towards Green Vine City, he casually asked Shen Zhaozhao, "What special power did you awaken, and when did you awaken it?" "Ah?" After hearing Ming Su's words, Shen Zhaozhao couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and subconsciously said, How do you know that I have awakened a special power?" "I can feel it," Ming Su said calmly. After all, he was not blind. He could see that there was a new psychic, level 11 sign in Shen Zhaozhao's occupation column. What made Ming Su curious was that when they met last time, Shen Zhaozhao was not even a psychic, let alone a level 11 psychic. This time, after only 1 month, Shen Zhaozhao had already become a psychic, and his level had reached level 11. Such rapid progress was truly amazing. So Ming Su asked out of curiosity. Otherwise, Ming Su is not interested in exploring the privacy of his employees. There are many employees who have become superpowers by chance. Hee hee, you know everything. Shen Zhaozhao laughed awkwardly twice and whispered, "It's a trivial superpower. I don't know what it's for." After that, Shen Zhaozhao's body began to glow with golden light. At this moment, everything around seemed to be still, Only the golden light spots were jumping in the air, adding a bit of mystery to the scene. Shen Zhaozhao's long hair was gently blown by the breeze, and every strand of hair seemed to be dyed bright by the golden light. Her dress also rippled with layers of golden waves, like the shimmering waves of a water village. This golden light has an indescribable power, and it is gorgeous and dazzling. Just standing there, it makes people feel like they are bathing under a light bulb. So, is this useful? Mengsu stared at Shen Zhaozhao intently, thinking constantly, and even used his mental power to test it. But he did not find anything special. Shen Zhaozhao's abilities seemed to be just emitting light. Mengsu said hesitantly. So your ability is to turn into a big light bulb? I prefer to be called a warrior of light. Shen Zhaozhao also said with a look of resentment. I awakened this ability about 20 days ago. I was a little excited at first, but later I found that it was useless, so I didn't take it seriously. I just don't need to turn on the lights at home anymore. Everyone is born with a talent. Your ability may be a late-stage skill. It will always be useful. Mengsu consoled. Although the future predicted by the Charlotte ability owner in the Magic City, whose name I have forgotten, is ridiculous. He has a lot of correct information. For example, Mr. Lin Yi, the Emperor of the Southern Chu Empire, and Miss Shen Zhaozhao, the Valkyrie of the nuclear power plant. Lin Yi has basically proven himself. He is doing a good job as the Deputy General Manager of Shangfeng City, and often leads the ground cleaning team, the Special Operations team, and the Violent Terrorist Mobile team to carry out encirclement and suppression work. He is self-taught and has won every battle. Moreover, Lin Yi's own ability is also improving rapidly. Now he is no longer just a mascot that can bring good luck and avoid disaster. As for Shen Zhaozhao, although he did not show much ability before, he has awakened his ability now. And the speed of upgrading his ability is very fast, which shows that Shen Zhaozhao is also very special. Although Mengsu has not figured out what Shen Zhaozhao's skill is for now, but combined with another future scene that the guy in the Magic City saw in the prophecy, Mengsu thinks that Shen Zhaozhao should also have a very rare ability, and it is very likely to be very powerful in the future. Late-stage growth skills are more powerful at any time. I think so too. Shen Zhaozhao nodded seriously. She also felt that she was born with talent and would definitely make a name for herself in the future. But boss, can you tell me in advance what we are going to do in Green Vine City? I will prepare a plan in advance, which will make it easier to write materials. There are 5 Destiny Masters of the Chosen One hiding there. They are like rats in the gutter, hiding in the corner and spying on us. But unfortunately I found them, so I want to punish them. Mengsu yawned and spoke calmly. After hearing Mengsu's words, Shen Zhaozhao's eyes immediately lit up, realizing that he seemed to have discovered a big news. 5 Simings. For now, the greatest achievement of the Peace Order group against the Chosen Ones is to kill the Chosen One Supreme Commander in Nanjiang. Nanjiang Siming. Again and again. But there are only 3. Now that they can deal with the Simings of the 5 surrounding provinces in one go. It is indeed a big event. In an instant, Shen Zhaozhao even thought of how to give it a title. Then, Shen Zhaozhao also took advantage of the short time to go to Looting City to interview Mengsu in a hurry, hoping to get some first-hand information. Anyway, he was free. So Mengsu accepted Shen Zhaozhao's interview and listened to Shen Zhaozhao asking some boring questions. For example, what is his ambition? For these questions, Mengsu acted like a successful entrepreneur and talked about them freely, feeling very proud. Fortunately, he often read the magazine from a small employee to a chairman, the peak of workplace power in his spare time. Soon, with one word after another, Shen Zhaozhao's interview went very quickly, but just when Shen Zhaozhao was about to ask the second round of questions, Mengsu, who was sitting on the sofa in the airship, stretched his waist and stood up. Okay, the interview time is over. We have arrived at the destination and are ready to go. After that, Mengsu directly opened the door of the airship and jumped down. Shen Zhaozhao. Chairman Meng, are you going to commit suicide? Shen Zhaozhao was extremely shocked. She hurried over and immediately saw a scene that surprised her. Mengsu, walking in the air. Chapter 292. Left foot on right foot to ascend to the sky. Looting City, formerly a strong economic city in Beijiang Province, now a city of sin. With the arrival of the 5 provinces Siming, this place has completely become a place where the Chosen Ones are entrenched. Almost half of the Chosen Ones in Beijiang Province are gathered here, causing an irreversible and fatal blow to the survivors of this city. In such a city shrouded in darkness, There was a loud noise in the sky, and Ming Su made a brilliant appearance. The hovercraft was suspended high above a place where the Chosen Ones gathered in Looting City. Those Chosen Ones looked at the hovercraft floating in the sky in astonishment, and did not notice Ming Su, the Doomsday strongman walking in the air. Ming Su moved like a claw, swiftly moving towards the ground, at a very fast speed. And in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the ground. As soon as he landed, Ming Su activated the breath camouflage device, changing his breath into that of the Chosen One, and then walked forward in a swagger. As soon as he came into the crowd, Ming Su saw a panicked middle-aged woman directing the troops. After seeing Ming Su coming, she pointed at Ming Su and said fiercely, "Quick! Quick! Go get the rocket launcher and shoot this thing down." "Okay." Ming Su nodded seriously, and took a look at the other party's message with the observation of words and expressions. He immediately said, "Okay, Ms. Ding. But I want to ask, where is the rocket launcher?" "Newcomer?" Ms. Ding was a little annoyed. "The third room on the left. Xiao Lu. You take him there. Quick! 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 This car should be Ming Su's car. While he is in a daze, go and shoot him down." A skinny young man, but with blood on his hands physical level, heard Ms. Ding's words, nodded quickly, and shouted to Ming Su unkindly, "Newcomer, follow me." After that, he hurried forward. There were also many thugs and scums who were not chosen by the heavens around. Ming Su heard this, followed Xiao Lu's steps, and asked as he walked, "Brother Lu, where is Lord Simon?" "Ming Su is here. Should we go and inform Lord Simon, to prevent Lord Simon from getting into trouble?" "Lord Simon is in the Yulong mansion in front," Xiao Lu said impatiently. "Why do you need to care about Lord Simon? As early as when Ming Su raided Santon City, Lord Simon received the news." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Go get ammunition quickly. If Ming Su attacks, we're all done." "Okay, thank you." After Ming Su found out the location, he sincerely thanked Xiao Lu, and grabbed Xiao Lu's shoulder, and killed him instantly to Xiao Lu's astonishment. What's going on?" Some of the non-chosen ones were shocked, wondering why the two chosen ones would have an internal conflict. Facing the surprised voices of the scums around him, Ming Su ignored them, and strode towards the place where rockets and other explosives were stored. After confirming the situation inside, he nodded with satisfaction, and then stepped on his right foot with his left foot, and went up to the sky. This scene deeply shocked the hearts of all the non-chosen thugs present. Even the several chosen ones around were stunned. What's going on? You can really go up to the sky by stepping on your right foot with your left foot? Faced with the performance of the Doomsday strongmen, they were dumbfounded, and they had never dreamed of this. They stared at Ming Su, until Ming Su boarded the airborne vehicle. At this time, everyone realized one thing: this internal conflict chosen one seemed to be an enemy. Not good. At this moment, Ms. Ding seemed to have thought of something, and her heart clicked, and she immediately shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" But before Ms. Ding finished her words, she heard a long sound from the sky. A missile shot down from the airborne vehicle hit the warehouse storing ammunition directly, and in an instant, it triggered a series of explosions. Flames shot up into the sky, thick smoke billowed, deafening roars continued to sound. The entire Chosen One base was shrouded in panic. The shock wave of the explosion instantly destroyed the surrounding buildings. Rubble flew everywhere, debris splashed everywhere. As if the end of the world had come, the raging fire burned the ammunition depot. The flames jumped, like evil spirits were reveling. In the thick smoke, people's screams and cries for help were heard from time to time, but they were all drowned out by the explosions. In this hellish scene, Ming Su had already driven the hovercraft, heading towards the Yulong mansion in front. Shen Zhaozhao was excitedly holding a camera and taking pictures of the scene outside the window of the airship. His excitement was beyond words, and even golden circles flashed in his eyes, like a light bulb generating electricity. Ming Su affirmed Shen Zhaozhao's dedicated journalistic behavior, and he also stood by the window of the airship, watching the movements on the ground, observing the expressions and words without stopping. After all, Ming Su had just received some information from the kind-hearted Xiao Lu. When he raided Santon City, they already knew that they were coming. So Simon of Beijiang and Simon of the other 4 provinces had enough time to escape. Therefore, Ming Su felt that the other party would not be so stupid as to continue to wait for him in Yulong Mansion, so he would definitely escape. Then, of course, he had to pay attention to the situation below. Golden light appeared in Ming Su's eyes, which was different from Shen Zhaozhao's light. The light in Shen Zhaozhao's eyes seemed to be only for lighting, while Meng Su's gilded light was attached with a strange energy. The ruined city was swept by Meng Su. Countless zombies were moving hideously, and soon, Meng Su found some different movements. I didn't find anything directly, but some zombies were different. Some zombies began to swim wildly in one direction, and according to the distance, they were moving from Yulong Mansion to the northwest. It seems we found one. Meng Su stretched his body, and his mouth slightly raised. Let's go! The moonlight was like frost, and the quiet night was broken by the low roars of zombies coming from all directions. The streets were broken, and the light that had been red was scattered on the empty road, paving a dead and silent way home. The sound of his breathing was particularly clear in the night. Donghu Simon clenched his fists, and his figure shuttled through the ruins like a ghost. Roar! When the zombies around saw Donghu Simon, they rushed over like freshmen in military training in the cafeteria. Donghu Simon's eyes were firm and calm. Every turn and every dodge were calculated accurately, and he easily dodged the layers of zombies. There was a loud noise from the corner of the street. The roar of the zombies approached. His heart jumped suddenly. His brows frowned, and he whispered, "Special zombie? Damn. There is no time to let him go. It's a waste of time." Although Donghu Simon complained, his movements were even faster. With one leap, one cut, the head of a special zombie was directly cut off. Donghu Simon cut through the approaching threat simply and accurately. The smell of blood and rotten meat filled the air, mixed with the breath of death. He did not dare to stop for a moment. He took out a few noise bombs from his backpack and threw them at the zombies in the distance. Taking advantage of the moment of dispersion, he quickly passed through. Donghu Simon's surname was Shin, and his name was Yizhen. He was not very old. He just turned 18 this year and failed the college entrance examination. When he found out that he was not admitted to the university, Shinhan felt that his world had fallen. But when the end of the world came, he became the chosen one and felt that the world had returned. For a long time, he was the one who had the final say in Donghu province, until he came to Luding City in Beijiang province to attend the 5 provinces meeting. I thought it was just an ordinary meeting, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Shinhan's eyes were sharp. Hiding in a street shop, the windows on both sides of the street had already broken, reflecting his lonely back. Like a lightning that cut through the darkness, he looked through the gap, looking at the hovercraft hovering around in the sky. His eyes revealed a trace of fatigue, and his chest was heaving. Shinhan, the East Lake Siming, felt that his luck was too bad. We all ran together. "Why are you chasing me? I don't have any emergency syrup." Dingnan, Hanong, Balian, Beijiang. The 4 Simings are obviously more valuable than me. Although Shinhan usually thinks that the other 4 companions are dog baskets, but at this moment, Shinhan really thinks that the other 4 colleagues are much more important than himself. I don't know why this hovercraft is targeting me. I hope the other party is just wandering around here for a while, and will return empty-handed. Shinhan could only comfort himself in his heart. Roar! The sound of the zombies outside also made Shinhan a little irritated. If it weren't for these zombies, Shinhan felt that he would have run away long ago. These zombies are indeed inferior products with inferior genes, which are more likely to cause trouble than to do good things. I have never seen these zombies do anything. They just make trouble. Shinhan thought viciously in his heart. If there were no channels, he would have wanted to kill all the zombies now. Shinhan originally had 4 or 5 younger brothers following him, but unfortunately, they were constantly attacked by zombies along the way during their escape. Shinhan himself is a powerful psychic, so he is naturally at ease. But the subordinates he brought with him were not like that. During the escape, they were surrounded by zombies and became their dinner. Some of them were still shouting before they died, asking Shinhan to save them. However, Shinhan was in a hurry to escape, and although he had the ability to save his subordinates, he would not do it. He had as many subordinates as he wanted, and if he died here, it would be bad. Of course, Shinhan did not expect that he abandoned his subordinates and did not get rid of Meng Su's pursuit. Hate! 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 While Shinhan was thinking this viciously, at this moment, he suddenly heard a sound coming from upstairs. It seemed to be the sound of a door opening and closing. After hearing this sound, Shinhan was stunned. Is there someone upstairs in this building? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shinhan immediately denied this idea. After all, he had already explored the whole house when he came, and the only 3 zombies had been killed by Shinhan at the first time, so there was absolutely no other living creatures present. So what was the sound upstairs? Shinhan took a deep breath. He felt the breath of a colleague upstairs, but the breath of this colleague was very strong, which brought Shinhan a strong pressure. Moreover, the pressure was rising steadily, and it was constantly coming towards him. Shinhan looked at the stairs, and soon saw a figure. The invisible pressure spread with the appearance of this figure, as if even the air around him was solidified by his aura. After seeing the person coming, Shinhan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately recognized who the owner of this figure was. Meng Su. The Meng Su whose photo they often took out to discuss tactics, was said to be the most powerful person in history. Shinhan stood at the end of the corridor on the first floor, and in front of him was Meng Su's indestructible figure like a mountain. He could feel that Meng Su's gaze seemed to have substance, penetrating through layers of furniture, looking straight into his soul. Shinhan's heartbeat quickened, his feet seemed to be wet with blood, and firmly nailed to the wet bluestone floor. He tried to take a step, but found that his body was out of control. Shinhan felt a strong sense of oppression. It is said that he is the strongest psychic in history? This is the strongest psychic in history. However, Shinhan did not intend to retreat. He is the Siming of Donghu. He still has love and courage. For a moment, Shinhan's eyes became firm, as if his 4 companions were standing with him. Well, if you don't consider that they have already run away. From this moment, Meng Su slowly raised his hand, and said to Shinhan in front of him, "Which Siming are you?" Name, Shinhan. Occupation, Gene Enhancer, Murderer Sadist. Level 20, Level 18, Level 24. From the information displayed by the observation, Meng Su could only know that he was a very high-level chosen one, but he didn't know what position he was in. With such a high level, he should be a Siming. But the news Meng Su received was that there were 5 Siming in Looting City. So Meng Su still had to ask which Siming it was. Although this inquiry was irrelevant to the final result, it was just to satisfy Meng Su's curiosity. Shinhan looked at Meng Su calmly, and then introduced himself, Siming of Donghu. Shinhan. After saying that, there was a tragic look in his eyes. Seeing this look, Meng Su couldn't help but feel a little strange. What kind of look is that? Your eyes make it seem like you are the positive character, the protagonist, and I am the villain. For a moment, Meng Su felt a little strange, but he still attacked bravely. Boom! However, when Meng Su stretched out his hand, Shinhan had already turned expressionless, and with a flick of his finger, several rays of light whizzed out from his finger and hit Meng Su. Bang! Only a few low muffled sounds were heard, and Meng Su's body had a series of crackling explosions. But after the smoke flashed, Meng Su was unharmed. It was quite interesting. Meng Su found Shinhan's ability interesting, the ability to flick his fingers. Even martial arts. In this case, it is impolite not to return the favor. Let me show you some finger magic. With this thought, Meng Su raised the laser pistol. The moment he saw the laser pistol, Shinhan's pupils shrank. And at this moment, Meng Su's arrogant laughter came. You are good at finger magic, but I can do it too. Come, eat my finger magic. Shinhan! Your finger magic, is this your finger magic? Chapter 293 The Villain Meng Su. Bang! A light sound. Meng Su's finger magic was perfectly activated, and it directly pierced through the body of Donghu Siming Shinhan. It was not as horrible as strong hand cracking the skull, and there was a cruel scene, but there was only a faint smell of burning, and a small hole appeared directly on Donghu Siming Shinhan's chest, and there was a slight smell of barbecue along with a small hole. It can be seen that some of his internal organs have been injured by Meng Su's finger magic. Shinhan did not die because of this. After all, as the god of life of East Lake and the chosen one, he still had some skills. The damage to his internal organs was not a big deal. It was just a minor injury. Of course, another reason why he did not die was because Meng Su showed mercy. Otherwise, if Meng Su used the finger magic again, this time not hitting the chest but the head, then everything would be much simpler. And the reason why Meng Su did not kill Shinhan, there were naturally some other reasons. Shinhan, after all, was also the god of life of a province. He could be used as medicine if he was caught. Ahem. He could be used for other purposes after being caught. For example, as long as he doesn't kill him, and the extraterrestrial civilization doesn't monitor him every day, then no new Siming will be born in Donghu province. And the chosen ones in Donghu province will always be entangled in the problem of their own Siming. And they can't figure out where Siming has gone. Of course, there is another reason. That is, Ming-Su wants to get some information from the mouth of the Donghu Siming named Shinhan in front of him. It would be even better if he could make the other party surrender. Although Ming-Su also knows that 99% of the chosen one Siming will not surrender. And even if that 1% surrenders, Ming-Su will not let him have a good time. But what if? What if the extraterrestrial civilization is not properly supervised? What if Donghu Siming is really afraid of death? Then maybe I can get a lot of inside information that I don't know. For example, your good master equipped the 3 wastes of Nanjiang Siming with some equipment that exceeded their level. Why didn't he give it to you? Does he look down on you? Think you are not capable enough? Ming-Su's contemptuous voice appeared in Shinhan's ears, and there was some arrogance in his words. After hearing this, Shinhan clenched his fists and growled, "You are not allowed to insult the master." After that, Shinhan seemed to have lost his mind, and staggered towards Ming-Su. Seeing this, Ming-Su raised the laser pistol in his hand, and used the finger magic again, hitting Shinhan's knee with one shot. There was only a dull thump sound, and Shinhan lost his balance directly because of the loss of his knee, and fell to the ground. Tell me the location of your other 4 companions. If you tell me, I might be merciful and let you go. Ming-Su sneered, and continued. If you don't tell me, I have a lot of free time today, and I can play with you here. Have you heard of a torture in Russia called hammer punishment? Believe me, your fate will be even more cruel than his, because you are the so-called chosen one, and you have good physical fitness. After hearing Ming-Su's words, Shinhan's eyes froze at first, but soon he showed a righteous expression, and gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you kill me today, I will not reveal any news about my companions." Hee, then let me show you my method. Ming-Su snorted coldly, and at the same time laughed strangely. Hee. Wait a minute. Is the script reversed? Why am I acting like a villain, and how can Shinhan, a heinous guy, act like a brave and fearless upright character? Something is wrong. This thing is 9 out of 10 wrong. Ming-Su felt that if he didn't take action, there might be an elite team coming from nowhere to rescue Shinhan. With this thought, Ming-Su did not hesitate, and no longer hesitated. The aura around him became terrifying, and a strong sense of oppression rushed toward Shinhan. Under the oppression of Ming-Su's aura, Shinhan felt very suffocated, his hand unconsciously pressed on his chest, as if only in this way he could resist the invisible oppression. Cold sweat began to trickle down Shinhan's back. Ming-Su's eyes were like chains, tightly binding his soul. The world around them seemed to have stopped, leaving only Ming-Su and Shinhan. Ming. Mr. Ming. Shinhan opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, as if he wanted to tell the news about his 4 companions. But he couldn't say it at all, as if his vocal cords had fallen off. No. If I don't tell you, I'm afraid I'll die here, Shinhan thought to himself. Terrified, he tried hard to open his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Finally, he gritted his teeth, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and said vaguely, "Beijiang, Xiao Yongxin, went to Provincial Highway 309. Tesla, license plate number J49. I don't know about the others. Old man Luo from Dingnan, went west." After saying this, Shinhan's black hair instantly turned silvery white like snow, and deep wrinkles quickly appeared between his eyebrows. His skin lost its former luster and became dry and sagging. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes covered his entire face in an instant. His once vigorous figure now looked hunched and weak, as if all his energy and vitality were drained away at this moment. His life seemed to be hanging by a thread, and it seemed that he only had a few days left. From a young man in his early 20s, he instantly became an old man of 120. While the extraterrestrial civilization gave the chosen people abilities, it also planted some backlashes about betrayal in them. However, it was a little surprising that Shinhan did not die immediately. After all, the chosen people caught in Iching City before all died immediately once they leaked the secrets. Why was it different for Shinhan? Mr. Ming, I have shown my sincerity. I hope you can. Shinhan is not in a good state now. It is obvious that his vitality is seriously overdrawn. He looked in the direction of Ming-Su, and his eyes were full of flattery. But besides trying to please him, Shinhan's expression still had a hint of resentment and dissatisfaction. But he quickly hid it, and did not continue to show it. Not bad. A really good dog. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask, Tell me about the situation of the chosen ones of Donghu. Tell me everything you know. Especially about your lord, the extraterrestrial civilization, and how they communicated with you at the beginning. Ming Su was most curious about this. If Shen Han could explain it clearly, Ming Su could even let go of the four Simings and concentrate on understanding what was happening here, compared to Si Ming, who defeated them at the first sight and killed them whenever he met them. The extraterrestrial civilization was more worthy of Ming Su's attention. How many star destroyers does this extraterrestrial civilization have? Can they fight a wave of two-dimensional foils? After hearing Ming Su's question, Shen Han's face changed even more. He was already very old and close to death. But now he felt that his end was approaching. With trembling pale lips he said timidly, Ming Dong, I was strong and healthy before. I could barely resist the attack of revealing the crime of my colleagues. If I reveal the master secrets, I'm afraid I will die on the spot. So this is also divided into important and unimportant. Unimportant things will not be fatal if leaked. Hearing Shen Han's words, Ming Su suddenly realized, and then said, Okay, you don't need to say it. Hearing Ming Su's words, Shen Han was overjoyed, and was ready to pray to Ming Su for some magic medicine to maintain his life, and pray that Ming Su could remove the secret method, so that he could tell everything. Shen Han believed that Ming Su could do it, because he didn't believe that a hovercraft could be made by hand. Even in the peaceful times, when the zombie crisis had not yet arrived, it was impossible to make such a hovercraft. Therefore, Shen Han felt that Ming Su must be up to something. If he could clean himself up and go over to him, it would definitely solve his current dilemma. Although he didn't know what the future would be like, it was much better than dying on the spot. So, Shen Han held his breath and concentrated, brewed his breath for a while, and showed a flattering smile. Just when he was about to say something to Ming Su, he heard Ming Su continue to say, Then you can't say anything, and it looks like you're going to die, so you're of no use. Thank you for the information. See you later. After saying this, Ming Su turned around and left without any mercy. Seeing this scene, Shen Han was stunned. He stared at Ming Su's back, feeling incredible. After a while, he came to his senses and tried to shout something. At this moment, Ming Su also turned around. Seeing this scene, Shen Han couldn't help but get excited. Haha. I knew Mr. Ming was teasing me. How could Mr. Ming give up on me? I am Siming, a senior official among the chosen ones. But just when Shen Han thought everything was going to be fine, Ming Su raised his laser pistol. I wanted to let you die naturally. Anyway, you won't live for a few days. But you are too noisy. Take my finger of magic. Shen Han? You snap your fingers. Your fucking finger of magic. Your fucking finger of magic is not a finger of magic. Looking at the green laser shooting at him, Shen Han thought in his heart. Bang! Laser headshot. Shen Han completely lost his luster. But 3 or 4 seconds later, a special zombie was born. But this special zombie was killed by Ming Su shortly after it was born. He dug out the evolution gem and threw the corpse aside. It's been a long time since I killed a Siming level chosen one. I almost forgot that you can turn into zombies after death. What a sin. Ming Su felt a little heartbroken. I almost forgot about this. These are all breakthrough points. Beijiang Siming is running for his life. But her escape speed was not ideal. Because of the zombies roaming around, her roads were all blocked. She could only keep taking detours. This made Xia Yongqin, the Sima of Beijiang, very angry. Before, she regarded zombies as her relatives, and thought that zombies were the best helpers to attack and kill those hateful survivors. Now, these zombies delayed her escape. They were the unforgivable inferior products. They deserved to be eliminated. But compared with Shen Han, the Sima of Donghu, Xiao Yongqin, the Sima of Beijiang, was quite lucky. She had a car to drive. Damn it! Xiao Yongqin's face was gloomy. She looked at the zombies outside that kept hitting the car window, and felt extremely irritated. She regretted not taking those chosen ones with psychic powers with her. Although those people were not good at doing things, they were good at controlling zombies. They could control more than a dozen zombies together, which would at least prevent the road from being blocked. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, a strange sound came from the sky, which surprised Xia Yongqin. She looked up through the car window, and saw the floating car that looked like a fortress in the sky. Hiss! Xia Yongqin took a breath and said to the driver in a panic, Hurry up. Drive faster. Go! Although she had never seen a floating car, she had heard of the legend of the floating car, and knew who the owner of the floating car was. Her archenemy, the chairman of the peace order group, Ming Su. Damn it, how could Ming Su find me? Even if the hovercraft was patrolling from high in the sky, the first thing he should have found was the other 4 idiots. It was impossible for him to find me, who had run the farthest. Xiao Yongxin's eyes were full of panic. She never expected that Ming Su's hovercraft could find her. But panicking was useless now. She had to think about how to deal with the enemy. Xiao Yongxin's brain was spinning rapidly, and the driver also realized the seriousness of the problem, and immediately burst out with unprecedented driving skills, running over many zombies, not caring at all whether the wheels of the vehicle would get stuck and die here. After all, if you don't run now, you won't have a chance to run in the future. In the sky, the hovercraft was like a hovering eagle, cold and arrogant. Its mechanical arm slowly rose, pointing to the car running at high speed below. A murderous aura suddenly enveloped the road. Under its steel belly, the dark red missile launch port slowly opened, spitting out messengers of death. Boom! The whistling sound cut through the silent air. The missile was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushing straight into the sky, and then swooping down at the target at an almost vertical angle. Run! Run! Xiao Yongxin, the Simon of Beijiang, screamed desperately, but it was meaningless. The missile of the hovercraft had an automatic tracking function. As long as it aimed at the target, it would not lose the target easily. Suddenly, a violent explosion tore apart all the piece. Flame shot up into the sky. The roar of metal and the shattering of glass intertwined. Thick smoke billowed, and heat waves hit the face. The ordinary streets turned into a battlefield in an instant. The vehicles were engulfed by the flames produced by the explosion, leaving only piles of burning scrap metal. And some zombies around who were affected by the explosion also turned extremely black in an instant under the flames of the explosion, and even tore into pieces, with flesh flying everywhere. The hovercraft stopped coldly in the air, rotating, adjusting its posture, as if it was looking for possible traces of life, preparing to make up for it. Ming Su stood in front of the window of the hovercraft, watching the scene coldly. Shen Zhaozhao didn't need to say much. She just kept taking pictures. Her eyes were very excited. Although she was not at the scene when targeting Shen Han just now, she took a lot of pictures from a god's perspective. Now facing the scene, she naturally took pictures crazily. In this thick flame, a figure crawled out in a mess, with a large area of burns all over his body. It was obviously Xiao Yongxin, the Simon of Beijiang. The hovercraft launched ordinary missiles. Although Xiao Yongxin was seriously injured, there was still a great possibility that she would survive. Seeing Xiao Yongxin crawling out of the ruins, Ming Su nodded with satisfaction, opened the car door and jumped down, landing directly in front of Xiao Yongxin, stepped on her hand that was trying to crawl out of the ruins, and said indifferently to Xiao Yongxin, who was no longer a human being, "I say, you answer. Do you understand? Balian, Handong, Ding An, where did the 3 of them run to? If you can tell me the information of the master behind you. Tell me, by the way." At this moment, Ming Su's demeanor was like the ultimate villain in the movie. In contrast to Ming Su, Xiao Yongxin had a bit of the attitude of a bullied protagonist. However, Xiao Yongxin was just a show-off. In Ming Su's opinion, she would never have the same chance of a comeback as the protagonist. Hee. Chapter 294. The next step is to push Nanjiang flat. Ah! Soon, after a few screams, Xiao Yongxin's eyes became blurry, and she fell to the ground, like a fish that had been dehydrated for too long, occasionally twitching and jumping a few times. But it was obvious that her death was approaching, and the deadline had come. And Ming Su stood in front of Xiao Yongxin, who was in the dark, like a charred corpse, putting his chin in his hands and thinking quietly. Xiao Yongxin naturally confessed, but the content of her confession was different from Shen Han's. She exposed the bottom of Bell Group. Bell Group, headquarters in Nandu, Director Rupert. Of course he is dead now. There is also a deputy named Pakara Duasangla, a very powerful chosen one and a supernatural person. He often travels as Rupert's bodyguard, just Rupert's deputy in name, after all. He is the only outsider set by the head office. And from this name, you can see that this Pakara is Tai. It's just that when Rupert came to Nanjiang, he didn't bring this bodyguard with him, but let the bodyguard kill people in Nandu to establish his authority, mainly because of the safety zone in Nandu. Pakara can't leave casually. In addition, the other 2 people in charge of the daily command of Bell Group are Su Ningfeng and Zhao Xiaong, who also live in Nandu all year round, and are the actual controllers of Bell Group, before Rupert came. What a pity. Meng Su sighed. What a pity. It's a pity that Rupert didn't bring Pakara with him, otherwise Meng Su could have solved them together. That would have saved a lot of trouble. What a pity. Meng Su felt very sorry. When Rupert came to Nanjiang province to prepare to set off a tide of tens of millions of corpses, he brought a group of technicians with him. Of course, this group of technicians had been killed by Meng Su. In addition, Bell Group still had some technical personnel in Wuyong City, but there were not many of them. Only about 10 people. These 10 people were insignificant to Meng Su. His mission to drive Bell Group out of Donghua was definitely to destroy the Bell Group's headquarters in Nandu. So, the only targets are Pakara, Su Ningfeng and Zhao Xiaoyang? Meng Su nodded in thought, determined his real target, and then looked at Xia Yongxin, who was groaning in pain and looked like she would not last more than half an hour, and said with satisfaction, very good. You gave me very important information, and you are more useful than Shen Han in this regard. In this case, I will give you a quick death. After that, Meng Su calmly raised his laser pistol and pulled the trigger. However, the imagined laser did not appear, but there was only a click sound. Meng Su glanced at the indicator beacon above. The beacon was marked with the words energy exhausted and charging energy. I used it too much today, and it was out of energy. Meng Su was quite helpless. Fortunately, this thing does not need manual charging. It will automatically charge energy, otherwise Meng Su would worry about this again. Since there is no energy then, Meng Su sighed, put away the laser pistol, step by step towards Xiao Yongxin, calmly stretched out his hand. Go to hell. Strong hand split. Oh no, you can't force your hand to split the skull. Otherwise, there will be no evolution gem to eat. Thinking of this, Meng Su gave up the idea of prying open the skull, and simply broke the neck. However, he did not take it off, but just broke the cervical vertebrae. Not long after breaking the neck, Xiao Yongxin, the Simon of Beijiang, stopped breathing. And within 3 to 5 seconds after stopping breathing, Xiao Yongxin's whole body began to twitch wildly. Roar! With the last roar, Xiao Yongxin completely lost his mind, became a weird zombie, screaming at the top of his voice. Hey, spiritual type? Meng Su was a little surprised. The zombies around him were ready to move. But Meng Su just exclaimed, and immediately stepped forward, cracked the skull with his strong hands, and forcibly opened the black and charred head of the zombie. His hands were covered with blood. He carefully took out the glowing evolution gem from Xiao Yongxin's cracked skull. Gently and loosely, Meng Su's hands were covered with blood. The blood slowly dripped from his hands, drop by drop, and fell onto the bluestone slab, making a dull sound. Staring at the information of the evolution gem, Meng Su's smile was very arrogant. Shen Zhaoao, who was on the hovercraft, looked at the several photos she took and couldn't help frowning, feeling very helpless. What's the matter? How come these photos make Mr. Meng look like a villain? Oh, it's so hard to find a good angle. Looking at the few photos of Meng Su's disdainful smile in her hand, Shen Zhaozhao was a little troubled. She was Meng Su's photographer, publicist and official reporter. How could she throw dirty water on her own people? Even if Meng Su was a villain, she would make Meng Su look glorious in the publicity. What's more, Meng Su is always great and upright. It doesn't matter, I will help. Shen Zhaozhao took a deep breath, clenched her fists, revealed a determined look. Look at my power, I can Photoshop anything. A glittering light shone from behind her. At this moment, it was as if the goddess of light had descended, and the goddess of wisdom. Plan.jpg. So, Shen Zhaozhao packed her bags, and prepared to go home to Photoshop. But she couldn't walk back this distance by herself, so she sat down again, waiting for Meng Su to finish his work. And, who knows what other big moves might happen next. Everything that happened tonight, which would be a rare big news under normal circumstances, must be filmed well, not to mention sending it all out at once. At least it can be on the headlines of the daily newspaper for several days. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaozhao was in a good mood. And at this moment, she found that Meng Su had stood up, stepping towards the airborne car step by step, very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was on the airborne car. Huh? Meng Su exhaled, his body was slightly sweaty, feeling that this Do Zone strongman stepping into the air was really interesting. It is much lower than the physical fitness consumed by instantage, so in this case, Meng Su, I really like to walk in the air. There is another reason. Meng Su did this because you want to experience the feeling of experiencing more. After all, flying in the sky is the ultimate dream of human beings, in particular. Do not borrow any tools to fly in the sky, it is also a dream of dreams. Ming-Su had terrorism before. I would rather do a few hours of motorcycles or not want to take a plane. He felt that life and death could not be controlled by himself. Can't be down to earth. This feels bad. Later, the end of the world came, and his physical fitness improved. He could survive a plane crash. So he gradually became indifferent. Now that he could walk in the air, Ming-Su was naturally very excited. Mr. Ming, have you finished? After seeing Ming-Su coming back, Shen Zhaozhao blinked and asked curiously, where are we going next? Are we going to chase the other 3 Simings? Shen Zhaozhao's words were full of excitement, and he seemed to be very interested in hunting down Simings. He wanted to rush over and kill them all, full of martial virtue. Seeing Shen Zhaozhao dancing with excitement, Ming-Su took a deep breath and said, no, I'm going to go home. Xiao Yongqin took too long to interrogate Shen Han. During this time, the other 3 Simings had probably escaped from Beijiang province long ago. Catching them again would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Forget it. Killing 2 Simings in one fell swoop this time was already a great victory. Not to mention that Ming-Su also got the intelligence he needed most. Oh! When Shen Zhaozhao heard the words return home, he was a little discouraged, but he did not dare to disobey Ming-Su's wishes. He turned to fiddle with the camera excitedly, and began to enjoy the 100 ways of writing the report. The hovercraft slowly rose, the dawn began to appear, the dawn broke. Through the car window, Ming-Su looked at the color of the sky turning from ink to gold, as if he could touch the soft orange-red. The air was filled with a fresh smell of soul, and the high-rise buildings in the distance were like dark blue, gradually lifting the veil of night, revealing the quiet and vibrant earth. At the horizon, the first ray of sunlight was like a fine needle, piercing the veil of the sky, and the golden light splashed on the flowing sea of clouds, paving a glorious road to the future. Looking at such a winding and colorful scenery, Ming-Su didn't know what to say for a moment, and only felt that his mood was complicated. Looking at such a scenery, who would have thought that the world has become a doomsday purgatory sunken by zombies? It seems that restoring order as soon as possible and returning the world to peace is imminent. Ming-Su thought in his heart. 1 more minute, 1 more second, means 1 more person will die in this turbid evil world. How can this be possible? In order to make the task easier to complete, he naturally had to do it as soon as possible. This month's goal is to quickly eliminate the zombies in the entire Nanjiang province, turn Nanjiang province back to a clean, rich pure land, and then move on to the surrounding provinces again. Ming-Su thought in his heart, and he had already begun to prepare for the next goal. This goal is very ambitious. If it depends on Ming-Su's peace order group alone, then it will probably be difficult to achieve it in 2 months, let alone 1 month. With the peace order group alone and Ming-Su's continuous investment, it may be possible to expel and kill the zombies in 1 or 2 cities. But nothing is so absolute. Ming-Su has a reliable ally, the Self-Help Committee of Nanjiang Province. Although the Self-Help Committee was a bit miserable in the past, because the large-scale rescue of the people was played around by the chosen ones, but the current Self-Help Committee, that is, the Safe Zone, is much better. Now the Self-Help Committee and the Peace and Order Group often cooperate. In addition to fighting zombies together, another most important cooperation is that Sherwaning's violent terrorist mobile team, codenamed Pursuit, patrols the Safe Zone every day, especially for patrols of some official departments in the Safe Zone, and even when recruiting new people in the department. Sherwaning must be present. What he used was naturally Sherwaning's former identity as the Chosen One, to identify some of the Chosen Ones. Although Sherwaning's perception of discovering the Chosen Ones became much weaker after she became a zombie, meeting the Chosen Ones was still different from meeting ordinary people. Therefore, after Sherwaning marked some strange people, Ming-Su would naturally go out in person every once in a while to check if these strange people were strange. In this way, it would be possible to identify whether these Chosen Ones had mixed into the Safe Zone, and avoid major omissions and problems in time, and prevent the kind of devastation that the Shunfeng City Safe Zone suffered. Like the Shunfeng City Safe Zone, the food safety of the logistics was mixed in by the Chosen Ones, and then the zombie virus was injected into the food. It was really hard to prevent. Under Ming-Su's intervention of peace and order, the Safe Zone has passed the most difficult time. The current Safe Zone, the number of troops may have exceeded 200,000 long ago, and the army is expanding rapidly. After all, it is the end of the world, and there are many people of working age. Under no restrictions, it is normal to expand tenfold in a short period of time, as long as the ideology keeps up. In the apocalyptic environment, everything should be lowered. As long as we can shoot and clear the zombies, peace will be restored as soon as possible. In this snowballing situation, it will be easier and easier to recover the lost ground, and sooner or later, this zombie crisis can be solved. Carbon-based creatures will never be able to defeat firearms. Of course, the premise of everything is that no one comes to make trouble, and there is no big change. Why hasn't the boss come back yet? In a place that looks like a former hospital, now occupied by a group of thugs, a slightly fat man holding a submachine gun impatiently said to another companion around him, "These disgusting things are wandering around every day. Didn't those chosen ones say that if we surrender to them, the zombies will not attack us? Why are those zombies still like this?" Although he is slightly fat, before the apocalypse, he weighed more than 300 pounds, a real fat man. Now he looks only over 200 pounds, all hungry. The zombies around us are frightening. But it has been half a year, and everyone has long been accustomed to this feeling, and has even figured out their own way to survive. "Okay, stop complaining," another normal companion sneered, and then said, "If it weren't for the boss, we would have been eaten by zombies long ago. It's good to contact the Chosen One now. The Chosen One can find a way to prevent zombies from attacking us." What was the name of the company before? What kind of company is Order? Does he have this ability? We killed the propagandist of that company, and killed many guys in the safe zone. Even if we take a step back, we can only follow the Chosen One now. Although the words seemed to be forced, his tone was very complacent. Safe zone? It has been destroyed by the Chosen Ones long ago. The people from that company are also idiots. It is already so late, and they are still following the safe zone. In the apocalyptic era, the strong will be king. It will probably not be long before they will be finished with the safe zone and swept into the dust of history, he thought in his heart. Buzz? But just as he was imagining the future, he suddenly heard a sound coming from above his head. Huh? He was stunned, and he and the fat man looked up at the sky at the same time, but saw a huge, fortress-like thing floating in the sky, like a huge steel hawk. Its body was streamlined, and its silver-gray shell was shining brightly under the first rays of sunlight at dawn. Even when it was stationary, this floating car exuded a powerful aura, which made people feel odd. The two were shocked at the same time. But the next second, the pupils of the normal thug suddenly shrank. He had good eyesight, and saw the words and logos on the car body. It was written on the car body, "Peace and order. Not good. Run." Before he finished speaking, missiles attacked. Roaring. Chapter 295 Rebirth. I'm making movies in the end of the world. Roar. 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 Under the platform, there was a mixture of death and terror. The zombies slowly surrounded the isolated high-rise building with an extremely eager mentality. There was only endless hunger and desire in their eyes. The arms of the zombies stretched out, like the fingers of countless wronged souls in hell, pointing at the lives on the high-rise building. They let out a creepy roar, which was a desire for fresh flesh and blood. The zombies attacked the platform frantically, as if they wanted to tear the humans on the high-rise building into pieces. Facing the zombies outside, the people on the high-rise building did not feel anything at all. At this moment, there were several people kneeling in front of the corner of the high-rise building. In front of the kneeling people, there were also members of the special assault team from the Order Guard codenamed Thunder and Hurricane. James stood behind them with a gun, holding a cigarette, checking the identities of each person, feeling a little boring and uninteresting. This task was too simple. It was just like a novice task. James asked casually, "Are you all ready?" Having been in Dongwa for half a year, James himself is also an excellent investigator for the United Nations. With a sufficient IQ, in this kind of learning that is integrated into life, it is not difficult for James to learn a language, but his wife and daughter are still a little behind. "Captain, everyone is here," a masked member of the Thunderbolt operations team said with a gun. "After interrogation, there are a total of 22 thugs hovering here, 7 of whom were killed in our first round of air raids, 3 were shot dead during our assault, and 4 were eaten by zombies when they fled, and the remaining 8 are dead." James nodded, looked at the hovercraft in the sky, and said, "Save time. We were not familiar with the operation of the hovercraft before, and it has been delayed for a long time. Let's interrogate them on the spot." The captain of the Hurricane Commando is still on the hovercraft for alert work. After all, it is easiest to discover the surrounding situation when looking down at the whole place from a high altitude. So at the beginning of the operation, the plan they made was that one team would go down for the assault, and the other team would be on alert for reconnaissance. Yes. After the team members nodded seriously, they dragged a captive mercilessly and violently, and directly pulled him in front of James. "Spare my life, spare my life." The thug had completely lost the arrogant attitude he had in the past when facing ordinary survivors. Seeing the security personnel in front of him wearing combat uniforms, with the words peace and order, he was already scared and begged for mercy again and again. James looked at the thug in front of him calmly, and then raised his voice. "Our company's specialist, my colleague, Mr. Wei Guiding from the External Relations Department of Shunfeng Branch reached a cooperation with the Disaster Emergency Department of the Self-Help Committee Center, and came to Santong City 5 days ago to carry out disaster relief work. According to reliable information, Mr. Wei and several specialists of the Disaster Emergency Department were killed nearby. Do you have any clues?" Although James was able to communicate fluently, there were still some problems with some of his words and sentences, but this did not affect the 8 thugs who were caught to understand the words. The 8 people shuddered at the same time when they heard this, and they couldn't help but think of a man who also claimed to be an employee of the Peace Order Company. Regret? They only had regret in their hearts. If they had known that this company was so strong, they wouldn't have killed him. At that time, they didn't know how powerful the Peace Order group was, and they just thought it was an ordinary small company. The end of the world has come, and this company is useless. Don't you know? James couldn't help but sneered. When he was about to say something, he heard the captain of the Hurricane Commando on the hovercraft shouting with a loudspeaker, "James, the boss said that we don't need evidence. If you don't tell us, we will kill you." Lao Zhang. "You are right." James nodded, and then said, "Push it down. Feed the zombies." Immediately, under the horrified eyes of the thugs, he was directly pushed down the high building by 2 members, and fell into the zombie group. In an instant, the zombies were in a frenzy, as if they were having a meal, and screams were heard everywhere. Such a tragic scene instantly made the other 7 shudder. "Next one." This voice sounded like the god of death. But before the members could drag the next thug over, the thug had already confessed. "It was Scarface. Scarface and Fatty did it. We didn't have enough food before, so we went out to sweep. When we went out to borrow food, we met Mr. Wei and a group of specialists at a survivor's hideout. We had some misunderstandings at the time, and there was some exchange of fire. 3 of our brothers died. After we broke in, I tried my best to dissuade them, but Scarface and Fatty just wouldn't listen. They insisted on chopping off the heads of Mr. Wei and a group of specialists, saying that they wanted to." He didn't say the rest, but he had made it clear. James heard this, took a deep breath, and said, "Who are Scarface and Fatty?" "They were killed during the bombing. Busey is the only one alive in the team." Among the other 6 people, someone shouted, "It's really none of our business. We were divided into 3 groups at that time. I stayed at the base and didn't go out. If you want to kill, kill them. Fuck your mother. Why are you dividing us at this time?" I reported. "It was this guy who kept scolding your company." "I didn't scold you at all. I am a good person. I'll beat you to death." In an instant, the 6 people were in chaos and began to attack each other. Seeing this scene, James frowned, then raised his gun and said angrily, "Where is Busey? Who is Busey?" After that, James pulled the trigger, and the sound of the gun echoed above the tall building, and instantly made these chaotic thugs squat together with their heads in their hands. 5 of them pointed at a skinny tattooed guy at the same time. The Busey, who was always known for his cruelty and bloodlust, was now shaking all over, completely lacking the majestic posture of the past, and could only speak tremblingly, as if he wanted to explain something, but his brain was completely down, and he couldn't explain anything. "That's him." James nodded. 2 team members who were on martial law immediately pulled Busey, knocked him unconscious with a punch, and dragged him onto the hovercraft. James looked at the remaining 6 people, including the one kneeling in front of him. After taking a look, James immediately pointed at the first thug who confessed Busey and the one kneeling in front of him, and said, "There's not enough space, it's just you and you. Push the rest down." The 2 people whose names were pointed out were delighted, while the other 4 couldn't help but look desperate, with red faces, trying to stand up and resist, while swearing at them with foul language. "You will die a miserable death. Please spare me. Please spare me. I am willing to work for the company. When our big brother comes back, he will definitely avenge us." 3 different voices appeared among the 4 people. But no matter what, they could not escape the same ending. That is, they would fall down and feed the zombies. In this regard, James was still relatively merciful. After all, of the few brought back, Biozzi would be dealt with by the peace order group, and the other two would be dealt with by the safe zone. Their ending may not be better than falling down and feeding the zombies. Ah! Accompanied by screams, the hovercraft landed, and the Thunder team led by James escorted the unconscious man and the other two active guys, and after restraining their hands and feet, they boarded the hovercraft and drove back home. Ming Su's hovercraft was also flying, and the target was clear, which was Hitching City. Now Ming Su had a bit of success and fame, and he felt that he should sit down and develop himself next. In terms of martial arts, he had done well, and next he had to consider the impact of civil governance. Complete all your tasks. Then do other things. The speed of the hovercraft is very fast. Although the maximum speed is not as fast as some cars. It is much faster than cars when it is really driving. It is even a little faster than the high-speed rail. Because the hovercraft has no obstacles all the way. It does not need to take a detour, and can go in a straight line. Cars need to slow down for various reasons. Turn, and high-speed rails do not go straight to the end due to terrain and coverage issues. But the hovercraft really goes straight to the end. So the speed of the hovercraft is still very fast. Boom boom. During the flight of the hovercraft, Ming Su suddenly heard strong gunfire. Looking down from the window, Ming Su could clearly see that the fire was being fired below. And the army was constantly suppressing the zombies coming from all directions. Facing such unintelligent dead things, it was very convenient and easy to clean them up. Just lead them into a relatively closed area, and drop a few bombs to clear a large area. The safe zone now has sufficient experience in dealing with zombies. It doesn't matter if they are new recruits. With the help of veterans and the command of experienced commanders, they can kill hundreds of thousands of zombies almost every day. Shen Zhaoao frantically pressed the button of the camera to take pictures. Although she had no experience in the battles here, it did not prevent her from writing a report. What? How can a report be written? After all, it was to clear the zombies. It was a victory. And there was no shortage of inspiring articles. According to this situation, it seems that it will be completely pacified soon. Ming Su rubbed his temples, and was quite happy in his heart. In this way, we can get back on track. Yes, as long as peace is restored, my system will be useful. By then, I will be a proper urban rich man, and I will no longer have to be a mentally ill villain in the end times. Now is the time for fantasy. Ming Su is already thinking about how to develop the company and make it bigger and stronger. First, occupy the Nanjing market. Then move towards the whole country. Move towards the world. And fly into the Milky Way. Ming Su has seen his business empire rising. He can also become the world's strongest group through normal business experience, instead of relying on force as it is now. Ming Su nodded with satisfaction. Shen Zhaoao on the side quietly put away the camera. She didn't know what Chairman Meng was thinking now. Although she was an old employee, she would never forget Ming Su's strange situation. Perhaps, on the first day of the apocalypse, Chairman Meng had already gone crazy. And now it was just a flash of life. According to other employees' private comments, Chairman Meng is crazy for a while. He seemed quite normal before, but now he behaves like this. He is probably going crazy. As we all know, there is always calm before the storm. However, as employee number 003 of the company, Shen Zhaoao still strictly stopped employees from discussing the chairman's behavior in private. However, the chairman himself does not care about this. The company advocates freedom of speech, and it is not a feudal dynasty that conducts literary inquisition. After all, the chairman himself sometimes cannot understand his own behavior, even during the mission. Of course, if you maliciously make up some outrageous rumors, Chairman Meng can tear you into pieces no matter how good his temper is. But just when Ming Su was imagining his own business empire, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of him. The movie is released. Your role is too cruel, so impressive. You are such a great star. Your performance was not like acting at all, and many children cried on the spot. Perhaps you will become the childhood nightmare of the new era. Task completed, task evaluation, childhood nightmare, villain actor, task reward, actor career introduction letter X1, entertainment senior talent X1, credit points plus 1 million, points plus 20, holographic projection equipment house X1. Oh! After seeing this task, Ming Su remembered. I still have such a task. Ming Su recalled, and couldn't help but miss the wonderful time with the laser pistol and protective clothing provider, whose name he forgot. He missed that time very much. I believe that Mr. Kong Leong, who acted opposite him, would feel relieved when he saw the scene. But for Ming-Su now, this kind of professional introduction letter is not very useful. Ming-Su doesn't even do professional tasks now. And 1 million credit points. What era is it now? Who still cares about this 1 million? Only the holographic projection equipment room seems to be a little interesting. I seem to have too many talent cards. Ming-Su opened his backpack and found that his talent cards were overflowing, already 9. The company is no longer in a state of begging for talent. Ming-Su thought about it, and used all 9 cards in one breath. Let them come to the company to apply for jobs and find me. Ming-Su waved his hand, very arrogant. He understood that there was a chance that these talent cards would attract zombies. If zombies were attracted, then they would be beaten to death. If they are talented, then let them join the company. Now Ming-Su doesn't need to arrange their positions. And Xiaoyu will do it in an orderly manner. Used successfully. With a voice, Ming-Su's talent cards were all used successfully. However, among these talent cards, the one that Ming-Su was most looking forward to was the high-level entertainment talent card he had just received. Luo Xinchan was just an ordinary entertainment talent, which was considered a quasi-first-line talent. What kind of person would be a high-level entertainment talent? His own cultural and political aspects just lack such talents that could stabilize the internal affairs. Order interactive entertainment. It's time to start. In the days to come, Ming-Su will enjoy his life. Rebirth. I'm making movies in the end of the world. Chapter 296. It's like this outside. You want me to take the crew out for a road show? Ding ding. Accompanied by a few strange noises, the words dangerous parking fell from the sky and landed on the ground, like the mark of Batman, full of warning. Even though everyone knew that Chairman Ming-Su's car was unusual, when they really saw Ming-Su's hovercraft, the crowd around them couldn't hide their amazement. Look at this guy. Wow. There's a missile launcher there. The Peace Order Group's technology is so advanced. It's a pity that I didn't make the interview. Otherwise, I would be an employee of the company now. Compared to this hovercraft, I actually want to see Chairman Ming's true face. He is the world's #1 superpower, who can fight against 10,000 alone and form an army of one person. I really don't know how heroic such a superpower is. Just buy a movie ticket and watch it. It's the movie Advent, starring Qin Baochuan. Of course, I prefer to call him Plant Man vs. Zombie Monsters. I don't know why the name was changed when it was about to be released. Ah, Mr. Ming also starred in it. I've seen it a long time ago, and I wrote a good review and got cash back. Why didn't I see Chairman Ming? It's the villain who is like a pervert, who keeps torturing people, and there's no follow-up in the end. I guess there's going to be a second part. Is that Mr. Ming? No, I need to go back and buy a ticket to watch it again. The surrounding discussion was full of discussion, and somehow it turned to the movie Arrival, and then it triggered a discussion about the movie, anyway. It was very abrupt, and it felt like someone was deliberately promoting it here. There is no other way. After all, Ming-Su's task is quite difficult. He needs to collect box office revenue quickly. If one person only watches the movie once, it is not enough. Therefore, they can only watch it twice, 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times. The company's employees have played a very good leading role. Each of them has basically watched the movie more than 7 times. And they can recite the plot of the movie by heart. It is amazing to achieve such an achievement, because the movie has only been released for 2 days. It is like quitting work. On the other side, the hovercraft landed properly. Ming-Su calmly tidied his appearance and got off the car. Looking at the onlookers around him, he smiled and nodded to greet them. At the same time, he observed the surrounding situation by observing words and expressions. Although Ming-Su was not afraid of assassination, it was better to take the initiative to find the assassin rather than passively being assassinated. This would also be of great help to his reputation. Current task progress, 42.94 million/100 million. Seeing this, Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction. This box office speed is still relatively ideal. However, although the growth is fierce, the current population base is here, it is so small, it is estimated that after it grows to 60 or 70 million, it will fall into an indescribable bottleneck. This still refers to the situation after Shenfeng is launched. At present, the movie has not been released in Shenfeng, Zhangde, and other places. At worst, at the last minute, you can do something by yourself, steal some box office, and start a normal business war. Isn't it normal to steal box office in the movie business war? No, It seems that you can't steal. My company is the only one showing a movie at the same time. It seems that the means of stealing box office revenue is not very effective. What should I do now? Force everyone to go to the movie, and the company will treat them? This is not impossible, but the means are much cruder, and it may make the task impossible to complete. Just as Meng-Su was thinking about how to complete this task, he suddenly saw a flash of gold in front of him, and dense gold-plated small characters appeared in front of him. The film is progressing in an orderly manner. In just 2 days, your box office has remained high, becoming the box office champion of the same period, the strongest contender for the best of the year. Strange, are other movies not on the list? The quality of other movies is shit. How can you win the box office champion of the same period, and become a strong contender for the best of the year? Forget it, it's not important. In the next few days, you should strike while the iron is hot, and conduct roadshows in major cities across the country. At the same time, communicate with companies from all over the country, attract investment, and shoot a new film. Trigger a new task, National Roadshow. Task requirements. Please choose 1 place in the 3 places of imperial capital Yancheng Modu, and choose 5 places in the economically strong cities or provincial capitals of each province for roadshows. Require 3 leading actors, and no less than 5 members of the film crew to attend the roadshow, and at the same time, attract no less than 300 million yuan in new investment for the new film in the above-mentioned areas. Task rewards, spirit value +1, points +50, credit points +5 million. This task appeared, making Meng-Su's eyes light up, but before Meng-Su could continue, another round of new fonts appeared. Trigger new task, new movie shooting. Task requirements, led by Order Interactive Entertainment Company, shoot a movie with an investment of no less than 300 million, shooting period of 1 year, requires at least top stars to participate. After shooting, box office is no less than 2 billion, network score is no less than 7 points. Task rewards, credit points +20 million, points +150, spirit value +2, acting skills of the best actor, company affinity is improved. In a word, 2 tasks. They are all related to the entertainment industry. However, it can be clearly seen that the rewards for tasks related to the entertainment industry are not very practical. For Meng-Su, the most useful thing is the spirit value +1. Unlike other tasks, they will not give any new technology or AI smart weapons or war-level hovercraft. But this is enough. Before, other tasks gave breakthrough points, only this task gave spirit value without fail, which at least made Meng-Su want to complete it. It seems that going out for a walk is indeed okay. Meng-Su felt a little tired. He just came back and wanted to be quiet for a while, and the system wanted to drive him out again. System, what are you doing? You are forcing me to be the king of the role. You know what the environment outside is like. Oh, you are pretending to be blind. Of course I don't know. I just want to farm quietly, and then clear the map with the force of thunder. Can I have some tasks in the actual control area? But I really have to go to the Magic City. If I don't go to the Magic City, Lu Jiaming, the director of his own Magic City office, should not mistakenly think that he has abandoned him. As for the roadshows in other places, they can be put on hold for a while, as Demon City must be visited. With this thought in mind, Meng-Su took a deep breath and continued to walk towards Hiching City. This time, he did not return directly to the Peace Order group, but chose to land in Hiching City. So he naturally had to visit the Hiching security zone to learn about the situation. After all, he still had a mission to complete. And after a night of inquiry, the security zone should be able to give him a perfect result. Mr. Meng, you are here. Seeing Meng-Su's steps, a girl in work clothes in the municipal building of the safety zone was obviously not expecting it. She was a little surprised. And then she trotted to Meng-Su and said to him with respect, General Committee Lu went to the front line of Shanfeng for inspection. May I ask if you have anything to do? Vice Committee G and Mayor Shen are still here. I will go and inform them now. No need to trouble Vice Committee G and Mayor Shen. Meng-Su smiled lightly, and then said to the girl, when I had dinner with General Committee Lu before, I mentioned something about the 500 square meter villa. How is it resolved? This? The girl obviously didn't expect Meng-Su to come all the way here just for this. She was a little surprised, but she quickly adjusted herself and showed a warm smile. It's already prepared for you. The information is here. I'll ask someone to get it. After that, the girl gave a look to a young-looking boy next to her. The boy immediately understood and hurried away. However, a few minutes later, He came over with a document and handed it to Ming Su. "Mr. Ming, please take a look." After that, the boy did not leave, but continued to stand there, hesitating. "Liang Ping, what's wrong?" Seeing this, the girl's heart skipped a beat, and she whispered to the boy in front of her, "You, don't worry." Ming Su smiled. His voice was kind, like a breeze. He casually handed the document in his hand to Shen Zhaozhao behind him, and said to the young man named Liang Ping, "Xiao Liang, what's the matter?" In fact, just standing here, Ming Su looked about the same age as Liang Ping, or even younger than Liang Ping. But when he called Liang Ping Xiao Liang, there was no sense of disobedience, as if it was the right way to call him. Hearing Ming Su's kind words, Liang Ping immediately said, "Mr. Ming, can you sign for me?" His eyes were full of hope. Of course. Ming Su smiled and nodded, then picked up the pen without hesitation and signed his name on the book Liang Ping handed over. Shen Zhaozhao immediately took a picture. Good shot. Ming Su was not worried that someone would use his signature to do something else. After all, he had been the chairman for so long. Ming Su certainly knew that the daily signature and the company's signature had to be in two different handwritings. Moreover, even if someone used his signature to forge a document, or wanted to mortgage his company, Ming Su would give him an iron fist and let him taste what it meant to be the first supernatural person in the end times. After getting Ming Su's signature, Liang Ping was obviously a little excited, and then he left respectfully. Around him, Ming Su also found that many people were looking at him with a look of seeing a celebrity. Well, maybe the publicity is too much, Ming Su thought to himself, and then reached out to take the document that he had just handed to Shen Zhaozhao. After a careful examination, he found that the villa that the safe zone found for him was located in Guiyang City. It was a super large manor, not to mention 500 square meters. It looked like 5,000 to 10,000 square meters. It was indeed a product left over from ancient times. The original selling price was 350 million. If Ming Su took over, he could give any price now. Even 35,000 would be fine. The safe zone had no objection. After all, that area was still in the hands of the chosen ones, and the safe zone had not been taken down. Regarding the reference price of the safe zone, Ming Su shook his head and said, "Well, 35 million. I'll take it. 35,000? Who knows how the system will judge it at that time? Maybe it will judge a lot of messy things for itself. If you are greedy for cheap things, you will become a fool. Anyway, I have money now, and I am heading towards the 3 billion mark. Anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal," Ming Su thought proudly. Now, he is no longer selling noodles, egg pancakes, or haggling with zombie passengers for a few dollars. He is now a world-renowned business elite. We have all rolled out of invisible swords and guns. So be alert and don't lose points. After hearing Ming Su's offer, the girl who was fully delegated by Lu Song fell into a state of downtime. Her superior told her that there was no set price. Mr. Ming could pay whatever he wanted. If Mr. Ming didn't want to pay, then he could give it to her for free. So, the girl's psychological expectation was to give it to her for free, and she even had to find a way to pay for it. But she didn't expect that Mr. Ming would ask for 35 million right away. It was impossible to give it to the girl directly, so she immediately said tactfully, "Mr. Ming, actually, you don't need that much. If you really want to pay, just give 500, you don't need 10,000. That place is at the southernmost end of Guiyang City, and the battle line hasn't been pushed there yet, and we don't know if the buildings inside have been bombed or damaged." At this moment, a very strange scene appeared. The buyers tried their best to raise the price, and the sellers tried their best to lower the price or even give it away for free. It was weird and brainless. "It's only 35 million. A flat price," Ming Su said calmly. "Don't argue. I'll let my secretary transfer the money." After that, Ming Su turned and left, leaving behind a chic back. Looking at Ming Su's back, the girl was stunned for a long time, then took a deep breath, followed Ming Su's back, and said goodbye to Ming Su. After finishing all this, the girl came to the radio station, looked at the dogtail grass planted next to the radio station, hesitated for a moment, and reported the matter to the Shunfeng Frontline Go military newspaper. Soon, this matter received feedback from the front line. Looking at the reply given by Lu Song, the girl wanted to cry, but had no tears. Lu Song only gave one sentence. "I asked you to sell the house, and you really sold it. And you said Mr. Ming took the initiative to raise the price? Although there was nothing. The girl had seen her future. It was not me who wanted to sell it. But Ming Su insisted on buying it. It was none of my business. Ming Su got on the floating car after leaving the municipal building of the safe zone and continued to drive to his company. In the car, Ming Su took the initiative to instruct the in-vehicle intelligence, pick up the peace order group, and ask the peace order group to call Qin Bao Chuan and the crew of the movie Advent. I have something to find them. By the way, let Yu transfer money. 35 million to the safe zone. And be quick. The in-vehicle intelligence of the floating car can be directly connected to the headquarters of the peace order group. But it is limited to Heching City, which seems a bit useless. But chicken ribs are better than chicken butts. At this time, Ming Su naturally has to make full use of it. Soon after the in-car intelligence sent the message back, a line of small gilded characters flashed in front of Ming Su. Remind myself, mission completed. Chapter 297 Information from Wuyong City. The director of Plant Man vs. Zombie Monster, or the director whose official name is Advent, Cui Yongfan, has been very proud recently. As the first director after the new era, the box office of the film he directed reached 50 million in just 2 days under such circumstances. You know, some directors have studied theory for a lifetime, and have a doctorate title, and are the president of a research institute. But they still make bad films. As for himself, an ordinary college student, he can make such a great movie. Cui Yongfan feels that there is no need to say more. Spielberg? Akira Kurosawa? Quentin? Sorry, they are all baskets. The future world will only belong to Cui Yongfan. Although he didn't know what Chairman Ming wanted to do this time, Cui Yongfan was still very excited. He guessed that it might be about the preparation of the next movie. In his mind, he already had a plan for the second movie, and this time he would write and direct it himself. He thought of the plot. The story takes place in Heching City during the period of rapid economic development. The protagonists are 4 boys living and studying, working and growing up in this beautiful and fashionable city. The 4 brothers have a deep relationship since childhood, but each has different values and outlooks on life. They live together in the same dormitory day and night. In the blink of an eye, the end of the world has come. The huge pressure of survival that follows makes the seemingly peaceful campus life happen one after another, which catches them off guard. They don't know how to face it, and need to make a choice. At the same time, there are still 4 girls who are inextricably linked to them. He was full of inspiration and felt that he could shoot 4 films in a row, and each film would be just right for the money, and he would be a world-renowned director. He came with 3 people including the lighting photographer. As for the male lead Qin Bao Chuan and the second female lead Ji Meiluan, they had already left in advance. The first female lead did not come, because the first female lead was the daughter of a senior executive of the peace order group, and she was too young and had already gone to school. It can almost be said that all the crew members were gathered together. This made Cui Yongfan even more confused. Could it be a celebration banquet? I heard that the company would reward meritorious officials with a quota to become a superpower. Do you think I should become a power type or a speed type? It's a headache. Cui Yongfan is looking forward to it. However, as soon as Cui Yongfan arrived at the door of the chairman's office, he heard a scream from inside. At the door of the chairman's office, there were 4 commandos equipped with real guns and bullets, and they seemed to be guarding the door. The murderous aura on them had not yet dissipated. They looked as if they had just withdrawn from the frontline battlefield. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. Just a glance at Cui Yongfan made him feel a little chilly, and he couldn't help shivering. Name. The harsh and murderous voice sounded in Cui Yongfan's ears. Although Cui Yongfan was a little scared, he still pulled himself together and said to the 4 gunmen in front of him, "We are the staff of the Advent crew. I am the director Cui Yongfan. The chairman asked us to come here. Go to the lounge and sit for a while. The chairman has something important to do now. He will summon you later." The leading man spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice, refusing Cui Yongfan's request to enter now, and pointed to the lounge on the left. Seeing this situation, Cui Yongfan naturally didn't dare to say anything more, and did his job obediently. After entering, Cui Yongfan found that the male lead Qin Bao Chuan and the female lead Ji Meiluan had been waiting here long ago. Cui Yongfan couldn't help it for a moment, and came to Qin Bao Chuan and whispered, "Old Qin, what's going on inside? Why do I hear some screams? It's creepy. I heard that the Order Guard's action team captured several gangsters who killed the liaison sent by our company from Santong City. Jean Baochuan spoke calmly. He was a contracted artist of Order Interactive Entertainment. And he was a lifelong contracted artist. So he naturally called it our company. 2 were sent to the safe zone. And the remaining 1 seemed to be the culprit. Or he was the one who did it. Anyway, the death of the liaison was inextricably linked to him. And Mr. Ming arranged it personally. Hearing Jean Baochuan's words, Cui Yanfan felt a little creepy. But thinking that Meng Su was his boss. The boss? After all, he felt better. But he started to worry that Meng Su might be a tyrant. And he became worried again. But considering that he didn't hear of anyone in the company being physically fired for offending Mr. Ming, he felt better. However, he thought of the time when he was recruiting new people. And it was said that Mr. Ming personally performed craniotomy on several stubborn guys. In addition, when he was filming, he witnessed how Meng Su treated Kong Liang. Cui Yanfan's mood was up and down, like a roller coaster. And he didn't know what to think at all. While Cui Yanfan was struggling with this kind of great joy and sorrow. Until he heard a knock on the door. You can come in. After hearing the knock on the door, Cui Yanfan hurriedly got up and walked towards Meng Su's office, with the leading actor and other photographers and lights. Meng Su's office is very large, occupying almost half of the floor, which can be said to be a full 100 or 200 square meters. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a home. No wonder the office is equipped with a bed, toilet, kitchen and other equipment. As soon as he came in, Cui Yanfan could see a long blood stain in the office. At this moment, a cleaner who didn't look like a cleaner was cleaning the blood stain. Seeing this scene, he shuddered again. Others didn't react much. The second female lead, Ji Meiluan, even put on heavy makeup and flirted with Meng Su, as if she had some other plans. Ji Meiluan was born in short dramas. She often played the role of a female boss/eldest lady/evil department flower/beautiful stepmother/cheating young woman who looked down on the protagonist. The size of the short drama, everyone knows. So Ji Meiluan seized this opportunity. Meng Su directly ignored Ji Meiluan's situation and looked at the director Cui Yanfan. Looking at this cowardly director, Meng Su couldn't help but frown. No wonder the film is so rubbish. The director's level is not good enough. Name, Cui Yanfan. Occupation, student. Director. Level 7. Level 6. With this level, is he someone's relative? How did he get in? If this movie was not the first movie after the end of the world, and the special effects were very real, I guess he would have been called an idiot in peacetime. You are all the backbone of our company. Although Meng Su was dissatisfied with the director's ability and the makeshift team of the crew, he was still warm and gentle on the surface. Looking as sunny and cheerful as those CEOs in TV dramas, the success of this movie is inseparable from everyone's efforts. Yes, it is inseparable from your strong financial support and unreserved publicity. Jean Baochuan thought in his heart. He naturally knew that this movie was rubbish except for the special effects. And the reason why it had a box office of more than 40 million was because it was all paid by Meng Su, with cash back for good reviews and a movie. Who wouldn't come? This is the first new entertainment project after the end of the world. And it's worth watching it. That's it. Only 40 million and less than 50 million box office. Jean Baochuan has seen the world, and is naturally different from Cui Yanfan, who has never seen the world. He thinks that if this situation continues, the film industry will only get a false prosperity. However, he has no other ideas or good methods. After all, the zombie crisis is imminent. Although it seems that the company and the safe zone are thriving, and have conquered 3 cities, and are about to take over the entire Nanjiang province. The lessons of the past are in front of us, and no one knows what the future will be like. In an unsafe environment, talking about the entertainment industry such as movies, this is indeed a bit too unethical. Even Jean Baochuan didn't know what Meng Su wanted to do. Why use his own money to brush the box office? It's very puzzling, very hard to understand. Making movies is understandable, mobilizing the people, appeasing the masses, but this box office and brushing the box office behavior, is it to restore the market economy, cultivate the habit of everyone paying? This is not necessary. It's not like we haven't experienced peacetime. Everyone still has the concept of paying. Jean Baochuan was puzzled. Just when Jean Baochuan was puzzled, he heard Meng Su continue to speak. Everyone, the movie box office has not exceeded 100 million, which means we still have room for improvement. We must not relax, we must work hard, work hard. Hearing Meng Su's words, Qin Baochuan was about to say a few polite words, but Meng Su changed the subject and continued, "Next, we will hold a national tour road show. In more cities, attract more audiences to watch our movie. How about it? Are you excited? Are you happy?" Qin Baochuan? Everyone in the crew. Hearing Meng Su's words, everyone was stunned. What does this mean? Did they hear it right? National road show? This. Everyone's expression froze. National road show is not a treatment that every crew can have. In the past, Cui Yongfan dreamed of this day. But now, when this day really comes, Cui Yongfan's eyes are full of fear. He just feels that his world has fallen. At this point, Cui Yongfan still had a glimmer of hope, and whispered to Meng Su, "Boss, are we going to Shangfeng and Zhangda City for a tour?" Shangfeng? Zhangda? Meng Su shook his head and said calmly, "Is this still a national tour? Is there only one Nanjiang province in the East Country? Our first stop is the Magic City, and then we will go to Uyang, and then to Nandu, Liqing, Tanzhou. Anyway, there are many places to go. Do you like the Imperial City or Guangzhou? Shancheng can also be visited, and Chengdu is not bad. If it really doesn't work, you can also travel at public expense to go to the farther western regions and other places. However, you cannot go abroad. After all, we are on a global tour." Hearing Meng Su call out the big cities in peacetime like a menu, everyone present was dumbfounded, including the special commando members who escorted the Buzi here. Roadshow? Are you serious, Chairman? Modu, Nandu, Yangcheng, are these places safe? Aren't they still under the control of zombies? Especially now that everyone knows the existence of the Chosen One, these places may not be as safe as Hiching and Zhangda. Everyone was silent, not daring to speak. Seeing this, Meng Su also said slowly, "What's wrong? Are you too excited to know that you are going to travel, so you can't speak? Okay, get ready. This roadshow won't bring too many people, just you guys plus Shen Zhaozhao and Luo Xinchan. This opportunity is rare, you must cherish it. Shen Zhaozhao is the screenwriter. Luo Xinchan is a special guest appearance, actually a cameo. Therefore, bringing them along is also completely in line with the mission standards." By bringing Shen Zhaozhao, Meng Su wanted to see what Shen Zhaozhao's ability was like, and whether he could stimulate Shen Zhaozhao's ability through other means. At the same time, he also wanted Shen Zhaozhao, a reporter, to report the situation, and let the residents of the Hiching base camp know how powerful Meng Su was. He could freely shuttle through various dangerous areas with a crew. After Meng Su's announcement, everyone fell into silence. Especially Ji Meiluan, who had no seductive attitude just now, but was very frightened, and her face turned pale, and her body trembled, as if someone had informed her that she would be executed in the next second. Seeing this, Meng Su shook his head and said, "Are there any of you who don't want to go? There are so many actors and crew members. You can pick anyone you want. There is no need to force those who don't want to go with you. It will easily hinder you. However, those who go will all be rewarded heavily, and the company will support them in the future. Risk and treatment are equal." However, Meng Su soon realized that his words seemed a little wrong, a bit like a threat, and immediately added, "It's all voluntary to go or not. Those who go with me will have great future development opportunities. It doesn't matter if you don't go. After all, it's been a long journey. I can understand if you don't want to go." After hearing Meng Su's words, everyone who was still wondering whether Meng Su's words were true or not immediately breathed a sigh of relief. And Ji Meiluan was the first to speak. "Mr. Meng, I don't want to go." "Okay, you can go out." Meng Su nodded, and he had expected it. After hearing Meng Su's words, Ji Meiluan breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully left the office. The others were a little hesitant. They could naturally hear Meng Su's most crucial words. Whether to go this time or not, it was related to the future. Should we take a gamble? Or continue to live a life like a cow or a horse? Everyone present knew clearly, keenly aware that this seemed to be a rare opportunity for them to surpass their original peacetime. In peacetime, they had very little room for improvement, and no matter how much they improved, it was difficult for them to become rich people with tens of millions of assets. Now that the end of the world has come, their opportunity has come. "I'll go with you, Mr. Meng." The first person to agree was Qin Baochuan, and he didn't hesitate at all. Although everyone thought Qin Baochuan had already achieved success, even if he didn't go, he would still be indispensable for future leading roles. After all, after the end of the world, Many actors have become zombies. And there are not many professional actors. Even if he doesn't go, his future will be good. But Qin Baochuan knew very well that he didn't want to be a screen star. He wanted to take a big chance. The reason why successful people can succeed is that, except for those who sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, and those who are mostly lucky, most people still have the courage to give it a try. They are smarter, braver, and more greedy than ordinary people. And only in this way can they achieve success. What Ming Su didn't expect was that the second person who wanted to go with him was director Cui Yongfan. Come on, buddy. You are a guy who is a little nervous even when you see your own people. And you want to go with me? Cui Yongfan's performance surprised Ming Su a little. But it's okay. Maybe he wants to change? We should give him a chance. Then, after thinking and considering again and again, the lighting engineer chose to leave, giving this position with great room for advancement to others. Ming Su also understood this. The chief cameraman did not leave, which made Ming Su very satisfied. In this way, only 2 places need to be prepared for this roadshow. Ming Su already has a candidate in mind. The first choice is Li Xiang. Li Xiang also participated in the performance, playing an unknown zombie. At the same time, Li Xiang also served as the security captain for a period of time. So, from these 2 aspects, Li Xiang can go to the roadshow with Ming Su. The second candidate has not been decided yet, so they can select from within, and pick the guy who wants to improve the most. As long as she abides by the law, Ming Su allows her to make progress within the rules. Following Ming Su's instructions, everyone was happy. And Ming Su also announced the roadshow time, 1 month later. Although there is plenty of time, Ming Su just came back and still wants to rest in the base camp for a while, and doesn't want to run around casually. So a month of rest time can also give these actors and crew members time to prepare. After hearing Ming Su's instructions, everyone left happily. But before leaving, Cui Yongfan couldn't help asking, Mr. Ming, the person you interrogated just now. Hearing Cui Yongfan's voice, Ming Su said calmly, he went to the biological laboratory. He volunteered to become a volunteer and contribute his own strength to biological weapons. Yes, he volunteered. After all, if he didn't go, the other outcome would be slow slicing. Real slow slicing. So, he happily chose to be a volunteer. But Ming Su believed that he would soon regret it. But there was no regret option in the contract. Hearing the words biological laboratory, Cui Yongfan couldn't help but shudder. Seeing this, Ming Su couldn't help but patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Your courage is commendable. But you should have better professional skills in the future, so that it will be easier for me to arrange work for you. Okay, Mr. Ming. I will continue to study from script supervisor to director. The birth process of famous directors when I go back. Cui Yongfan nodded like pounding garlic. Soon, after they all left, Ming Su was the only one left in the office. Even Shen Zhaotao hurried back to work, preparing to publish the news material he had shot. Sitting in the office, Ming Su looked at the reports of various departments. For some reports from the Internal Affairs Department, Ming Su directly handed them over to Enchiu, asking President and to handle these trivial matters. Among the layers of reports, there were only 3 things that really made Ming Su feel interesting. The first thing was that the AI department and the Mechanical Technology R&D Center jointly proposed to establish a mechanical dog army and use the current more advanced neural system technology plus AI technology to jointly create mechanical dogs, which can be controlled by users with strong mental power in the rear, so as to handle some difficult tasks and avoid casualties. Ming Su affirmed this. However, the cost of the mechanical dog was a bit high. Unless it was a particularly elite mission, Ming Su felt that it was unnecessary to send these things over. After all, zombies could also achieve the same effect. Ming Su also had more than 1,000 zombie employees. He could also cheat a wave of pensions by sending out zombie employees, which was better than the mechanical dog. However, Ming Su still agreed to this proposal, and was ready to let his chief apprentice go over to assist. With strong mental power, no one in the entire company could match Zhang Yuqing except himself. The second thing is that the biological laboratory has reached a new high. The plant armor has been thoroughly studied. The person in charge of the experiment, Do Me, wants to request a practical experiment. Ming Su thought about it and thought, this is simple. Let a team of ground cleaning troops, zombie employees, who are about to die wear it and try it. If it is really reliable, it can be sold. The third thing was a little beyond Ming Su's expectations. A secret radio message came from Wyong City. It was organized by survivors. They asked for help from the peace order, claiming that some unusual scenes had occurred here. A huge insect egg appeared near the survivor camp where they were, and began to hatch rapidly. This matter, therefore, was taken very seriously by Ming Su. Wyong City is the only place in Nanjiang province where the Chosen One currently exists. Something strange has happened in Wyong City. It is very likely that the Chosen One did it. It seems that I have to do this myself. Ming Su tapped the table with his fingers and sighed deeply. It just so happens that Wyong City has my villa, and the roadshow target can also be placed in Wyong City. Find a few teams to wear new equipment. And by the way, test the strength of the new equipment. With this thought, Ming Su immediately picked up the phone on the desk. Pick up and Qiuyu, Zhang Luanping, Hu Guangqing, Adela and Gu Xichong, and ask them to come to my office to see me. Ming Su read out a few names. There is no need to say much about the first few, but the last one, Gu Xichong, is the actual person in charge of the current order guard. He is a former retired military officer. Ming Su has met them a few times, but they are not very familiar. It is just right this time to keep in touch. Chapter 298 The King of Arms. The senior executives of Ming Su's peace order arrived at the scene very quickly. Of course, the first person to arrive at the scene was naturally the president and Qiuyu. After all, her office was only one floor away from Ming Su's office. After that, Zhang Luanping, Hu Guangqing and others arrived one after another. The last one to arrive was Gu Xichong, who was the least familiar to Ming Su. But it was not his fault. After all, Gu Xichong's office was in another building. He was mainly responsible for the work of order guarding. It was normal for him to arrive late. You are all elites of my company. Ming Su sat on the office chair, knocking on the table and said, this time, I called everyone here, naturally for the future direction of the company. After hearing Ming Su's voice, everyone present became serious. Although Hu Guangqing didn't know why he was called here, he also sat up straight. Everyone, please report the recent progress. Ming Su said, I know about the mechanical dog and plant mecha. In terms of weapons research and development, how is the basic power mecha going? In the direction of biological research, how is the plant technology going? Especially in the aspect of allogenic implantation. Is there any breakthrough? Hearing Ming Su's question, the two researchers present immediately sorted out their thoughts and began to report to Ming Su. The report was very simple. Regarding plant technology, except for plant mecha, it has fallen into a certain stagnation, but this is understandable. The implantation of allografts is very perfect. It can be said to have reached perfection. It is only limited by the problem of materials. But it doesn't matter. After all, no matter how powerful this thing is, it is not something that can be put on the table. The biological laboratory has even slowed down the conditions, using some relatively garbage, ordinary materials, to transform the ordinary ground cleaning troops. The effect is good. In addition, xenographs are also used in the medical system. Medical team leader Che Meiping is very happy. This can only be said to be unusable in the military. But also in the medical field? In the medical field, combined with the neuron system, it is really a very good way. It is much more convenient than prosthesis. After installation, except for the lack of touch and pain, it is almost the same as normal. Or even better. Many people even secretly inquired whether they could transform their entire body at their own expense. This makes people feel very strange. And it feels like entering cyberpunk. However, this kind of thing is currently strictly prohibited. After all, the technology is not particularly mature. Unless it is necessary, it will not take the initiative to perform allogenic implant surgery. This is to avoid some problems. As for weapon production, Hu Guangqing also said that the experimental data has not been collected yet. There is still some room for improvement in the new intelligent assault equipment and basic exoskeleton power armor. In addition, they are also preparing to study a new type of multi-barrel missile vehicle, but the experimental process is not going smoothly, and some cooperation with the safe zone is needed. Ming Su expressed his understanding. Then, Gu Xichong also reported to Ming Su, saying that there were currently 9 special commando teams available, with a total of 90 people, 3 violent terrorist mobile teams, with a total of 30 mutant zombies, and many ground cleaning teams, about 800 people. There was nothing much to say about Qiuyu's daily schedule. After understanding the progress during this period, Ming Su nodded, and then said, Prepare tanks. Prepare all tanks. Transport vehicles. And dispatch 3 special commandos. All 3 teams are equipped with basic exoskeleton power armor and intelligent assault rifles. At the same time, they must also be equipped with normal firearms to prevent accidents. Prepare 1 for the terrorist mobile team. Let Chiwei's team come. Equipped with plant armor. Ming Su said, forget about the ground cleaning team. And continue to stay here to cooperate with the safe zone operation. Send 1 person each from the biological laboratory, the physical laboratory, and the weapons manufacturing center to observe the data. Is the first generation of mechanical dogs ready? Bring 1 to see the level. This will determine whether I should continue to invest resources in it. We also need some management talents. Chiou, please help me find 2 to 3 people who can control the situation and manage tens of thousands of people. They can volunteer. Lao Gu, you used to be a middle-level officer in the army, right? Recommend a few staff officers to come and act with me. After hearing Ming Su's words, everyone present was shocked and felt that something big was going to happen. This is definitely an unprecedented big event. You know, when Director Ming acted before, he never brought his own people with him. He always acted alone. The last time he took 2 special action teams to Santong City, and they separated in Santong City and went to Looting City on their own to kill 2 Simings. This time, he actually had to bring 3 special operations teams and 1 terrorist mobile team, plus observers, strategists, and operators. This number of people is estimated to be more than 50. Hearing this, Gu Jicheng took a deep breath and said to Ming Su in a sonorous and powerful voice, Mr. Ming, which direction are we going this time? The Magic City? His previous position was not big, but it was definitely not small. He was a military academy student. When the safe zone was in danger, he responded to the call and contributed his own strength. Now he did not choose to continue to serve in the safe zone, but came to the peace order. He felt that the peace order might be able to do more, and was more suitable for a guy like him who had an old mind. No, it's Wu Yang. Ming Su shook his head and said, didn't Wu Yang send a message before, saying that there was something strange over there? Maybe those chosen ones are making trouble again. Go over and quickly get rid of them. The right thing to do is to drive out the last chosen one in Nanjiang province. By the way, you can also test the strength of the weapons. At the same time, see what those guys in the safe zone are doing. Why can't they fight? What are you afraid of? Hearing Ming Su's words, Gu Jicheng nodded in agreement and said, okay, Mr. Ming. I will notify the candidates right away. Yes. Ming Su nodded. And Hu Guangqing and Adela also left together, preparing to find the recorder to follow. As for Chiou, Zhang Luanping began to consider the list of management personnel. The whole company was mobilized by Ming Su's order. The momentum of 50 people setting off was more impressive than the momentum of 50,000 people heading north from the safe zone. After everyone left, Ming Su was thinking about whether to take the crew to Wuyang City for a roadshow. Forget it, just give them a month to rest and choose. 1 month is just right to clean up Wuyang City, which is also a lot of trouble. Ming Su shook his head and gave up the idea of taking them to the roadshow. After all, for Ming Su, this task is not so urgent. However, the roadshow was held a month after the movie was released. This situation is a bit too rare. If it were a peaceful time, at this time, the opportunity would be gone. And who would watch your movie? But at this time, it is not too late. Even after a year, there are still many people who have not seen it. As for testing weapons in Wuyang City, this is also a way. After all, the weapons produced and researched in the peaceful order actually have surplus. After all, the armed forces of the peace order are not many. Only a few hundred people. Developing new products just to equip these few hundred people is too much of a waste of resources. Even if it expands to tens of thousands of people in the future, it will be too much of a waste of resources for the entire human race. Therefore, the real future of the peace order is to sell to the safe zone. Let the safe zone see the role of new weapons on the battlefield, so that they will be willing to spend money to buy them, so as to achieve a surplus. Although Ming Su has a balance of 2 billion, it is just a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. In case of a natural disaster, an earthquake, thousands of employees will die, and he will go bankrupt directly. And the system mall or other activities have released some good things. Tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, which is not enough to spend. Making money is something that must be done. Thinking of this, Ming-Su couldn't help but sigh, alas. You say me. I just want to be an ordinary financial tycoon. How can I become the king of arms? I am really born to work hard. I really never stop for a moment. Let's go. Take office. Take office in Wuyong. Wuyong City. Ruins. After the apocalypse, the survivors of Wuyong City were in bad luck. Not only did they have to face the cruel harassment of the Chosen Ones, but they also had to worry about not being accidentally injured by the bullets of the battle. What was even more despairing was that there were zombies wandering around. In this situation, it was really a bit despairing. However, with the attack from the safe zone and the big problems within the Chosen Ones that made them unable to take care of themselves, some chaotic areas appeared in many places in Wuyong City. That is, there were no Chosen Ones, no safe zones, and only zombies and survivors were left. The traditional apocalypse mode. This made the survivors feel relieved, and they were able to survive with peace of mind. This was somewhat ironic. For the survivors in Wuyong City, the traditional apocalypse was actually the second most comfortable environment. In this traditional apocalypse mode environment, there were naturally good and bad, black and white. In front of a convenience store at a crossroads, a zombie was tied with an iron chain and hung at the door of the convenience store. The zombie looked at the rotten meat around it with a ferocious roar, raised its head, and let out a series of piercing roars. In the convenience store, behind countless sundries, there was a guy who was patiently drinking Qingdao beer, holding a shotgun in his hand. This shotgun was a homemade shotgun, but it was very durable. Ho Lifeng bought it from an old employee of a machinery processing factory, using 20 kilograms of rice. The gun was very good. If the old employee had not been respectfully invited away by the people of the Righteousness Association, Ho Lifeng would have wanted to buy 2 more. What a pity. Ho Lifeng felt very sorry. It was a pity that his strength was too small. There were only 4 brothers. Otherwise, he could have invited the old employee to leave. But having fewer people also has its advantages. After all, in the current environment, one more mouth means one more burden, for people are good. They can rob and save resources. Ho Lifeng thought in his heart. But now, he still has to cheer up. The position he occupies is not bad. It is a small road. Whether he wants to go from Wuyong City to other cities, or from other cities to Wuyong City, he needs to pass through this small road. It's really a good location. Of course, in most cases, most people are fleeing from Wuyong City to other cities. Generally speaking, there are still more benefits during the journey. Even if there is no benefits, their flesh and blood is also a good meal. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw something not far away that seemed to shake his eyes. He looked closely, and saw a mirror refracting light in the distance. Seeing this, Ho Lifeng immediately calmed down, picked up the telescope beside him and looked, and saw a guy covered in dust, looking exhausted, shaking a large mirror desperately. At the same time, he was waving his hands desperately, but he looked a little panicked, and he didn't know why. Seeing this, Ho Lifeng immediately became excited and shouted to the small house behind him, "It's time to work! Wake up! Wake up!" Hearing Ho Lifeng's voice, 2 people immediately ran out of the small house behind excitedly. One holding a pistol, which seemed to be a police pistol, and he didn't know where he picked it up. The other one was a homemade hunting rifle, but the workmanship was slightly fine, and it should be some firearms that were not surrendered during peacetime. The 3 of them, plus the one on guard outside, were basically using scrap metal. But there was no other way. In the East Country, it was considered a very impressive configuration for everyone to have a gun. How could it be compared with other places? Okay. Finally someone is here. The young man with the pistol was excited. I eat self-heating food every day, and I'm about to vomit. Let's do something new this time. Yes. The other person nodded, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a strange sound in the sky. He was startled and looked up at the sky. He immediately saw 2 sky fortresses emitting silver-white light passing by. What is that? The man stared at the 2 flying fortresses blankly. For a moment, he had forgotten how to speak. After a long pause, he came to his senses. Peaceful order? It says peaceful order on it. Is it the peaceful order that was circulated before? No, I don't know. Ho Lifeng was also very surprised. While he was speaking, he glanced at the road subconsciously, and was stunned instantly. At the intersection indicated, there was actually a tank driving forward. On the tracks, there were mincemeat and blood. Behind the tanks, there were two armored vehicles with a P on their heads, driving together. And on the bodies of this tank and the two armored vehicles, the words peaceful order were also sprayed. Boss, are we still robbing? The young man with the pistol asked Ho Lifeng naively. Ho Lifeng heard this, and his blood pressure instantly rose. I'm going to steal your horse. Get down quickly. Don't make any noise. Don't let them find out. But just as Ho Lifeng finished speaking, he saw the tank suddenly turn its gun barrel and aim at the very abrupt small shop on the roadside. Boom! One shot. And the bricks and tiles were gone. Chapter 299 Useless trash. Burn them all. Tanks, armored vehicles, and the most deadly hovercraft. This operation can be said to have brought out all the most intimidating equipment, just to let the safe zone see what kind of huge waves these 50 people can set off in Wyong City. As for the small shop on the roadside just now, Ming-Su didn't even need to look at it, he just killed them all. It was nothing more than a business of blocking and killing. When they encountered a peaceful and orderly convoy, they didn't know how to commit suicide immediately, but dared to look at themselves a few more times. It was like kicking a stray dog on the roadside to death. However, based on the situation along the way, Ming-Su could also see how complicated the current environment in Wyong City was. Ming-Su chose to enter Wyong City not through the traditional route of Haching City, but through Pingsha City. Although Pingsha City is also one of the cities that has not been conquered, the current situation in Pingsha City is very stable. There are no chosen ones except zombies, so tanks and armored vehicles can pass through unimpeded. Ordinary zombies will only become mincemeat under the tracks. And special zombies and mutant zombies have been remotely guided by the floating vehicles early on and killed as soon as possible. In this detour, the peace order convoy was also very fast, quickly passing through Pingsha City and arriving at Wyong City. This location is a bit strange. Looking at the distress point on the map where the telegram information was sent, and the location of the special ovary they marked, Ming-Su couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It's actually in the central position, closer to the rear of the chosen ones. How did they lurk there for so long? Although one of Ming-Su's tasks this time was to destroy the chosen ones entrenched in Wyong City, there was also a degree of difficulty between tasks. The appearance of this location made Ming-Su full of vigilance. After all, not only do we have to destroy the chosen one, but we also have to ensure the safety of these survivors as much as possible. It is indeed not an easy task. Those survivors are not me. I guess they will be killed if a missile is fired. Is it possible that the chosen one set up a trap to fish for me? It is indeed possible. After all, I am too close to the rear of the chosen one. It is possible that the chosen one deliberately spread the telegram to trick Ming-Su over. But there is one thing. Why did they trick him? The chosen one in Nanjiang province can't do anything to me. Could it be that the chosen one in Wyong City suddenly awakened, opened up the Ren and Du meridians, or found a nuclear bomb, and planned to explode with me and die together? Immediately, Ming-Su was full of vigilance. Where's the robot dog? Ming-Su said to the parameter adjuster of the physics laboratory behind him. There were two hovercrafts. The one behind was full of zombie employees of the terrorist mobile team, and his own was loaded with information observers, parameter adjusters, backup administrators, medical staff, military staff, and other non-combatants. After hearing Ming-Su's inquiry, the person in charge did not dare to delay, and brought up the silver briefcase at hand, and said carefully, "Here, Chairman, do you want to use it? This is the neural link, and that is the normal control panel. We have temporarily passed 2 rounds of experiments. The driver of the neural link is not here. I recommend that you use the operation panel to operate." "No problem." Ming-Su waved his hand. "The world's #1 psychopath. The world's #1 psychopath is here. And there is still a need for other drivers? It's just that this box looks a little familiar, like his own exoskeleton magnetic power mecha box. Let them change it later. Don't bring the wrong one when you set off one day. Let it go and see," Ming-Su said. "Yes." The person in charge nodded immediately, opened the box, and started. "Mr. Ming, the operation panel is this box, and the neural system is connected here." He pointed to a place similar to a fingerprint press and some lines. Ming-Su nodded, and then saw a curled-up mechanical product being taken out of the box by the person in charge. As soon as it was taken out, the mechanical dog automatically stretched out and appeared in front of Ming-Su. The appearance of this mechanical dog is made of rough black metal, with hard and smooth lines, like a beast ready to pounce at any time. Its eyes are two luminous sensors, flashing cold blue light, revealing a cold mechanical will. As the alarm sounded, the mechanical dog was instantly activated, and the metal pieces at its joints made slight clicking sounds with flexible movements, just like a dog, and instantly came to life. Mr. Ming, these lines are clamped on the driver's limbs, especially the temples. The person in charge patiently explained the problems with these lines, while Meng Su shook his head and just pressed his fingerprint. And then he started to intervene forcefully. The so-called neuronal connection is nothing more than the mental value aspect. Meng Su's spirit value is very high. As the first person in the world, controlling such a mechanical dog is naturally a piece of cake. However, after connecting to the mechanical dog, Meng Su also found something different. It is a bit unfamiliar. I am afraid that only those with a spirit value of more than 15 points can control this mechanical dog, and it can run smoothly only with a spirit value of more than 20 points. Meng Su thought in his heart. Through the vision of the mechanical dog, Meng Su looked like he was playing a VR game. It was a bit novel, but there are still flaws. If the spirit value is as high as 35 points or more, and is stronger than the current driver's spirit value, then this mechanical dog is easy to be forcibly taken over. This is a completely different situation from controlling zombies. But the disadvantages are similar to zombies. As long as the opponent's spirit value is higher than 35 points and higher than the driver, it is easy to be plundered. Not bad. After Meng Su withdrew from the control perspective, he then said to the person in charge, "You can control it." After arriving at the destination, the robot dog will go first. But there are some flaws. You can refer to the binding function in the neural connection technology later. After confirming the driver, bind the only neuron in advance, so as to avoid being forcibly taken over by someone on the battlefield, such as me, Meng Su said, and this neural connection is actually not that necessary. It is completely possible to operate it with the operation panel, and it can also avoid the embarrassment of being forcibly taken over by someone. You can also cancel the neural system later, and simply make a robot dog version of the operation, which is cheaper. After hearing Meng Su's instructions, the person in charge couldn't help but look stern, which showed that he understood clearly. Facing this mechanical dog, the military staff members all paid close attention. This thing is not a rare item. It has existed in peacetime, but it has not been mass-produced yet. However, they also know the specific role of this mechanical dog, to replace soldiers in dealing with street fighting. It is quite suitable for the current apocalyptic scene. Yes. After a brief order, the scene fell into silence again. Meng Su did not continue to pay attention to the situation of the mechanical dog. Instead, he focused his attention on the map and began to analyze the map. After analyzing it over and over again, Meng Su felt a little irritated. A bold idea came to his mind. How about I land at the headquarters of the Chosen Ones alone, and then kill them randomly, and let my employees do the work? In this way, the Chosen Ones will have no time or ability to take care of them. But what about the eggs? Meng Su thought. While Meng Su was thinking, the convoy had begun to quickly cross the zombie group. Meng Su ignored the zombies swarming on the road. The floating car at the back only needed to open the door slightly, and the violent terrorist mobile team came to persuade the other zombies to leave quickly in the harmonious zombie language. Of course, there is another reason. That is, Meng Su brought all the sachets seized by the company. These sachets of the Chosen Ones are indeed interesting, but they may have been too old, and they are sometimes effective and sometimes not. But it doesn't matter. The tracks have been specially processed, so they won't get stuck at will. In this case, it is no problem to say that they can rush forward without any obstacles. They march south in a mighty manner. Those who don't know would think that they were going to carry out some elite decapitation operation. But it's almost the same. After sitting in the hovercraft for more than an hour, Meng Su saw the continuous scene ahead. It was said to be a large area, but it was not very large. It was just densely connected with some red and green mucus, like slime. Very elastic. Several shaky buildings were connected by this slime-like thing. The streets were full of insect eggs, which flashed strangely in the sun, as if foreshadowing some ominous life was about to come. In this desolate scene, there was a building that was extremely conspicuous. Its outer wall was covered with crimson, which was a trace of blood and time. Through this huge crimson slime, it seemed that a huge ovary was vaguely seen hanging quietly in the center of the building. The epidermis of the ovary was dried blood, which faintly exuded a disgusting fishy smell, as if some awesome monster was brewing. Of course, if you look at these things from the ground, you can't see such a spectacular scene. After all, under this prosperous city, there are only a few unusual buildings. If you want to see them from the ground, you have to go through the steel forest made of reinforced concrete and the ruins on all sides, so that you can find this dead place forgotten by everyone. This thing is interesting. Ming-Su raised his eyebrows. So, where is the current location of the survivors who provided information and hoped that Ming-Su could help? Ming-Su looked at the situation on the map. Although they did not take the initiative to reveal their location, they only gave Ming-Su a rough area. But Ming-Su was not stupid. And the staff under Ming-Su were not stupid either. After careful analysis, they immediately came up with 3 most likely locations. But these are not important. The most important thing is this red ovary. A military staff officer immediately made a bold suggestion. Mr. Ming, I think we should go straight to the point now. First, use the mechanical dog to test the surrounding situation, and then determine whether there is any danger. Send the terrorist mobile team to check one by one, with the 2 commandos of Zhanhua and Qihang, break in from these 2 positions. He talked endlessly about the plan of how to dismantle the red ovary, and even proposed several alternative plans, which made Ming-Su look at him with new eyes. But why go to all that trouble? Wouldn't it be better to bomb it directly? Ming-Su said. This broken building has become a dangerous building. It will definitely not be used in the future. Why not blow it up and start over? What if we are in crisis? Although I am here, there are always times when I can't help in time. After hearing Ming-Su's words, the military staff officer went into a state of shutdown. Chairman, don't you need this ovary for analysis and research? Why analyze this thing? Ming-Su sneered at this, saying that it was not necessary at all. He looked down on this ovary, and then said, and after the bombing, we can find some slices to study. After that, Ming-Su did not hesitate, and immediately began to lock the direction of the ovary, preparing to operate 2 airborne vehicles together, and bombing together. The last time he bombed Looting City and Santong City, Ming-Su used a lot of stored missiles. But Ming-Su has a new one. Right? In addition to this new one, there are still some missiles stored in the last airborne vehicle. When they are fired together, the effect is also very powerful. Boom! A missile cut through the sky, and the sound of it soaring into the sky shrieked out, and the flames ejected from the tail of the missile, which was particularly dazzling among the dark clouds, like a red lightning, piercing the sky. The missile was like an arrow that had been freed from its restraints, pointing directly at the building. After the loud noise, dust flew, and smoke filled the air. The crimson exterior wall peeled off in the explosion, revealing the scars of the internal structure. The firelight shone through the thick smoke, reflecting a doomsday-like scene. However, things were not over yet. A series of flames shot out from the 2 hovercrafts, breaking the silence in an instant, like a meteor shower in the night sky, one after another, with long tails soaring into the sky. Dozens of missiles were fired at the same time, completely covering the target building and several surrounding buildings. Inside the hovercraft, the screen was filled with dense data flashing, each of which was a precise control of the deterrent force. Boom, boom, boom. After the artillery fire, the thick smoke dissipated. The building that was originally surrounded by red spore slimes instantly turned into a ruin of broken walls. On the charred walls, there were still a few wisps of smoke and dust in the air, and those densely packed insect eggs had already burst, and there were broken arms and limbs everywhere, which looked bloody, like an endless hell. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, mixed with dust, and the smell of burning. Under this thunder and lightning, Ming-Su looked at it from the hovercraft, with a very calm expression. What era is it now? Are you still charging alone here? If you are poor, you can use tactics to infiltrate. If you are rich, you can use firepower to cover. If you don't need to cover the artillery fire, isn't it a waste for me to buy this hovercraft? Oh, I didn't buy it. But it means the same thing. If you don't need to cover the artillery fire, isn't it a waste for me to drive the hovercraft? After the smoke filled the air, Ming-Su calmly commanded, "Get the mechanical dog ready, go down and take a look." Yes. Accompanying Ming-Su's order, the mechanical dog quickly came out of the cage, and under the operation of the person in charge, it began to land at high altitude. In addition to the smooth black shell, the most eye-catching thing is the barrel and bullets behind the robot dog, plus the flamethrower hidden in the leg armor. This robot dog is not just for exploration. Terrorist mobile team. Get ready. Seeing that the robot dog has begun to land, Ming-Su pressed another button at the same time, and calmly ordered, "Stay about 5 meters away from the robot dog. Keep up. The special commando team is on standby, waiting for a new round of instructions." Ming-Su's orders fell quickly, arranging everything clearly. But this time, he didn't plan to go down in person. He wanted to see what the order guard could do without him. Although the goal this time was a bit mysterious, Ming-Su also destroyed a large number of buildings with missiles at the first time, reducing a lot of trouble. In this case, Ming-Su was looking forward to their performance. Zzz. Zzz. The sound of electricity came from the ruins. The searchlight of the mechanical dog cut through the heavy dust. A beam of light passed through the ruins, reflecting countless details forgotten by time. It shuttled between the collapsed beams and pillars. There were broken stones and dust under the metal feet. The air was filled with a faint smell of mold and metal rust. And the destination of the robot dog was a dense mass of red ovaries, which seemed to be left here by some force. And their surfaces were glowing with a faint fluorescence. Beep, beep. The robot dog's sensors carefully analyzed these ovaries, which seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding environment, but had a strange vitality. Through the display, Ming-Su could also see the condition of the ovaries from the robot dog's sight. Looking at this red ovary, Ming-Su found it interesting. After such a bombing, the ovary was not destroyed. It is indeed smaller, and there are still many fragments. However, there are still many remaining insect eggs nearby. Ming-Su thought to himself, and ordered, "Go and see what the ovary is like, and try to destroy it." After hearing Ming-Su's order, the driver immediately began to prepare. Suddenly, an unusual vibration spread throughout the ruins, and the robot dog's warning program was immediately activated, and each of its sensors was tightened. The eggs began to crack, and a slight crackling sound came from inside. Huh? Seeing this, the driver immediately drove the mechanical dog back a few steps, and began to prepare to start the flamethrower and multi-barrel machine gun. Crack! With a crisp shell-breaking sound, half-insect zombies struggled to crawl out of the eggshells. Their body structure was weird. Half of them were rotten human remains, and the other half were the hard shell of insects. What is this? After seeing this thing, the driver was stunned for a moment, and Ming-Su immediately looked at the thing in front of him. Name, Xingmingqi. Occupation, alienated insect zombie. Level 10. The one in front of the monitor was twitching and showing its own information. The teeth of this alienated insect zombie had completely become insect-like teeth, like octopus tentacles, covered with worm-like black tentacles, making a harsh buzzing sound. Jet! Ming-Su said seriously. The driver heard this, and immediately pressed the start button. It slowly raised one of its hind legs, and the leg armor slid open, revealing the dark red throat of the flamethrower. A stream of hot air gushed out from the nozzle, preheating the air. Just looking at it, one's skin felt a burning pain. With a low roar of the engine, flames burst out from the nozzle like dragons and snakes. The raging fire jumped in the ruins. The insect zombies were instantly engulfed. Their shells made crackling sounds, like dead leaves falling into the fire, and were quickly engulfed by the flames. Sizzle! The insect zombies screamed fiercely. The flames danced wantonly in the ruins. The posture of the mechanical dog looked particularly cold in the firelight. Its metal body reflected the jumping firelight, and it seemed that even it was ignited by this invisible passion. The insect zombies struggled in the flames. Their twisted shadows lengthened in the flames, but they were not completely burned. Instead, they moved forward step by step, like a raging fireman. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The gun barrel behind the mechanical dog also quickly began to fire bullets, shooting at the insect zombies. The shooting system of the mechanical dog used AI aiming technology, accurately shooting the insect zombies, but only a lot of black mucus splashed on them. As the flames continued to spray, the bodies of the insect zombies crackled in the flames, and finally, after struggling for a few times, they fell to the ground with a thump, completely motionless, and declared dead. However, while the mechanical dog was burning the 3 or 4 insect zombies in front of it, other insect eggs around it were also hatching insect zombies. However, these insect zombies seemed to have suffered more serious damage. Some of them were missing arms and legs, which was quite funny and absurd. However, a mechanical dog, facing the 20 or 30 insect zombies in front of it, was too powerless. Withdraw the mechanical dogs, and let the terrorist mobile team go. Mengsu stood up and felt that it was interesting. He then said, "These things are more resistant to damage than physical mutant zombies. I don't know how strong they are. If possible, it would be good to test some new equipment here. You can consider taking a few back for daily experiments." Hearing Mengsu's words, the somewhat nervous observer on the side was stunned. "Ah? Try test new equipment? And capture one back?" It must be said that the chairman made the tense atmosphere disappear without a trace in just a few words. After all, discovering a new type of zombie is a very serious matter. After all, no one knows what special infection ability the new type of zombie has. But after hearing what Chairman Mengsu said, it seems that this zombie is just like that. It can only be used as a plaything. You continue to observe here. I will go down to raid the formation. Mengsu stood up very calmly, opened the door of the hovercraft in the sky, and said to the people behind him, "Pay special attention to the use of plant mechas. Oh, by the way, let the commandos go out in 2 teams and look for survivors nearby. There are so many insect eggs here. It is estimated that most of the zombies have been transformed into insect zombies. There should be some residual zombies. If the commandos can't even beat ordinary zombies, then they are not qualified to be employees of my order guard." Mengsu's voice was full of confidence. No matter what, he didn't believe that his company's special commando team would be unable to kill ordinary zombies. After all, even if their abilities were originally weak, they could easily do it with the help of the basic exoskeleton power armor and the AI intelligent aiming assault rifle. After hearing Mengsu's voice, several people nodded subconsciously, but soon realized that something was wrong. When they were about to tell Mengsu that this was a high altitude, they saw that Mengsu had already stepped into the air and left. Seeing this scene, everyone swallowed back what they wanted to say. Chairman Meng can fly? While these observers were stunned, Mengsu had already landed brilliantly. The moment Mengsu landed, he had already grabbed a disgusting insect zombie and observed it carefully. This zombie retained the characteristics of insects, while also integrating the terrifying form of humans. The eyes were not the traditional gray and red, but a dark and deep one, as if it could swallow all the light around. The eyeballs would turn, and every time the eyeballs turned, there seemed to be an unknown secret stirring in the bottomless darkness, which looked extremely creepy. Interesting. Mengsu continued to observe. The most shocking thing was their mouths. Where the teeth should have been, now there were wriggling black tentacles. The tentacles were slender and soft, seemingly alive, looking for the next target to devour. From time to time, the insect zombies' throats would emit waves of gurgling sounds that would make people's scalps numb, which sounded strange and harsh. The structure was very different from that of ordinary zombies. Mengsu felt that their power source was different. "Do you have evolution crystals in your head?" Mengsu was very curious. Then he grabbed the head of the insect zombie, and then he broke it hard, like breaking a watermelon, and broke the head open. What disappointed Mengsu was that there were no evolution crystals inside. There were only a bunch of white insect eggs, which seemed to be brewing new insects. "It's really disgusting." Mengsu shook his head, looked at the other insect zombies around him. His eyes flashed, and the mental control started. However, after starting, Mengsu found that he could not control these insect zombies. These insect zombies were like dead things and had no effect. "Fuck you. Are they all garbage?" Mengsu widened his eyes. Couldn't believe it. And his eyes were full of anger. "There is no evolution crystal. Only a group of eggs. It seems that after developing to a certain extent, it will become a new ovary. Mental control is useless. Because ordinary zombies are just infected by the virus. Not dead. Insect zombies are really dead." His eyes are full of blazing fire. As if there is a lion. The king descended from the sky. Angry and ferocious. "Useless trash. Burn them all. Burn them to death. Experiment? Experiment? Useless things. Not worthy of being test subjects." In an abandoned hut nearby, the sun flickered and jumped, and the figures of the survivors were projected on the mottled walls. Their eyes flashed with panic and helplessness, like the most fragile stars under the dark and deep night sky. However, on the first floor, there were 2 people cautiously lying on the edge of the broken wall, quietly observing the situation outside. The leader, wearing a military coat, holding a gun that looked a little dusty, looked around cautiously, and exhaled. "Brother Chio, what's that noise outside? It sounds like the noise of a missile?" Following the man in military uniform was a young man holding a kitchen knife. With a scruffy beard that looked like it hadn't been cleaned for a long time, Is the peace order here? I saw the building over there where the eggs are. It has collapsed. Maybe? Brother Chio took a deep breath, concealing his uneasiness very well, and then said, it could also be the work of the beasts of the chosen ones. The damn eggs have hatched. So the building collapsed. And that company is in Hitching City. If it were a peaceful time, it would have arrived. But now? How could it have arrived so quickly? Roar! As they spoke, the roar of zombies came from not far away. And the two were instantly startled. And they quickly bent down, waiting for a moment before raising their heads again. Brother Chio's surname is Chio. Of course. No one knows his specific name. We only know that he seems to be a cadre in the safety zone of Weiyang City. After some things happened, he came here in a panic to help this group of helpless survivors survive. Under the leadership of Brother Chio, they have escaped many crises. Neither the chosen ones nor the zombies have defeated them. They are like rats running around in the sewers of this apocalypse. Until not long ago, ovaries appeared, and two people in their small team unfortunately stepped on the trap and were instantly swallowed by insect eggs. They tried every possible means, but it was still difficult to destroy the eggs. In this case, they could only choose to take a detour. However, the eggs developed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they began to spread to the left and right. And what was very strange was that wherever they went, the eggs spread as fast as they did, which was very frightening and puzzling. At this time, they happened to find an abandoned military pickup truck, which had been damaged for a long time, but there was a radio left on it. So, hoping for the best, they sent a distress signal to the outside world and expressed the situation here. Finally, they received a reply from the Hitching City's peace order group. This became their only hope. They did not dare to move in the face of the missile bombing and some sporadic gunfire outside, fearing that something might go wrong. After all, no one can guarantee that the strange peace order is a good person. Even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Big companies do not treat people as human beings in the end times. This is how it is played in the movies. However, just as the gunfire outside gradually subsided, two gunshots were suddenly heard close at hand. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots instantly alerted Brother Chio and the young man. But before they could stick their heads out, they suddenly found three elite soldiers with guns pointed at them. In addition to their combat uniforms, the three soldiers were wearing a layer of equipment that looked like half a steel armor, like Iron Man on the battlefield of the future. Their eyes were cold, and the smart assault rifles in their hands were pointed steadily at Brother Chio and the young man. Behind them, there was an armored vehicle coming. On the left and right of the armored vehicle, there were also dead zombies. Other members were checking whether the zombies were dead. Brother Chio felt cold all over, and the young man was at a loss. At this moment, the leader of the future warriors suddenly said, "Put down your weapons. We are the Peace Order Miracle Commando. Please explain your identity." Chapter 300 Life Crystal. Swish. The sword slashed, and the insect zombie in front of him was destroyed by Ming Su like a dead tree. Ming Su was decisive, and his methods were very sharp. The surrounding insect zombies were destroyed by Ming Su, but their numbers kept increasing. Whoosh! The main method to eliminate the insect zombies was the flamethrower of the mechanical dog. Bullets were not very effective for the insect zombies. Even if they hit the head, it was useless. The insect zombies still did not die, unless you use a large caliber weapon, such as a shotgun, to blow its head into pieces. You can kill this insect zombie. These things, Ming Su frowned. He was not mentally handicapped, so he naturally understood that something was wrong with this insect zombie. This thing was probably specially selected by the Chosen One or the extraterrestrial civilization behind them to fight against ordinary survivors or small-scale armies. The attack power of this thing is just SOSO. The only thing worth mentioning is its abnormal defense ability and its strong level of not being killed even if it is hit in the head. If this thing is dropped into those densely populated areas, it can almost be said that it can cause a great disturbance. After all, in a densely populated area, missiles cannot be dropped. Right? And according to the current situation, unless the high temperature continues to burn, it will require very strong personal strength to take down this insect zombie. Well, the fueler bomb may be the best choice to destroy this thing. After killing all the 30 or so insect zombies here, Ming Su glanced at the surrounding violent terrorist mobile teams. There was basically no damage. The plant mechas on them were slightly damaged, but it was visible to the naked eye that the plant mechas could repair themselves automatically. which was really good stuff. Looks okay. Ming-Su affirmed the situation of the plant mecha, thinking that the plant mecha seemed to have a lot of uses. Burned all the remaining insect eggs and other things here, cut a small section from the ovary, take it back, and let the biological research laboratory study what it is. Yes. Sherwaning nodded, with a pair of red eyes without any emotion, immediately stepped forward, aimed at the huge ovary, and cut a piece of jelly-like substance, and then said very coldly, "Boss, there are still living organisms in it, which have not hatched." Although the voice was a little unclear, it was not bad. She is more talkative than Luo Xinchan. But it is also true. How long has Sherwaning been in the company? She is one of the earliest employees who have mutated zombies in the company, so it is normal for her to speak to this extent. Is there any life in this ovary? Ming-Su nodded. These insect zombies around are all hatched from eggs. There are indeed no zombies in this ovary. It seems now, there is probably something big brewing in this ovary. Luckily, it was discovered early. Thinking of this, Ming-Su immediately stepped forward and looked at this ovary carefully. A huge red ovary was lying silently in the ruins. The texture on the surface was constantly changing with the beating of the inside. Under the fetal movement, every expansion and contraction of the ovary seemed to be accompanied by some screams. The air was filled with a smell of dampness and rust. The red color of the ovary contrasted sharply with the gray rubble around it, which seemed particularly strange. The fetal movement of the ovary was low and regular, accompanied by a weak but clear pulsation sound, as if it was about to hatch some kind of creature. With a dull crack, some cracks on the surface could be seen falling off. But from the looks of it, there was still a long way to go before it could be completely hatched. It seemed that something was missing. Ming-Su couldn't tell by observing words and expressions, and couldn't identify any information. TSK, seeing this, Ming-Su was too lazy to say anything more, and continued, "Pour some oil. Burn it together." Although he didn't know what was wrong with the ovary, Ming-Su was too lazy to care about these things. Just deal with the insect zombie. Anyway, he caught a living specimen and took it back for research. There was no need for the big boss in the ovary. After all, if something went wrong, ordinary insect zombies could be easily dealt with. But the big boss would be difficult. After hearing Ming-Su's order, Sherwaning naturally did not say anything and immediately walked towards the direction of the armored vehicle. No oil in hand does not mean no oil in the vehicle. After all this was done, Ming-Su turned around very calmly, no longer paying attention to the situation here, but walked straight to the other side. The special operations team members, who had been waiting here for a long time, came up and said to Ming-Su, "Chairman, we have found the group of survivors who notified us by telegram earlier. There are 19 people, mostly old and young, and there are only 4 young people of the right age. The leader is named Chiu, a new recruit battalion-level officer of the Wyong City Safety Zone Self-Rescue Corps. Later, he was separated from the Corps because of the Chosen One and took shelter here." After hearing the words of the Special Operations team members, Ming-Su nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Zhou. Let the friend named Chiu come to see me." "Ah?" The Special Operations team member called Xiao Zhou was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but said excitedly, "Yes, Chairman. Do you recognize me? Zhou Jinming. Of course I know you." Ming-Su smiled and said to Xiao Zhou in a friendly way, "You are a member who trains very hard. It is a very correct decision to join the Special Operations team." "Of course I don't know him." Ming-Su had not even met the chief military commander of the Order Guards. How could he possibly know an ordinary member of the Special Operations team? But Ming-Su was observant. Even if it was a stranger in front of him, Ming-Su could recognize the real name. However, others did not know Ming-Su's unique ability. When he learned that Ming-Su actually remembered his name, Xiao Zhou was refreshed and walked with more energy. Seeing this, Ming-Su could not help but nod with satisfaction. For himself, it was just a name, which did not delay things. But for the employees, it seemed to inspire his endless enthusiasm for work. "It seems that I will have to say it more often in the future." Ming-Su stretched his body, looked around. The surrounding terrorist mobile teams have begun to concentrate on cleaning up these insect zombies, pouring gasoline, and lighting a fire. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and some piercing screams could be heard, which seemed to come from the largest ovary. Ming-Su calmly looked at the burning ovary and the insect zombie corpse, and casually found a chair with only 3 legs left in the ruins, and then calmly sat on the chair. There was a sound of footsteps behind him, and Ming-Su sat there calmly, looking at the burning ovaries, and casually said to the newcomer, "These eggs were discovered very timely. Your information is very valuable. Now what do you want to say? Return to Hiching City with our convoy. Join my company or join the safe zone. Or continue to stay in Wuyong City and stay here permanently." Mingsu planned to go straight in later and show the chosen ones in Wuyong City a little color. After hearing Mingsu's words, the newcomer, that is, Brother Chiu, was stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Mr. Ming, I just did something that everyone should do. If possible, I want to join the safe zone and continue to contribute to peace." The other party's voice was very sincere. Seeing this, Mingsu nodded, but did not force anything. His company was not short of people now. And since the other party was unwilling to join his company, then he would not join. It didn't matter. He turned around and took a look at the information of the Mr. Chiu in front of him. The other party's name was Chiujin, and his profession was no different. But, I don't know why, he gave Mingsu a feeling very similar to Ovaries. There is no problem with the profession. Seeing this scene, Mingsu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After carefully observing Chiujin, Mingsu suddenly asked, "Have you ever touched this ovary before?" Chiujin heard this, and his mood became depressed. He slowly said, "I saw it when I first encountered these things 11 days ago. At that time, one of my friends was swallowed by this ovary. I tried my best but failed to rescue it." "Yeah." Mingsu nodded, and continued to observe. A golden light bloomed between his eyes. Suddenly, he saw that there seemed to be something strange in Chiujin's pocket. He immediately asked, "What's in your pocket?" Hearing Mingsu's question, Chiujin was stunned. And then he took out his pocket, and took out everything in his pocket, including but not limited to 2 or 3 pieces of white rabbit milk candies, a strange key, a switchblade and a dark green stone about the size of an egg. Ignoring everything else, Mingsu focused his attention on the dark green stone. Name, Life Crystal. Introduction. A crystal with rich vitality, which can be used to activate many items, or incubate, give birth to life, and has strong vitality. After taking it, it can increase certain talents, but the price is that some strange changes may occur to oneself. Effect. After taking or wearing this crystal for a long time, according to the original physical fitness, you can increase 1 to 10 points of physical strength, 1-10 points of mental strength, and obtain the special talent of spraying poison mist, at the cost of the body's insectization phenomenon. Looking at this stone, Mingsu felt a little learned. This is the first time I've seen this stuff. It might be a high-end thing that can increase your physical and mental strength by 10 points. But the body will show the phenomenon of insectization. This is not acceptable. Thinking of the appearance of the insect zombie, Mingsu couldn't help but feel a chill, thinking that it would be better to be disfigured than to grow up like that. Did this thing come from the ovary? Mingsu pointed at the emerald green stone and said, "Give this thing to me. After you stay here for a long time, you might become the ghost." Mingsu understood why the ovary did not hatch the boss he imagined, and why the red mucus expanded wherever this group of survivors went. It was because the most crucial life crystal was taken away. When a cultivator in the chi refining stage found out that his foundation building pill was stolen by a mortal boy during his retreat, it was probably this kind of reaction. After hearing Mingsu's words, Chiujin was surprised for a moment. After he took out the emerald green stone and played with it for a while, a little hesitation appeared on his face. His recent strength has increased greatly, naturally. It comes from wearing this life crystal. And before, he also deliberately did not say that he picked up this stone. In fact, his friend was captured by the ovary when he was trying to obtain the life crystal, and died on the spot. He took out the stone. He did not explain the reason to Mingsu before, and it was also because the stone could enhance his physical fitness. So he deliberately concealed it. But he did not expect Mingsu to be able to find the life crystal. At the same time, Chiujin was also confused by what Mingsu said. He could not figure out whether what Mingsu said was true or false. He also knew what Mingsu meant. It was nothing more than asking him to hand over the crystal. However, whether it was true or not, wearing this thing could indeed enhance personal ability. In this apocalypse, this ability was particularly important, no matter what the side effects were. He didn't want to give it up. Therefore, Chiujin was in a dilemma. He didn't really want to hand it over. Mingsu naturally saw Chiujin's doubts, and couldn't help but chuckled. Then he said, "If you don't care about the side effects, keep it. I don't care about this little thing. But you have to come to our company's biological laboratory every week, so that my researchers can study your condition. If you want it to take effect quickly, take this. It will take effect quickly. After hearing Mengsu's words, Qiuzhen found that he had judged others by his own standards. He smiled awkwardly, and was about to say something when he suddenly saw a fireman jumping out of the blazing flames in the distance. Looking closely, he found that the fireman was not like a human, but a bit like an insect. It was the insect zombie that came out of the ovary. Its shell was calcined in the flames, showing a sickly red gold color. Its compound eyes flashed with cold black magic light, as if it was an envoy from hell, carrying a message of ominousness and destruction. Its legs were like a praying mantis, strong and powerful. Every step it took left a deep mark on the hot rubble. From every hole in its body, black blood slowly seeped out, interweaving with the flames to form a doomsday picture. A raging fire was raging in the ruins, and the billowing smoke was filled with a pungent smell of burning. The hot flames seemed to devour everything. The fire was burning fiercely, although its entire body was wrapped in flames. The insect zombie did not seem to feel any pain. Instead, it spread a pair of insect wings burning with flames and swooped down towards Mengsu. Under the light of the fire, the shadow of the insect zombie was stretched to be particularly long and twisted. Seeing this, Qiuzhen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt very panicked. Beside Qiuzhen, the one whose name was called out by Mengsu, Xiao Zhou, stepped forward without hesitation, raised his gun and fired. Tada! The intelligent shooting hit the target accurately, but the bullet seemed to hit something steel, and bounced to the side, without stopping the terrifying insect zombie's pace at all. It seemed to have only one target, and that was Mengsu. Seeing this, Mengsu not only did not avoid it, but took a step forward and stretched out his hand. Why don't you just die obediently? I really give you face, don't I? The insect zombie waved two arms, like mantis sickles, and slashed at Mengsu. Mengsu did not dodge or evade, but directly stretched out his hand. However, he only heard a dang sound. The mantis knife only left a bloody mark on Mengsu's hand, without penetrating the flesh. Mengsu also grabbed the two mantis knives at this moment, and pulled them hard. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The insect zombie did not seem to realize that such a thing would happen. The next second, it was dragged to the ground by Mengsu. Then, Mengsu grabbed its head and twisted it hard. Crack! With a slight sound, the head fell to the ground. Simple and rough. Okay. Mengsu clapped his hands, threw the head away, and then turned to look at the stunned Qiuzhen. Do you understand? Come to my company's biological laboratory for a physical examination every week in the future. Do you understand? Understand? Understand.